Chapter 1. A New Game. As I open my eyes, a singular thought pierced through my mind. I am a citizen of the motherland. Indeed, I am that extraordinary mini-citizen, fond of maternal milk and capable of unleashing the crescent moon strike. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was merely a dream, however, that hardly mattered who would refuse such an opportunity. Since it transpired within the realm of dreams, no accountability was required, so I resolved to savor every fleeting moment. However, just as I prepared to indulge in the superhuman abilities I associated with my ancestor, a shadowy figure hurtled toward me with alarming speed. In an instant, that figure struck my face with a powerful punch. The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed in my mind. Strangely enough, despite experiencing this in the first-person perspective of a dream, my senses felt all-encompassing. I distinctly perceived my demise, followed by a sensation of ascending, rising until I found myself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Within a modest wooden cabin on a farm, the anguished groans of a woman resonated. "Focus on your breathing, just a bit longer, it's almost time." The midwife encouraged the woman writhing in agony upon the bed. No, the woman felt her suffering reach a breaking point, unsure if other women experienced childbirth in a similar manner. She sensed she was not exerting herself, or perhaps she was incapable of doing so, with no rhythm to her breathing. Instead, it felt as though the child within her was striving to break free. It was so wet and slippery, almost sticky. The scent was vaguely familiar. What was it? Upon regaining consciousness, I felt as if I had been swallowed whole. Perhaps my assailant had offered my body as sustenance to a whale. It seems I found the exit. I can sense the light. I must summon more strength. But why do I hear the woman's wails? That is quite normal. Pain has always permeated every corner of the world. Wait, it seems I've been lifted. What is happening? Ouch. My head aches a bit. I need to rest for a moment. Look, our child is so adorable. Early in the morning, a robust man carefully tended to his precious infant before presenting him to his still weak wife, beaming with delight. "My little ancestor, you've exhausted me." The woman gazed at the strong child in her arms and asked, "Are you starving, dear baby? What is this? Such a voluptuous and beautiful bosom." The infant, with large, bright eyes, surveyed his surroundings, eventually captivated by a pair of towering peaks, succumbing to the instinct of a newborn. Typically, being reborn with new parents can be somewhat awkward and distressing. Yet for me, it was entirely different, for I had never experienced such love. You understand correctly, I was a child raised in an orphanage. Unfortunately, this orphan had never been adopted, and as the years passed, the hope of being adopted dwindled, as most who sought to adopt preferred younger children, believing they were easier to nurture. Thus, this orphan became the last child chosen, devoid of family or friends, watching as the lights of the orphanage dimmed, until one day, an inexplicable urge compelled him to escape, leading him to wander the world, plagued by restless nights and vivid dreams, with the last being to become a citizen of the motherland whose head was crushed. Now, this child has a new life and a new name, bestowed upon him by a young couple in a remote village, Yanzu. Time flew by, and the once crying infant had matured into a tall and upright youth, distinguishable from his parents. He possessed dark golden hair and eyes as clear as indigo gemstones. Unlike his peers, who remained round and cherubic, he had developed a chiseled and rugged visage at an early age, complemented by a muscular physique and near-perfect body proportions. "Honestly, I'm a bit concerned about his health," the woman remarked, watching Yanzu drinking deeply from a water bucket by the well, the cool water cascading down his jaw, tracing the contours of his striking muscles. "Isn't that a good thing? Look at our son, he's so capable." The man responded proudly. The woman handed her husband a towel to wipe the sweat and said, "No, what I mean is, don't you think Yanzu seems overly mature for his age? I'm not just referring to his physique." I understand," the man replied, gazing in the direction of Yanzu's return. "Last time I wrestled him, he lost, but I sensed he was holding back. Can you believe how young he is? He never plays with other children, he's always diligently helping us. I feel that his responsible demeanor conceals a heart that understands the world's complexity. Ish has never quarreled or fought with other kids. I certainly wasn't half as sensible at his age. Perhaps it is divine favor upon us," the woman mused, watching Yanzu approach, thus ceasing the discussion. The couple's conversation was overheard by Yanzu, who had not intended to eavesdrop. "No, mother, it is indeed divine favor upon me," Yanzu thought to himself. The mere possession of a new life filled him with gratitude. But what truly sparked this realization was his growing awareness that he seemed to inherit the powers of that citizen of the motherland, a fact that became increasingly evident each time he gazed into the mirror and noticed his resemblance to that golden-haired foreigner. "Oh, this is so heavy. Mom, you must reward me with a massage afterward." Yanzu jested, setting down the 2 buckets of water and feigning a pained expression as he rubbed his shoulders. "Come here and wipe your sweat. It's almost time for dinner." The woman gently and attentively wiped his brow, watching as his expression shifted from discomfort to serene contentment. Yanzu relished these moments, growing under the tender care of his mother and the laughter of his father. If given a choice, he would not exchange his current life for anything. It felt as though an unfillable void had finally been satisfied. He found himself wanting to thank the one who had dealt him that fatal blow. Now, Yanzu was in the bathroom, scrubbing his back alongside his father. "Hey, Yanzu, your mother and I both think you should make some friends," the man said, patting Yanzu's back with a towel. Yanzu looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "Don't say that, Dad. Our village is so small, who can I find? Just yesterday, those kids were chased by a dog for riding a pig. Do you want your son to be that foolish? Your mother might feel reassured if it were true, but Yanzu, that's not what I meant." Yanzu wrung out the towel and began scrubbing his father's back, asking, "Then what is your wise counsel?" The man turned around and placed a hand on Yanzu's head, saying, "Look around, who can compare to my son? Yanzu, if you don't marry 10 wives, it will be a disservice to your extraordinary talents." "Huh?" Yanzu laughed at this. "Are you talking about yourself? You'd better be careful not to let Mom hear you." "Indeed, that was once my dream," the man replied proudly. "To be honest, I came close to fulfilling that dream, but as you know, I met your mother and gave it up. However, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew, Yanzu, you would surely inherit my legacy. Indeed, there's a saying, blue is derived from indigo." Yanzu mused, not opposing his father's suggestion. As a superhuman, he possessed monstrous physical capabilities, yet he also discovered that his primal desires had grown exceedingly strong. Heaven knows how he had navigated the years since his rebirth. His thoughts had not been renewed like his body. "I had intended to wait until you were a bit older to discuss this," the man said, turning his gaze down to Yanzu. "But it seems that is unnecessary. My son is indeed gifted." Yanzu glanced around, having strived to portray himself as a normal, obedient child. Finally, his father's words felt like a pardon, and he anticipated the moment he could seek a partner. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own physicality. Thus, the question arose, where could he find a woman who resonated with him? Yanzu's home was situated in a picturesque village by the mountains and water, where few young women resided. The village could not retain the restless youth they sought their dreams in the outside world. Yanzu was an exception. Having liberated himself from his past, he genuinely enjoyed the time spent with his parents. For now, he had no thoughts of leaving this humble abode, and the villagers were equally astonished by the presence of such a handsome youth. Observing the little girl frolicking in the distance, chasing butterflies across the verdant lawn, Yanzu let out a sigh through his nostrils, contemplating that girls undergo remarkable transformations as they mature. Perhaps in a couple of years, they would embody a more alluring charm. "Hey, Azu, lend me a hand and help me get this onto my shoulder," called out an elder from the same village, who was struggling with a wooden beam. With a gentle nudge from his foot, Yanzu helped the old man hoist the timber. "Thank you." The elder regarded Yanzu with a look of admiration, exclaiming, "What an impressive young man you are. It's a pity my child is a boy otherwise. I would have certainly wished for you to become my son-in-law. What a shame indeed. Perhaps you should try for another." Yanzu replied with a smile, relishing the appreciation and recognition he received. "Then I shall take your words to heart," the elder said, departing with the wood. Yanzu glanced at the sun, hoisted the timber resting at his feet, and prepared to head home, when suddenly he heard some peculiar sounds. As a superhuman endowed with extraordinary sensory abilities, Yanzu possessed an acute perception. He could distinctly hear a person's heartbeat, and at this moment, he discerned a faint cry for help emanating from several kilometers away. A girl's desperate plea? Ignoring it was not an option. Yanzu directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, his keen eyes piercing through countless obstacles until he finally located the distressed individual. "What is this? A cosplay? An orc?" Yanzu observed the girl sprinting for her life, adorned with a pair of soft, fluffy ears atop her head, while a bushy tail swayed enticingly behind her. Beside her was a boy, equally exquisite in appearance and equally fleeing. What an extraordinary encounter. Had he stumbled upon the right person at the right time? Just after discussing such matters with his father, he now found himself in the presence of this unique girl, strikingly beautiful, with a physique that promised allure, yet exuding an air of youthful innocence. "You are fortunate, lost little lambs," Yanzu remarked, setting the timber down from his shoulder. He bent slightly at the hips and propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, launching himself like a missile. The gust of air generated by his explosive departure caused the surrounding flora to bend, as if bowing to welcome a new sovereign. Chapter 2. Until we meet again. Do you know what I cherish most? In midair, a gaunt man clad in an unusual robe, flames flickering from his hands, gazed at the pair of siblings tightly embracing amidst the inferno, a smile stretching from his lips to his ears. I revel in the sight of my prey cornered, their expressions of panic and helplessness, and their final, desperate pleas. I'll look at you too. I can feel the thrill coursing through my veins. Brother, don't worry about me, you must escape. Hulaina implored, her eyes locked on the moon blade gripped tightly by Xiaoyu. The crackling of burning trees filled the scorching air, but Xiaoyu's gaze remained as cold as frost. Unfortunately, such frigidness could not extinguish the flames encircling them. If I abandon you here, how am I to survive? Xiaoyu declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Hulaina. In truth, he lacked the strength to move an inch if death were imminent. He would choose to face it before her. Xiaoyu felt a warm sensation on his wrist and looked down to find Hulaina grasping it firmly, her eyes shimmering with a blend of laughter and tears. I understand now, Hulaina said, a wave of calm washing over her as her earlier fear dissipated. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Life or death was inconsequential, for she was with her brother. What is that expression? The flame-wielding man appeared and sensed the tranquility exhibited by Xiaoyu, and Hulaina thwarted his enjoyment of tormenting his prey. With his anger, 8 soul rings materialized behind him. Meanwhile, from a shadowy corner, a voice, tinged with tension, spoke, "My lord." Another voice, older and raspy yet composed, replied, "No rush. Let us observe a while longer." "But my lord, what if?" "I am here, there is no what if." The man referred to as my lord maintained an unflappable demeanor, even as the gaunt figure unleashed 2 fiery serpents toward Hulaina and Xiaoyu. "I wish to see what kind of seed merits the personal attention of the Pope, prompting me to venture to this remote location." Then he beheld it. He saw Hulaina radiating a pink luminescence, and in response, the moon blade in Xiaoyu's grasp emanated a palpable chill. When these 2 forces collided, the pink luminescence transformed into a vast expanse of crimson mist that spread outward. The 2 figures in the shadows inhaled sharply. "My lord." "Ah, I see, how intriguing." The gaunt man controlling the fire snakes widened his eyes, a frenzied and grotesque expression replacing his initial demeanor, masking the fear that surged within him. "I knew it," the gaunt man cried, his hands forming seals as the fire snakes plunged into the crimson mist. Before he could investigate further, a piercing bird call echoed from the forest, and a golden eagle surged forth, its wings slicing through the air like blades. The gaunt man, unwilling to underestimate the situation, steadied himself to engage. Meanwhile, entwined in the mist, Hulaina and Xiaoyu had resolved to face their demise together when a colossal black hand erupted from the ground, effortlessly dispersing the 2 fiery serpents. Hulaina and Xiaoyu opened their eyes to see a tall, slender figure emerging from the red haze. The figure brushed aside the mist with his palm and, in a gravelly voice, praised, "Remarkable, it can even affect my perception and judgment." Approaching Hulaina and Xiaoyu, the figure allowed them to discern his features only as a shadowy silhouette, rendering his visage indistinct. "Who are you?" Xiaoyu sensed the terrifying power emanating from the man, though he remained as tranquil as a still pond. "Spirit Hall, Gui Mei," the man replied succinctly. Then, he raised his hand, preparing to cradle Xiaoyu and Hulaina with a shadowy grasp, reassuring them, "Do not be afraid, I will take you to safety." "The Spirit Hall," both Xiaoyu and Hulaina exclaimed in unison, their eyes meeting with palpable excitement at their unexpected reprieve. "Lord Daira, we leave this to you," the ghostly figure said without turning back. Behind him, Lord Daira had firmly subdued his opponent, while the ghostly figure's soul rings flickered, transforming the ground beneath his feet into a pool of black, stagnant water. With a mere thought, he could plunge Xiaoyu and Hulaina into this dark abyss for a long-distance teleportation. However, in the next moment, the ghostly figure furrowed his brow, glancing towards a thicket where a phantom hand suddenly shot up, only to grasp at empty air. "Another expert?" he mused, shielding Xiaoyu and Hulaina behind him as he searched for the lurking presence he had sensed earlier. Although Lord Daira was formidable, the ghostly figure decided to remain, lest his mission cost him a soul Douluo, a notion too absurd to entertain. The speed at which the figure had managed to evade his soul power confinement was remarkable. If he were not a Title Douluo, he was likely an exceptionally gifted agility-type soul master or possessed a soul bone capable of altering the battle's dynamics. The ghostly figure considered these possibilities as his soul rings rose one by one, preparing for an impending confrontation. "Why hide in the shadows? If you dare to come, then step forth and reveal yourself," he declared. Suddenly, a circle of ghostly hands, exuding a palpable deathly aura, manifested behind him, all aimed at a towering tree. Behind that tree, Yinzu struggled to steady his rapid breathing, attempting to calm his racing heart. The turn of events had exceeded his expectations. During the moments he had evaded his parents' gaze, he had been experimenting with the abilities that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Each confirmation of his burgeoning powers filled him with ecstatic joy. He truly possessed all the capabilities of his ancestors. Monstrous strength and endurance, enhanced vision and hearing. A resilient and formidable physique, along with the yet unstable control over heat rays. While reveling in these newfound gifts, Yinzu harbored concerns. He had not disclosed this information to anyone, striving to play the role of an exemplary son. Though occasionally appearing overly mature, it was not a significant issue. His primary worry was the nature of the world that could give rise to such a peculiar being as himself. Residing in an exceptionally remote village, isolated from the outside world, he had little opportunity to explore, especially since his parents were genuinely simple folk, leaving Yinzu largely unaware of the wider world. Initially, he had only seen fleeing figures, a girl and a boy, but on his way to the scene, he encountered 3 more individuals. Solidifying his realization that he was not alone in his peculiarity, such oddities were abundant. There was a fire-summoning, Voldemort-like mage, a middle-aged man seemingly possessed by a golden eagle. And then there was the one who radiated an ominous aura. Was he even human? He resembled a ghost. Similarly, Yinzu's speed of flight was terrifying. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself drawn closer, although reason advised him to keep his distance. Despite considering his possession of his ancestors' full suite of abilities as rather abnormal, he had never applied these powers in combat. Observing from afar and finding an opportunity to glean information outside the village seemed the more prudent course of action. Yet, driven by an insatiable curiosity, he edged ever closer, remaining cautious, yet still attracting the attention of the eerie figure. My goodness, this is becoming quite fantastical, Yinzu thought to himself, realizing that his abilities and those of these individuals seemed to belong to entirely different realms. What on earth was happening? Yinzu swallowed hard, his reflexes alerting him to an approaching presence. With a sideways glance, he beheld countless shadowy hands creeping toward him from the ground. Halt! Yinzu raised his hands and slowly stepped out from behind the ancient tree. He regarded the vague, ethereal figure of a man before him and cautiously spoke. I mean no offense, I implore you to show mercy. The specter had already pinpointed his adversary's location. As a Title Douluo, he felt little trepidation. Yet upon witnessing the emergence of such a youthful country boy from behind the tree, his gaze gradually softened, only to narrow slightly thereafter. Yinzu was able to perceive the subtle changes in the man's expression. Such a gaze conveyed a sense of bewilderment, mirroring Yinzu's own inner turmoil at that moment. Could it be a fade? Then let us put it to the test. The specter mused inwardly, raising a finger and then gently pressing it downwards. Yinzu felt a sudden jolt, a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. He realized that this was a result of his heightened reflexes. As the man before him was launching an attack, HM? The enigmatic figure's narrowed eyes widened slightly as his soul pressure descended upon the boy. The latter evaded the probing strike with astonishing swiftness. Yet, what intrigued the specter most was that throughout the entire encounter, he sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from the boy. No soul power, no soul rings, not a soul skill. Had this youth truly evaded with sheer physical prowess? The specter detected the wariness in the boy's gaze and resolved to ease the tension. He conjured a dark hand from beneath him, encasing the battered Hulaina and Sieyu to shield them from harm, before descending to the ground and approaching Yinzu, stating, "Little ghost, what brings you here while the spirit hall conducts its business?" Yinzu inhaled sharply. The man's voice was both hoarse and piercing, akin to a multitude of fine needles scraping against his bones. "Just passing by, until we meet again," Yinzu managed to respond, still shaken. Since the stranger had spoken, it was prudent to sever ties and retreat. Curiosity could indeed lead to peril, and it seemed unnecessary to foster enmity in such a splendid new beginning only to perish here. Slow down. The specter swiftly intercepted Yinzu's path, nearly provoking a reflexive punch from him. "Is there something else, uncle?" Yinzu forced a smile, albeit reluctantly, observing the boy's face, which was etched with caution. The specter sighed helplessly. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, his appearance and aura were undeniably ominous. Thus it was no wonder that others might perceive him as a malevolent figure. "Relax, little ghost," the specter urged. Yinzu mechanically nodded, thinking inwardly, how can I relax? "Don't you look in the mirror? The closer you get, the more unsettling you appear." The specter glanced over at the nearly concluded battle involving Lordia, calculating the time, and simply inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Yinzu," he paused before adding, "also known as Mountain Chicken." The specter seemed to understand, nodding knowingly. It was not uncommon for a country boy to possess such a name. "Child, have you heard of the Spirit Hall?" he asked, crossing his arms in an attempt to appear non-threatening. "No," Yinzu replied candidly, "although perhaps I have. It seems somewhat familiar." "Well, we shall meet again," the specter remarked, observing Lordia as he crushed the defeated opponent's skull. Moments later, Yinzu watched as the specter's form dissipated like smoke. A gust of wind swept through, rendering the forest eerily silent. Upon turning around, he found nothing but remnants of battle surrounding him. With a sigh of relief, Yanzu exhaled the breath he had been holding and collapsed onto the ground, massaging his temples as everything had unfolded too suddenly and bizarrely. Initially, he had merely intended to enact a heroic rescue and test his skills, never anticipating that such a monstrous being would emerge. The outcome of strength remained uncertain, especially as he had been genuinely startled by the encounter. Yanzu raised his head to gaze at the sky, where the sun had long since set, leaving behind a splendid display of fiery clouds along the horizon. What an extraordinary world this is. The Spirit Hall? What manner of entity is that? Furthermore, that girl was truly beautiful. Chapter 3. A visitor from afar, Your Holiness. We pay our respects. In the Grand Hall, Gui Mei and Lordy Allah bowed before the throne of Bibi Don. At that moment, Bibi Don sat with her legs crossed, resting one hand on the armrest, supporting her exquisitely delicate face. Upon hearing their voices, she slowly opened her enchanting eyes. Gui Mei nodded towards Lordy Allah, who understood and reported. We humbly inform Your Holiness that the culprits have been dealt with, and the orphans of the two prominent families have been brought back and are awaiting your summons. Bibi Don softly acknowledged, then turned to Gui Mei and inquired, You have met the individuals. What are your thoughts? Gui Mei replied, They are truly exceptional talents. Perhaps due to their blood ties and close proximity, they seem to have already mastered the spirit fusion technique. Given their age and soul power reserves, they are indeed prodigious. Bibi Don nodded in satisfaction and remarked, You both have worked hard. You may take your leave. I shall summon them tomorrow. In the meantime, ensure they are comforted. Gui Mei and Lordy Allah accepted the command. Noticing that Gui Mei had no intention of departing, Lordy Allah wisely took his leave first. Gui Mei, is there anything else? Bibi Don asked upon seeing his hesitation. Gui Mei responded, Your Holiness, during my journey, I encountered an extraordinary child. A child? Bibi Don expressed interest. Recognizing that for a Title Douluo, to describe someone as extraordinary was no small praise, especially since she knew Gui Mei had encountered Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Aware of Bibidon's fervor for spirit research, Gui Mei continued, To be candid, upon sensing his presence, I believed I had encountered a formidable opponent. Oh? Bibi Don raised an eyebrow. So he could conceal himself right beneath your nose? If he had maintained his composure, it would have indeed been the case. However, he was not sufficiently steady. And I brought him forth. If he lacks any special concealment abilities, he appears to be around 10 years of age. Bibi Don inquired, Around 10? Did you not test his innate soul power? What is remarkable about his spirit? Gui Mei, teasing Bibidon's curiosity, replied, I made an attempt. But he evaded my soul power infusion. Is it like this? Bibi Don gracefully lifted a jade finger and gestured downward. Gui Mei stood firm, allowing the immense soul power to overwhelm him, maintaining his composure as he continued. Indeed, I am unsure of the methods he employed, but from my observations, he evaded it purely through speed, much like this. With that, Gui Mei swiftly evaded Bibidon's soul power. I surmise he possesses remarkably keen perception and physical strength, enabling him to accomplish this. If my supposition is correct, I must admit I feel somewhat inadequate. Gui Mei's wry smile rendered his expression more forlorn. Bibi Don chuckled lightly. Anything is possible. Seeing Bibidon's smile, Gui Mei realized he had made a significant discovery and continued. The child appeared to be somewhat frightened. He was in the midst of a task, so I refrained from forcibly bringing him back. There were no missionaries in the nearby village. It would be prudent for Your Holiness to decide whether to send someone there to preach, allowing the children there to awaken their spirits, giving that child a foundational understanding of the Spirit Hall. I believe this approach would be gentler for the rural child. You are considerate. Bibi Don was pleased with Gui Mei's suggestion, as it provided an appealing specimen for her research while preserving the gift for her own unveiling. Compared to the already familiar Hulaina and Xiaoyu, Bibi Don found herself more intrigued by the young boy spoken of by Gui Mei. This was perhaps the allure of the unknown at play. Azu, what is the matter today? Is this all you're eating? Nothing, mother. I'm just lost in thought. I haven't finished eating yet. I'll wash the dishes later, Yanzu replied, his appetite diminished. Hee, you must be daydreaming about something. Your father paid little mind, finishing his meal and preparing to head out to work. In truth, his father's conjecture was not entirely unfounded. That day, Yanzu had wandered in the forest for quite some time, ensuring that the two peculiar beings were no longer present before hastily returning home. After organizing the information in his mind and adjusting his mindset, Yanzu intended to rest. However, slumber eluded him. The image of that girl kept surfacing in his thoughts. If such extraordinary beings existed, then perhaps that girl was not merely indulging in some cosplay. Her fluffy ears atop her head and the bushy tail at her rear must surely be real. With this thought, Yanzu felt a rush of excitement. She was truly a special girl, perfectly aligning with Yanzu's current sentiments. Those three peculiar beings had ruined this encounter. Yanzu sighed and shook his head, pondering whether he would have another chance to meet her. The likelihood seemed slim, for in his memory, this idyllic rural paradise rarely witnessed anything memorable. Yesterday had certainly been an exception. Yet, upon reflection, Yanzu felt he should not be so lacking in ambition, allowing himself to be so distracted by a fleeting glimpse of a girl. with his extraordinary abilities. He believed he could have any woman he desired in the future. He merely needed to wait until he was older, when his parents would trust him to venture out and explore. Nevertheless, thoughts of that girl surged within him like spring sprouts breaking through the earth. It is worth mentioning that in his past life, Yanzu had been a complete drifter, every coin in his pocket spent judiciously. The pressures of life had forced him into a state of abstinence from romantic pursuits, causing him to miss out on a typical adolescence. The chopsticks in Yanzu's mouth came to a standstill as he fell into a daze once more. Is this child all right? Yanzu's mother, wiping the dining table, glanced at her son, who resembled a statue. Just then, Yanzu's father rushed in, bustling with energy. He set down the farming tools slung over his shoulder and began rummaging through the house, exclaiming, "Dear, quickly bring out all the jars and pots." Yanzu's mother inquired with curiosity, "What are you carrying that basket on your back for?" There was no time for explanations. Yanzu's father tugged at the still-dazed Yanzu, saying, "Stop daydreaming. You little rascal. Quickly lend a hand, strap on that basket and grab the wicker basket, and come with me." "What is it?" Yanzu snapped back to reality, questioning his father while shouldering the basket. Father Yanzu cheerfully exclaimed, "Hee, fortune has smiled upon us. Someone has come to our village to spread their teachings and is currently distributing supplies at the village entrance. Rice, flour, and all manner of provisions are in abundance." Spreading teachings? Yanzu blinked in surprise, pondering that in his simple understanding, most so-called missionaries were merely charlatans, deceiving others while feasting on the spoils themselves. Could there truly be such a fortuitous occurrence? For the common folk, sustenance is paramount. Such serendipitous events are simply irresistible. Villagers of all ages, young and old, eagerly queued with containers in hand to receive their share of provisions. The missionaries had promised ample supplies, and thus the atmosphere was harmonious and joyous, devoid of any disturbances. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, the individuals responsible for the teachings began to disseminate their doctrines. All eyes were fixated on the cart brimming with supplies. In this secluded corner, the villagers had little concern for lofty ideals. Their sole focus was on satisfying their hunger and ensuring warmth. Yanzu listened attentively, for the arrival of these individuals perfectly aligned with his intentions. Perhaps he could glean insights into the outside world by ingratiating himself with these missionaries, and who knows, he might even leverage their influence to accompany them on voyages across the globe. Yanzu was acutely aware that his family's financial circumstances were rather limited, making any endeavors of exploration unfeasible. Conversely, as the male heir of the household, it was his duty to contribute to the family's sustenance. The somewhat juvenile phrases such as angels of the divine doctrine and God resonated in Yanzu's ears. Although they sounded abstract, the overall sentiment was uplifting. And thus he did not reject them, until the mention of a particular term, spirit hall. Yanzu's involuntary utterance interrupted the missionary's speech, drawing the attention of the crowd towards this somewhat reckless boy. "We shall meet again," echoed the words of that ghastly figure from last night in Yanzu's ears, causing him to shudder in fright. Goodness, this is truly unsettling. Indeed, it was the spirit hall, the sanctuary of the god of light, the angelic deity, located in Spirit City. The young man responsible for the preaching approached Yanzu, wearing a rather sunny smile. As he drew closer, he touched Yanzu's wrist. However, due to the presence of the villagers, Yanzu refrained from responding. In fact, there was little to respond to, as the man seemed to be feeling his bone structure. Then, smiling, he nodded and remarked, "Age is of no concern." "What do you mean by saying my son is fine?" Yanzu's father inquired with great concern. The missionary raised his voice, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have been specially dispatched by the Spirit Hall to assist in awakening the spirits of the local children. Once the supplies have been distributed, you may organize the children to come here for their awakening. Those with exceptional aptitude will receive sponsorship from the Spirit Hall, allowing them to attend designated academies free of charge and become spirit masters." Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Is this truly such a remarkable affair? Yanzu pondered, observing the reactions of those around him. Nevertheless, he mused, what exactly is a spirit? An academy? A spirit master? The complexity of Yanzu's expression deepened as he questioned the nature of the world into which he had been reborn. The combination of these terms created an inexplicable intensity. What could this sensation possibly be? Regardless, looking at the matter from a positive angle, it was wise to glean insights about the world from these missionaries. Moreover, based on their demeanor, there seemed to be no immediate threat. The eerie figure from yesterday had not truly harmed him, however. He had taken away that girl and that boy. He had mentioned that they would meet again, so would he indeed encounter him once more? Did this imply that he might also have the opportunity to see the girl he had taken? Yet, why had he chosen to take them? With myriad mysteries swirling in his mind, Yanzu lacked further information to contemplate. After announcing the news, the missionary turned to Yanzu's father and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Is there a child in your village by the name of Shanj?" "Shanj? No, who would name their child that?" Yanzu's father expressed his confusion. "Oh, I see." The missionary replied, subsequently seeking counsel from some elder villagers. "They are indeed searching for me," Yanzu thought as he observed the missionaries' actions, uncertain of their intentions. After filling their baskets with rice and flour on their journey home, Yanzu asked his father, "Dad, what exactly are spirits and spirit rings? Why have I never heard you mention them before?" In Yanzu's recollection, His father was quite a chatty person, articulate in his speech. Yet this time he seemed to be struck by a sudden silence, stammering without a response. Noticing his father's demeanor, Yinzu observed the unease etched upon his face. They returned home laden with goods, but his father's expression lacked the expected joy, his gaze towards Yinzu imbued with a sense of apprehension and discomfort. I am sorry, Azu. Huh? Yinzu was somewhat bewildered by his father's unexpected statement. Why was he saying this all of a sudden? Yen's father arrived beneath a grand tree. Setting down his burdens and taking a moment to rest, it seemed he was preparing to impart some words of wisdom to Yen. To be honest, I never anticipated that the spirit hall would venture this far, nor did I consider that you, my dear Yen, might have the opportunity to awaken your martial soul. With a countenance filled with remorse, Yen's father confessed, I am but an ordinary man, devoid of remarkable talents, and my martial soul is rather unremarkable. Your mother and I. Well, one might say we fled from the town, seeking refuge in this remote village, striving to establish a simple life. In truth, for us, a world without martial souls and spirit masters would be far preferable. Upon hearing his father's words, Yinzu began to grasp their meaning. In essence, his parents, lacking such talents, had fled the complexities of urban life to seek a stable existence in this quaint locale. The absence of any mention of such terms as martial soul and soul master likely stemmed from the unpleasant memories they associated with them. Simultaneously, Yinzu felt that his own lack of talent would not produce any extraordinary martial soul prodigy. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Yinzu's father gazed into the distance at the spirit hall's entourage, his expression shifting to one of relief as he remarked, This way, your talents will not go to waste. Azu, you are so exceptional. You must surely awaken a remarkable martial soul, one that will undoubtedly surpass my own achievements. Therefore, Azu, after we set our belongings down, I urge you to seek that esteemed individual to assist you in awakening your martial soul. Awaken a martial soul? Yinzu gazed upon the team from the spirit hall, noting that numerous villagers had already gathered with their children in eager anticipation. Regardless of the circumstances, this presented a remarkable opportunity. Although his father had not achieved great success in the realm of spirit masters, he nonetheless held a deep admiration for this path and seemed to harbor immense trust in the spirit hall. Thus, if Yinzu were to express his desire to accompany the spirit hall as team for training, his parents would undoubtedly grant their approval, marking a splendid beginning. Upon returning home, Yinzu's mother beamed at the sight of the abundant supplies the father and son had brought back, and she promptly poured them a bowl of water. Yinzu's father waved his hand and said, No time to waste. I must quickly take Yinzu to awaken his martial soul. This opportunity cannot be missed. With that, he pulled Yinzu outside, leaving Yinzu's mother alone in the room, holding 2 bowls of water, murmuring, awakening the martial soul. Yes, quickly. Yinzu, get in line. Yinzu's father pushed him forward. This day was anything but ordinary for the village, as nearly 99% of the villagers had gathered here. Fortunately, the village was small, and the line was not too long. There were only about 20 eligible children, all obediently queuing and listening to the guidance of the missionaries. Due to his impressive height, Yinzu could clearly see what was happening at the front of the line and heard the villagers occasionally emit murmurs of discontent. A sense of anticipation began to build within him. Martial soul, scythe, innate soul power of 2 levels. Upon hearing the tester's report, the recording missionary sighed and shook his head, but then smiled helplessly. Well, although it lacks potential, at least it is usable, far better than the previous few who manifested mere dogtail grasses or straw. Next, the missionary called out, inwardly contemplating. The reason we are here is to find the child known as Shanji, but after inquiring for a long time, I have yet to hear of any child by that name. Could I have come to the wrong place? That seems unlikely. There are no other villages nearby. As he pondered this, he glanced over the line again. Among the ragged village children, one child stood out at the end of the queue. Perhaps due to his rapid development, the missionary had been skeptical when assessing his bone age. If there were any noteworthy subjects, it would surely be him, the missionary thought, suddenly shivering, feeling an inexplicable tremor within. What is happening? He swallowed hard. He had merely exchanged glances with the youth, yet he felt an unaccountable fear. Perhaps I am simply fatigued. That must be it. Meanwhile, Yinzu felt a sense of unease. Why does this person keep staring at me? Do they truly have plans for me? He decided to dismiss the thought. There was no escaping fate. Finally, it was Yinzu's turn, though it was daytime. He felt as if he were illuminated by a spotlight in the darkness, with all eyes focused solely on him. For the personnel from the Martial Soul Hall, finding the boy designated by their superiors was their primary objective, while for the villagers, Yinzu was the most promising young talent in the village. Feel my soul power. Do not resist it, the tester instructed, placing a hand on Yinzu's shoulder. Yinzu felt a slight prickling sensation followed by a warm current surging through his body. The missionary covered his mouth with a fist, his index finger resting on his lips, closely observing. When he saw a faint, ethereal glow enveloping Yinzu, his eyes widened in astonishment. The tester also noticed something unusual and turned to look at the missionary, who nodded in agreement, seemingly affirming his inner speculation. Meanwhile, the villagers watching Yinzu began to whisper among themselves, as they had not seen any martial soul manifesting from the boy. Yinzu's father furrowed his brow. feeling a sense of guilt creeping in. It would be such a pity if his exceptionally talented son failed to awaken a decent martial soul. However, the quality of the martial soul was largely connected to genetics. Dear villagers, please hold on. The missionary calmed the crowd and glanced at Yanzu before gathering the personnel for discussion. It seems to resemble a primary martial soul. I believe so too. But I cannot discern which part it belongs to. Perhaps it's of such low quality or innate soul power that its traits are not apparent. But we haven't tested his innate soul power yet. Let us not dwell on this too much, since we have yet to locate the individual we were instructed to find. It would be better to take all the children back and let the higher-ups decide. This way, we can account for our findings. Having made the decision, the missionary approached the villagers and signaled for silence. At that moment, Yanzu returned to his father's side, noticing the latter's bitter expression. Yanzu offered a slight smile. Once the villagers quieted down, the missionary loudly announced their decision. All the children in the village would be allowed to accompany the group to the Martial Soul City for study and training, with all expenses covered by the Martial Soul Hall, and they would later be assigned positions based on their individual development. Upon hearing this, the village erupted into excitement. What does this mean? Not only would their children have the opportunity to receive an education, but they could also advance as soul masters and remain working in the Martial Soul Hall, with all costs borne by the hall. Yanzu raised an eyebrow, pondering. Is such good fortune truly possible? Could this be a ruse to deceive simple folk and abduct children? However, upon further reflection, he deemed this unnecessary. Given the accompanying soldiers from the Martial Soul Hall, along with several highly esteemed soul masters, they could easily elevate the village's status without resorting to trickery. Is this for all the children? Yanzu's father asked, concerned that his son might be excluded since he had not witnessed Yanzu awaken any martial soul. The missionary smiled and replied, indeed, all children are eligible. If anyone is apprehensive, they are welcome to accompany their children to Martial Soul City. There, the angel god will protect you. In this manner, the mission was deemed successful. They would leave 2 individuals behind to continue observing, as even if the children taken back did not include the one they were seeking, they would not be held accountable. The missionary thought this through while urging the villagers to return home and prepare, as the group would set off for Martial Soul City the following day. Upon returning home, Yanzu and his father were greeted by a sumptuous dinner and a warm candlelit atmosphere. At the dining table, Yanzu's father recounted everything that had transpired during the day to Yanzu's mother and joyfully announced his unwavering support for Yanzu to join the missionary group to Martial Soul City for study and training. Everything unfolded surprisingly smoothly. When Yanzu's gaze shifted from his father's joyful face to his mother's, he was met with her look of astonishment. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him, tightening his chest. He saw the hesitation and helplessness in his mother's eyes, as well as the tears gradually welling up. Ahem. Yanzu's father cleared his throat and raised his glass. No matter what, let us toast to this momentous occasion. After dinner, Yanzu anticipated that his parents would inundate him with advice, but to his surprise, his father merely instructed him to rest early, explaining that they would be departing with the adults from the Martial Soul Hall the next day, and that he needed to be well rested to make a good impression. Yanzu obediently returned to his room and closed the door, leaning against it. For a while after he shut the door, the living room was enveloped in silence, which was ultimately shattered by the soft sobs of his mother. I do not wish for him to go to the Spirit Soul City, nor do I desire for him to become a soul master. Azu, I understand, Yanzu's father replied in a calm tone. And then Yanzu heard the sound of fabric rustling as they embraced each other. Yanzu's father gently comforted his tearful mother, saying softly, I understand. Do you think I care about that spirit hall? Do I truly care whether Yanzu becomes a soul master? My dear, I do not. What matters to me is our togetherness. However, I do not wish for our selfishness to overshadow Azu. I know you understand this truth as well. I understand. But I cannot help but feel sorrowful. I cannot restrain my tears. What can I do? He is my son, but he is also a man, Yanzu's father replied. What about him? If he must utter selfish words, will he genuinely enjoy such a life? Hearing her husband's rhetorical question, Yanzu's father could only smile helplessly and say, My dear, we must learn to accept reality. Azu has grown up. You must have noticed how often he seems distracted and listless lately. It is time. So, let us cease attempting to persuade ourselves with falsehoods. For Azu's sake, let us make some sacrifices, shall we? All right, I understand. Yanzu's mother wiped her tears and then smiled. This sacrifice is worth it, isn't it? Indeed, Yanzu softly affirmed as he lay on his bed, responding to his mother's inquiry. Chapter 5. A dim future that night. Yanzu remained awake, feeling a subtle sadness at the thought of parting from his parents, while also eavesdropping on the movements of the group from the spirit hall. During the day, he had overheard the missionaries' hushed conversations, confirming that they were indeed searching for him. Their words bore no malice. However, at night, their discussion shifted away from him, focusing instead on their travel plans, suggesting that the spirit city was a distant place. The following morning, Yanzu's father banged loudly on his bedroom door. Get up, you little rascal. Hurry up, from today onward, you are no longer a child. Yanzu lay on the bed with his eyes wide open, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he sprang up like a carp leaping from the water and opened the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yanzu's father entered the room, cradling a large bundle in his arms. He sat down beside the bed and began to unpack it, saying, "Here, take a look. Fresh clothes, dried meat, provisions, and some pocket money. Use it sparingly. Well, it's not much anyway. Oh, and at the very bottom, there's a little dress. You might find it useful for your date." Yanzu gazed at his father, who bowed his head in explanation. This man was both meticulous and careless, confident yet awkward. "The expenses on the journey will be fully covered by the spirit hall, so father, you should save the money to buy new clothes for mother," Yanzu remarked as he settled onto the edge of the bed. The man fell into a momentary silence before lifting his gaze to meet his sons, speaking earnestly. "Azu, what others possess belongs to them. I shall not preach grand philosophies, but if one day they cease to provide, will you then be reduced to begging at their feet? True wealth lies in what one possesses for oneself." Yanzu gently patted his father's shoulder and said, "Oh, do not worry, Dad. With my strength, even if I were cast into the wilderness, I would manage just fine. If all else fails, I could always strive to find a wealthy woman to support me. That would not pose a significant problem." Observing Yanzu's nonchalant demeanor, the man felt a wave of relief and replied, "Well then, let us agree on this. You must take good care of yourself and not cause your mother any distress. She is my beloved, and if you dare to make her sad, I shall have no choice but to deal with you harshly." "Wow, isn't that a bit excessive?" Yanzu retorted, "But I promise you, this is a man's vow." The two exchanged a fist bump, their laughter warming the heart of the woman busy in the kitchen. "Oh, by the way, there is another important matter," the man said with a serious expression. Upon witnessing his father's demeanor, Yanzu immediately assumed a respectful posture, attentively listening. "Azu, in the pursuit of a better world, it is imperative that you disseminate our exceptional genes far and wide. The more, the better." Yanzu took a deep breath, leaning slightly backward as he gazed into his father's affirming eyes. He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence and passion swelling within his chest. Truly, he was proud of his esteemed father. What an extraordinary undertaking it was. Yanzu stood up and saluted, his gaze resolute as he declared, "I vow to fulfill my mission." After enjoying breakfast, the moment of parting arrived. Yanzu, shouldering the pack meticulously prepared by his father, stood at the door and, as usual, addressed his parents, saying, "Father, Mother, I am setting out." Yanzu's father responded with a radiant smile, while his typically taciturn mother hurried over, enveloping her son in a tight embrace, her words unspoken as tears streamed down her cheeks. The warmth and softness of a mother's embrace made Yanzu's throat feel both salty and gritty. He recalled the words he had overheard that morning, when his mother had told his father, "You go and pack his things. I'm afraid I might burst into tears, which would only distress Azu." Yet now, she was indeed crying, overwhelmed and disoriented, longing to articulate her thoughts to her son, but finding herself unable to do so. In the end, she managed to utter only, "If anything happens, just run back home." Yanzu nodded and awkwardly pecked his mother on the forehead, saying, "Mom, I promise I will take good care of myself, and I will come to visit you often. I assure you, your son is quite capable." I know, the woman replied, yet she still held on to Yanzu tightly. Eventually, a missionary approached, reminding Yanzu that the convoy was about to depart. To avoid any impropriety in front of outsiders, Yanzu's father helped stabilize his wife's emotions. They embraced each other and waved goodbye to their son. Once seated in the carriage, Yanzu continued to lean out the window, waving farewell to his parents until the bumpy rural road obscured his view, compelling him to retract inside. The convoy was indeed quite grand. Apart from the children, many adults aspiring to relocate to Spirit City also joined the procession. Each cart was accompanied by a missionary, who not only alleviated the concerns of others but also bore the responsibility of disseminating the teachings of the light, thus preparing the children and villagers for a smooth transition into Spirit City. The itinerary was meticulously arranged, with the carts traveling almost nonstop, day and night. The missionaries' lessons were stringent, with assessments conducted on the same day as instruction, and they exhibited remarkable patience, ensuring that even the slower learners grasped the material before moving on. On this day, after the lessons concluded, the missionary closed the book and allowed the children to disembark for some fresh air. Prior to this, Yanzu observed a soldier galloping ahead, having received orders to detach from the group. According to the missionaries, they were to rest and resupply in Notting City, hence sending someone ahead to communicate with the local spirit hall. Are we finally entering the city? Yanzu sighed with relief, feeling stifled after days of travel, which differed somewhat from his initial expectations. Don't wander too far, the missionary smiled at the children scattering across the grass, then turned to see Yanzu stretching his arms wide to take a deep breath. Yanzu, come here for a moment. Hearing the call, Yanzu turned to find the missionary beckoning him. Teacher, is there something you need? Yanzu approached the missionary and inquired. I haven't had the chance to assess your innate soul power. Now that I have some time, follow me, the missionary replied, leading Yanzu to the carriage where several other missionaries awaited, seemingly eager to witness this moment. I am curious as well, Yanzu thought to himself as he climbed aboard. As before, he placed his hand on the crystal ball designated for testing soul power. The missionary's gazes converged on the crystal. The level of innate soul power directly determined a soul master's potential. Earlier, having noted that Yanzu's martial soul characteristics were not pronounced, they generally presumed his martial soul quality to be inferior. Now, it was time to see what his innate soul power revealed. They all fixated on the crystal ball. And after a considerable wait, it showed no reaction. After another pause, one missionary remarked, "Did you acquire a defective item?" "No," another missionary replied. As he took the crystal ball and felt his soul power drawn into it, the crystal immediately illuminated with a faint glow and changed color. "It is level 0. The missionary said, placing the crystal down and gently patting Yinzu's head in a comforting manner. "Now, go outside and relax, child. Forget about this matter. Under the protection of the angel god, you still possess a bright future ahead." Yinzu nodded and departed from the carriage. The calmness exhibited by Yinzu left the missionaries aboard somewhat astonished. After all, for a child, receiving a definitive rebuke from an authority figure can be quite a blow. Yet, this young boy's tranquility seemed almost excessive. Thus, it was not merely that the characteristics of his innate martial spirit were indistinct, but perhaps he might not possess a martial spirit at all? One missionary articulated this perspective, and the others merely acquiesced in silence, their attention towards this youth waning. At this juncture, Yinzu had become merely a component of their mission. Yinzu paid little heed to the matter at hand, for he was still grappling with the mastery of his own abilities. Thus, he dismissed the chaotic concerns of the soul masters, believing that fate would unfold as it should. And if it was not meant to be, then no amount of force could alter it. When the soldiers he had dispatched returned on horseback, the group resumed their journey. And soon Yinzu beheld the resting place of Nodding City. Su Yuntao, the steward of the Spirit Hall's Nodding branch, had been awaiting their arrival. With such a large contingent entering the city, it would require considerable effort without prior arrangements. So Su Yutao had already coordinated with the city guards and stood ready to receive them. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yutao led the group to their lodgings. Along the way, he noted that many of the accompanying individuals were farmers, their spouses, and rural children, which stirred his curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What is the purpose of this journey? Why bring along so many elderly and weak?" A missionary replied, "We were instructed to seek out a certain prodigy, but alas, we were unsuccessful and must return with everyone in tow, awaiting further orders." "Oh?" Su Yuntao's interest was piqued. If the main hall is so concerned, it must be a rare talent indeed. Have these children awakened their martial spirits? The missionary nodded and presented a recorded ledger for Su Yuntao to peruse. Upon inspection, Su Yuntao fell silent. The contents revealed nothing extraordinary, merely commonplace martial spirits, devoid of any innate soul power worthy of pursuit. It appeared that his colleagues had indeed come up empty-handed. The main hall's concern could not stem from such mediocrity. Returning with these individuals would likely lead to disappointing results. Closing the ledger, Su Yuntao remarked, "This time in Nodding City, aside from resting and resupplying, we will need assistance from the branch to help in the search. If we can find the talent, it would indeed be a significant achievement." Su Yuntao nodded in agreement. "No need for instructions. I shall arrange it immediately upon my return and offer my utmost support." Yinzu, who had been attentively listening to the dialogue, felt a swell of pride. It seemed he had genuinely captured the attention of someone significant, who appeared to hold a considerable position within the Spirit Hall. As he gazed upon the grandeur of the Spirit Hall's branch, his admiration deepened. From the teachings of the light doctrine he had absorbed, the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly a righteous organization. To be part of such an esteemed platform, even without innate talent in this world, would not lead to an unfavorable fate. As Yinzu continued to listen to the conversation between Su Yuntao and the others, he noticed an increasing throng of people lining the streets, and suddenly, their voices ceased, prompting the group to halt as well. The wide street was now occupied by two converging carriages, one belonging to the Spirit Hall and the other, a source of intrigue for onlookers. At the forefront of the latter procession were two knights clad in golden and silver armor, followed closely by two white steeds bearing youthful figures, both golden-haired and elegantly attired. One of the youths wore a golden crown, suggesting a status slightly elevated above that of his companion. Behind them trailed several carriages and accompanying knights. Are they to kneel? Yinzu mused, recognizing the approaching procession as that of royal nobility. However, he was more curious about the role of the Spirit Hall in this world. He observed that the royal entourage showed no inclination to yield the right of way, even with the street sufficiently wide. It was clear that those who could march forward with heads held high-wielded greater power and prestige. Su Yuntao glanced at the missionaries beside him, who remained indifferent, prompting him to sigh inwardly. They were all from the Spirit City, fixated only on the angelic god and the Pope, dismissing the authority of foreign powers as inconsequential. It seemed he would have to take the initiative in this matter. With that thought, Su Yuntao stepped forward and bowed to the two youths. "I am Su Yuntao, the steward of the Spirit Hall's Nodding branch. I greet your highness the Crown Prince and Prince Avalanche." "Crown Prince, Prince." Yinzu re-evaluated Nodding City, reflecting, "It is not that the city is particularly shabby, but how is it that one can encounter a crown prince and a prince in such a place?" Prince Avalanche did not deign to look at Su Yuntao, instead busily inspecting his nails, while Crown Prince Xueqinghe appeared accustomed to his brother's lack of decorum, offering only a slight nod before turning his attention to the procession behind him. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man descended from the carriage as the curtains were drawn, a scowl etched upon his face. Upon seeing this, Su Yuntao quickly bowed. "I greet His Royal Highness Prince Shuexing." Prince Shuexing pointed an accusing finger at the Spirit Hall soldiers. "His Majesty has permitted you to educate the populace within my Tindo territory, but he has not sanctioned any disrespect towards the royal family." "A church? Humph. Look at you. Armed to the teeth. Do you intend to rebel?" At the sound of Prince Shuexing's rebuke, Su Yuntao could only lament silently. Though his group enjoyed some degree of immunity, they were still guests in Tindo, under the sovereignty of the prince, who had historically been at odds with the Spirit Hall. Truly, this was unfortunate. Noticing Su Yuntao's pleading gaze, the missionaries chose not to escalate the situation, swiftly commanding their men to clear the path. Yet, they shared a collective scoff, firmly believing that one day, the flames of the angelic god would consume the palaces of the royal family, and her blade would sever the privileges of the nobility. For now, it was best to recognize the times. Oh, they're yielding? Yin Zhu found the scene amusing. The branch had established itself in the city, yet the relationship between the two parties seemed strained. Although the Spirit Hall was currently giving way, the royal family appeared foolish. Or perhaps it was a testament to the overwhelming strength of the Spirit Hall. Prince Shuexing seemed to be in a better mood and inquired further. "What is the purpose of your entourage? Who are the individuals in the carriages?" Su Yunhao responded respectfully, "I must inform you, Your Highness, that this is an internal matter of the church and cannot be disclosed." "Is that so?" Su Yuntao's refusal only incited further ire in Prince Shuexing. With a wave of his hand, knights surged forward from the rear of the procession. Prince Shuexing offered Su Yuntao no second chance, issuing a direct command, "Search them." Su Yuntao frowned slightly, signaling his people not to resist and allowing events to unfold. The contingent advanced, using their long spears to part the carriage curtains, revealing a number of bewildered children huddled with their parents. The sight left everyone taken aback, perplexed by the Spirit Hall's intentions. Initially seeking to provoke the Spirit Hall, Prince Shuexing found only ordinary impoverished citizens within the carriage and scratched his brow in confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" Su Yunhao explained. "These are the faithful of our church, here to pilgrimage." Hearing this, Prince Shuexing's mind raced with implications, and he scoffed. "I have heard of many citizens fleeing the country. I was puzzled, for there has been no war here. Later, I discovered that the population had been flowing towards Spirit City. This situation is rather troublesome." Su Yuntao remained silent, understanding the underlying message. For Spirit City, the population represented potential followers, while for the Empire, they were labor resources. If Prince Shuexing were to accuse Spirit City of plundering Tindo's populace, it would be a challenging predicament to navigate. Sensing the tension in the air, Crown Prince Shuexing sighed softly. As the Crown Prince of the Tindo Empire, he was required to periodically oversee different regions of the empire, not only to monitor the nobility, but also to win the hearts of the people. Originally thought to be merely a routine affair, it unexpectedly escalated into a significant issue as the conflict between the Heavenly and the Spirit Hall began to manifest gradually. "Your Highness need not be so furious. The Spirit Hall's missionary activities were sanctioned by His Majesty, and the populace's pilgrimage is not a calamity," Shuexing calmly advised, aiming to avoid any confrontation at this stage. Hearing Shuexing's conciliatory tone, Prince Shuexing let out a derisive laugh and pointed at the children and villagers in the carriage, asking, "So, will these individuals henceforth belong to the Spirit Hall or to our Heavenly?" Su Yutao hurriedly smiled and replied, "Naturally, they are citizens of the Empire." Shuexing nodded and declared, "In that case, I shall take these individuals." Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao immediately sensed unease among his colleagues behind him. Although the people in the carriage appeared ordinary, they represented the completion of their superiors' orders. This Prince Shuexing was evidently intent on demonstrating his authority over the Spirit Hall in front of everyone. Realizing this, the missionaries gritted their teeth, exhaling deeply to regain their composure. Observing their resolve, Su Yuntao refrained from further persuasion and promptly stated to Prince Shuexing, "Everything is at your Highness's discretion." "Ah?" Yin Zhu, witnessing this scene, thought to himself, "Wasn't it agreed that we would go to Spirit City? With their submission, won't our course also be altered? What use is this Prince Shuexing to us? It seems we are to be discarded like refuse after he has dealt with the Spirit Hall. Why does the future suddenly appear so bleak?" Noticing the Spirit Hall's reluctance to oppose him, a faint smile crept onto Prince Shuexing's lips. However, he swiftly recalled the rising figure of the Spirit Hall's Bishop Salas in the Imperial Court, and his smile instantly vanished, thinking, "Just watch. As long as I am alive, this empire shall not falter." Chapter 6. The Crown Prince's attendant. "My prince, how shall we handle these individuals?" A knight inquired after the Spirit Hall's forces had reluctantly retreated. Prince Shuexing, having vented his frustrations, expressed no interest in the rural folk and simply stated, "Discard them where needed. No need for further consultation." "Understood." The knight turned to make arrangements but was halted by Prince Shuexing's voice. "Wait, before that, ensure a thorough interrogation. We cannot risk harboring spies or traitors." Observing the frightened elders and children huddled together in the carriage, the knight thought, "What is there to interrogate?" A squad of cavalrymen ushered the passengers out of the carriage and took them to a nearby outpost. where they conducted a brief interrogation before assigning them to local labor services, effectively turning the able-bodied into official construction workers, while the children were sent to the royal villa of Notting City to serve as servants. What about this one? When it was Yinzu's turn, a soldier tasked with registration asked. A knight approached, scrutinizing Yinzu before glancing at the roster, his eyes widening as he pointed at Yinzu, confirming. How old is this brat? The soldier waved his hand dismissively, saying, he claims to be of that age, and we have no experts in bone reading here. Upon hearing this, the knight turned to Yinzu and questioned, do you find this amusing, boy? Brother, I'm really that age, Yinzu replied helplessly. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. Seeing Yinzu's insistence, the knight inquired of the already categorized villagers, is he telling the truth? After receiving confirmation, the knight pondered for a moment before asking Yinzu, have you ever measured your innate soul power? Level 0, Yinzu replied candidly. What? The knight was taken aback, for despite his unremarkable appearance, the youth before him did not seem like an ordinary individual. If his innate soul power were deemed acceptable, he could be considered for inclusion in their ranks. The army did not require exceptional martial spirits or extraordinary talents, only soul power sufficient to support the formation was necessary. Yet, a level 0 innate soul power was utterly hopeless. He seems reasonably decent. Send him to the royal villa, the knight ordered before departing. Come, follow them. A soldier nudged Yinzu. What the hell? Yinzu watched as the children were forcibly separated from their parents, recalling his own parting from his family. He thought, we left with joy, only to face separation along the way. Stop crying. You're being too loud. On the way to the royal villa, a soldier angrily struck one of the children. You dare glare at me? The soldier turned to see Yinzu looking at him sideways, and immediately drew his whip, preparing to teach these peasants a lesson. Come. Yinzu, initially hoping to defuse the situation, found it intolerable under the oppressive atmosphere of the imperial regime. The soldier's behavior was excessively domineering. Seeing that Yinzu not only showed no fear but also dared to retort, the soldier raised his whip to strike. Stop. A commanding voice halted the soldier, and everyone turned to see the approaching figure, who immediately knelt in respect. Is it him? Yinzu recognized the voice. It was none other than the crown prince of the heavenly empire, Shueqinghe, whom he had seen earlier on the main road. This is the royal villa of Notting City, where princes, princesses, and nobles reside. After a day of inspections, Shueqinghe was returning to rest when he encountered the soldier about to whip the common folk, prompting him to intervene. Shueqinghe rode forward, and from the carriage behind him, a golden-haired girl peered out curiously. What has happened? Shueqinghe's tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Your Highness, these are the servants being sent to the royal villa. The soldier downplayed the situation, avoiding the more serious details. Oh. Shueqinghe glanced at the children behind him and remarked, these seem to be from the group belonging to the spirit hall earlier today. Indeed, the soldier confirmed. Shueqinghe continued, I recall there were some adults. Why are only these children remaining? Your Highness, we have assigned the adults to labor services. The soldier thought he had successfully diverted Shueqinghe's attention from his earlier actions, feeling relieved. Shueqinghe observed the tear-streaked faces of the children and sighed deeply. With a single hand, he raised 2 fingers and flicked them upward. Huh? Just before Shueqinghe completed this motion, Yinzu felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a prickling sensation on his forehead, his body's instinctive response to impending danger. He then witnessed a surge of energy extend from Shueqinghe's fingertips, swiftly striking the soldier on the jaw like a flexible whip. The soldier let out a pained scream, flying backward. Despite the agony causing him to wail, he quickly got up and knelt before Shueqinghe, cradling his jaw with both hands as he repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. That was quite a lesson, Yinzu thought, glancing at the soldier's jaw, which appeared to show no severe injury. Is this what soul power is? He looked at Shueqinghe, who stood coldly with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the soldier. A small lesson, let it not happen again. The soldier stifled his pain and ceased his cries, glancing at Yinzu and the others behind him. Shueqinghe, noticing this, stated, I will handle this, you may leave. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers swiftly organized their formation and exited in an orderly manner, leaving behind a cluster of children huddled together, gazing at Shueqinghe. Shueqinghe beckoned with a gesture to a nearby attendant, who approached to heed his instructions. Place them within the city and ensure they are well cared for. I shall make further arrangements shortly, he declared. Turning to Yinzu, he continued, now follow me. Yinzu glanced at the children being taken away by Shueqinghe's attendants, feeling a twinge of unease. Although the differences in their intellect had led him to rarely play with them while in the village, they were still his fellow villagers. As the eldest among them, he felt a sense of responsibility to protect these children from his hometown. Seemingly sensing Yinzu's concern, Shueqinghe chuckled softly, assuring him, do not worry. They will be well taken care of, I promise you. Perhaps due to Shueqinghe's earlier reprimand of the soldiers, Yinzu did not harbor a negative impression of him and decided to follow in his wake. Brother, wait for me. A youthful maiden leapt down from the carriage at the back and hurriedly approached, linking her arm with Shueqinghe's. With a gentle touch, Shueqinghe affectionately patted her head, saying, You should return to your room to rest for now. I have some matters to attend to. Shueka pouted in reluctance. I'm not tired. It's rare to be away from the palace without anyone watching over me. Brother, just play with me for a while. Do not be troublesome. I truly have official business today. And do not wander off alone. This place is not like the imperial capital, Xue Qinghe replied dismissively. What if I want to play? I can't just go looking for Xuebong, can I? Shueka retorted, freeing her arm from his grasp. With a resigned smile, Xue Qinghe said, that is unnecessary. How about this? I will make time to accompany you tomorrow afternoon. Just allow me a little peace for now. Upon hearing this, Shueku felt victorious and shook his brother's arm playfully, exclaiming, I knew you were the best, brother. I shall go rest now. I'm exhausted from sitting in the carriage all day. After dismissing Shueku, Xue Qinghe turned back to find Yanzu fixated on the figure of Shueku as she departed, a hint of disdain rising within him. He cleared his throat and remarked, do you know what punishment awaits those who desecrate the dignity of the royal family? Caught in the act by Xue Qinghe, Yanzu awkwardly chuckled and replied, is admiring beauty considered a crime? Xue Qinghe had no intention of elaborating further. Shueku was the princess of the Tindo Empire, raised in luxury since childhood. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her demeanor and grace were also extraordinary. It was entirely natural for a young villager to be captivated by her charm. Yanzu followed Xue Qinghe into his residence and took a seat, observing his surroundings. Although it was the abode of a prince, the decor was remarkably simple, with only a faint, alluring fragrance in the air that brought a sense of tranquility. Subsequently, I will pose questions to you, and you shall respond accordingly. If there are any uncertainties, I shall grant you time to ponder. Xue Qinghe, pouring himself a cup of tea, inquired, what is the relationship between your group and the spirit hall? Yanzu gazed at the tea in Xue Qinghe's cup, then poured himself a glass, taking a sip. Noticing the peculiar expression on Xue Qinghe's face, he chuckled, apologies, I'm a bit parched. You mentioned relationships? Well, nothing has transpired yet. Xue Qinghe twirled the teacup thoughtfully and replied, then why have they brought you here? Do not claim it is for pilgrimage. I know it is not that simple. Why do you say that? Yanzu inquired, intrigued by Xue Qinghe's assertion. Xue Qinghe responded nonchalantly, I have stated my intention. Answer my questions first, and I shall grant you time later. In truth, they are merely here to cultivate us. That is all, Yanzu declared candidly. Feeling no need for subterfuge. To cultivate? Just you? Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow. The spirit hall's quest for extraordinary talents was well known. Yet had he been blind to the previous individuals? Your words are somewhat hurtful, Yanzu retorted defiantly. You may disregard them, but at the very least, I am quite the handsome one, am I not? Oh, who says so? Xue Qinghe observed, realizing that this youth possessed golden hair, blue eyes, and striking features. Akin to gold ensconced in filth, with a bit of grooming, he could indeed be presentable. My parents say so, Yanzu bantered back. Such is the plight of parents everywhere, Xue Qinghe quipped sarcastically, then continued, the spirit hall missionaries escorting you wear the attire of the main hall, which indicates that your purpose is not merely a pilgrimage to the branch in Notting City, but rather a journey to the central spirit hall. The spirit city welcomes all devotees of the angelic deity. Yet for the main hall to send agents traversing nearly the entire continent to escort you suggests you possess quite the stature. Life is unpredictable. I have not told a lie, Yanzu reclined back, adopting a posture of submission. Xue Qinghe added, though I am not fond of my royal uncle's methods. Should you truly be spies from the Heavendo Empire, it could spell trouble. Yanzu hastily remarked, no, how could an honest person like us possibly be a spy? Moreover, I have already shared everything I know with you. How can I possibly persuade you? You need not persuade me. I possess my own judgment, Xue Qinghe replied. I have dispatched individuals to investigate the Soul Palace. Once the testimonies from both sides are compared, the truth will eventually emerge. Until then, you ought to remain in a state of compliance. Stay where? Here? Yanzu inquired. Your Highness, do you not think it somewhat excessive to transform a free citizen into a slave without cause? A free citizen? Xue Qinghe muttered coldly. Do you believe that being born within the empire grants one the privilege to discuss the notion of freedom? It is no wonder that some choose to seek refuge in the Soul City, Yanzu retorted without hesitation. What surprised Yanzu was that Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the empire, did not react with anger. Instead, he sighed, this is likely the very foundation of the Soul Palace's rapid ascendance. If the Soul Palace can maintain its current state while the two great empires remain stagnant, a monumental change will soon unfold. Yanzu discovered that Xue Qinghe spoke as if he were orchestrating a grand strategy. However, one must remember that he is the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, not the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What pride does he possess? Is he truly aware of his position? Xue Qinghe paid no heed to Yanzu's puzzled gaze. Snapping his fingers, a servant entered the room, and Xue Qinghe instructed, take him downstairs to cleanse himself and change into fresh attire. Let him serve me for the time being. You will be my attendant for a few days. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall grant you your freedom. Until then, do not attempt any tricks. Remember for whom you are working. With that, Xue Qinghe waved his sleeve and exited the room, leaving Yanzu and the servant staring at each other in silence. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City, Several missionaries from the headquarters were reporting to a middle-aged man. This man, robust in stature and rather unattractive, bore skin as rough as stone, adorned with various unidentifiable protrusions. After hearing their accounts, he scratched his ear and remarked, "So, you are here on the orders of His Holiness to seek out talent? And yet, you have returned empty-handed." Encountering Prince Xuexing instead, the missionaries, filled with shame, replied, "Indeed, we hope the elder will be lenient with us." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. Enough. Such matters you may report back yourselves. His Holiness will not hold this against you, and I have no time to plead on your behalf at the headquarters." One of the missionaries interjected, "Is the elder not here to assess our situation? If there is anything we can assist with, please do let us know, so we may redeem ourselves. Stop your prattling. I have my own tasks, and you must not leak any information regarding my presence. Do you understand?" After delivering these instructions, the middle-aged man departed, leaving the missionaries to sigh in dismay. "Have you gathered all the information, Uncle Ci?" In the garden, Xuexing had toyed with a chess piece while inquiring from a concealed middle-aged man. The man, hidden in the shadows, communicated softly, answering Xuexing his question. "Oh, so they are indeed here from the headquarters in search of someone?" Xuexing has set down the chess piece, observing Yinzu at the entrance of his quarters. Now freshly bathed and clad in a servant's outfit. What kind of individual could capture that woman's interest so deeply? "If the opportunity arises, Uncle Ci, please keep an eye on it." "Understood, my lord. There is one more matter. The individuals sent to the labor department, as well as those placed in my villa. Arrange for their return to the headquarters at your convenience." "And him?" Xuexing had glanced at Yinzu, who was also stealing glances at him. "Let him remain here. He possesses some peculiar traits that I wish to comprehend." Chapter 7. It turns out to be him. It was the second day since my arrival at the royal villa in Notting City. Xuexing had commanded me to stay put and avoid causing any trouble. In truth, this was unnecessary. The accommodations here were splendid, and I occasionally encountered noble maidens, such as the previous Princess Xueku, which was quite delightful. I relished the comfort, pondering that perhaps a wealthy lady might take a liking to me. Once Xuexing granted me my freedom, I could embark on my journey to Spirit City. After all, I could fly, and no distance would pose a challenge. I contemplated fleeing directly. However, I did not wish to provoke Xuexing. He was the crown prince, and tracing my origins would be remarkably simple. I feared for my parents' well-being and did not want to burden them with worry. The thought of causing them distress shortly after my departure was unbearable. Moreover, I sought to extract information regarding this world from Xuexing. I was certain I had heard of spirit masters in my previous life, yet perhaps due to my reincarnation, those memories had grown hazy. Compared to other nobles, Xuexing was rather approachable, and I sensed potential value in fostering a relationship with him. As a prince, he was destined to ascend to the throne, and if I could cultivate a camaraderie with him, my future would be exceedingly bright. However, Xuexing was currently absent from the royal villa, having kept his promise to accompany Princess Xueku on various excursions. It appeared that he was quite fond of her. While Yinzu leisurely spent his days in Notting City, far away in Spirit City, Guei received a letter that caused him to frown repeatedly. "What troubles you, old ghost?" Douluo Yuguan inquired, sensing Guei's displeasure. "It is nothing." Guei waved his hand dismissively. "Such trivial matters cannot be handled properly. They're utterly lacking in promise." Yuguan took the letter from Guei and shook his head. "Encountering Prince Xuexing is indeed unfortunate. I, too, have stumbled at his hands in the past." With a thought, Guei conjured a pool of dark mist beneath him. "Enough of this. I shall personally investigate." According to the letter, they have not sought the right individual. Watching Guei vanish into the black fog, Yuguan shook his head. Having previously retrieved the siblings Xiegu and Hulaina, now he was off chasing after a mere country boy, all in a desperate attempt to please His Holiness. As evening descended, Yinzu reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard, observing the servants bustling about the villa. Those not summoned by their masters were under the supervision of the villa's steward, while Yinzu was at Xuexing's beck and call, thus exempt from the labor. Just as he was about to reflect on the fate of these servants, a familiar aura captured his attention. No, two auras. Yinzu rose from his chair to gaze toward the horizon. Entering through the main gate with Xuexing, Yinzu had heard Xueke's laughter long before. And in the distant sky, he spotted a dark figure hovering. Indeed, it was the ominous entity he had encountered that night. At this moment, Guei hovered above the royal villa, awaiting the summons of the young master. "Young master, the old ghost has arrived," a voice whispered in Xuexing's ear. "Elder Guei, what brings him here?" Xuexing inquired, though a sense of inexplicable anticipation stirred within him. Perhaps it was regarding the earlier matter. Xi Shui understood what the young master was hoping for. Over the years, aside from himself and Long, who accompanied him in his growth, all that remained was the insincere court intrigue. Despite her outward demeanor, she surely longed for even a shred of affirmation and care from that woman. Perhaps this was why he doted on Xueku so. "Once I return to my room, have him come to see me," Xuexing instructed. Parting ways with Xueku and encountering Yinzu, who was gazing skyward, Xuexing frowned slightly, raising his eyes to the heavens. Could it be that he was aware of Guei's arrival? Clearing his throat, Xuexing greeted Good afternoon. Yinzu responded, that blanket is for my personal use. Shuqinghe shot a glance at the crumpled blanket on the chair behind Yinzu and retorted, dispose of that blanket and return with a new one. Surely not. Yinzu protested, I can wash it for you. However, noticing Shuqinghe's expression of indifference, he felt a chill run down his spine and promptly fell silent. Extending his hand toward Shuqinghe. What do you mean? Shuqinghe questioned. Money? One must have money to purchase items, especially those intended for your use. How much could it possibly cost? Shuqinghe tossed her purse to Yinzu and waved her hand as she walked towards her room. Feeling the weight of the purse in his hand, Yinzu dashed out of the royal villa. Being confined inside had driven him to distraction. And he finally seized the opportunity to venture out, having acquired a sum of money from Shuqinghe. It was undeniable. The prince was indeed generous. Upon reaching the entrance, Yinzu opened the purse and gazed at the gleaming gold coins within. He instinctively leaned closer, his heart racing with an intoxicating scent. Was it the same fragrance that lingered in his own room? What was this aroma? A perfume or an incense? Just as this question bloomed in his mind, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. After all, he was a man. Why should he concern himself with another man's scent? How utterly distasteful. As Yinzu pondered how to lavish his newfound wealth, a sudden prickling sensation pierced his back. Turning around, he noticed the eerie entity that had previously hovered above him now materializing within the royal villa. What could this mean? Yinzu concentrated, observing the interior of the villa. He had initially assumed that the spirit hall had sent someone to retaliate against the imperial prince for past humiliations, but instead, he saw that the specter stood before Shuqinghe, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young master, the specter intoned reverently. Young master? What young master? Yinzu was certain of his keen eyesight and hearing. The specter had earlier identified itself as a member of the spirit hall. Yet it now referred to Shuqinghe as young master. Was he a spy for the spirit hall in the Heaven Do Empire? Or could it be that the prince of the Heaven Do Empire was, in fact, the young master of the spirit hall? Realizing he had stumbled upon something monumental, Yinzu momentarily dismissed his plans to spend money and leaned against the entrance, eavesdropping on their conversation. What brings you here, elder ghost? Shuqinghe inquired coolly. She was not particularly fond of encounters with the specter. Not only was it a confidant of Bibi Dong, but its spirit also clashed with her own, leaving her feeling uneasy. The specter replied, previously, I dispatched someone to search for a youth. As you are aware, I have come personally to pay my respects to you. But I did not anticipate. Did not anticipate what? Shuqinghe pressed. The specter continued. I did not expect the youth I was seeking to be right here in the royal villa. So it is him? Shuqinghe paused, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Is he truly someone worth such trouble? She rested her chin on her bent finger, recalling the roster of names she had perused. I remember him as someone with zero innate soul power, essentially, a waste. Is that so? The specter seemed taken aback. How did he capture your attention initially? Shuqinghe requested the specter recount their earlier encounter with Yinzu, and as she listened, she frowned repeatedly. So, he was concealing his true abilities? Could he be an ancient spirit that has lived for many years? She speculated. I recall that records indicate there are cases where one's appearance does not align with their age due to their martial spirit. The specter responded. Speculating at this point is futile. I wish to bring him back to the headquarters. Shuqinghe scoffed derisively, given your apparent eagerness. It must be to curry favor with the Pope, correct? The specter, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her bluntness, was aware of the awkwardness surrounding the mother-daughter pair and had intentionally refrained from mentioning Bibi Dong. However, he clarified. The Pope is the most astute scholar of martial spirits in the world. She will not overlook any talent, nor can anyone hide from her gaze. Enough, Shuqinghe said, displaying impatience. Do not waste time with idle chatter. I will tell you this. You cannot take him today. I have use for him. The specter was momentarily rendered speechless. What is the issue? Shuqinghe asked. If he is indeed concealing his power as you suggest, he must have reached the level of a soul Douluo. Having such a person by your side could pose a risk. Do you think that Shishue and Shilong are dead? Shuqinghe retorted. Besides, a mere soul Douluo does not intimidate me. Yet I must ask, what purpose do you intend to serve by keeping him? The specter inquired cautiously. So that I might have a response should the Pope question me upon my return. Should she ask, tell her it is simply because I wish to. Shuqinghe concluded, crossing her arms and closing her eyes, signaling for the specter to leave. Seeing her demeanor, the specter felt helpless. With a thought, he sank into the pool of darkness beneath him. Before departing, he decided to have a word with the youth. As he soared into the sky, he spotted Yinzu standing at the entrance of the villa. I told you we would meet again, the specter said, landing gracefully and patting Yinzu on the shoulder. And then? Yinzu turned to face the specter, still feeling a chill despite the daylight. Should I commend you on your fidelity? My people sought you out. Why conceal your identity and use a false name? The specter inquired. Yinzu spread his hands and said, Brother, can you not try to change perspectives? In such circumstances, I would certainly be thinking of ways to rid myself of you. But what about now? The ghostly charm observed Yinzu's calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated his visit all along, and began to sense that Yinzu was concealing his true strength. He thought to himself, this lad, I regard him as a talent, yet he treats me like a mere plaything. I'm not so fearful anymore. Yanzu replied, ultimately, what I find most terrifying is the unknown. Now that I possess a basic understanding of the spirit hall, I am not particularly afraid of you either. The ghostly charm nodded and remarked, it appears those missionaries have imparted some knowledge to you. So what are your thoughts now? Do you wish to join the spirit hall and pledge your allegiance to His Holiness the Pope? I am currently constrained and unable to move freely. Shouldn't my loyalty be directed towards the angel god? Yanzu countered. There is no difference, the ghostly charm replied, as long as you are earnest. You will not remain here indefinitely, I am quite certain of that. Now, for the final question, are you indeed concealing your true strength? Are you, in fact, a Title Douluo who has lived for a considerable time? I do not comprehend what you are saying. To be honest, I have only recently come to understand the concept of spirit masters, Yanzu admitted. The ghostly charm narrowed his eyes and said, you need not feign ignorance any longer. There are only a handful of Title Douluos. Our circle is not vast. Let us speak candidly. There is no need for pretense. Joining the spirit hall to enjoy the protection of the angel god is far superior to fading away quietly as a solitary individual. Enjoy the protection of the angel god? What kind of protection? Yanzu queried, bewildered. Is the spirit hall such an organization? Did you all join for this purpose? This angel god seems rather. The ghostly charm, noticing Yanzu's increasingly dubious expression, asked, what are you talking about? Cough, cough, it's nothing. Just give me some time. I have just left the village and have not seen much of the world. Allow me to explore a bit longer, if you please. Yanzu intended to deflect the ghostly charm for the time being. The ghostly charm sighed, do as you wish. I cannot forcibly take you away. But let me make one thing clear. Do not underestimate your own intelligence. The power of the spirit hall far exceeds your imagination. If you are one of us, I advise you to join the spirit hall. If you are merely someone a bit extraordinary, then believe me, the spirit hall is still your best refuge. With that, the ghostly charm vanished into the dark mist beneath him. Yanzu prodded the ground where the ghostly charm had disappeared and mused. Is this what they call a soul skill? Quite intriguing. Yanzu turned around to gaze at Xue Qinghe, who had opened the door wide after dismissing the ghostly presence. Several servants were entering with steaming water, filling the bathtub to the brim. Why did he not indulge in the hot spring bath available in the courtyard? Recalling Xue Qinghe's previous disdainful glance, Yanzu realized that this individual had a penchant for cleanliness. Once the water was prepared, Xue Qinghe raised his hand to set up a soul power barrier. As Yanzu observed Xue Qinghe disrobe, he contemplated leaving to indulge in some leisure in the city to avoid becoming a voyeur. However, in that fleeting moment of turning away, he caught sight of Xue Qinghe enveloped in a delicate golden glow, causing him to halt in his tracks. Xue Qinghe appeared as though coated in a layer of golden beeswax, which then began to melt away. Beneath the shimmering facade, he beheld hair even more radiant than before, cascading down to her waist. Her shoulders and neck appeared increasingly slender, and upon shedding her garments, her nearly flawless waist-to-hip curve left Yanzu parched with desire. He stood entranced, even uttering, turn around, turn around. A passing servant, witnessing this peculiar sight of a famished wretch talking to himself, scoffed and departed with a hand over his mouth. Regrettably, Xue Qinghe did not comply, and Yanzu watched as he stepped into the bathtub. With a statuesque figure, elongated legs, and golden hair cascading to her waist, along with the perfect silhouette beneath, Yanzu fixated on that most crucial area, repeatedly assuring himself of the absence of any holy sword. That was not the physique of a man, most assuredly not. Alas, he could not discern her face, nor. Yanzu picked up the purse of Xue Qinghe, covering his mouth and nose to inhale deeply the refreshing fragrance. Please forgive me for my previous disrespect. Chapter 9. I believe in you. As he walked along the bustling streets, Yanzu felt a sense of agitation. A disquiet stirred by the recent vision of Xue Qinghe bathing. A thought flickered in his mind. Surely, there must be establishments akin to brothels around here? As this notion surfaced, two voices echoed in his head. One voice shouted, hurry. Find me a woman. Your manhood is suffering. You worthless fool. The second voice retorted. Don't be so indecorous. Even in reincarnation, you indulge in such trivial matters. A lifetime of mediocrity. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. Yanzu resolved that he would not be so reckless for his first time. Although a man's first experience is often deemed worthless. Having already encountered the enchanting little fox and Xue Qinghe, he could not bring himself to seek solace in a brothel. Let us see if Xue Qinghe grants me my freedom, he pondered. If she released him early, he would act as if he had seen nothing and make a beeline for the spirit hall, joining the ranks of the angel god, and strive for greatness to catch up with little fox and reach the pinnacle of life. If she did not release him, well, that would be unfortunate. For the image of her curvaceous form lingered vividly in his mind. She was not only the young master of the spirit hall but also the prince of Tindo. Such proximity to opportunity must be seized. Father, I will not disappoint you, he vowed silently, recalling his father's parting words. After meandering through Nodding City, indulging in food and shopping, Yanzu returned to his courtyard, only to find Xue Qinghe had shut herself away. He had no choice but to retreat to his own room. The next morning, a knock resounded at Yanzu's door, signaling that Xue Qinghe wished to see him. Sit down, I have questions for you. Upon entering, Xue Qinghe stated directly, what is your spirit power level? I am a waste with innate spirit power at level 0. Yanzu recalled her previous assessment of him and replied candidly. You are quite straightforward, Xueqinghe remarked, scrutinizing him. However, I have a question. If you were truly a waste, how did you perceive my attack earlier? What are you referring to? I did not understand, Yanzu replied. Recalling the moment Xueqinghe unleashed her spirit power whip upon a soldier. In the next instant, Xueqinghe replicated the action, but this time aimed at Yanzu. Yanzu sensed her intent and instinctively attempted to evade, but suddenly changed his mind and braced himself to take the hit, collapsing to the ground. Poor acting. Xueqinghe scoffed. Stop pretending. Get up. You see through me. I concede, Yanzu said, springing back to his feet and looking at Xueqinghe. Why did you not dodge? Xueqinghe questioned, noticing that he bore no signs of injury. Because I am not afraid, Yanzu replied. Why are you not afraid? Not afraid is simply not being afraid, Yanzu said with a hint of pride. So, you are laying your cards on the table? Xueqinghe continued. Just like before. You sensed my attack. I found it strange at that moment. Furthermore, a Title Douluo visited. If I am not mistaken, you sensed his presence as well. Hence, I am curious, what else do you know? Yanzu discerned a flicker of menace in Xueqinghe's eyes at that moment. He surmised that she likely had no intention of allowing him an escape today, and thus, it would be best to engage in an open and honest dialogue. After all, he was the young master of the Spirit Hall, and if he were to sincerely pledge his allegiance, there would be no reason for her to harm him. Naturally, he knew that he could never mention the incident of spying on her while she bathed. I also know you are the young master of the Spirit Hall. The instant those words escaped his lips, Yanzu noticed Xueqinghe's heart rate spike, her complexion paling considerably, and her gaze fixated intently upon him. Do you realize that this statement could cost you your life? Xueqinghe's voice trembled slightly. As she pondered the immense stakes of her meticulously crafted plans, any misstep would bear a grave cost. At this moment, a mere call from her could unleash the hidden blood dagger to eliminate Yanzu without hesitation. No, I do not. Yanzu replied, maintaining his gaze upon Xueqinghe. For as far as I know, the Spirit Hall is the abode of the angel god, a deity who disperses darkness and rescues those in suffering. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, you have no justification for slaying an innocent. Or do you intend to betray your god? Upon uttering these words, Yanzu perceived that though her expression remained sharp, her heart rate had indeed eased somewhat, indicating that his prior statement had significantly affected her. Indeed, if you are truly as you claim, an innocent, I shall not. Xueqinghe's tone softened as she poured him a cup of tea, gesturing for him to sit and converse, which left Yanzu feeling quite flattered. Now, do tell me, who exactly are you, and what is your purpose? Convince me not to eliminate you. Yanzu took a sincere tone. I am merely the child of a destitute rural family. I harbor no ulterior motives. If I must claim one, it would be world peace and a multitude of wives. The disparity between these two aspirations was rather stark, Xueqinghe mused internally. Before she continued, this does not elucidate your capabilities. You can foresee my attacks and detect the lurking Title Douluo. These are not qualities possessed by an ordinary individual. I am speaking candidly with you now, so please, do not conceal anything further. Candidly? Hardly, Yanzu thought to himself. You still wear a fade while conversing with me, and you dare to call that open dialogue? True candor should involve two individuals stripped bare, sharing a warm spring bath, cleansing each other in honesty. It is merely due to my exceptional talent, Yanzu stated plainly. To simplify, I possess great strength and resilience, along with keen hearing and sight. Are you satisfied now? Your modesty is rather amusing, Xueqinghe chuckled. Accomplishing those feats requires far more than simply good hearing and sight. But that is precisely who I am, Yanzu retorted, exasperated by the questions. He had many inquiries of his own and decided to take the initiative. So, what exactly are soul masters and soul power? After a brief silence, and upon confirming that Yanzu was not jesting, Xueqinghe elucidated. Soul power is a unique energy that can awaken the potential within living beings, and a soul master is one who harnesses this energy. Due to their extraordinary strength, soul masters hold a prestigious position in this world. Your distinctiveness has drawn the attention of the ghostly phantom, leading them to believe you possess the potential to become a soul master. What does innate soul power mean? The missionary who tested me claimed I have an innate soul power of level 0. Yanzu took advantage of Xueqinghe's willingness to answer. What do you believe is most important for a cultivator? Xueqinghe inquired while tapping her fingers on the table. Firstly, talent. Secondly, time. Talent determines the efficiency of your progress, while the time you possess dictates the heights you may ultimately achieve. Innate soul power directly influences both factors. The higher your innate soul power, the more efficient your energy conversion from the outside world, and the less time required to elevate your soul power level. Do you understand? Indeed, Yanzu replied, gazing at Xueqinghe. And what about you? What is your innate soul power? Xueqinghe hesitated momentarily before responding. Level 20. Oh, Yanzu nodded. That is indeed a significant difference, equivalent to 20 of me. Incorrect. Xueqinghe replied, her face devoid of expression. There is no basis for comparison, for 0 multiplied by any number is still 0. Yanzu chuckled awkwardly and remarked, all right. I understand. There's no need to emphasize that I'm useless. Chengha also let out a light laugh, thinking to himself, it seems he is unaware of what it truly means to possess innate soul power at level 20. Yanzu noticed Chengha staring at him in a daze and sighed helplessly. You still do not believe me, do you? No, I have decided to trust you. Chengha replied. Chapter 10, The Revival of Memories. Are you serious? Yanzu was taken aback by Chengha's sudden trust. Chengha replied leisurely. There is plenty of time ahead. You cannot possibly lie forever. What do you mean? Yanzu inquired upon hearing Chengha's words. Are you suggesting that you will be responsible for my sustenance for a lifetime? Chengha contemplated for a moment and said, I had promised to grant you freedom. But I must renege on that. You have come to know things that you absolutely should not have, which means I cannot let you go. However, as you rightly pointed out, I will not harm you, so I present you with two choices. Yanzu remarked, under such circumstances, there is typically only one choice. Chengha replied, firstly, I shall provide you with a residence where you may live out your days in peace, fulfilling your reasonable needs. Of course, you cannot leave until I have accomplished my mission. So, it amounts to house arrest, Yanzu interjected. Live out my days. Please, I am still quite young. Is this truly living out my days? Chengha smiled. Thus, there is a second option. Pledge your loyalty to me, Yanzu. Become my right hand and partake in my endeavors. Even if you are deemed a talentless waste by others, I shall endeavor to unearth your potential. Given your awareness of my identity, you can imagine the information and resources at my disposal, affirming the truth of my words. It was as if fate had conspired to present him with an opportunity at the very moment he yearned for rest. Observing Chengha's earnest gaze, Yanzu felt a flicker of amusement within, though his facade remained one of contemplation. Noticing his hesitation, Chengha decided to sweeten the deal, saying, if you have any concerns, feel free to express them. I will assist you. For instance, your parents? What do you mean? Perhaps it was the lack of gentleness in Chengha's tone that made Yanzu's expression darken as he responded, Are you threatening me? I assure you, everything is negotiable. But if you intend to use my parents as leverage, you are gravely mistaken. Ah, look at how flustered you are, Chengha said, surprised by Yanzu's intense reaction. With a slight smile, he sought to ease the tension. Who would have thought you were such a devoted son? I've heard your family shares a strong bond. Did I misjudge? Yanzu noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy and envy in Chengha's eyes, causing him to pause. I do not intend to use your family as a threat, Chengha continued. I merely believe it would be beneficial for them to relocate to Seoul City. Why? My hometown is a veritable paradise, Yanzu stated. There are unexpected advantages to settling in Seoul City. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance to me? You will come to understand, Chengha replied. So, what say you? Can you disclose your decision? I am pressed for time. I am not fond of being coerced into decisions, Yanzu said, yet I harbor no desire to become your adversary, nor to be placed under house arrest. Moreover, I acknowledge the celestial God, thus I shall attempt to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Chengha propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Yanzu. You, with limited abilities yet considerable pride, are quite audacious. If I accept your cooperation, you shall henceforth be under my command. And you likewise, Yanzu countered. Envisioning the face of Chengha that had yet to be revealed, silently vowing that he too would become a part of his life, Chengha clapped his hands. And from the shadows of the room emerged a towering figure. Yanzu had already caught sight of this grotesquely unattractive middle-aged man, initially mistaking him for some bizarre creature. Only to realize he was indeed human. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tindo, a Title Douluo, known as the Title Blood Porcupine, Chengha introduced. Title Douluo? Yanzu scrutinized Tindo anew, finding the name fitting. Indeed, Chengha nodded. I neglected to mention that a Title Douluo represents the pinnacle of soul master cultivation. Those who attain this level may choose their title, and Tishua's martial spirit is the blood porcupine. Tishua regarded Yanzu, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Just as Yanzu prepared to greet his new colleague, Tishua interjected, confirming his lack of amiability. I had suggested to the young master that I should deal with you directly. However, the young master has her own principles, which is why you still breathe. You are to serve the young master diligently, otherwise, I shall make your existence a living torment. Yanzu gazed at the creature covered in spikes, pondering that they were all just grasshoppers on the same string, all under the dominion of Chengha. He thought to himself, why put on an act here? You ought to express gratitude for the prince's persistence, for it is his determination that has granted you your life. As he spoke, Yanzu mimicked the posture of the spiked creature, lifting his head defiantly, knowing full well he could not afford to provoke it. What did you say? The creature, named Shui, felt the spikes on its skin protrude even more prominently, seething. Do you wish to test my capabilities, boy? Chengha could not suppress a laugh at Yanzu's boldness in addressing Shui in such a manner. Oh, I am so frightened, Yanzu said. Circling behind Chengha, you are being rather presumptuous. The prince is present, and she shall take charge of everything. What authority do you think you have? Enough, enough. Chengha interjected. You should temper your arrogance. Uncle Ci is a Title Douluo and an elder of the Spirit Hall. You ought to show some respect to your seniors. Uncle Ci, do not stoop to his level. Yes, Shui replied respectfully, and with that, he vanished into the shadows. A Title Douluo, indeed? Yanzu mused as he observed Ci Shui slipping into a state of concealment, contemplating if this was truly one of the most formidable soul masters in existence. The air of the spirit hall certainly exuded an air of authority. Do you wish to keep your hands? Hearing the disdain in Shuqing's voice, Yanzu withdrew his hand from her shoulders, grinning playfully. It is all his fault for looking so terrifying. Then, Yanzu caught a cold snort from the corner where Ci Shui lingered. If you're afraid, then do not provoke him. Should he decide to secretly poison you, I would be powerless to intervene, Shuqing warned with a hint of menace. With you around, I have nothing to fear. I am, after all, your loyal subject. Yanzu replied, laced with flattery. Shuqing felt a shiver run down her spine and hastily waved her hand. All right, enough. Be gone, take this with you. If anything arises, I shall call for you. Yanzu extended his hand to receive the object thrown by Shuqing and inquired, what is this? It is a soul-guiding device, capable of transmitting sound, Shuqing elucidated. Yanzu, while putting on his gear, remarked, this feels akin to a little genius's smartwatch. As he approached the doorway, he turned back and inquired, so may I step outside? Yes, replied Shuqing, engrossed in processing some documents without lifting her head. Has the lockdown been lifted? Yanzu thought to himself, feeling elated. He contemplated asking Shuqing when she would be available for a discussion regarding cultivation matters. But seeing her fully absorbed in her work, he refrained from disturbing her. It mattered little. After all, before his discerning eyes, she harbored no secrets. Reflecting on his unique ability, he felt fortunate. The thought of his own life being subject to others' prying gaze was indeed unsettling. Although the outcome diverged from his expectations, he had, nonetheless, joined the spirit hall. He pondered the fate of the little fox he had glimpsed earlier. Indeed, was the connection he felt merely a fleeting encounter? Oh, let it be. After all, the young master appeared quite appealing. Upon departing from the royal villa, Yanzu made his way to the Great Soul Arena in Nodding City. He had noticed this venue the last time he ventured out to buy a blanket for Shuqing, resembling an arena where one could directly perceive the combat prowess of soul masters, thereby gauging his own endeavors. He still possessed a substantial amount of money from Shuqing, allowing him the liberty to indulge without restraint. After witnessing several soul battles, Yanzu found himself utterly deceived, recalling how his previous caution now seemed rather comical. Those soul masters idolized in the arena, such as the soul sect teams he was currently observing, boasted grandiose claims from the announcer. Yet, from Yanzu's perspective, the strongest among them would likely struggle to withstand a serious punch from him. Their movements were too sluggish, and their destructive power too feeble. Yanzu believed he could effortlessly dismantle an entire team of soul masters. As he continued watching the battles, the initial novelty wore off, prompting him to engage in conversation with a nearby spectator. The world was never short of self-proclaimed experts. Despite the audience's mediocre strength, they possessed considerable knowledge. Yanzu gleaned some information, though its veracity remained uncertain. Exiting the arena, he glanced back toward the royal villa, observing Shuqing seated on her bed. Eyes closed in meditation. He hesitated to disturb her. Although he yearned for deeper interaction, he recognized the need for discretion at that moment. Perhaps he should explore the so-called soul-hunting forest? It would be intriguing to see the alleged soul beasts. After asking a passerby for directions to the soul-hunting forest, Yanzu proceeded alone, only to be halted at the entrance by a guard. Hand token, the guard extended his hand toward Yanzu. What hand token? Yanzu inquired. Just then, a stern voice emerged from behind him, declaring, entry to the soul-hunting forest requires a hand token issued by the Empire or the Spirit Hall. Turning around, he beheld a scruffy, middle-aged man in a gray-black robe, leading a boy. The man then produced a token and handed it to the guard. Upon receiving the token, the guard regarded the man with a hint of reverence and stepped aside. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at Yanzu, noting his youth and solitary presence. Yet the quality of his attire suggested he hailed from a family of means. He assumed the boy sought to prove himself to his family and advised, run along and find an adult to accompany you, child. Though the soul beasts here are not particularly old, they are not something you can handle alone. With that, he turned to the boy and said, let us go, Shao-san. Unable to restrain himself, Yanzu chuckled at the name Shao-san, wondering how someone could be bestowed such a moniker. This mockery of another's nickname was undeniably impolite, and he caught a glimpse of the boy's indifferent glance before the latter followed the man. Yanzu surveyed the forest, observing the myriad of peculiar flora and fauna that thrived within, yet found no immediate threat lurking amidst the foliage. He turned to the guard and inquired, is it truly impossible to enter without a written order? The guard, exhibiting a stoic demeanor, replied, indeed, it is not permissible. What about this? Yanzu produced several golden soul coins. The guard's brow twitched slightly. And what of this? Yanzu presented a few more golden soul coins. The guard's lips curled into a faint smile. Surely, this must suffice, Yanzu continued, revealing yet another handful of golden soul coins. At this point, he contemplated finding a secluded corner to slip inside if the guard remained obstinate. With a beaming countenance, the guard accepted the coins and declared, young master, you may proceed inside. Shortly after Yanzu entered the soul-hunting forest, the first unfortunate soul beast made its appearance, a wolf that charged at him with ferocity. As it lunged forward, Yanzu extended a hand and deftly clasped its neck, swiftly twisting it to conclude its brief existence as a soul beast. Subsequently, as Yanzu had heard from passers-by, a surge of soul power emanated from the carcass of the beast, coalescing in the air to form a luminous yellow soul ring. Yanzu gazed at the soul ring, extending his hand to touch it. Suddenly, the soul ring surged into his body, a sensation akin to slurping jelly, swiftly enveloping him. Yanzu felt a warm current coursing through him, an invigorating sensation with no other discernible feelings. Was this considered absorption? He recalled the words of a passerby, who mentioned that absorbing a soul ring was akin to crossing the threshold of life and death, an excruciating ordeal. Yet, the process he experienced was as effortless as consuming jelly, even more pleasant than a sweet dream. Determined to explore further, Yanzu wandered through the forest, engaging in combat as he absorbed more soul rings. He began to notice subtle changes within his physique, primarily an enhancement of his various abilities. The earlier missionary had suggested that his martial soul might be a physical manifestation, leading him to ponder if his martial soul was indeed this extraordinary body he inhabited. The ease of absorbing soul rings could be attributed to his remarkably robust physique. He sensed his strength amplifying, but at the cost of not acquiring the soul skills they spoke of. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even Saitama lacked flamboyant abilities. Just as Yanzu prepared to continue his journey of enhancement, he heard footsteps. He spotted the middle-aged man he had encountered earlier, hastily leaping forward while leading his small companion, San Xingwan. Behind them, a venomous snake pursued relentlessly. Witnessing this scene made Yanzu's lips twitch. Seriously? He had initially thought the guard was a Title Douluo, yet here was this duo fleeing in panic from a mere snake. Sighing, he thought, what could he do? After all, he was a disciple of the angel god. With a slight push, he propelled himself forward, swiftly passing by the two. As he landed, he grasped the snake by its vital point. The creature writhed desperately, its cold, slippery body coiling around Yanzu's arm, eliciting a sense of revulsion. With a surge of strength, he ended its life. The soul power seeping from its corpse was absorbed into his being before it could coalesce into a ring. Turning his attention back to the duo, the larger man lay on the ground, knocked over by the gust created by Yanzu's passage, while the smaller one crouched low, clutching an object of unknown origin, regarding Yanzu with cautious eyes. What are you staring at? I just saved your lives. Can't you see that? The expression of the young one irked Yanzu, as if he were plotting something sinister. The words of Yanzu seemed to strike a nerve in the young man, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he coldly retorted, "Who are you, old man?" Yanzu intended to respond, but upon noticing the youth's tender age and the middle-aged man beside him, who appeared slightly injured, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I want to hold this against you. Having such a teacher, you have already received your due punishment." The middle-aged man struggled to rise. Yanzu's earlier remarks had undoubtedly mocked his own ineptitude. He had intended to thank Yanzu, but after hearing those words, he felt too humiliated and simply said, "Shao-san, let us go." "Yes, teacher." Shao-san supported the middle-aged man and was about to depart when Yanzu called out to them, "Wait, I have a question." Observing the duo and recalling the events that had transpired, familiarity washed over him, and his memories began to awaken. He inquired, "What is your full name?" Shao-san did not turn but merely twisted his neck to reveal half of his face, replying, "Tang-san." As the name Tang-san resonated in Yanzu's mind, it felt as though the lock on his memories had found its key, and with a click, everything sprang open. So it is Tang-san. That is why this world feels so familiar. Chapter 11. Private tutoring. Yanzu possessed a modest understanding of Douluo, primarily shaped by the captivating portrayals of various female characters in the 3D realm, such as Zhu Zhuqing, Bibi Dong, and Qianrenxue. Speaking of Qianrenxue, she must be the current Shueqinghe. His impression of Tang-san was profound, as this character consistently appeared as the victim in such narratives. His impotent fury after being wronged serving as a significant appeal, making him a pivotal element of the storyline. They have returned. All have returned. Yanzu felt exhilarated at the revival of his memories, pondering the cause behind this resurgence. The arrival of Tang-san was a catalyst, and the absorption of soul power likely played a role as well. Indeed, this journey had proven fortuitous. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was getting late and it was time to return. Today, Yanzu had meticulously timed his visit, given Qianrenxue's character and habits. Her actions were likely predictable. If he calculated correctly, he would coincide with her bathing. Previously, he had been so taken aback by the stunning scene that he failed to realize that although Qianrenxue had not turned around, he could have adjusted his position. This time, he was determined to make up for it entirely. Eagerly returning to the royal garden, Yanzu was surprised to find Shueqinghe still meditating within the room. He wondered if he had misjudged her. Perhaps she wasn't as compulsive as he had thought. If it were indeed Shueqinghe, Yanzu felt no particular interest. Just as he was about to wash up and change, he noticed a gentle radiance emanating from Shueqinghe, her expression reflecting the relief of long-held tension finally being released. "Young master, you have reached a bottleneck," a voice whispered from the corner. "It is time to arrange for a soul hunt." Shueqinghe slowly opened her eyes, exhaling deeply. beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, yet a sense of exhilaration coursed through her. Nodding, she said, "Let us resolve this matter in the next couple of days. I must return to the palace soon. I will return tonight to summon Old Snake. Tomorrow we shall conduct the soul hunt for the young master. Go ahead." Xueqinghe instructed. After she spoke, Yanzu felt a reaction from the bracelet on his wrist. Xueqinghe's voice echoed in his mind. "Come to my room. I need to speak with you." Yanzu knocked on the door of Xueqinghe and then stepped inside. "Tomorrow, I shall venture to hunt souls." As Xueqinghe wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, he added, "Both Ci Shui and Shilong will be going. And I hope you can accompany us as well." Yanzu remarked, "Should I extend my congratulations to you?" Xueqinghe dismissed it lightly. "It is merely an advancement to Soul Saint. What is there to celebrate?" I suppose this is quite ordinary for you." Yanzu mused inwardly. "This woman is truly proud and haughty." Xueqinghe continued, "I have promised to explore your potential to the fullest. Assuming all you have previously stated is true, allowing you to accompany me is intended to expedite your understanding of the world of soul masters. Additionally, you are not yet familiar with the method of condensing soul power. Are you? Indeed, I am not," Yanzu replied. Xueqinghe instructed, "Then let me teach you this first. Sit down." "Very well." Yanzu complied and stepped forward. "What do you think you are doing?" Xueqinghe scolded. "You asked me to sit," Yanzu responded, feeling aggrieved. "Did I permit you to sit on the bed?" Xueqinghe countered. "Then shall I sit on the floor?" Yanzu inquired, receiving an affirmative response in Xueqinghe's eyes. The cold ground sent shivers down Yanzu's spine, and he glared at Xueqinghe, thinking, how infuriating. Sooner or later, I shall have you lying on the bed calling me father. Unaware of Yanzu's nefarious thoughts, Xueqinghe earnestly instructed, "Now, follow my words. The essence of cultivating soul power revolves around one word, tranquility. You must cast aside all distractions and unite with the universe, immersing yourself within it. In due course, you will sense a warm current flowing around you. That is the soul power liberated from nature." Upon finishing her explanation, Xueqinghe noticed Yanzu staring intently at her and asked, "What are you looking at?" "At you," Yanzu replied candidly. "Did you not hear my instruction? Close your eyes. Otherwise, how can you achieve tranquility? Everything within your sight will disrupt your cultivation," Xueqinghe retorted, exasperated. Yanzu obediently closed his eyes. Yet the delicate fragrance emanating from Xueqinghe continuously wafted into his nostrils. It was easier to keep his eyes shut, for if he were to open them, he would behold Xueqinghe's visage. However, upon closing his eyes, his mind was instead flooded with the image of Qianrenshue's bare back, leading to an influx of distracting thoughts. Positioned in a cross-legged posture, Yanzu's unusual reaction did not escape the notice of Xueqinghe, who, with an impassive expression, remarked, "I instructed you to cast aside your distractions. What occupies your mind?" "I am not thinking of anything," Yanzu replied, his tone betraying his unease. Then what is that?" Qianrenshue launched a pin, striking Yanzu with pinpoint accuracy. Yanzu, taken aback by his own lapse, felt a pang of embarrassment when Xueqinghe exposed his inner turmoil, though he maintained a facade of righteousness, declaring, "This is the short sword of a valiant warrior." "Oh, is that so?" Xueqinghe rolled her eyes and said, "Then I hope that when we go soul hunting tomorrow, you will wield your short sword and vanquish those soul beasts for me. Can you accomplish that?" Yanzu blinked innocently and inquired, "Can those soul beasts transform? For instance, could they change their form with a mere turn? If so, I wouldn't be unable to do so either." "Silence," Xueqinghe said, unable to tolerate such frivolous banter. "I will teach you only once, so pay close attention." Feeling the seriousness in Xueqinghe's tone, Yanzu felt a pang of guilt. She was so dedicated to instructing him, while his thoughts were filled with images of her form truly beastly of him. Adjusting his posture, Yanzu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Let us begin." Seeing that he seemed to be taking this seriously, Xueqinghe continued, "When you can perceive those soul powers, envision all the pores of your body breathing in and out, absorbing these soul energies within you, and then condensing and refining them. This will depend on your own understanding. Those with a higher innate soul power level will find it easier to achieve this. Personally, I refer to this ability as soul perception." Yanzu listened intently to the teachings of Xueqinghe, and soon he discovered that the surrounding soul force not only became perceptible but also visibly clear. It manifested as various forms, resembling wisps of smoke. With a focused thought, Yanzu drew in the soul force, which instantly coalesced around him into a swirling vortex before sharply penetrating his body. Xueqinghe widened her eyes. As a bearer of a divine martial soul with innate soul power at level 20, she could almost effortlessly discern the concentration of soul force in her environment without entering a meditative state. Thus, when she sensed the rapid decrease in the surrounding soul force concentration, she looked at Yanzu in disbelief. Could it be that the crystal used for testing his innate soul power was a defective product? Or had she stumbled upon an unusual anomaly? Regardless of the outcome, it seemed promising, Xueqinghe mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 12. The Maiden of the Lake. It truly feels delightful. Yanzu diligently practiced the soul power techniques as instructed by Qianrenshue. feeling an exhilarating sensation as every cell in his body expanded to its utmost limit before gently contracting, releasing a delightful wave of pleasure throughout his being. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already deep into the night, and he observed Qianrenxue leisurely savoring her tea. How do you feel? Upon noticing Yinzu had emerged from his meditative state, Xueqinghe set down her teacup and inquired. Had she been quietly watching over him all this time? Though her demeanor was not particularly gentle, her dedication to the task was undeniably heartwarming. Have you gone daft? I'm asking you a question. Seeing Yinzu lost in thought, Xueqinghe assumed he had encountered a hurdle in his training. No, it feels quite pleasant, Yinzu responded, regaining his focus. Good. That's as it should be. The benefits of soul power cultivation extend well beyond mere comfort. Since you've taken your first steps, you must practice diligently. Tomorrow, join us in hunting souls and witness how I absorb soul rings. Such experiences will be advantageous for you. Understood. Yinzu stood up, stretching his limbs. Shall I return to my room then? Where else would you go? Xueqinghe replied, glancing at the starry sky outside. Indeed, she had no intention of bathing tonight. After leaving, Yinzu observed Xueqinghe preparing for bed and felt a twinge of regret. It's not a good habit to sleep without a shower after sweating. My lord. The next morning, Yinzu sensed the return of Cixue, accompanied by another slender man. Together, they stood like the numeral 10 upon landing. You must be weary from your journey. Take a moment to rest. The two received a telepathic message from Qianrenxue, and Cixue led Xilong to rest first. Yinzu, unable to sleep, had risen early in anticipation of Qianrenxue's summons. This expedition was undoubtedly aimed at hunting soul beasts of the 10,000-year caliber, likely leading them to the Douluo forest. The soul beasts encountered previously in the hunting forest outside Notting City were merely a century old and lacked challenge. In contrast, the Douluo forest was teeming with ferocious beasts, including the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull demon, both formidable guardians of 100,000 years. Moreover, deep within the lake of life lay the slumbering avatar of the dragon god, the silver dragon king, making this journey a true test of strength. Before long, Qianrenxue summoned Yinzu to her side. Upon meeting, she briefly introduced Xilong and sternly instructed Yinzu to remain close to the three of them throughout their mission. They then set off towards their destination, the Douluo forest. Qianrenxue's entire being shimmered with golden light, and in an instant, her appearance transformed, no longer resembling Xueqinghe. Initially, Yinzu thought she was revealing her true form, eager to behold her beauty. However, she merely utilized a soul bone skill to alter her appearance for ease of travel. Xilong manifested his martial spirit, and together with Xueqinghe, they vanished into the sky. Yinzu intended to fly on his own but noticed Cixue perched atop his balloon-like large porcupine, winking at him, beckoning him to join. Doesn't tea that mount hurt your backside? Yinzu remarked, observing Cixue comfortably seated. Are you coming or not? Cixue replied, taking a swig of his drink, his tone brusque. Yinzu chuckled as he settled down, saying, It matters not. After all, we possess a resilient spirit. He was willing to indulge this moment. However, Cixue nearly choked on his drink. He had intended to tease this audacious young man but had not yet managed to caution Yinzu about the perilous protruding thorns before he leaped up and sat down with abandon. What's wrong with me? Yinzu inquired, perplexed. Do you not feel an itch all over, your limbs tightening? And difficulty in breathing? Cixue hurriedly asked, for after all, Yinzu was also one of Qianrenxue's kin. And it was said that he had only just embarked on the path of a soul master. He feared that his poison could swiftly bring this young man to his demise. Yinzu gazed towards the horizon and mused, Must I truly possess this? If it holds great significance for you, I can indeed perform, but the young master has already vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Cixue summoned his martial spirit and soared towards the distant sky, engaging in a playful pursuit of Xilong. During the chase, Cixue glanced ahead and inquired, You are not an ordinary fellow, are you? What is your true intention in approaching the young master? Yinzu rolled his eyes and replied, Firstly, I am indeed not an ordinary person, though I am far from the esteemed Title Douluo you may envision. Secondly, was it not you who detained me in the first place? How has it now transformed into my pursuit of the young master? Cixue maintained an impassive expression and stated, The young master is in a foreign land, facing peril at every turn. I have already dealt with countless spies sent by other princes and royalty. Thus, I advise you to refrain from playing with fire. Yinzu reclined upon the spiny porcupine, feeling as though he were rolling upon a bed of nails, yet it bore no adverse effect on him. Gazing at the vast expanse of sky, he remarked, Uncle, cease your overthinking. I shall demonstrate it to you. Observing Yinzu's abrupt termination of the topic, Cixue felt that persisting would render him somewhat effeminate. Since he asserted he would prove it, they might as well wait and see. The Douluo forest sprawled extensively, straddling the two great empires of Tindo and Xinglua. Upon arrival, Yinzu surveyed the terrain from above, quietly marveling at the bizarre shapes that surpassed even the most splendid of zoos. His excitement for these novel species compelled him to leap from the porcupine without hesitation. Hey, you rascal! Cixue exclaimed in surprise, hastily summoning his martial spirit to catch him, only to witness Yinzu land safely. The dust stirred up prompted Qianrenxue to wave her hand dismissively. It appears you are indeed as sturdy as you claim, she observed, secretly astonished, The height from which he had jumped was at least 20 meters. A feat that would leave many ordinary soul masters incapacitated. Beside them, Shilong crossed his arms and bent slightly to scrutinize Yinzu's legs. Kid, are your knees made of iron? He inquired. I have plenty of iron in me, Yinzu replied with a cheeky grin. Disgusting, Qian Rinxue coldly remarked. Leading the way forward, with Shilong closely following and Yinzu trailing behind, while Qi Shui guarded the rear. Why must you walk ahead? Yinzu questioned. However, Qian Rinxue offered no response. Shilong elucidated, the young master can sense the soul beast most compatible with her, and with both me and the old porcupine present. There is no cause for concern. Oh, Yinzu nodded, subsequently broadening his field of vision. Speaking of soul beasts, he had already identified numerous formidable creatures that appeared quite intimidating, were it not for the necessity of progressing with the group. He would have longed to test his skills against them. By the way, where is the Silver Dragon King? The Lake of Life? Yinzu shifted his gaze toward the distance, and after scanning the surroundings, he indeed spotted a mist-laden lake. He yearned to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Lake of Life, but the angle made it challenging. He would need to ascend into the air for a better view. Simultaneously, deep within the core area of the Tindo forest, a colossal dragon egg lay peacefully. If Yinzu were to soar into the heights at that moment, he would behold a young girl curled within the egg. Remarkably, she sensed the prying gaze and abruptly opened her eyes, causing the dragon egg to emanate waves of soul power. The fluctuations of this soul power ignited the fury of the Titan giant ape, who was strolling along the lake's edge. It pounded its chest in anger and then leaped away from the core zone. Meanwhile, the surface of the Lake of Life revealed a gigantic bull's head. Its eyes glowing with a fierce azure light, its fiery breath expressing its displeasure. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue, leading the team, halted and inquired, Do you sense something? Are you referring to an earthquake? Yinzu asked. Shilong abruptly summoned his martial spirit, brandishing a serpent spear and positioning himself defensively behind Qian Rinxue, stating, There has never been an earthquake in the Tindo forest. Chapter 13. Rare Creatures. Yinzu certainly understood the origin of the earthquake. Had he not mastered the control of his five senses, his eardrums would have been shattered by now. When Yinzu was born, his extraordinary hearing and vision nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. His world was an unbearable cacophony, and his sight was a chaotic blur, with images overlapping to the point that even a simple walk could lead him to collide with a tree. However, years have passed, and he has managed to adapt, allowing him to clearly see a Titan great ape bounding toward him with vigor. Initially, Yinzu thought the creature was merely frolicking, but soon realized its intent was decidedly directed toward him. Is it really necessary to start with such a formidable challenge? Yinzu pondered. In the original tale, the spirit masters Gue Mei and Yu Guan could only use their martial soul fusion technique to momentarily restrain the Titan great ape and the azure bull python. Though the Bloodthorn and Shilong beside him were also spirit masters, they were undoubtedly less formidable than the two mentioned. It seemed this encounter would be quite exhilarating. Old Porcupine, you know what to do, right? Shilong remarked, focusing intently ahead. Let us dispense with the chatter, Bloodthorn said, taking a swig of liquor and summoning his martial soul's true form, ready to assist or cover the retreat of Qian Rinxue at a moment's notice. Master, it is likely the Titan great ape, Shilong concluded after a brief moment of contemplation. The Titan great ape? Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow, questioning. It shouldn't be here. It belongs in the core area, doesn't it? Could your presence have attracted it? Shaking his head, Shilong replied. It is likely just acting out of sheer instinct. The motivations of beasts are often quite straightforward. Can we hunt it? Qian Rinxue inquired nonchalantly. Shilong exchanged a knowing smile with Bloodthorn, responding, I fear not. Qian Rinxue chuckled at her own thoughts, shrugging with a hint of regret. Then let us avoid its path. With that, the group altered their course to evade the Titan great ape's trajectory. However, Shilong, who was trailing behind, soon sensed something amiss. Wait, Master, it appears that beast is indeed coming directly for us. Shilong exclaimed in shock. Old Porcupine. Bloodthorn summoned his martial soul at that moment. Concurrently, Yinzu witnessed a radiant golden glow emanate from Qian Rinxue. In this critical juncture, she reverted to her true appearance. Otherwise, she would be unable to harness her full power. This transformation granted Yinzu a close glimpse of her enchanting visage that had haunted his thoughts. His opportunity to observe her was fleeting, yet it sufficed. Unlike the youthful visage of the little fox he had seen before, Qian Rinxue now appeared to be in her early 20s, her skin as fair as snow. Her straight nose and slightly slender phoenix eyes added an air of regality to her stunning beauty, imparting an initial impression of nobility rather than mere brilliance. Yet, in this moment, Yinzu found himself transgressing that very nobility. Unfazed by Yinzu's unabashed gaze, Qian Rinxue maintained her composure. Despite presenting herself as Xue Qinghe all these years, she possessed an unwavering confidence in her appearance. Knowing that captivating a lad of merely 10 years was hardly an extraordinary feat, Yinzu beheld a cascade of golden hair drifting before him as Qian Rinxue pivoted, seizing him by the nape and elevating him into the skies for a better view of the unfolding battle. Ah, Hiki. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the fragrant essence of Qian Rinxue enveloped Yinzu's senses. How lofty it is. Feigning trepidation, Yinzu encircled Qian Rinxue's waist in midair. burying his face in her embrace and inhaling deeply. Startled by the boy's antics, Qian Rinchue's body jolted, and she admonished him with a light tap on his head. Behave yourself. Do you dare me to cast you down? What transpired? Having indulged in the exhilarating moment, Yin Zhu lifted his gaze, only to find Qian Rinchue's visage obscured, prompting a mischievous grin as he dismissed any further thoughts. A troubling situation arose, there, in the distance. The formidable Titan giant ape was in pursuit of Xilong and Ci Shui, who were now airborne and hastening towards them. Young master, they gasped, breathless as they approached Qian Rinchue. Uncle Ci, are you injured? Qian Rinchue inquired with a furrowed brow. Ci Shui spat disdainfully. This beast is indeed formidable. A mere brush with it inflicts wounds, yet it is nothing grievous. The group cast their eyes downward to witness the Titan giant ape leap onto a high ridge, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending shivers through the very bones of those present. Yanzu meticulously observed the so-called 10,000-year-soul beast. Its entire body was cloaked in a deep black fur that shimmered with a faint luminescence, with its limbs firmly planted on the ground. Its shoulders stood approximately 9 meters high. It possessed an appearance reminiscent of both an ape and a gorilla. Its form entirely obsidian save for a pair of eyes that sparkled like lanterns, exuding a yellow crystalline glow. Beyond its imposing size, every part of its physique was adorned with robust muscles akin to granite, protruding like small hills. Noticing that the Titan giant ape was provocatively challenging their group, Xilong expressed his confusion. What is wrong with this creature? Is it seeking death? A 10,000-year-soul beast is something one can encounter but cannot seek after. In that case, young master, should we summon Qi Shui? Queried Qi Shui, her finger resting thoughtfully on her chin, as if she had made a decision. Let it be thus. With Qi Shui's affirmation, Qi Shui transmitted a message to the spirit hall via the soul guiding device. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon seeing the demon bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo approach with a request, she asked. The demon bear Douluo responded, "Your Holiness, we have received a transmission from Qi Shui, requesting our assistance in the Stardo Forest." The Stardo Forest? Assistance? Bibi Dong contemplated, realizing that it seemed she had made a breakthrough. However, with Qi Shui accompanied by Qi Shui and Xilong, a mere 10,000-year-soul ring should be easily obtainable. Why then call upon personnel from the Elder Hall? Could it be that she intends to confront a 10,000-year-soul beast? Given the formidable nature of the divine angelic spirit and its unique purification abilities, absorbing a 10,000-year-soul ring should pose no challenge for her. Yet the serendipity of encountering one is rare. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, Bibi Dong called out, and the two figures who had been waiting at her side promptly stepped forward. Your orders, my lady? They inquired. You two shall replace the demon bear and ghost leopard for this mission, Bibi Dong commanded with a stoic expression. The demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, so it is still a mother-daughter bond? Although Yu Guan and Gui Mei's strength was not significantly superior to theirs, their renowned spirit fusion technique echoed throughout the continent. It seemed that the Pope still held affection for the young master by sending them. Gui Mei merely complied with the instructions, while Yu Guan discreetly glanced at Bibi Dong, seemingly awaiting additional directives, but none came. Bibi Dong simply waved her hand, indicating they could depart. Old ghost. This journey is surely for the purpose of hunting a 10,000-year soul beast, Yu Guan remarked to Gui Mei during their travel. It is also possible we may encounter formidable foes, Gui Mei replied nonchalantly. Impossible. Who would dare to confront the young master? Yu Guan countered. Gui Mei chuckled lightly. While none in the Heaven Do Empire would, do not forget that half of the Star Do Forest lies within the Star Luo Empire. Encountering their forces is not out of the question. Indeed, that is a possibility. What do you think is the reason the Pope dispatched us in place of the demon bear and ghost leopard? It is the most fitting choice, Gui Mei stated. Even against a 10,000-year soul beast, our spirit fusion skills combined with Xilong and Qi Shui's abilities should be sufficient to inflict significant damage. The demon bear and ghost leopard, though formidable, would not surpass the advantages we bring. Yu Guan idly twirled his hair, saying, I believe it would be better if the Pope were to grow closer to the young master, thanks to Gui Mei's long-distance teleportation ability. The duo swiftly arrived at the Star Do Forest, pinpointing the presence of Qi Shui and her companions. Did you arrive by ox cart? Qi Shui quipped upon seeing Gui Mei and Yu Guan, who merely ignored her jest and bowed respectfully to Qi Shui. We greet the young master. Noticing their presence, Qi Shui questioned, Why are you two here? We come at the behest of the Pope, Yu Guan replied. Her command? Qi Shui mused, a peculiar emotion stirring within her. She turned her gaze towards the Titan giant ape, which continued to watch them intently. It is indeed the Titan giant ape, Yu Guan exclaimed upon spotting the dark figure below, while Gui Mei's attention was drawn to Yen Zhu, who was closely aligned with Qi Shui, expressing curiosity. What brings you here, young man? Yen Zhu chuckled. Well, people always strive for higher places. Gui Mei cast his gaze towards the Titan great ape, observing its seemingly furious demeanor, and questioned, Is it not going to flee? Xilong brandished his snake spear and declared, Enough pondering over this beast's motives. Since both of you have arrived, let us seize the moment and subdue it. No need for your chatter. Yu Guan stepped forward, summoning his martial soul. While instructing Shi Long and Ci Shui behind him, "Old fellows, remember to keep up. This is a 100,000-year Titan great ape, and I do not wish to soil my hair. Oh, are you coming?" Yanzu noticed the vibrant soul rings ascending from Yuguan and Gue Mei, intertwining and pulsating together, creating visible ripples that distorted the surrounding space. The Titan great ape, seemingly provoked, disregarded the skills its opponents were unleashing and propelled itself forward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Gue Mei and Yuguan. The gust of wind sending Yuguan's long hair swirling. However, it was a moment too late. The pulse had already affected it, causing the colossal creature to hover midair. A testament to the most formidable control skill beneath the divine level, the dual polarity stasis field. Chapter 14, Rare Creatures, Part 2. What a ferocious beast, muttered Yuguan, gritting his teeth. Although the Titan great ape was restrained by their martial soul fusion technique, it resisted valiantly, exerting immense pressure against Gue Mei and Yuguan. Meanwhile, Ci Shui and Shi Long ascended to a diagonal position above the Titan great ape, their martial soul rings intertwining. Shi Long's spearhead expanded dramatically, morphing into a grotesque pufferfish head, oozing with venom. Tenfold rock puffer spear. Together, Shi Long and Ci Shui hurled their fused martial soul technique from the air, descending upon the Titan great ape like a meteor. It was well known that the Titan great ape possessed incredible physical strength. However, a purely offensive martial soul fusion technique unleashed by two Title Douluo was not to be underestimated. Even if this strike did not kill the Titan great ape, injuring it would allow the four Title Douluo to chase it down like a kite. Yuguan and Gue Mei felt the pressure from above and thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though they only held the Titan great ape for a brief moment, it had indeed exhausted them considerably. Just as everyone believed victory was at hand, Qianrenqiu sensed Yanzu's head shift slightly in her arms. She glanced down to find him gazing towards another side of the battlefield. In an instant, Qianrenqiu caught a glimpse of a burst of azure flames shooting towards Yuguan and Gue Mei, who were maintaining the dual polarity stasis field. "Old ghost," Yuguan exclaimed, and in a flash, Gue Mei's soul rings shimmered, enveloping them both in a black fog that transported them to safety, narrowly avoiding the azure flames. Though Yuguan's flowing hair suffered significant damage, with their movement, the dual polarity stasis field was dispelled, allowing the Titan great ape to regain its mobility. The tenfold rock puffer spear missed its head and struck its robust shoulder instead. The Titan great ape let out a mournful howl as it plummeted from the sky, raising a cloud of dust in the star forest. However, no one had the leisure to concern themselves with its fate. All eyes were drawn to another monstrous figure. With the head of a bull and the body of a serpent, exhaling azure flames, it exuded a pressure far surpassing that of the Titan great ape. If the Titan great ape had posed a challenge to the four Title Douluo, the appearance of this creature instilled a wave of dread in everyone. "Do you know what I desire most at this moment?" Yanzu mused inwardly as he beheld the Tianqing Niumang. "Could you provide me with 2 Pokemon Pokeballs? I would love to capture these 2 behemoths and release them whenever needed." Possessing Pokeballs capable of intimidating 4 Title Douluo would be utterly fascinating. "Young master." The 4 Title Douluo swiftly returned to Qianrenqiu's side, shielding her. "It is indeed the Tianqing Niumang." Qianrenqiu observed the immense bull head nearby, sensing the unusual circumstances and deeming it inappropriate to linger. "We must retreat for now." Yuguan, brushing his singed hair, glared angrily at the Tianqing Niumang, exclaiming, "Young master, such a divine opportunity should not be disregarded." Gue Mei concurred, "Indeed, this is a pair of 100,000-year soul beasts. Not only does the young master currently require a soul ring, but capturing and subduing them would provide valuable resources for future needs." Qianrenqiu hesitated, her instincts warning her that today's events were highly irregular and could lead to uncontrollable situations. Yet, the allure of the 200,000-year soul beasts was simply too tempting. There were few Title Douluo with 100,000-year soul rings on the main road, and she had already invested considerable time as an undercover agent in the Tindo Empire. If she did not find compensation elsewhere, she would feel unworthy of her own talents. Have you ever heard the saying, "Heaven bestows, but if not taken, it brings calamity"? Yuguan thought fervently about convincing Qianrenqiu to issue the order. These words indeed had an effect. Or perhaps Qianrenqiu herself could not resist the temptation of the 100,000-year soul rings. Now at level 70. Capturing these 2 soul beasts would grant her the opportunity to possess 3 soul rings of 100,000 years or more. To restore the glory of the angel god, it was her duty. Lock onto its aura, engage in a tactical dance, and await reinforcements. Qianrenqiu gritted her teeth, her gaze sharpened as she issued the command. With Qianrenqiu's order, Yuguan felt a wave of elation surge within him as he turned to the Tianqing Niumang, declaring, "You've chosen the wrong opponent today. You damn bull." Meanwhile, Gue Mei had already sent a message back to the spirit hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong was meditating with one hand supporting her chin. Upon receiving Gue Mei's communication, her interest was piqued. 200,000-year soul beasts? Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with greed. She had already felt a stir of desire when she learned that Qian Rinxue intended to hunt for 100,000-year soul beasts, but she knew that those were Qian Rinxue's prey, and she could not intervene. To do so would incur the wrath of Tindo Douluo, who viewed Qian Rinxue as the future of the angel god, the epitome of everything. However, the situation had changed. With 200,000-year soul beasts, they could each claim one. This would complete the last soul ring for her second martial soul, granting her the qualification to ascend to a higher realm. If she could secure this soul ring, Bibi Dong was confident she could overpower Qian Douluo completely. Greetings, Your Holiness. The two elders followed her command. Your subordinates are at your service. The demon bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo did not question her intentions. They simply obeyed the Pope's orders. After a while, a poised and graceful woman entered the hall, bowing to Bibi Dong. What are your instructions, Your Holiness? Bibi Dong replied. Ling Yuan, I must be away for a time. While I am gone, you shall oversee matters here. Ling Yuan Douluo bowed in acknowledgement. And Bibi Dong departed with the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo, heading straight for the star forest. On the other side, Qian Rinxue glanced at Yanzu still nestled in her embrace, saying, I will escort you to the outskirts of the forest. You must wait here for our return. A great battle is about to unfold. Before Yanzu could respond, Qian Rinxue unfurled her wings and soared towards the perimeter. Wait, I want to watch the excitement. Yanzu shouted into the wind. Preserve your life for now, she retorted dismissively. Qian Rinxue spoke with an air of undeniable authority. It matters not. It is merely a matter of distance, Yanzu mused as he observed the individuals engaging with the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. He thought to himself, it appears that today may be the last for the illustrious Ming family. Such rare creatures, to lose them would indeed be a lamentable fate. The titan giant ape is one thing, but that bull's head of the azure bull python is truly a work of art. Yet, he pondered, why had they suddenly appeared here? He recalled that these two had been delivered to Tangsan during Xiao Wu's sacrifice. What manner of protocol was this? Moreover, their intentions seemed quite clear, as they were headed directly towards his group. How peculiar. In the air, Qian Rinxue heard Shilong's call from behind and slightly veered to evade the breath attack of the azure bull python. This creature, a sudden shock coursed through her. She realized that the azure bull python was pursuing her. Of course, its speed could never match the swiftness of her wings, yet such behavior was utterly bewildering. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qian Rinxue's mind. She lowered her head and said, Yanzu, could it be that they are targeting you? Is that even a possibility? I am not acquainted with them, Yanzu replied, genuinely perplexed. Fear not, I shall ascertain the truth. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. With that, Qian Rinxue ceased her flight, propelled Yanzu away with a swift motion, and then observed the movements of the azure bull python. Indeed, upon seeing Yanzu fly in another direction, the azure bull python altered its course as well. Why? A flicker of confusion crossed Qian Rinxue's eyes, before she swiftly soared back towards Yanzu, retrieving him midair and halting at a suspended height. What is it about you that draws its attention? Qian Rinxue's expression grew serious. Yanzu helplessly stated, I truly do not know. Is being handsome also my fault? Do not be flippant. I am not jesting. Qian Rinxue responded. If this continues, it may very well chase after us into the outskirts, potentially affecting other Soul Master teams, which would be disastrous. Then let us ascend. Yanzu proposed. For the azure bull python's most suitable environment was indeed the water. Although it stood tall, it could not fly. Humans, leave your lives behind. A deafening roar reverberated through the sky of the Douluo forest, startling everyone. They beheld the azure bull python standing upright, bellowing at Qian Rinxue. This 10,000-year soul beast, now possessing intelligence, galvanized Qian Rinxue's resolve. In this scenario, Yanzu had become a useful bait for her. She feared not the inability to slay the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, but rather that these two creatures might escape deep into the forest, becoming elusive. As it appeared, the odds were now decidedly in her favor. I have a question. Why do you care for him so much? Qian Rinxue inquired, pulling Yanzu forward. You only need to leave your life behind. The azure bull python showed no intention of conversing with Qian Rinxue, launching a breath attack towards her. But alas, Qian Rinxue could fly, and swiftly at that. Yuguan and Gue Mei hurriedly approached to provide cover, even though they knew Qian Rinxue would remain unharmed. They dared not let their guard down. Old Ghost, the Pope has arrived. Yuguan gazed into the distance. Humph, this farce should come to an end. Prepared to unleash a full-scale assault, Gue Mei remarked. After a lengthy period of restraint, the time for the hunt had finally arrived. Not far off, the rapidly approaching Bibi Dong, upon spotting the bull-headed figure suspended in midair, felt a surge of joy. It was indeed the azure bull python, the most formidable prey within the Douluo forest, perfectly suited to serve as the final soul ring for her second martial spirit. Pope, the demon bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo exchanged tentative glances at Bibi Dong. A charming smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she declared, let us strike. Chapter 15, Rare Creatures, Part 3, Reinforcements had arrived. 6 Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall converged, initiating their challenge against the 2 beastly overlords of the Douluo forest. They took turns employing long-range attack soul techniques to restrain and deplete the creature's strength. Despite the formidable physique of the soul beasts, they found themselves beleaguered by the relentless bombardment from the Title Douluos, sustaining numerous wounds upon their once beautiful forms. In terms of cooperation, there existed no comparison between soul beasts and humans. The 6 Title Douluos exhibited seamless coordination, effectively managing their soul power consumption. In contrast, the Titan giant ape and azure bull python were relegated to a defensive stance, continuously exploited by their foes' relentless assaults. Bibi Dong observed coldly, biding her time. When her subordinates had sufficiently worn down the soul beasts, she would unleash her 6th soul technique, Eternal Creation, to conclude the battle. This technique bypassed physical defenses, reducing energy defenses by 50%. Once it struck, the resulting injury would spread uncontrollably, leaving only soul power to fend off the impending demise until exhaustion set in. This move was akin to a death sentence for soul beasts. Yet, Bibi Dong could not fathom why these 2 giants did not flee. As 10,000-year soul beasts, they possessed considerable wisdom. They should comprehend that they were engaged in a desperate struggle, and the most prudent choice would be to escape at all costs. What could possibly compel them to sacrifice over 10,000 years of cultivation? Yuguan, I know you are furious, but do not be careless. Conserve some soul power. This beast's desperate strike is no trifling matter. Goe Mei cautioned Yuguan, who was nearly struck by the azure bull python due to his relentless aggression. I did not anticipate that they could unleash domain skills. I nearly fell into their trap, Yuguan gasped. Bibi Dong, noting the 2 colossal beasts growing ever more resolute in battle, realized that a stalemate would ensue for some time. Her gaze shifted to the observing Qian Rinxue. She has blossomed into a beautiful young woman, was the first thought to surface in Bibi Dong's mind. Yet, upon noticing the pair of golden wings on Qian Rinxue's back, her stomach churned, and she furrowed her brow. Sensing Bibi Dong's scrutiny, Qian Rinxue turned to face her. Encountering the latter's frown of disdain, a chill gripped her heart, prompting her to swiftly divert her gaze. Neither spoke the first word. Then, Bibi Dong noticed that Qian Rinxue was cradling a young man, who was staring intently at her. Yan Zhu discovered something more captivating than the 2 soul beasts. After regaining his memories, he had longed to meet the former beauty of the continent, Bibi Dong. Now, she stood before him, suspended in midair, as though a work of art for his discerning gaze. Bibi Dong's figure, while not as tall as Qian Rinxue's, boasted a harmonious proportion, with every curve exquisitely rounded. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall against the night sky, shimmering with deep violet hues, and her eyes, profound as the ocean, hinted at secrets she had long concealed. Her visage differed from Qian Rinxue's noble and icy allure, presenting a face as delicate as a painting, imbued with a touch of softness. Her skin, pale as jade, displayed an exquisite smoothness with hardly a flaw visible. Gulping softly, Yanzu instinctively tightened his grip, only to hear a hissing sound from Qian Rinxue, who was now glaring at him. Yanzu realized that he had inadvertently hurt Qian Rinxue and promptly loosened his grip. However, it must be said that Qian Rinxue's physique was indeed remarkably resilient. You are the child mentioned by Goe Mei, are you not? Bibi Dong initiated the conversation, pondering internally. Did they not say it was a child? They seem rather mature, or perhaps they have simply developed exceptionally well. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our acquaintance, Yanzu offered, extending a hand toward Bibi Dong. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, then displayed the grace and approachability befitting her role as the Pope. She elegantly raised her delicate hand, grasping the young man's, and subsequently infused a thread of soul power into his being. Here we go again. Yanzu discerned Bibi Dong's intentions. She was testing his capabilities. However, it was futile, for his bodily structure was not one that could be elucidated by the theories of this world. Bibi Dong felt her soul power plummet into an abyss, receiving no response whatsoever. Intrigued, she mused, this individual is indeed peculiar. No wonder Goe Mei holds him in such high regard. 2 beasts can indeed serve your esteemed presence. Qian Rinxue's words were sharp as blades. Perhaps she was unaware of it, yet both Yanzu and Bibi Dong could detect the undertone of grievance in her voice. Yes, she was complaining, or rather, she was being petulant. Bibi Dong understood why Qian Rinxue had detained Yanzu. She was not lacking in capable allies. And with a mere thought, the spirit hall would extend its unwavering support. Qian Rinxue's retention of Yanzu was solely to capture her attention. Yet, Bibi Dong could not help but scoff inwardly. The moment I see your golden hair and those radiant wings, I feel a wave of disgust. Your very existence constantly stirs those dark memories within me. In Bibi Dong's heart, the hatred born from memories of confinement and humiliation far outweighed the love she ought to possess as a mother. Thus, Qian Rinxue's grievances stirred not a single ripple within her soul. Caught between these 2 women, Yanzu found the atmosphere to be rather delicate. Here, there was just the right opportunity, and I happened to be in need of it. Thus, Bibi Dong conveyed her intent for being here, not merely to see her, but for the purpose of the 100,000-year spirit ring. Naturally, as the Pope, you would not trouble yourself with unnecessary matters. Qian Ringshu's tone grew even colder, causing Yinzu to shudder involuntarily. Subsequently, both Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu refrained from continuing this fruitless dialogue, focusing instead on the battlefield. Under the joint effort of the 6 Title Douluos, the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Yueguan glanced at Bibi Dong, signaling that it was time to enter the harvesting phase. The Tianqing Niupong is mine. Qian Ringshu understood Yueguan's gaze and spoke first. Bibi Dong looked into Qian Ringshu's eyes and then raised a hand in a gesture of concession, indicating her willingness to yield. Qian Ringshu felt as though she had struck a pillow, her resentment deepening. After placing Yinzu further away on the ground, she soared into the sky to join the fray. It would not be so simple, Yinzu thought as he watched Qian Ringshu engage the Tianqing Niupong. He heard a sound, an ominous rush of air, signaling that someone was approaching at high speed with a clear objective. Now is the moment. With the assistance of 4 Title Douluos, Qian Ringshu seized the Tianqing Niupong's weakness, her flaming sacred sword aimed directly at its throat. A resonant sound, disorienting and chaotic, erupted as Qian Ringshu witnessed her sacred sword being engulfed by an unexpected darkness that suddenly materialized. This darkness expanded rapidly, creating a shockwave that sent all 6 Title Douluos and Qian Ringshu reeling back, silencing the world for an instant. Bibi Dong, who had been leisurely observing, suddenly felt a grave threat. Her gaze fixed intently on the dark mass, preparing for battle. From the center of the darkness, a man emerged, clad in black finery adorned with red accents. His inky black hair swirling like shadows in the wind, his features sharply defined as if chiseled from stone. Upon his arrival, the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape, like deflated balloons, ceased their fury and quietly retreated behind him. Prepare to die, the man uttered calmly. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and his words echoed in their minds as he waved a hand, unleashing several massive black dragon claws aimed directly at them, with no inclination to resist. Nearly all the Title Douluos were consumed by a singular thought, to flee, except for Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu. Bibi Dong could discern the man's formidable power, while Qian Ringshu remained undaunted, unafraid of the darkness he embodied. Yet, this fearlessness nearly cost her life had Bibi Dong not acted swiftly. The explosive roar resonated through the sky as Bibi Dong flew forward to mitigate the assault. Not good, Qian Ringshu exclaimed, hastily glancing down. The man had not overlooked a single detail. His soul skill had even locked onto Yinzu, who was hidden away. Wait, I'm included too? Yinzu thought, initially intending to fly out for a heroic rescue, only to realize that the man had not forgotten him, causing him to tense up. Bibi Dong recognized the attack she had overlooked, but there was little she could do. Firstly, she was constrained by the divine assessment, her strength limited, and secondly, the man's power exceeded her expectations. Merely blocking this assault was already a daunting task, and even if she wished to remedy the situation, it would be too late. Damn it, Qian Ringshu sped toward Yinzu, regretting her decision to bring him along. She could not accept the thought of someone losing their life due to her arrogance, so despite the seemingly hopeless situation, she flew toward him. The dragon claw, shrouded in black mist, devastated the forest with overwhelming force, entirely engulfing Yinzu. Upon landing, Qian Ringshu heard a retching sound, her disbelief palpable as she saw Yinzu waving his hands to disperse the air around him, standing there intact, albeit with barely any fabric left on his clothes. Yet his form appeared clean and unscathed, as if not a single hair had been lost. Why does this thing smell so foul? Yinzu remarked with a face of distaste. Are you all right? Qian Ringshu, still reeling from shock, could feel that the previous strike was capable of obliterating even the Title Douluos. Honestly, I feel splendid, Yinzu replied, chuckling at Qian Ringshu, who could not comprehend the reason behind his laughter. Yinzu recognized the man before him. He was the captain of the security team in the Stardo Forest, the gatekeeper of the Silver Dragon King, Dition, an entity nearing divinity. Yinzu had already felt the force of his attack, akin to a powerful gust from an electric fan, nothing more. Thus, he was certain that nothing in this world could pose a threat to him. In this light, he deemed himself the true rarity of this realm. Chapter 16, Aftermath of the Calamity. Dition, with arms crossed, regarded Bibi Dong before him with an intrigued expression. A woman capable of withstanding my strike? That ominous aura emanating from you, if I surmise correctly, originates from the city of slaughter. You are the goddess child? Bibi Dong felt a tremor in her heart. He could discern that she was undergoing the divine examination, indicating that he had glimpsed that level of existence, though he had not truly grasped it. If I am not mistaken, you are the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Dition? The Spirit Hall possessed an extensive collection of knowledge, and in years past, Bibi Dong had perused countless tomes. Her vast understanding led her to believe that only Dition could reach such heights. She had never imagined he still existed in the world. Dition coldly gazed at his palm and remarked, since you know who I am, why not hasten your own demise? It would save me the trouble. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's fair skin revealed dark green patterns as the 9 spirit rings of her first martial spirit manifested. Equally cold, she retorted, in the end. You are merely a beast with a longer cultivation time. What? Do you wish to contest with me? Noticing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Dition snapped his fingers, prompting the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python to unleash a thunderous roar. Instantly, the entire Douluo forest erupted in chaos. Countless soul beasts converging to roar at the figures above, many even taking to the skies, most of them being 10,000-year soul beasts, despite some being natural predators. They united under Tion's command. Qianrenxue was compelled by the tide of beasts to retreat with Yinzu into the skies. Upon seeing Yinzu unharmed, not only the Title Douluo but also Bibi Dong and Tion displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet, this was not the moment for concern for him. Yuewan transmitted a message to Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, if it comes to a conflict, with just a command from you, our lives are forfeit. However, should anything happen to the young master?" At this point, Yuewan fell silent. Should Qianrenxue encounter even the slightest mishap, the Title Douluo would return to find themselves reduced to ashes by Douluo, and Bibi Dong would not fare any better. Though her pride forbade Bibi Dong from bowing to Tion, she was equally disinclined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this host of beasts. Yuewan spoke wisely. Surrounded by such a massive horde of soul beasts, coupled with 200,000-year soul beasts and a near-divine entity, even she could not guarantee her escape. If Tion sought annihilation, it would be challenging for anyone to evade death. "This courtesy shall be remembered by the Spirit Hall," Bibi Dong declared, raising her hand to signal a retreat. "I did not say you could leave." Tion's every word struck like a hammer upon their hearts. "Oh," Bibi Dong responded. "Do you intend to lead your beastkin into war against my human race today?" At this juncture, Bibi Dong's anger flared. She perceived her retreat as a tremendous humiliation. Yet Tion seemed unyielding. Although they were at a disadvantage, with a single command from Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall would mobilize entirely. Even the angelic attendants led by Douluo would arrive swiftly, and such upheaval in the Douluo forest would attract the attention of various sects and principalities. At that point, leveling the entire forest would pose no challenge for Tion. "No, that is irrelevant," Tion exhaled softly. "Today, you must all remain, forever." The cycle of predator and prey, the relationship between humans and beasts, has always been thus. Qianrenxue interjected. "Once the balance is irrevocably shattered, it will spell disaster. Do you desire this calamity to arrive prematurely?" "I have stated, this is unrelated." Tion's form began to exude a liquid-like blackness, his killing intent swelling. "You must die today. It is as simple as that." Truly unreasonable. Anger surged within Qianrenxue, but then she recalled something, holding Yinzu before Tion and asking, "Is it because of him?" Tion hesitated momentarily, not because he wished to explain anything to Qianrenxue, but because he was genuinely curious. "Let us allow you to live a little longer. I have some questions. How did you survive my grasp just now?" Yinzu shrugged and remarked, "Did you not just let out a flatulence? Do you expect a mere fart to slay someone?" Emperor Tion raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed. Your human race produces the most peculiar beings." With that, Emperor Tion lifted his hand. Just at that moment, sensing his intentions, Bibi Dong issued a command to the crowd, tear open a gap and break through. The battle was on the verge of erupting as the dark energy emanating from Emperor Tion's palm targeted Yinzu, who was in Qianrenshue's hands. Bibi Dong's soul power surged as she stepped forward to block the attack, while Qianrenshue, intending to advance, was glared back by Bibi Dong. Regaining her composure, Qianrenshue followed the Title Douluos leading the escape, simultaneously sending a distress signal to the Spirit Hall. In an instant of distraction for Bibi Dong, immense pressure descended upon her. She saw Emperor Tion pointing skyward, a void appearing above him, from which a colossal black sword emerged. He then pointed downward, unleashing 3 massive crescent sword energies that encompassed Bibi Dong and those behind her. Bibi Dong, unable to evade, concentrated all her soul power into one point, aiming her staff forward to shatter the 3 sword energies. While she successfully broke the first, the second followed swiftly, causing her staff to splinter. And she felt a violent jolt throughout her body before spitting out blood. Whether her secret was discovered or a complete falling out with Douluo was imminent, Bibi Dong could no longer afford to ponder these matters. If she did not lift the restrictions of the divine trial, she would be obliterated by Emperor Tion's soul skill. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to go all in, a searing sensation radiated from her shoulder, followed by powerful arms enveloping her. "Yinzu!" Qianrenshue exclaimed. As the Yinzu she held vanished before her eyes. Turning back, she saw a bloody Bibi Dong and Yinzu appearing behind her. "He can fly? What is he doing? What is that red beam?" A multitude of questions surged in Qianrenshue's mind. Young mistress, Xishue and Shilong, ever vigilant, noticed Qianrenshue's momentary daze and rushed to physically assist her in breaking through. They could not concern themselves with the others. Qianrenshue had grown up under their watchful eyes, and as her bodyguards, they knew that even the slightest harm to her would incite Douluo's wrath. "Guimei, what are you doing?" Xishue bellowed. Breaking through the beast tide was not a formidable challenge for Title Douluos. Yet the previously rested Tianqing Yomong and Titan Great Ape had regrouped, turning the tables against humanity with the aid of countless soul beasts. "Guimei, now is your chance." The demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo fought valiantly to create space for Guimei, allowing him to seize the fleeting opportunity to unleash his teleportation soul skill. A cloud of black mist enveloped them, and as Qianrenshue was drawn into it, Guei Mei promptly transported her to the Tindo forest. The remaining Title Douluos, unburdened by concerns, unleashed their hidden cards for escape. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to see Yinzu's chin. The boy was clutching her tightly. Unintentionally or not, one of his hands, instead of resting on her shoulder, had slipped beneath her arm, pressing against her it seemed to be kneading. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. Even if it were deliberate, she chose to overlook it, turning her attention to Emperor Tian. She witnessed the boy's eyes emitting crimson rays, which swiftly pierced through the last two sword energies of Emperor Tian. The speed of the light was so rapid that Emperor Tian seemed unable to respond, being pushed back after being struck by the rays, which appeared as though they would slice through the very sky, extending far into the distance, leaving Emperor Tian unaware of the extent of his displacement. Stop! Stop! Yinzu freed one hand from Bibi Dong's legs, pressed against his temple, and repeatedly shut and opened his eyes until he regained his composure. This is why I dislike using this move, he thought, reveling in the exhilarating rush of energy that felt intoxicatingly addictive. As he observed the distant figure of Emperor Tian engulfed in smoke, Yinzu paid little heed to his condition, instead focusing on Bibi Dong, who had now closed her eyes. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, languidly resting in his embrace. Relishing the softness in his palm, Yinzu felt a surge of exhilaration, scanning the surroundings. He noted that the soul beast had scattered after Emperor Tian was sent flying, and Qianren Shui and the other Title Douluos had successfully escaped. Left were only himself and Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong in her battle-damaged state. How intriguing, Yinzu mused, just as the beauty in his arms spoke. Have you had enough? Bibi Dong's voice was devoid of discernible emotion. Not yet, Yinzu replied honestly, tightening his grip a little more. Bibi Dong seemed to stir with emotion but then trembled, coughing violently as blood uncontrollably flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yinzu, witnessing the situation, dared not to offend her further. He swiftly descended to the ground, gently laying her against a grand tree, allowing her to rest. He tenderly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and inquired, "How do you feel?" Bibi Dong remained silent, taken aback by the extent of her injuries from Tian's blow. She felt as if her veins were about to rupture, a foreign energy rampaging within her body, causing immense pain that rendered her speechless. All she desired was to lie down and recuperate. Hey? Yinzu leaned in closer, softly patting her face. She was truly exquisite. Being so near to Bibi Dong stirred an uncontrollable thought within his mind, leading him to kiss her. Bibi Dong's body responded slightly, yet she was too weak to resist. This subtle reaction only intensified the fire within Yinzu's heart. He grasped her delicate face, coaxing her mouth open, and indulged in the sweetness of her lips, tinged with a hint of iron. Suddenly, Yinzu attempted to rise, his face contorted in a plea for mercy, as Bibi Dong fiercely clamped down on his tongue, her grip suggesting an intent to sever it completely. Chapter 17. The Dragon King saw you should tend to your injuries. I will keep watch over you. Yinzu managed to extricate his tongue and, noticing Bibi Dong's erratic breathing and the urge to spit blood due to her heightened emotions, spoke softly. Bibi Dong's lips fluttered. What did you say? Yinzu leaned in closer. Step back. Bibi Dong sighed deeply. If you don't, I can hardly breathe. Do you want me to help you breathe easier? I've heard that a gentle massage can alleviate discomfort. Yinzu certainly would not voice such a suggestion, knowing that Bibi Dong was gravely wounded and her emotional state precarious. Bibi Dong's extraordinary beauty and gentle demeanor nearly caused Yinzu to overlook the perilous nature of this deranged woman. The folly of infatuation can be deadly. Yinzu retreated slightly and sat down, wary of attracting any suspicion from Bibi Dong, adopting a kneeling posture to face her. Bibi Dong seized the moment to recuperate, aided by the abundant soul power present in the Tindo forest, allowing her to recover swiftly. Gradually, Yinzu noticed the color in Bibi Dong's face improved significantly, becoming increasingly delicate, rosy, and luminous. Bibi Dong opened her eyes, casting a vigilant glance around. Rest assured, he hasn't come, Yinzu reassured, sensing her unease. Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Yinzu, choosing to momentarily overlook his earlier transgression. You seem to possess quite a few extraordinary abilities. Given that Tian's strength approaches the divine, it is astonishing that your beam of light could injure him, she remarked. One cannot generalize about the physical constitution of individuals, Yinzu replied nonchalantly. Bibi Dong continued, indeed, your body density appears remarkable, coupled with an incredible resilience. It is unlikely that ordinary blades could leave a mark upon you. The reason Bibi Dong knew this was that she had genuinely considered biting Yinzu's tongue off in retaliation for his earlier offense, which had stirred painful memories of her past. However, she was unable to do so. During their kiss, his tongue felt no different from that of an ordinary person. Yet when she tried to bite down with all her strength, she found it impossible. More importantly, he had survived Tian's initial onslaught, an attack even Title Douluos would avoid. In truth, Bibi Dong's estimation was somewhat conservative. Yinzu mused that swords and blades were trivial concerns for him. In his youth, driven by curiosity, he had once held his hand in fire for nearly an hour without feeling any pain. And had it not been for the fear of his parents discovering it, he could have endured much longer. Yet, what intrigues me most is that all of this seems unrelated to soul power, Bibi Dong remarked with keen interest. One cannot say it is entirely unrelated. Yanzu replied. These abilities are innate to me, but I have recently discovered that cultivating soul power allows me to progress even further. Bai Dong's mind began to contemplate the possibility of recruiting him. Straightening her posture to appear more imposing, she said, Gu Mei has investigated your background. You are of clear origin, yet possess extraordinary talent. I admire you greatly. If you can refine your temperament and become more composed and mature, your future holds boundless potential. Was that merely a fleeting comment? This woman certainly knew how to bend and yield. Yanzu, initially pondering how to face Bai Dong after his earlier impulsive act driven by hormones, now found her willing to overlook his impropriety. Was she merely pretending to forgive him to draw him into her plans for revenge? Perhaps that was indeed the case. Yet, Yanzu was willing to play this role. For in embracing her, she took on a different significance for him. What do you think? Would you like to assist me in the Hall of the Pope? Bai Dong emphasized the phrase assist me with a particular intonation, seemingly aware of Yanzu's youthful naivety, intending to manipulate him. However, I am already serving the angelic god, am I not? Yanzu countered, unwilling to abandon Qian Rinxue so swiftly for Bai Dong. If he did, he would forever be a mere pawn in her eyes. Moreover, should he assist Bai Dong, there would be no turning back. While aiding Qian Rinxue would allow him to help manage any complications Bai Dong might conjure later. Yanzu felt confident in his ability to rescue this woman. In a world where strength reigns supreme, matters can be convoluted yet occasionally remarkably simple. Meanwhile, after Gu Mei led Qian Rinxue out of the Douluo forest, other Title Douluos also broke free, with the bear Douluo sustaining the most severe injuries, thankfully without any fatalities. And Bai Dong and Yanzu. Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously, her eyes blazing with anger as she gazed toward the Douluo forest. Shuer, are you unharmed? A gentle yet authoritative male voice resonated from above, prompting the elders of the spirit hall to bow in respect, exclaiming, we pay our respects to the grand offering. Without an army or entourage. Upon receiving Qian Rinxue's distress signal, the spirit hall did not enact any dramatic measures, only Qian Douluo arrived alone. However, to everyone present, that was deemed sufficient. Seeing Qian Douluo's arrival, Qian Rinxue immediately reined in her emotions, replying, I am fine. The elders have protected me well. However, grandfather, Bai Dong and one of my subordinates are still trapped in the Douluo forest. Sighing, Qian Douluo glanced at the bowing elders of the spirit hall and let out a long breath. This sigh struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer, causing their ears to burn as if Qian Douluo were declaring, you useless fools. Grandfather, the legendary golden-eyed black dragon king Di Tian has suddenly appeared, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Qian Rinxue defended the elders, sensing their embarrassment. Contrary to their expectations, Qian Douluo was not as angry as they had assumed. On the contrary, he believed that Qian Rinxue experiencing a situation akin to this was not necessarily a bad thing, as long as she was unharmed. Once on solid ground, Qian Douluo approached Qian Rinxue, gently stroking her hair. Return now, I will handle the rest. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing instantly toward the Douluo forest. Ditian, you say? Qian Douluo mused while searching above the Douluo forest. The legendary soul beast nearing divine status has indeed piqued my interest. Someone is approaching. Yanzu shifted the topic, addressing Bai Dong. It is he. Bai Dong responded, gazing skyward. Allow me to introduce the one who is about to arrive, the grand offering of the spirit hall, Qian Douluo. Do not speak when he arrives, understand? May I inquire why? Yanzu received a negative answer from Bai Dong's gaze. How troublesome, Bai Dong. Qian Douluo appeared above them, looking down at Bai Dong. Bai Dong forced herself to stand, feigning nonchalance. Thank you, grand offering, for coming to our aid. Qian Douluo scrutinized Bai Dong, narrowing his eyes as numerous speculations flooded his mind. He even suspected Bai Dong was intentionally conserving her strength, seeking to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Qian Rinxue. Such madness was not impossible, and the benefits for her would be substantial. Should that occur, the line of the angelic lineage would be severed, necessitating him to find a new successor, granting her decades of developmental time, a sufficient span for her to accomplish many things. Moreover, was this not her ultimate desire? To exact vengeance upon the angelic clan. Qian Douluo had already uncovered Bai Dong's secret, yet by then, it was too late. All that remained was to leave matters to fate. The descent and fall of gods were beyond the interference of a mere mortal. Indeed, as one of the pinnacle figures in the Soul Master realm, Qian Douluo was still just a mortal when compared to these chosen by the gods. As the Pope, do not take excessive risks. The Hall of the Pope requires your stewardship, Qian Douluo advised with veiled implications. Indeed, grand offering, I shall proceed with caution. Bai Dong adeptly responded to Qian Douluo. Following that, Qian Douluo was disinclined to engage her further, knowing this de facto daughter-in-law would not greet him with warmth. You are the subordinate of Shuer? Qian Douluo directed his gaze toward Yanzu, thinking to himself that Shuer was rather reckless in allowing just anyone to approach her. Yanzu nodded. Bai Dong had instructed him to remain silent, and he complied. How did you manage to escape? Qian Douluo was eager to uncover this mystery. In his estimation, while Bai Dong possessed considerable strength, repelling Di Tian within the Douluo forest seemed utterly improbable. Moreover, Tian had every reason to eradicate them completely, yet they both thrived. There must be some hidden cards they could play to secure a sliver of survival. Bai Dong took the lead in the conversation, expressing her reluctance to elaborate further while subtly suggesting to Douluo that he ought to comprehend the implications. I see, Douluo replied nonchalantly, harboring no doubts. If it were Bai Dong, he had faith in her capabilities. Subsequently, Douluo vanished from sight. Yanzu observed him heading towards the heart of the Star-Do forest, perhaps seeking a confrontation with Tian. However, Tian was unreachable, having already submerged himself in the lake of life, relying on its waters to mend his wounds. Are you injured? A sound wave emanated from the dragon egg nestled at the lake's bottom, addressing Tian. Tian opened his eyes, filled with remorse. I am incompetent. Having disturbed my master, allow me to assess your injuries. With those words, a silvery soul power surged forth from the dragon egg, enveloping Tian, restoring his once lost arms. Tian continued, I am to blame for failing to eliminate all peering intruders, forcing my master to attend to my wounds. It is not your fault. Blame the insatiably greedy humans, came the response. Once Tian's injuries were healed, the soul power retreated back into the dragon egg, where it fell into slumber once more. Tian curled into a ball, recuperating. He had never anticipated encountering such a being, a seemingly inexperienced youth who instilled in him a profound sense of existential threat. Initially, it was the Silver Dragon King who sensed someone spying on her. She could not fathom how the intruder accomplished it. Nor did she wish for news of her recovery to reach the human realm, prompting her to dispatch subordinates for a crackdown. Humans, indeed, possess boundless potential. The Silver Dragon King mused with a sigh. Chapter 18, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. Let us part ways here. Yanzu gazed at the specter and Yuguan who came to assist Bai Dong. Do you truly wish for me to return? Bai Dong inquired once more. Yanzu chuckled. Your repeated invitations have truly touched me, yet I prefer to have a clear beginning and end. If you wish, the gates of the Papal Hall shall always stand open for you. For one who could repel the mighty Emperor Tian, Yanzu left Bai Dong with some leeway. I do not desire the gates of the Papal Hall. I long for your embrace. Yanzu took a moment to appreciate Bai Dong's exquisite form before soaring towards Nodding City. Your Holiness, Yuguan and Gue Mei approached Bai Dong. And upon seeing her unharmed, they both offered a respectful bow. Bai Dong watched as Yanzu transformed into a mere speck in her sight until he vanished completely. Let us return, she said softly. Gue Mei remarked, Your Holiness, I never expected him to possess such abilities. Abilities? He not only possesses skill but also considerable audacity. Bai Dong mused inwardly, the earlier images and sensations flooding her mind. Her tongue flicked, and then she closed her eyes, attempting to forget Yanzu's previous audacious actions. But they lingered stubbornly. Regardless, he deserves some recognition. Bai Dong refrained from reprimanding Gue Mei for his oversight, and the trio made their way to the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a shimmering portal suddenly illuminated, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered, yet somewhat lean middle-aged man. Bon uncle, you have returned. How fare the circumstances? Ning Fengji, seated with his eyes closed in contemplation, quickly rose to inquire. The matter is neither trivial nor monumental, Bon Douluo replied, unhurriedly sitting down to enjoy a cup of tea. It is not significant as the actions of the Spirit Hall do not concern us or any other factions. On the surface, they merely seem to be hunting souls. Ning Fengji expressed his astonishment. Hunting souls? What kind of soul hunting necessitates such formidable forces? 10,000-year soul beasts. Gurong replied, taking another sip of tea. Sitting quietly, Sword Douluo and Xian's brow furrowed slightly. 2 of them? 10,000-year soul beasts? Ning Fengji exclaimed, thoroughly shocked. Does that not imply the Spirit Hall might acquire 2 more Title Douluo? Furthermore, to withstand a 10,000-year soul ring, these Title Douluo must be extraordinary. Gurong shook his head, not necessarily. Based on the information we have gathered and my observations at the time, they were likely hunting souls for the young master of the Spirit Hall, who possesses the 6-winged angel spirit. A female? Xian's eyes opened wide, a hint of impatience flashing within. While others young masters are hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, our Rongrong prepares to frolic with a group of insignificant beings in the countryside. Ning Fengji, with a wry smile, replied, Sword Uncle, are you still upset over this matter after all this time? You cannot compare them so. Gurong interjected, how old is Rongrong? Such comparisons are inappropriate. For soul masters, time is of the essence. Old Bone, you must understand this. Moreover, we are well aware of Rongrong's innate talents. Her current accomplishments do not align with her potential due to her laziness and frivolity. Xian remained unfazed by Ning Fengji's attempt at levity, feeling that sending her to such a place would only inflate her arrogance further. Sensing a headache approaching, Ning Fengji chose to refrain from provoking Xian further and continued. What happened next, Bone Uncle? Gurong continued. Then, Emperor Tian appeared and was driven away. However, the Spirit Hall did not emerge unscathed either. They too fled in disarray. Marking the end of this farce. Emperor Tian? Ning Fengji and Xian exclaimed in unison, both visibly unsettled. Are you referring to the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King? Emperor Tian? Ning Fengji confirmed. Gurong nodded. Indeed, the oppressive aura was unmistakable, I nearly revealed myself. Chen Xian furrowed his brow. You mean to say that Emperor Tian was driven away, thus implying that Tian Douluo was among those dispatched from the spirit hall? That fellow is still alive? Gu Rong clarified. Tian Douluo is indeed alive, but you need not worry about him. He arrived later. By the time he came, I had already returned, as I felt certain I could not hide from his gaze. However, it was not he who drove away Emperor Tian. Another expert? Ning Fengji's curiosity grew. If it were not for Gu Rong's words, he would suspect he was being regaled with a fantastical tale. Who else could repel the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King? Emperor Tian, besides the renowned Tang Chun and Tian Douluo? Gu Rong relished the intrigued expressions on Chen Xian and Ning Fengji's faces, recalling that his own reaction had been even more exaggerated. It was a young child, he stated nonchalantly. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian fell silent for a moment. Chen Xian sighed. Old bone, your countenance is ill-suited for jest. You lack the talent for it. I reiterate, I am not jesting, Gu Rong asserted, pointing to his own eyes. At that moment, the situation was dire. Bibi Dong was on the verge of being slain by Emperor Tian. Should that have occurred? It would have been unfortunate. However, at that moment, a ragged youth flew behind her, his eyes emitting crimson beams that forcefully neutralized Emperor Tian's attack, severely wounding and driving him back. Subsequently, all members of the Spirit Hall retreated. That is the entirety of the events. Gu Rong concluded his account, while Ning Fengji and Chen Xian gazed at him in disbelief, as though he spoke a foreign language. Give me a moment to process this, Ning Fengji said, returning to his seat, only to stand again, restless. Chen Xian cast a sidelong glance at Gu Rong. You are more ruthless than I. Spinning such a tale to provoke Fengji. I shall say this one last time, Gu Rong declared, crushing the cup in his hand. I am not joking. Chen Xian silently rose and exited the grand hall. Ning Fengji paced back and forth, finally speaking. So who exactly is this youth? How many hidden cards does the Spirit Hall possess? How is it that they can find such individuals while we cannot? Of course, Uncle Bone, I mean no offense. You and Sword Uncle are unparalleled. I merely refer to Rong's generation. I understand, Gu Rong replied. It seems that even the Spirit Hall members are unaware of that youth's true strength. He appeared to be compelled to act. Fengji, if you're interested, I can investigate further. If we can sway him to our side, at the very least, Rong's generation can be at ease. Ning Fengji clapped his hands. Just ensure you do not act hastily. Gu Rong departed as he opened the portal, turning back to say, Fengji, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. However, I stand in firm opposition to sending Rong to that so-called academy. With that, Gu Rong stepped through the portal, leaving Ning Fengji to sigh, contemplating his plans. The Snowstar Prince seemed intent on drawing him in, having previously mentioned a desire to arrange a betrothal between Xuebang and Rong, setting aside the prince's strong ambitions. Ning Fengji found Xuebang's character and abilities unsatisfactory. After much consideration, he concluded that sending Rong to Shrek Academy would be more beneficial. It would not only temper her temperament but also distance her from the entanglements of nobility. Why is father sighing again? A charming girl clad in a jade-hued jumpsuit leaped into Ning Fengji's embrace. He remained silent, merely raising his hand to gently caress Ning Rong's silken hair. His heart a tumult of emotions. He cherished her deeply, yet feared that without proper guidance, she might remain unrefined. He longed to strengthen her spirit, but was apprehensive of the hardships and setbacks she might face, all while guarding against the unexpected challenges of parenthood. It was a formidable task to be her father. The girl, toying with Ning Fengji's hair, inquired, Father, it seemed you were just discussing me? I believe I overheard something about sending me to Shrek? Ning Fengji pondered momentarily before asking, Rong, if one day you must venture out into the world alone, would you dare? Upon hearing this, Ning Rong placed her hands on her hips and stood tall, declaring, What is there to fear? However, that is a matter for several years hence. Ning Fengji then gathered Ning Rong into his arms, choosing silence, for he understood the importance of cherishing every fleeting moment in the present. As Yen Zhu stepped into the royal garden, he was greeted by the voice of Xue Qinghe, who had now transformed into the crown prince of Tindo. Engrossed in a game of chess in the courtyard, the remark was made that even a dog, if lost, would know to return home. What is this? Are you a dog? I truly fail to comprehend your thoughts. Do you find this amusing? Despite possessing such immense power, you feign ignorance and toy with us here. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Yanzu suddenly burst into laughter, pondering to himself whether she was unaware that her manner of speaking always held a hint of playful charm. Chapter 19. Loyalty to you. I have stated my intention to collaborate with you, and you have mentioned your willingness to help me uncover my potential. Yanzu remarked with calm assurance. I believe it is only fitting that we see this through to the end. Assist me? Are you truly serious? Qian Rinxue retorted coldly. When you speak of seeing things through, are you persuading me or merely convincing yourself? With such a disposition, do you truly require my assistance? Yanzu remarked. Whether you believe it or not, the knowledge you imparted to me previously has proven to be exceedingly valuable. Thus, we can continue to achieve greatness together. Qian Rinxue turned her face slightly, observing Yanzu's sincere expression, and sighed. Such knowledge could easily be acquired at any Soul Master Academy. With your prowess, A mere display of your abilities would attract kings and sects vying for your attention. Why engage in pretense here? Rest assured, Yanzu replied with a smile. Your skepticism merely reflects your concerns. I must first apologize for having concealed so much from you. Each of you has inquired about my intentions, yet I possess none. Then why do you persist in this manner? Qian Rinxue questioned. What compels you to remain by my side? And why did you earlier allow yourself to be treated in such a manner by Prince Xuexing? I harbor no ulterior motives, nor do I possess dreams of my own. Yanzu stated. However, I am committed to safeguarding the aspirations of others, those I cherish, my parents, whose dreams consist of leading a simple, unassuming life in our hometown. Supporting one another. For their sake, I am willing to make certain concessions, as they bear little impact. As for why I choose to remain by your side, may I pose a question to you? Do you lack faith in the future of the angel god? This inquiry bore significant weight. Qian Rinxue composed herself and asserted. Light shall ultimately grace the entire continent, and I hold this conviction steadfastly. Then why doubt me? Yanzu countered. Why can I not be the one who aspires to follow this noble vision? Qian Rinxue found herself momentarily speechless, pausing before continuing. I simply find this difficult to believe. Are you truly willing to follow me for the future of the angel god? Otherwise, what would my purpose be? Yanzu queried. Indeed. It is crucial that you assist me in having children. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. You once mentioned that you trust those you employ. Yanzu broke the stillness. Eventually, Qian Rinxue seemed to reconcile her thoughts and asked, Are you well? You haven't been hurt, have you? Hearing this, Yanzu chuckled and said, How delightful. Shall I strip down for your inspection? Let us first take our rest. Tomorrow we shall commence our journey back to the imperial capital, Qian Rinxue remarked as she rose, appearing as if she had concluded a significant matter. Her demeanor light and joyful. Alas, she must maintain the guise of Xuexinghe in her daily life. Yanzu thought regretfully as he observed Qian Rinxue's silhouette. At dawn the following day, Xuexinghe and the others prepared to set forth back to Tindo City. Xueqin insisted on sharing a carriage with Xuexinghe, but was gently persuaded to return, prompting Yanzu to board the carriage and await instructions. What a delightful surprise, Yanzu remarked upon entering and glancing at Xuexinghe. Time is precious, especially after returning to the imperial capital, where we shall be even busier. Therefore, I wish to inquire about certain matters. And I am sure you have inquiries of your own, Xuexinghe stated. Feel free to ask, Yanzu reclined, gazing at the ceiling of the carriage. What abilities do you possess? Please elaborate, Xuexinghe inquired. Since you have pledged your service to me, it is only fitting that I understand you well, so that I may make more informed arrangements. Yanzu pondered for a moment and said, In truth, there is nothing particularly special. My physical form is quite formidable, as you have observed. So, did you truly endure that attack? Xuexinghe gasped. Moreover, Yanzu continued, pointing to his eyes with 2 fingers, my eyes can emit heat rays, and my senses are remarkably acute. That is essentially all there is to it. You do resemble a powerful assault-type spirit master, Xuexinghe remarked. Most assault-type spirit masters possess soul skills that merely enhance their offensive and defensive capabilities. Thus, it seems you can be regarded as someone on par with a level 99 spirit master. If you say so, then it must be true. Do you have any questions for me? Xuexinghe inquired. None at all. Really? Indeed, truly none. Once we return to Tindo, my time will be quite limited. Are you absolutely certain? Speaking of that, Yanzu stood and said, What arrangements do you have for me upon our arrival in Tindo? Xuexinghe replied, initially. When I was still unaware of your capabilities, I had hoped you would attend the Tindo Royal Academy. What is the reasoning behind that? Firstly, you would have access to the finest educational resources there. Secondly, I hope you can forge connections with certain individuals. Xuexinghe continued, Yanzu, to achieve certain objectives. One merely needs to secure the allegiance of a few key figures. This is the advantage of a top-down revolution. It eliminates unnecessary sacrifices. I understand. You have already secured the most pivotal position. So, your current task is to continue winning over others? Yanzu comprehended Xuexinghe's intentions. She had ascended to the status of the Crown Prince of Tindo, and the Tindo Empire was effectively within her grasp. She merely needed to continue garnering support from others and eliminate those who would never compromise. Although you are quite extraordinary, you are still relatively young, are you not? Xuexinghe observed Yanzu with a complex gaze. I do not wish for you to be stained with too much blood. I hope you understand that I do not see you as a tool for slaughter. Thus, I wish for you to attend the Tindo Royal Academy, where you can enjoy your youth while assisting me with a few matters. Please, go on, Yanzu said, listening intently. Are you familiar with the 3 great sects? Xuexinghe asked. They are the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The Haotian sect has withdrawn from the world. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan reigns over the 9 Dragon Mountains, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is bound to the fate of Tindo, with its current leader, Ning Fingji, overseeing the national treasury while also holding the position of national master. Thus, the latter 2 are currently the most powerful sects, correct? Yanzu inquired. Precisely. Currently, the 2 heirs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Tianhing and Yu Tianxin, are studying at the Tindo Royal Academy. Although the heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong, is still quite young, I will persuade Ning Fingji to send her to the Tindo Royal Academy. Xue Qinghe explained, the future and decision-making power of these sects will ultimately rest in the hands of these heirs. Securing their allegiance will effectively neutralize these two sects and avert bloodshed. You mean for me to win them over? Yinzu surmised Xue Qinghe's intentions. Her approach was certainly different from Bibi Dong's, who sought to destroy the spirit hall. For Bibi Dong, accumulating enemies was advantageous, while Qian Renxue wished to minimize bloodshed and foster loyalty. Would this cause you any distress? Xue Qinghe tentatively asked, given your abilities. Do you feel that I am underutilizing your potential by assigning you such tasks? Yinzu shook his head and replied, no, not at all. I find it quite delightful. Truly, attending the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy, bearing your name. I can hardly fathom how exhilarating that must be. He reflected on the fact that in his previous life, he had never experienced the joys of a typical school life. Suddenly, Yinzu became lost in thought. After escaping the orphanage, his existence had been reduced to wandering, working menial jobs, and scavenging for scraps. Even when he had gained some strength, he was still relegated to temporary labor, merely drifting through life. If you can think this way, then that is splendid, Xue Qinghe remarked, observing that Yinzu did not express any dissent. A smile crept across her face. This fellow, though terrifyingly powerful, still possessed the essence of youthful innocence. If he could find joy in this, it would indeed be the best outcome. After a brief silence, Xue Qinghe continued, Yinzu, there are a few heartfelt words I wish to share with you. Yinzu immediately sat up straight, attentive. Please, go on. Xue Qinghe said, in my view, the most terrifying thing is unchecked power. You possess such strength at such a young age, should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. The angelic deity is a god of salvation, seeking a world of peace rather than one drenched in blood. You have already studied the doctrines of the angels. These truths should be clear to you. Upon hearing her words, Yinzu nodded thoughtfully. His gaze fell upon Xue Qinghe's hand, casually resting on her thigh, and a sudden impulse compelled him to grasp it. Startled, Xue Qinghe instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet Yinzu's grip remained steadfast. A powerful sensation coursed through the back of her hand as she witnessed Yinzu kiss it tenderly. He then proclaimed, I pledge my loyalty to you, my angel. A wave of warmth surged from her hand to her chest, ascending to her mind and causing her ears to flush with crimson. This exhilarating jolt lingered for but a fleeting moment before an unexpected chill enveloped her, prompting a shiver that raised goosebumps along her skin. She withdrew her hand, casting an ambiguous look at Yinzu and uttering a simple, thank you. After a considerable journey, the convoy arrived at the imperial capital of Tindo. The grandeur of the city was undeniable. Yinzu observed that the architecture of Tindo far surpassed that of Notting, standing at least twice as tall, with an astonishing influx of people bustling about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Take this and seek out Dream God Machine at the Tindo Royal Academy. He will arrange everything for you, Xue Qinghe instructed, handing Yinzu a letter as he disembarked from the carriage. You prepared this letter last night? Yinzu inquired, accepting her handwritten recommendation. It seems you had already anticipated my acquiescence to your plans? Well, it was just a hunch, and it turned out to be quite accurate. Don't you think? Xue Qinghe replied, a hint of pride illuminating her expression as her lips curved into an enchanting smile. Her taste is quite capable of bending wills. Yinzu mused inwardly, blinking in astonishment. Once I return to Tindo, I will be quite busy, leaving me little time to attend to you. However, should you require anything, feel free to come directly to the prince's residence. Do you understand? Xue Qinghe instructed. Yinzu watched as the carriage disappeared into the royal palace, fading from view. Before he took the recommendation letter in hand, preparing to report to the Tindo Royal Academy. Is this the place? How magnificent it is. Yinzu stared at the grand entrance of the Tindo Royal Academy, momentarily lost in thought. Unworthy beings, step aside. A voice of insult echoed behind Yinzu, followed by the sensation of a hand attempting to shove him aside. Yinzu grasped that hand firmly and exerted a slight force, producing a crisp sound of bones fracturing. Observing his subordinate being pummeled, Xu Ebing, who was initially reveling in the company of two young women, focused intently in thought. Isn't this the lad who shared a carriage with Xue Qinghe earlier? What brings him here? Nevertheless, this presents a splendid opportunity for character building, Xu Ebing mused, confident that his boisterous arrogance would surely reach Xue Qinghe's ears through this fellow. This was, after all, one of the tasks assigned to him by Xue Qing. Moreover, even if not for that purpose, Xu Ebing relished the idea of having his subordinates teach this country bumpkin a lesson. How dare he lay hands on someone of his stature? You. Go. Xu Ebing signaled a companion nearby with a glance. Oh? Yinzu thought, observing the situation. Am I to engage in a brawl before even stepping foot on campus? Is this a scene from a spirited academy drama? How did Yuan Ji earn respect back then? It seems he decisively thrashed the local leaders first. But that fellow was a prince. Ah, whatever, I'm still a crown prince myself. With this in mind, Yinzu surged forward, dispatching the approaching lackeys with a couple of swift slaps, charging straight at Xu Ebing. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Xu Ebing's face paled as he saw Yinzu advancing, retreating hurriedly, while the two female students in his arms gasped in shock and fled to the side. I am a prince, but before Xu Ebing could finish his sentence, Yinzu seized his collar, and with a fist as large as a cooking pot, struck him squarely in the distorted visage of terror. The whales drew a crowd of onlookers, and as soon as they realized the one being pummeled was Prince Shewebing, even more spectators gathered. TSK, Tiska, striking young woman with violet hair and emerald eyes leaned against a tall, imposing man, observing the scene. Who is this lad? He dares to strike Shewebing so ruthlessly. From the looks of his attire, he resembles a royal attendant, the man replied, though inwardly he pondered, curious as to why this fellow seemed to have not even utilized his soul power. Though Shewebing lacked prowess, he was so inept as to be utterly defenseless. Why was he being so thoroughly trounced? Chapter 20. Enrollment in the Imperial Duel Stop. A sharp command rang out as a lean, gray-bearded man appeared behind Yinzu. Upon hearing the words, Yinzu turned his head and beheld an individual clad in a black robe, adorned with golden embroidery, exuding an air of distinguished status within the academy. Master Ming, save me, murmured Shewebing, helplessly dangling from Yinzu's grasp, his swollen face rendering his speech remarkably comical. Are you still not going to stop? Ming Shinji, noticing Yinzu's indifference, felt a surge of anger. His soul force erupted slightly, causing the onlooking students to retreat several feet. Naturally, this display was ineffective against Yinzu. Ming Shinji found the situation peculiar and promptly shifted the topic. Which class are you in? I do not recall such a student in our academy. Master Ming? Are you truly Ming Shinji? Yinzu loosened his grip, and Shewebing collapsed to the ground like a limp doll, while the sycophants who previously hesitated rushed forward to assist him. What is this? Ming Shinji asked as he regarded the envelope Yinzu presented. Upon seeing the royal seal embossed in wax, his anger subsided, albeit reluctantly, he instructed Yinzu. You may follow me. Shewebing, witnessing Ming Shinji's passivity, lay on the ground groaning, but to no avail. His habitual tyrannical behavior at school was well known among the teachers. They understood his character, and due to his special status, they could only tolerate him, unable to penalize him, nor would anyone come to his aid. Upon reaching the office, Ming Shinji opened the envelope, revealing a letter of recommendation from Shueqinghe. The wording remained characteristically humble, yet the requests were somewhat peculiar. Shueqinghe sought the best educational resources for Yinzu, which was reasonable, but it concluded with a phrase indicating he did not wish to discuss certain matters further. How could a teacher instruct a student without inquiring into their circumstances? Ming Shinji scrutinized Yinzu once more. He appeared robust, embodying the essence of a formidable assault-type soul master. You are Yinzu, correct? Ming Shinji inquired, securing the letter. I am unsure what exceptional qualities you possess that have garnered such favor from His Highness. But since you are here, and with His Highness's endorsement, the Academy shall assist you in becoming an outstanding soul master. Thank you, Yinzu replied respectfully. Ming Shinji thought. He does not seem like a troublemaker. It was undoubtedly Shewebing who provoked him. He then proceeded to advise, however, my child, our academy houses over 500 students, each a noble from the empire or principalities. It is prudent to think carefully before acting. Teachers do not oppose private duels, but we prefer not to let situations escalate to an embarrassing degree. Your attire resembles that of a royal attendant. Are you unaware that the individual you just struck was Prince Shewebing of Tindo? I am aware, Yinzu replied nonchalantly, and then? Very well, he is indeed a troublemaker. Ming Shinji wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you aware that insulting the royal family is a grave offense? Your previous statement could have warranted a death sentence. Let us discuss academic matters instead. Besides class-based education, the academy assigns each student a mentor, overseeing about 7 to 10 students. By the way, what is your martial soul? What is your soul power level? My martial soul? It is a body martial soul, omnipresent within me. As for my soul power level, it is approximately at its peak. I suppose. Yinzu had earnestly answered as sincerely as possible, yet Dream Machine felt as if he was being toyed with. Was this what the letter implied by stating that if he did not wish to speak, one should refrain from asking? Very well, he thought, I shall not inquire further. But I cannot be held accountable for the consequences. If he is unwilling to disclose even the information regarding his martial soul and soul power, then it becomes impossible to assign a suitable mentor for him. So be it. Irritated, Dream Machine declared, you will attend classes in the heavenly class. And as for a mentor, I shall not assign one to you. Choose for yourself. With that, he tossed the mentor list before Yinzu, who casually perused its contents. Qin Ming? Is Yu Tianheng under him? He mused. Oh, I must not forget what Qian Renqiwei instructed. He will do. Yinzu pointed decisively. Dream Machine was about to ascertain who this unfortunate soul was, but upon seeing Qin Ming's name, he hesitated and suggested, perhaps we should consider another option? No changes. You said I could choose, Yinzu firmly stated. Dream Machine pondered, for Qin Ming currently led the Imperial fighting team, which comprised exceptional talents such as Yu Tianheng, Duge Yin, Yi Lingling, and the Shijiao brothers. Qin Ming had managed them well. And to suddenly place a connection into his team would likely lead Qin Ming to voice his grievances, tarnishing Dream Machine's own reputation. Ah, Dream. As the chief of the academy, you must honor your word. Do you lack the resolve for such a decision? Yinzu pressed. This remark pricked at Dream Machine's pride, prompting him to assert, I have always been a man of my word. Thus, your mentor will indeed be Qin Ming. Sit tight for a moment while I summon him. After a brief interval, Qin Ming entered the office. Upon spotting Yin Zhu seated, he immediately grasped the situation and greeted, "You certainly have made quite the impression today. Qin Ming, he is now under your guidance," Dream Machine stated, handing over the recommendation letter from Shuqingha. Qin Ming took the letter, examined it, and noticing Dream Machine's lack of further commentary, nodded, "Very well, I shall take care of him." Being youthful, he thought it best to handle the more arduous tasks himself. With a sigh, he contemplated the dual responsibilities of leading the Imperial fighting team while also managing a connection. It was indeed a challenging predicament. "Your name is Yin Zhu, correct? Follow me. I will escort you to your dormitory," Qin Ming instructed. Yin Zhu accompanied Qin Ming to collect his school uniform and badge, registered for accommodation, and strolled around the academy, thus concluding the day. At parting, Qin Ming remarked to Yin Zhu, "From now on, I shall be your mentor. Besides attending class daily, feel free to approach me directly with any concerns. I will mostly be at the Royal Combat Team training camp." Okay, Yin Zhu replied. After bidding farewell to Qin Ming, he reclined on his bed. The accommodation at the Royal Combat Academy allowed for single occupancy, which felt rather extravagant. He had already encountered Yu Tianheng. Who was the other one? Ning Rongrong, right? Yet, considering his previous encounter with Tang San, Ning Rongrong still seemed quite small. Xian Rinxue mentioned that she would persuade Ning Fingji to send Ning Rongrong to the Royal Combat Academy, but it was likely to be unsuccessful, otherwise the famed Shrek 7 devils would not exist. Forget it, he thought. For now, let him appreciate the scenery. Yin Zhu sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, approaching the window to draw back the curtains, instantaneously unveiling the gates of paradise. Opposite the window lay the girls' dormitory, and Yin Zhu's keen perception allowed him to behold the youthful forms of countless noble female students, each confined within the small compartments of the dormitory building, displayed like channels in a mesmerizing array. Some were bathing, others practicing yoga, while still others engaged in activities befitting that hour. Yin Zhu drew the curtains and tossed restlessly on the bed, unable to find slumber, his heart seething with frustration. This is truly torture. Qian Rinxue, once this is over, you shall bear me 10 children. Chapter 21. Enrollment in the Imperial Battle, Part 2. Boss, he has arrived. In the Imperial Battle Training Camp, Yu Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Tianheng, who lowered his legs from the chair and turned towards the entrance. I never expected he would be placed directly here. Du Guyan leaned her head against Yu Tianheng's shoulder and remarked. Yu Tianheng snorted, seemingly unimpressed with the new recruit. Yet, this was understandable. Last night, Qin Ming had approached him, asking him to take on the role of captain for the Imperial battle team and to properly manage the newcomer. When Yu Tianheng inquired about Qin Ming's insistence, Qin Ming, with a hint of exasperation, revealed that Yin Zhu was favored by the crown prince. I don't care who he belongs to. Once he is here, he must adhere to our rules, Yu Tianheng declared as he rose, casting his coat onto the chair. Which one is Yu Tianheng? Yin Zhu entered the training camp, casually unbuttoning his uniform, and called out loudly without looking up. Yu Tianheng initially intended to assert dominance over this privileged newcomer, but was taken aback by Yin Zhu's audacity. Instantly, he snapped his fingers and proclaimed, I am he. What of it? Are you prepared for your welcoming ceremony? With that, Yu Tianheng raised his thumb towards the arena, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Oh, it seems we have a spectacle to behold. Yu Feng retrieved a snack pack and seated himself. Osro and the Shurjia brothers, who had been engaged in practice, also gathered around. Such is the custom of our imperial battle, Osro mused. Have you forgotten how badly you fared when you first arrived? That was you. Yu Feng retorted dismissively, I can fly, so I didn't suffer as you did. How long do you think you can last? Osro inquired. To be fair, he managed to overpower Shui Bin completely yesterday, so he shouldn't be utterly useless, Yu Feng replied earnestly. At that moment, Yin Zhu had already ascended the arena to face Yu Tianheng. Are you ready? Yu Tianheng intended to deliver some words of wisdom to the newcomer, but Yin Zhu spoke first. Perhaps you are a tad overconfident? Yu Tianheng noted Yin Zhu's serious demeanor and chuckled inwardly, pondering whether this newcomer intended to challenge the team leader on his very first day. Prepare yourself, Yin Zhu stated calmly. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him, followed by an immense impact to his abdomen that expelled all the air from his lungs, leaving him tasting a hint of iron. The ceiling whirled past him, and with a dull thud behind him, Yu Tianheng lost consciousness. Boss. In an instant, as the members of the Imperial battle prepared to wager on how long the newcomer would last, they witnessed their towering leader fly across their line of sight, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open and motionless. At first, they were stunned, but soon Osro and Yu Feng rushed over, while Du Guyan and Yi Lingling stood by, dumbfounded. Unlike the few who had been placing bets, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling had witnessed the entire encounter. Yu Tianheng even had the chance to summon his martial soul before the newcomer was upon him, moving with the speed of a flash, his fist landing squarely in Yu Tianheng's abdomen. With that simple yet devastating blow, Yu Tianheng was sent flying from the arena, rendered unconscious. I shall return once you awaken, Yin Zhu declared as he leaped down from the arena, not bothering to look back. Wait, Du Guyan called out, her voice laced with fury. Dare to harm Tianheng, and I shall not let you off lightly. With that, Du Guyan summoned her martial soul. Lingling, stop dawdling. Yu Feng shouted, prompting Yu Lingling to snap back to reality and release her martial soul, the nine-heart begonia, to heal Yu Tianheng's injuries. Yanzi, cease your actions. Regaining consciousness, Yu Tianheng saw Douluo Yin surrounded by purple soul rings and quickly called out to her. Oh! Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's voice, Yanzu turned around to see Yu Lingling cradling the begonia. He thought to himself, I nearly forgot about her. What a miraculous healer. Tianheng, how do you feel? Douluo Yin rushed over to assist him. I'm fine, thank you, Lingling, Yu Tianheng replied, casting a complex gaze at Yanzu. He had actually held back during that exchange. Yin Tianheng mused, that punch felt as though it could have pierced my very being. How infuriating, what sort of monster is this? Where is his martial soul? You have one, Yu Tianheng said, pressing his hand against his chest, struggling to address Yanzu. I, Yu Tianheng, am not a man who cannot accept defeat. According to the rules, from this moment forth, you are the captain of the Imperial battle team. No. Yanzu waved his hand dismissively. I did not come to hear your concession. This matter is irrelevant. The captain should be the strongest individual. Yu Tianheng averted his gaze. I told you, I am not here to hear you concede. Yanzu replied. On the contrary, I want you to become a man who never accepts defeat. What do you mean? Yu Tianheng asked. No one in the Imperial Battle Academy is your equal, correct? If this continues, even with your exceptional talent, it will be challenging for you to advance. Yanzu found a spot to sit down, adjusting his uniform. That is why I am here. To apply some pressure on you, the captain of the Imperial battle team. So be grateful and strive to defeat me. When you feel ready to challenge me, seek me out. I will be right here. Yu Tianheng, gazing at the imperious Yanzu whose face exuded invincibility, suddenly seemed to grasp something and inquired. Were you sent by my grandfather? No. Yanzu shook his head. I'm merely an ordinary student who gained admission to the Imperial Battle Academy through connections. Then why? Because I have faith in you, Yanzu replied. After all, I am now a member of the Imperial battle team. I cannot tolerate our captain being a mere incompetent. So, strive to earn my respect, captain. This exchange left the members of the Imperial battle in shock, pondering. What exactly is this fellow here for? He had decisively defeated Yu Tianheng, but claimed not to desire the leadership. Rather, he simply wished for Yu Tianheng to grow stronger and earn his recognition. Very well, I shall not hold back. Yu Tianheng freed himself from the support of Yu Feng and Douluo Yin, extending his hand towards Yanzu. As the captain of the Imperial battle team, I welcome your joining. Cough. Yu Tianheng coughed forcefully, prompting Yu Feng, Osro, and others behind him to quickly come forward to express their welcome. Yanzu surveyed the crowd and inquired, Do you not have a younger brother, Yu Tianxin? Where is he? He has transferred, Yu Tianheng replied. He received an invitation to Thunder Academy and is preparing to compete with me in the Soul Master competition. By the way, I heard from teacher Qin Ming that you were called Yanzu, correct? Yu Feng attempted to strike up a conversation. Just call me Azu, Yanzu responded. Feeling that he had perhaps been too imposing, unintentionally intimidating them, which was not his intention as he did not wish to isolate himself. Azu, what is your martial soul? Yu Tianheng asked directly. What level of soul power do you possess? Though I am somewhat conceited, I am certainly not a mere fool. Yet I cannot withstand even one of your punches. I possess a body martial soul. My martial soul is my body. Yanzu did not plan to elaborate on his abilities. Thus he established a vague description for himself. Your entire body. Yes, my entire body. What is your soul power level? When you reach my level, you will understand. All right, I will strive for that. Prepare to be left searching for your teeth. Many years hence, Yu Tianheng would reflect upon that extraordinary afternoon. Had it not been for the impetus provided by that young man, he might have never gained the recognition of the Blood Jade Crown, achieving the illustrious bright, sacred dragon martial soul. Cheers. In the tavern, Qin Ming led a toast to welcome Yanzu into the royal combat team. Initially, Qin Ming had harbored concerns that Yanzu might struggle to integrate into his group of students, as they were all the most outstanding talents of the Royal Combat Academy. Each with lofty aspirations, especially Yu Tianheng, who was particularly competitive and only respected strength. However, Qin Ming soon realized his worries were unfounded. Upon arriving at the Royal Combat Training Camp, he found Yanzu had already mingled well with the others, and Yu Tianheng's attitude towards him was quite favorable, indicating that his earlier words had indeed borne fruit. Witnessing the typically proud Yu Tianheng becoming more mature and willing to heed his advice filled Qin Ming with satisfaction. That night, upon returning to the dormitory, Yanzu shared the trivialities of his day with Qian Renxue, although she had not requested such a report. He felt compelled to do so. Qian Renxue chuckled softly at his account. You seem in high spirits today. Ning Fengji, noticing Xue Qinghe laughing inexplicably, remarked. But if you continue to lose focus, you may end up losing this game. Unperturbed, Xue Qinghe added a piece to the board, stating, if one grasps the crucial moves, one can turn the tide. Teacher, Rongrong should soon be of age to enroll, right? Ning Fengji mused as he picked up a piece, scrutinizing the board. She is quite lazy and playful. Let her be. Do not hesitate. Teacher, Xue Qinghe teased. What? Are you interested in Rongrong as well? Ning Fengji replied, bemused. Your Highness, should you elevate your soul power level, I would gladly entrust Rongrong to you, but your focus must remain on state affairs. I fear that may prove challenging. Xue Qinghe recognized that Ning Fengji was earnest and was aware of the situation with the seven treasure glazed tile school. He could easily manipulate his soul power level to deceive, but he had no intentions of marrying Ning Rongrong. What the teacher worries about, the student is also aware. Xue Qinghe continued. Recently, I have taken on a new individual. I wonder if the teacher might be interested in meeting him. Perhaps he could change your mind. Oh, it seems you hold this person in high regard, Ning Fengji replied, intrigued. How should I put it? He is quite special and undoubtedly to your taste, Xue Qinghe said. If the teacher is interested, I can arrange a meeting. Ning Fengji smiled as he placed a piece on the board, saying, then I shall await it with anticipation. Chapter 22. 9 Heart Begonia. The day after sending the letter, Yanzu received a heartfelt reply from Qian Renxue, which included a generous sum of money. Yanzu perceived that her kindness stemmed largely from her concern for him. The letter concluded with the note. If possible, could you spare some time? I have someone I wish to introduce to you. Who could it be? Yanzu pondered, without dwelling too long on it. He took the money sent by Qian Renxue and wrote a letter in return, informing his family of his fortunate circumstances and his life at the Royal Combat Academy, assuring them that all was well. Having completed this, Yanzu arrived at the Royal Combat Training Camp. In recent days, Yu Tianheng had persistently challenged him. But upon realizing he could not provoke Yanzu into using a second move, he ceased his reckless assaults and began to train diligently, allowing Yanzu some much-needed respite. Azu, come over here. Yanzu was beckoned by Qin Ming just as he was about to attempt a conversation with Yi Lingling. What is it? Yanzu inquired. I have heard about your situation with Tianheng. I apologize for my previous rigid impressions of you. I thought, no worries, it is not your fault. I did not clarify some matters, Yanzu thought to himself, admitting that some things were indeed difficult to articulate. Well, Qin Ming continued, looking at Yi Lingling. Lingling told me yesterday that she has broken through to level 30. In a few days, I will take everyone to hunt souls for her. Make sure to keep your schedule clear. What I truly wish to convey is this. Azu, if there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Regardless, I am your teacher, as stated in the prince's recommendation letter. We shall not pry into matters you choose not to disclose, but I still hope to be of help. I am nearly moved to tears, but let us maintain the current state. It makes me feel at ease, Yanzu replied. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his student's lack of dependence, Qin Ming appeared slightly crestfallen. Yet, Yanzu was not in the mood to console him. He had more pressing matters at hand. In his hometown, suitable companions had been scarce. However, at the Royal Combat Academy, he was surrounded by a plethora of stunning individuals, each with noble lineage and exceptional qualities. Furthermore, Yanzu noticed that the men and women of Douluo continent seemed remarkably precocious, developing at an astonishing rate. For instance, Yu Tianheng's girlfriend, Douluo, possessed a beguiling beauty and an enchanting figure. Each time, Yanzu beheld her serpentine waist, he could not help but wonder what it would feel like to hold such a form. Nevertheless, with an expansive forest before him, there was no need to fixate on a single blossom, especially since this particular flower was already claimed. Although it might seem more thrilling, it was simply unnecessary. Congratulations. Having learned of Yi Lingling's breakthrough from Qin Ming, Yanzu found an opportunity to engage her in conversation. Yi Lingling inquired with mild curiosity. Congratulations for what? Should I not set a new goal? Observing her indifferent demeanor, Yanzu mused, realizing that compared to Douluo, Yi Lingling was neither as striking nor as alluring. In terms of appearances, many within the academy surpassed her, and her personality was rather reserved and cold. Yet perhaps therein lay her charm. Yanzu felt increasingly drawn to her, wishing to grow closer. There was something uniquely captivating about Yi Lingling, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Are you referring to my breakthrough? Thank you, she replied, nodding at Yanzu. You seem remarkably composed, he remarked, admiring her calm disposition. It's not that. I simply have no expectations, Yi Lingling replied, shaking her head. Ah, indeed, Yanzu comprehended Yi Lingling's intent. The 9-heart sea grape, regardless of its level, possesses but a singular soul skill, healing. Yet, its restorative capabilities are unparalleled, and its soul power efficiency is remarkably high. Thus it ranks just below the 7 treasure glazed tile in the realm of auxiliary soul weapons. The notion of lacking any anticipation stems from the absence of new soul skills, does it not? Upon reflection, this realization brings a tinge of melancholy. The thrill of breaking through to acquire a new soul skill is akin to the exhilaration of winning a lottery, a sensation she shall never experience. And what of you? What is your level? Yi Lingling inquired. Are you interested in this? Yanzu, taken aback by Yi Lingling's initiative in sparking a conversation, responded. Everyone is quite curious. As we have yet to witness your application of soul skills, Yi Lingling remarked. Well, there will be opportunities for that. Yanzu was about to ask Yi Lingling what sort of soul beast she desired, yet he suddenly recalled the recent expedition to the Star Do forest with Qian Renxue, hesitating within himself about whether to join Qin Ming and the others. After all, he had recently bested Emperor Tian, who did not seem to be a magnanimous individual. It was unlikely he would enter the Star Do forest without bringing his entourage close behind. While he personally felt unfazed, he worried about inadvertently endangering them. It should be soon, Yi Lingling stated, observing Yanzu. Teacher Qin Ming mentioned that once we all reach level 30, he will take us on a journey across the continent to enhance our skills through practical combat. Oh, are you the last to reach level 30? Yanzu queried. Yi Lingling shook her head. No, that would be Yufeng. He has yet to break through to level 30. By the way, do you have any plans for this evening? Yanzu asked. What is it? Yi Lingling retorted. Yanzu remarked, feeling a touch of boredom lately, that he wished to venture out for a stroll. Could you be my guide? Yi Lingling, gazing intently into Yanzu's eyes, leaned in slightly and tilted her head, playfully asking, Are you suggesting that I should sleep with you? Startled by her audacious words, Yanzu found himself the center of attention as curious gazes turned towards them. Must your words always possess such stark contrast? He murmured softly. Isn't that the case? Yi Lingling retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Of course not. Yanzu vehemently denied. At least for this evening, he had no such intentions. Deceiver, Yi Lingling expressed her skepticism towards him. Why would you entertain such thoughts? Have I ever done anything to disgust you? Yanzu inquired, perplexed. Yi Lingling replied languidly, no. But the way you furtively gazed at me and sister Yin was akin to that of a famished wretch. Impressive, you caught me in the act, Yanzu conceded, acknowledging his guilty pleasure in observing them. However, I assure you, I truly had no such thoughts tonight. Yi Lingling extended her slender, pointed finger, playfully poking the tip of Yanzu's nose, and said, You are not the first to wish to take me out. Have you truly considered this? Upon hearing this, Yanzu inquired with curiosity, What? Do you have AIDS? What is that? This time, it was Yi Lingling who was intrigued. It's nothing, Yanzu replied with a shake of his head. However, I need to contemplate what this means. I mean, even if what you say is true, if I wish to pursue you, there is nothing inherently wrong with that, is there? We are still so young. Is it not wonderful to relish in beautiful moments together? Yi Lingling replied calmly, I do not wish to invest my energy in a relationship devoid of any meaningful outcome. Hey, wait a minute. Are you implying that I am the kind of person who engages recklessly and abandons afterward? Yanzu retorted. Moreover, how old are you? How can you speak so nonchalantly about such matters? Yanzu was somewhat taken aback by Yi Lingling's precociousness. Her intellect seemed to outpace her physical development. The issue is not there, Yi Lingling said, raising an eyebrow in a particular direction. Yanzu gazed in the direction of Osro, who was engaged in a sparring match with the Shurjia brothers. What is it? He asked, puzzled by Yi Lingling's words. Osro has pursued me as well, she replied, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy crossing her eyes. Did he toy with you? Yanzu inquired. No, she quickly shook her head. I was quite happy during that time. But after learning some things, we parted ways. What things? Is it about his impotence? What does that mean? It's nothing. Please continue, she urged. Yi Lingling proceeded. Are you aware of the concept of twin martial souls? Yes, but what does that have to do with this? The existence of twin martial souls is exceptionally rare. Particularly when both inherited souls are of the highest caliber, the probability is nearly zero. She looked at Osro in the arena, stating, Osro's inherited martial soul is the ghost leopard, while mine is the nine-heart begonia. So what? Yanzu failed to grasp the connection to their breakup. If we were to unite, my martial soul's inheritance would take precedence over his, she explained. This was the conclusion drawn by the elders of his family. As the eldest son of the ghost leopard clan, his marriage is of significant importance to his family. Remarkable. This can serve as a reason for a breakup? Yanzu exclaimed, clapping his hands in astonishment. Fortunately, we hadn't become too deeply involved, so we parted amicably, Yi Lingling said. Thus, I advise you to avoid actions that may trouble us both. No, Yanzu replied proudly. First, I have no chaotic family behind me. Second, I couldn't care less about martial soul inheritance. What matters to me is the person, not the martial soul. That is of great significance to me, Yi Lingling replied earnestly. The nine-heart begonia lineage is singular. I cannot allow its inheritance to die with me. What's so difficult about it? We can simply have more children. Yanzu inadvertently raised his voice, causing the previously bustling training camp to fall silent. Yi Lingling's fair complexion flushed a deep red, and she playfully struck Yanzu before dashing away. Azu, when a girl runs away, it means you should pursue her, Yu Tianhing remarked, patting Yanzu on the shoulder. Impressive. And here we are, planning for children already. Yufeng teased, joining in on the banter. Never mind. I'll catch up to her first, Yanzu decided, following in Yi Lingling's footsteps until they arrived at a quaint tavern. Why are you following me? She scolded, casting a sideways glance at him. You ran away to prompt me to chase after you, didn't you? Yanzu replied, observing her seated there without ordering anything. Would you like a drink? Chapter 23. Specific issues. It was evident that as the sole member of the Imperial battle team with a girlfriend, Yu Tianheng's counsel was indeed worthy of consideration. Upon catching up, Yanzu noticed that Yi Lingling's demeanor had softened considerably. Naturally, a heart-to-heart should occur in a place devoid of acquaintances, and the atmosphere of this tavern was delightful. Yi Lingling ordered only a glass of juice, slowly stirring it with a glass straw. Don't you have anything else to do? She asked, gazing at Yanzu beside her. You're quite right, he replied, taking a sip of juice. It's up to you, she languidly replied, resting her head on her hand, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Yinzhu chuckled lightly and said, "At your leisure, I suppose?" It was a statement he made, wasn't it? HM? Before Yilingling could comprehend the meaning behind Yinzhu's words, he swiftly pecked her cheek with astonishing speed. Yilingling was momentarily taken aback, raising her hand to tenderly rub her now flushed cheek, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing the situation, Yinzhu was immediately flustered. How could this girl, who had spoken so boldly before, suddenly be reduced to tears? "You bully me because I have no one to rely on," Yilingling said, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as she turned her head aside. "Ah, how did we arrive at this point? I did not intend to bully you. I was wrong. Please, do not cry." Although Yinzhu harbored ambitions of having many wives and concubines, he was ill-equipped to handle women, as such skills required experience to cultivate. At that moment, Yinzhu finally understood why Yilingling had always evoked a sense of closeness within him. She had no one to lean on. She too was a solitary soul. Before arriving at the Royal Academy, she had endured a life of wandering and hardship. It was difficult to imagine the trials she had faced, which lent her words a distinctive flavor. Her uniqueness lay in this aspect. Unlike the noble ladies born into prestigious families at the Academy, Yilingling carried an essence reminiscent of the world outside. "I was once a wanderer as well," Yinzhu mused internally. "So, this special connection stems from that? We have both known the pangs of displacement. I am your support. Is that not enough?" Yinzhu reached out to grasp Yilingling's small hand. She withdrew her hand, saying, "Find someone else to toy with. I am not in the mood to play." "I am not playing. I am sincere," Yinzhu insisted. "You do not truly like me. You merely require companionship for amusement and warmth," Yilingling replied, a hint of disdain in her tone, as if she had seen through Yinzhu's intentions. "Must you always create such an intoxicating atmosphere?" Yinzhu felt their conversation had progressed too swiftly and decided to slow the pace. "Let us not linger on this point. We shall finish our drinks, then take a stroll around the city before returning to the dormitory. What do you think?" Yilingling remained noncommittal, so Yinzhu settled into a comfortable silence, allowing time to pass. As the performance concluded, Yilingling stood to leave, saying, "Let us go." Just as they exited the tavern, Yinzhu noticed a group of soldiers clad in armor and wielding long spears approaching. "Is there trouble here?" "No, they are coming for me," he realized upon spotting the leisurely Prince Shuepeng. "Ah, at last, I have caught you outside the academy," Shuepeng exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "Look at the mess you have caused," Yilingling whispered to Yinzhu from behind. "Is that not Lingling?" Shuepeng's face lit up with delight upon seeing Yilingling. "Lingling, I invited you to my family's ball last time. Why did you not come?" "Prince Shuepeng, I am Yilingling," she replied. "Oh, why so formal?" Shuepeng said, reaching out to place a hand on her shoulder. Yilingling stepped back, accidentally colliding into Yinzhu's embrace. Upon noticing this, Yinzhu instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Shuepeng's expression stiffened momentarily before contorting into a grimace, rather than feigning arrogance. It was clear that Shuepeng was simply being himself. "Lingling, things are about to get messy. It would be best if you distanced yourself from this. Return to the academy early, shall we?" Shuepeng said with a smile directed at Yilingling. Yilingling leaned closer to Yinzhu's chest and whispered, "I will hold him off. You hurry back to the academy. Once you are there, he cannot harm you." Upon hearing these words, Yinzhu tightened his embrace around Yilingling and replied with a faint smile, "It is possible, but unnecessary. I have promised to be your support. And my words are not mere empty promises." Seeing that the two were seemingly indifferent to his presence, whispering to one another, Shuepeng was filled with indignation. He turned to the soldiers he had brought and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Take this brat down and end him on the spot." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers extended their long spears forward, channeling their soul power into the tips, advancing menacingly towards Yinzhu. Faced with a well-trained army capable of executing formations, even a soul sage or a soul Douluo would find themselves in a precarious battle. This was especially true when the numbers were sufficient. After all, many ants can indeed bring down an elephant, a principle well known on the Douluo continent. Shuepeng had illicitly summoned these soldiers from Prince Shuexing, driven by a desire to vent his frustrations. "Don't escalate this. You must return quickly," Yilingling urged, sensing the lethal intent of the long spears, her anxiety mounting as she pinched Yinzhu's chest with her small hand. "One blow can avert 100. There's no escaping this." Yinzhu held Yilingling tightly, unwilling to release her after finally drawing her into his embrace. After all, he had to express gratitude for the assistance that Shuepeng had unwittingly provided. "If you seek death, do not drag me into it," Yilingling thought to herself, noting Yinzhu's audacity. "Even if you are a prince's subordinate, assaulting a royal carries the penalty of death. How can one be so ungrateful?" The soldiers, unwilling to defy Shuepeng's orders, launched their attack on Yinzhu. Yilingling, witnessing the long spears approaching, shut her eyes tightly, pressing her forehead against Yinzhu's chest, shrinking into a ball of fear. Yinzhu, clutching the girl in his arms, charged forward with a fierce momentum, forcefully pushing aside the soldiers in his path, and headed straight for the avalanche. The avalanche felt a sudden pressure in his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, as the world spun around him, and in the next moment, he found himself under Yinzhu's foot. "Dare to move again, and I shall crush you." Yinzhu glared at those who sought to intervene. his voice laced with fury. Do you dare to touch me? I'm a prince of the empire. The avalanche struggled beneath Yin Zu's foot, commanding his followers. Kill him for me. I shall reward you handsomely. Why question my courage? Yin Zu replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the prince beneath him, gradually applying more pressure. You. The avalanche felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, his limbs thrashing uncontrollably, his face flushed from the strain. His eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Yu Lingling observed the scene unfold, suddenly realizing how terrifying the boy who had once shamelessly pursued her had become. Azu. Stop. A commanding voice rang out, prompting a smile to curl at the corners of Yin Zu's mouth, as he thought to himself, at last, you have chosen to speak. Had you remained silent, I would truly have crushed him. Yin Zu ceased his pressure and turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, where he beheld Xue Qinghe standing with hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Your Majesty, save me. The avalanche, gripped by despair and the terror of death, called out for help. Xue Qinghe glanced at the avalanche and then at Yin Zu, signaling for him to ease his hold. He intends to kill me, Yin Zu stated with indifference. He shall no longer harbor such thoughts, Xue Qinghe replied, fixing his gaze upon the avalanche. Is that not so? The avalanche nodded vigorously in agreement. Yin Zu lifted his leg, sending the avalanche back towards the soldiers at their feet. Then he felt the tremors of Yu Lingling nestled in his embrace. Do not be afraid, he chuckled softly to her. He had reverted to his previous rogue demeanor. Yu Lingling mused. Snow Qinghe, observing Yin Zu's antics, rolled his eyes and remarked, It appears you are thriving at the academy. Do you remember why I summoned you? To meet His Highness. Yu Lingling managed to extricate herself from Yin Zu's hold, bowed respectfully to Snow Qinghe, and hurriedly departed the scene, her instincts urging her to leave. As for why she was able to break free from Yin Zu's embrace, it was largely due to his sudden unease upon seeing Qian Ruxue. Is this how you ensnare someone? Snow Qinghe inquired, watching Yu Lingling hastily retreat. Isn't this what you claimed about attracting talents from across the realm? Yin Zu replied with a grin. Snow Qinghe countered. Is this truly your method of attraction? Why not pursue Yu Tianheng instead? One must analyze each situation specifically. Yin Zu retorted playfully. Enough of your smooth talk. Follow me. I have someone I wish to introduce you to, Snow Qinghe stated, leading the way ahead. Yin Zu turned around and gestured towards the avalanche with his finger, signaling him to be more mindful, before following in the footsteps of Xue Qinghe. Chapter 24, Complicated Situations Part 1. Yin Zu followed Xue Qinghe to a quaint tea house, ascending to the third floor and entering a private room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he sensed an intense gaze fixed upon him. Lifting his eyes, he discovered the source of this scrutiny was a tall man standing nearby, accompanied by a handsome young gentleman leisurely savoring his tea. This was, as I previously mentioned, Ning Fingxi. Gu Rong whispered to Ning Fingxi, who, upon hearing, felt a jolt of surprise, his brows furrowing slightly as he turned his gaze towards Yin Zu, who stood behind Xue Qinghe. This cannot be right, Ning Fingxi thought, casting another glance at Gu Rong, as if silently questioning his certainty. Gu Rong, equally astonished, recalled that this young man had previously mingled with the people from the Spirit Hall and now appeared to be affiliated with Xue Qinghe. Whose side is he truly on? A whirlwind of speculation filled Ning Fingxi's mind, causing him to regard Xue Qinghe with a hint of suspicion, yet he restrained his curiosity and adopted his usual approachable demeanor. Allow me to introduce, Xue Qinghe interjected between the two. This is my teacher and the national master of the Heavendo Empire, the lord of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingxi. Oh, so this is Ning Fingxi, Yin Zu mused, taking in the striking figure before him, pondering the man's commendable lineage. And the gentleman beside him must be the Bone Douluo, Gu Rong? Your Highness, is this the young man you mentioned a few days ago? Ning Fingxi remained seated, assessing Yin Zu. Although he possessed an admirable appearance and stood tall, had Gu Rong not informed him beforehand. Who would have guessed that this youth was capable of directly repelling Emperor Tian? Xue Qinghe continued with the introductions. This is Yin Zu, whom I took under my wing while patrolling Notting City. He is currently training at the Royal Battle Academy, and his strength is no less than that of a 5-ring Soul King. Is it true that the Crown Prince is unaware of his background? Upon hearing Xue Qinghe state that Yin Zu's prowess rivaled that of a 5-ring Soul King, Ning Fingxi felt the complexity of the situation deepen, his interest in Yin Zu intensifying. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable strength, I wonder where Yin Zu has honed his skills, Ning Fingxi pondered, eager to glean more from him. I have no master, I am self-taught. My innate martial soul is my entire being. Its level is indeterminate. Yet I grow stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Yin Zu casually seated himself and began to indulge in the fruit platter, his demeanor increasingly audacious since his encounter in the Star-Do Great Forest with Emperor Tian. Xue Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at Yin Zu, as if silently questioning, what on earth are you doing? Ha ha, quite the personality, Ning Fingxi chuckled. Your Highness holds him in high regard, which surely speaks to his exceptional abilities. In a few days, it will be my daughter's birthday. Would Yin Zu be willing to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as my guest? I shall arrange for my sect to provide him with guidance. Xue Qinghe took up the conversation. To receive instruction from the sword Douluo, Chen Xin, would be a fortunate opportunity for him. My teacher holds him in high esteem. Rest assured, I will certainly bring him along. Ning Fingxi had initially approached this meeting with eager anticipation, believing Xueqinghe was to introduce a young hero, endowed with talents potent enough to succeed Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Although this was indeed the case, the revelation left him shocked. Thus, the meeting did not linger long. They arranged to enjoy a lively gathering at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in celebration of Ning Rongrong's birthday before exchanging a few more words and parting ways. Could you not have a more amiable demeanor? On the return journey to the academy, Xueqinghe complained to Yanzu. Was my demeanor unkind? Yanzu replied, oblivious to the concern. Xueqinghe sighed. He is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, overseeing the treasury of the Heaven-Do Empire and possessing nearly half of the world's wealth. Indeed, and he plays a crucial role in our grand plans. I am aware, Yanzu interjected. So perhaps you should summon him back, and I could pay homage by kissing his boots? Xueqinghe halted, fixing Yanzu with a glare. You truly are unappreciative. Do you think I introduced you to him for such reasons? Yanzu raised his arms to the heavens and proclaimed, of course, it is for a brighter tomorrow. Do not jest. I speak with utmost sincerity. Xueqinghe replied solemnly. Ning Fengji has no son, only a daughter, Ning Rongrong. She remains unmarried, and if I were to intercede, given your prowess and his respect for your abilities, the likelihood of Ning Rongrong being promised to you is quite substantial. Therefore, could you exhibit a modicum of decorum in front of Ning Fengji? Yanzu nearly choked on the juice in his hand, waving at Xueqinghe. Wait a moment, Ning Rongrong? May I inquire, how old is she now? Xueqinghe stroked his chin and replied, approximately. In any case, she is not very old. Yanzu gazed at Xueqinghe with an expression of disbelief, inquiring, what are you suggesting? Are you asking me to bring back a daughter? Perplexed, Xueqinghe regarded Yanzu as if he were an entirely different creature, responding, matters of marriage are best arranged early. Some are even determined from the womb. What are you talking about? Besides, are you even of age? Yanzu straightened his waist and remarked, of course. Would you like to give it a try? Xueqinghe retaliated with a vigorous kick, yet Yanzu remained unfazed, while he himself felt a tingling in his toes, silently pondering whether this was the prowess of a top-tier expert, able to refine even the most fatal weaknesses into an unyielding strength. Once more, with more force, Yanzu quirked an eyebrow at Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe rolled his eyes and replied, in any case, Ning Fengji understands my intentions and is willing to extend this favor for me. In a few days, we shall visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday, allowing the sword Douluo Qinshin to instruct you. I wish to ascertain your capabilities. So do put on a good performance and prepare some gifts to win Ning Rongrong's favor. However, do refrain from overexerting yourself and causing a commotion. Isn't your plan asking too much of me? Yanzu spread his hands, feigning exasperation. Are you suggesting I risk my lifelong affairs in this endeavor? Xueqinghe scoffed. Though Ning Rongrong is young, she is undeniably a stunning beauty. Do not take advantage of her while pretending to be virtuous. Besides, it is merely an engagement. It does not imply that you must share a chamber with her. What are you thinking? I am merely helping you resolve a significant aspect of your life, sparing you the trouble of frivolous pursuits. Yet, instead of expressing your gratitude, you dare to argue with me? Unjust. To this day, I have only made a tentative pursuit of Yilingling. I have barely scratched the surface. Is it not premature to label me as one who flits from flower to flower? Yanzu expressed his dissatisfaction with Xueqinghe's premature judgment. What truly troubled Qian Renxue was Yanzu's gaze upon Bibi Dong in the Stardo Forest. This fellow was undeniably a lecher. A definition that Qian Renxue had formed through various observations, one that had taken deep root in her heart. It is getting late. I must return. I will come to fetch you in a few days, and we shall head to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School together. Take this seriously and stop being so frivolous. Xueqinghe instructed Yanzu earnestly. Yanzu raised his hands high, then bent at 120 degrees in a gesture of reverent worship, exclaiming, very well. Thank you for your gracious favor. Watching the retreating figure of Xueqinghe, Yanzu scratched his cheek, pondering how Qian Renxue had taken it upon herself to arrange a betrothal for him. What kind of predicament was this? Yet, with someone like Ning Rongrong, a paragon of beauty and wealth, it seemed manageable, albeit it would require considerable effort to nurture such a relationship. Humming a cheerful tune, Yanzu spotted Yilingling at the school gate. Waiting for me? He asked, somewhat taken aback. No, it's getting late. I'm just swatting mosquitoes, she replied, scratching at a small red bump on her arm. After returning to the academy, she had intended to inform Qin Ming or Dream Machine about the incident but hesitated, fearing that her reaction might cause unnecessary concern since Xueqinghe had already been present and there shouldn't be any significant issues. Nevertheless, her worry lingered, prompting her to loiter at the school gate after dinner, and upon seeing Yanzu return safely, she finally felt a sense of relief. Let's go. I'll escort you back to your dormitory, Yanzu offered, reaching for Yilingling's hand. Who wants to hold hands with you? Shameless, she retorted, pulling her hand away. Yet she still walked alongside him, not evading his presence. The evening breeze was cool, and the fragrance of the young girl was delightful, creating a wonderfully serene atmosphere. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Yanzu turned to Yilingling and stated, I promised I would be your support, and I always keep my word. So if you face any difficulties, remember to seek me out. After all, I have plenty of free time. Yilingling felt a flurry of emotions. unsure of how to respond. And before she could articulate her feelings, Yanzu swiftly cupped her face in his hands and kissed her directly. The fervent kiss was intoxicating, and Yanzu was determined to seize every opportunity without reservation. Yulingling felt her mind blank, as if her heart was being gripped by a powerful hand, rendering her breathless. "Good night," Yanzu whispered softly in her ear before departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving her standing alone in the wind, her fingers brushing against her lips, as though her very soul had been stolen away. Chapter 25, Complicated Circumstances, Part 2, Something Felt Amiss. Ning Fengji leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming on the tabletop, while Gu Rong sat silently beside him. Is he an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall? An operative lurking near the prince, biding his time? Ning Fengji speculated. Or perhaps he is an envoy from the prince to woo the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall's relationship with the Heavendo Empire is rather ambiguous. It would be advantageous to sow discord within their ranks. It was also conceivable that he belonged to neither faction, with both the prince and the Spirit Hall vying for his favor. Given that the prince introduced him to me, this might be his method of recruiting talent. Is it possible that the prince has already forged some sort of agreement with the Spirit Hall, making this young man Yanzu indifferent to whom he aligns with? Gu Rong suggested. To possess the strength to contend with the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King? How enticing, Ning Fengji sighed. If I were to join the fray, would I be courting disaster? After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji resolved, everything in this world has a price. As long as the right bid is made, nothing is unattainable. Regardless, let us wait until Old Sword has assessed his abilities before proceeding, Gu Rong added. Ning Fengji nodded, closing his eyes as he contemplated how to propose an offer that would satisfy this young man. Wealth? Power? Perhaps a soul bone? Of course. The most effective way to bind a powerful ally would be through marriage. If he truly possesses the qualifications, there would be no harm in hastening the arrangement for Rongrong. Meanwhile, Yanzu discovered that his audacious pursuit of love had borne fruit. Since that fateful night, although Yulingling maintained her usual demeanor as if nothing had transpired, her responses to Yanzu's advances were no longer as frigid. She had become more willing to share her thoughts with him. While she would still glare at him whenever he attempted to be overly familiar, Yanzu could hear the quickening of her heartbeat during those moments, and her apparent resistance only served to exhilarate him further. The others in the Royal Fight Academy observed this dynamic with amusement, internally dubbing them a couple. A notion that gradually led Yulingling to become more confused about her own feelings. Azu, come spar with me for a bit. I had a breakthrough yesterday, Yu Tianheng said at the dining table. No, I'm busy. I'm going shopping, Yanzu replied nonchalantly, his hand discreetly reaching under the table to grasp Yilingling's hand. Yilingling stifled her reaction, quietly sipping her soup. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng glanced at Yilingling and remarked, "Oh, I see. Prioritizing romance over friendship, huh? Well, as a brother, I understand my place." Dugu Yin covered her mouth, teasing, "I just hope Azu knows his limits. If they go out shopping together, they might return as a trio." At this, everyone burst into laughter, while Yilingling buried her face deeper, nearly hiding in her bowl. Qin Ming chuckled helplessly along with them before clearing his throat and saying earnestly, "Azu, stay safe. Tomorrow we still need to help Lingling hunt for souls." After dinner, Yanzu forcibly led Yilingling out of the Royal Fight Academy and into the city of Heavendo. "How do you manage to outperform Tianheng while indulging in leisure?" Yilingling asked, gazing at the night scenery, her tone tinged with boredom. "Well, one cannot generalize when it comes to people's physiques, can they?" Yanzu replied, stopping at a clothing store to admire a beautiful ladies' court jacket. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Yilingling glanced at it and replied, "I have enough clothes. One can never have too many." Yanzu insisted, attempting to pull her inside. Yilingling recoiled slightly, saying, "This place is quite expensive." Yanzu firmly led her inside and remarked, "If you like it, it is worth any amount." At this moment, Yilingling had yet to join the Royal Combat Team in participating in the various soul fighting arenas. She had been specially admitted to the Royal Combat Academy due to her innate talent and martial soul, with the Academy's grants and the support from the Martial Soul Hall. Her basic needs were easily met. However, she lacked the means for extravagance, especially given that her relationship with Yanzu remained ambiguous, making her reluctant to accept too many of his gifts. "Do you really have such a significant amount of money?" Yilingling inquired. Yanzu chuckled. No worries. His Highness will foot the bill. The day after tomorrow, I plan to go out with him, and I came out today to purchase some items. I don't need it." Yilingling once again declined Yanzu's kind offer. "Is it embarrassing to be with me?" Yanzu, disheartened by Yilingling's repeated refusals, lamented. This tactic of retreating to advance indeed proved effective. Upon witnessing Yanzu's forlorn demeanor, Yilingling's heart softened, and she hurriedly replied, "Of course not. That's not the case at all." Yanzu secretly rejoiced at her words, thinking, "Does this mean she acknowledges being with me? But this garment is truly expensive, Azu. You need not go to such lengths," Yilingling insisted earnestly, feeling averse to accepting gifts without merit, while the exorbitant price of the clothing was indeed a reality. Money is abundant in this world. Yanzu naturally grasped Yilingling's hand, saying, "Though money is important, it is not rare. However, you and I are irreplaceable in this world. Only a fool would cling to wealth rather than to you." Lingling was unaware that she no longer resisted Yin Zhu's hand-holding, nor did she realize she had been persuaded by him. She simply felt a warmth flushing her cheeks and a comforting sensation in her heart. When Yin Zhu draped the garment over her shoulders and leaned in close to her cheek, she felt an irresistible urge to lean into him. "Do you like it?" Yin Zhu asked as he embraced Lingling from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. With her cheeks glowing like the morning sun, Lingling lightly nodded and replied, "Thank you. What is there to thank?" Yin Zhu caressed the fabric of the new attire and remarked, "You know, dressing well and eating well have always been paramount to me." "I feel the same," Lingling said, her eyes glistening with tears, not due to the garment's value, but because it had been so long since anyone had cared about her attire and meals. Dressing warmly in the cold and eating on time are concerns only close ones would remember and remind you about. "Let us buy some more things," Yin Zhu suggested, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their intimate proximity and wishing to change the scenery. Moreover, he could not forget the matter at hand. He still needed to buy a gift for Ning Rongrong. However, what could possibly please the young lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? The royal treasury of the Heaven-Do Empire was at her family's disposal. What could he offer to win her favor? "What are you thinking about?" Lingling asked as she noticed Yin Zhu suddenly lost in thought. "I was considering whether we should not return to the dormitory tonight," Yin Zhu boldly proposed. "Don't even think about it." Lingling turned her face aside, saying, "If we do, they will surely make fun of us tomorrow." "I like what you said about us." Yin Zhu smiled warmly at Lingling, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Although Lingling had lowered her defenses, that night, Yin Zhu did not achieve what he had hoped for. They sweetly bought some things and returned to the dormitory. Before they left, Yin Zhu imagined countless scenarios and rehearsed in his mind, determined to seize the moment. However, he discovered that when a girl truly relies on him wholeheartedly, his desires were curbed instead. He was willing to respect her wishes. In return for Yin Zhu's reliability, Lingling seemed to become even more considerate. As they parted ways, they shared a sweet embrace in the small grove, allowing him a moment of indulgence. For this, Yin Zhu could only say, even a little is quite adorable. Despite not spending the night outside, the following day, they were still met with the jeers of the Imperial fighting team. Indeed, those who delight in gossip and amusement do not care for the truth. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the Imperial fighting team arrived at their destination, the Stardo Forest. Will there be danger? Yin Zhu glanced into the depths of the forest, its vastness exceeding his visual limits. Then he looked at Lingling and the others from the Imperial fighting team, thinking, Tian, I advise you not to stir trouble for this time. I will surely unleash a massacre. There is no choice in the matter. Chapter 26, Precious Gift. Let us rest here for the night. After a long day of travel, Qin Ming selected a relatively open area to start a fire, and everyone huddled together for warmth. Lingling, what kind of soul ring do you desire? Yin Zhu asked as he handed her some grilled meat. Lingling accepted it with a smile and said, Silly, can it be that easy to choose? Qin Ming chimed in. Lingling is not picky about soul rings since she will not acquire new soul skills. As long as the age reaches her limit, that suffices. Yufeng flew up into the trees to survey the surroundings and remarked, finding a 1,000-year-old soul beast is no easy task. We may have to stay in this forest for 3 days or so. Thank you all for your hard work, Lingling said. Don't mention it, Lingling. I don't intend to complain, Yufeng hastily replied. Speaking of which, you should put in more effort. You are the only one yet to reach level 30. Break through soon so that teacher Qin Ming can take us on a journey around the world, Yu Tianheng said, directing his words toward Yufeng in the trees. Qin Ming added, practical experience is the best training and serves as preparation for the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a few years. If everyone can elevate to the 4th ring within these years, breaking into the top 3 will be within reach. Upon hearing breaking into the top 3, Yu Tianheng turned to Yin Zhu, thinking, if Yin Zhu remains with the Imperial fighting team, perhaps their ambitions could soar even higher. You are daydreaming again. Lingling waved her hand in front of Yin Zhu's face. Stop that. I'm not daydreaming. I'm searching. Yin Zhu brushed Lingling's hand aside. Searching for what? Qin Ming inquired. I have no intention of staying here for 2 or 3 days, Yin Zhu declared, rising. Found it. The others were puzzled by Yin Zhu's words. But before they could inquire further, a whoosh sounded, and Yin Zhu vanished from sight. What incredible speed! Osro exclaimed. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, his speed was unparalleled in the Imperial Fighting Academy, yet Yin Zhu's current speed surpassed even that of their clan's current head. Qin Ming was equally astonished. He knew Yin Zhu was strong, but he never expected him to be this formidable. If this is the case, not only would the top 3 spots in the Soul Master competition be attainable, but even the championship could be within his grasp. The speed Yin Zhu exhibited was akin to that of a Title Douluo. While the others remained in a state of awe, Yin Zhu had already turned around, reappearing before them, this time holding a soul beast in his hands. The creature resembled a giant lizard, measuring over 3 meters in length. Adorned with a colorful crest along its back, its colors constantly shifting, and it appeared on the verge of death. How about this one? Yin Zhu presented the soul beast forward, asking, How did you manage that? Qin Ming asked in astonishment after a closer look. Yin Zhu simply stated, Find it. Aim for it. Seize it, that's all. Qin Ming was at a loss for words. Yanzu's actions had transcended his understanding. He could only respond with what he was certain of. This was a soul beast of millennial caliber, possessing the abilities of camouflage and illusion, which should yield quite exceptional soul skills. Unfortunately, it was unsuitable for Ling Ling, as her body could currently endure only soul rings of the 1,000-year level. I see. Yanzu seemed unfazed as he tightened his grip on the soul beast's neck, bringing its struggles to an end. Black soul power began to seep from the massive lizard and flowed directly into Yanzu's body. Ah, delightful. He exhaled contentedly, feeling as if he were floating in bliss. What have you done? Qin Ming gazed at the unfolding scene, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was there something amiss with all he had learned and studied over the years? Had he fallen hopelessly behind? I've eliminated it and absorbed the soul ring. Yanzu replied matter-of-factly. Having captured it, it would be foolish to waste the opportunity. Have you broken through? Why didn't you mention it? Qin Ming pressed on. As a mentor, he found himself profoundly impacted by Yanzu's display. The Yu Tianheng and the others were equally astonished by Yanzu's actions. Their limited experience left them merely pondering in silence. Could it be that by absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, Yanzu had already attained a strength exceeding 5 rings? Yanzu discarded the faded giant lizard from his hand and clenched his fist, declaring, "What I must say is that my ability to absorb soul rings appears to be unaffected by level restrictions. In other words, I can absorb them at will." Observing that everyone had something to say, Yanzu raised his hand to signal them to pause. "You can ask me about it on our way back, right now. I am assisting Ling Ling in hunting souls." With that, Yanzu vanished from sight, only to return moments later, holding yet another unfortunate soul beast in his grasp. This truly was a unique soul hunting experience. Qin Ming pressed his palm to his forehead. Originally, hunting souls was part of their curriculum, but with Yanzu's actions, he found himself at a loss for words. "Is this one suitable?" Yanzu inquired, seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes of his companions. "Regardless, let us first address Ling Ling's soul ring." Qin Ming steadied his thoughts and scrutinized the new soul beast that Yanzu had brought back. It possesses a high age, which is promising, yet it carries risks. He then turned to Yi Ling Ling, adding, "If it were anyone else, I would recommend absorption, but for Ling Ling, there is no need to take such a risk. Hence, it is not appropriate." His reluctance to place Yi Ling Ling in danger was one aspect. Another was his curiosity regarding Yanzu's alleged ability to absorb soul rings without limitation. Soon after, the anticipated scene unfolded. After Qin Ming voiced his disapproval, Yanzu, as before, concluded the life of the soul beast in his hands and absorbed its soul ring. Terrifying. This was the singular thought that surfaced in Qin Ming's mind. The upper limit of a soul master is dictated by the soul rings. A soul master who reaches the rank of Title Douluo can possess 9 soul rings, and the quality of these rings directly determines the strength and capacity of their soul power. Yet, here was Yanzu, capable of absorbing soul rings without constraints, implying that from a soul master's perspective, he had no ceiling. "Wait," Yanzu uttered, leaving behind those 2 words, returning shortly with another soul beast. This time having finally found a suitable one. "Ling Ling, you may absorb the soul ring now. We will guard you," Qin Ming stated. Under the envious gazes of her peers, Yi Ling Ling commenced the absorption of her soul ring. The vast majority of soul masters rely on luck during soul hunting. Occasionally, misfortune strikes, and to avoid hindering their cultivation progress, they must settle for less. For instance, Qin Ming himself had a soul ring that should have been 10,000 years old, but, due to various circumstances, ended up absorbing a 1,000-year-old one, significantly reducing his potential. Thus, when faced with soul saints boasting optimal soul ring configurations, Qin Ming always felt inferior. The phenomenon of Yanzu effortlessly capturing a soul beast, as if selecting vegetables, was utterly unheard of, something beyond imagination. The absorption of the soul ring went exceedingly smoothly. And after concluding the process, Yi Ling Ling expressed her gratitude to those who had safeguarded her. Subsequently, Yanzu urged everyone to depart the Stardo forest post-haste. On the journey back, a complex amalgamation of emotions enveloped the group, a blend of shock, curiosity, discouragement, and envy swirling within the hearts of these talented individuals. "Azu, you worked hard today," Yi Ling Ling whispered. "Then perhaps you should reward me?" Yanzu replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. Yi Ling Ling feigned annoyance, retorting, "Don't you have anything else to say?" "Well, who told me to be so genuine?" Yanzu responded candidly. "How did you manage to capture those soul beasts so effortlessly?" Yi Ling Ling began to inquire about the question that piqued everyone's interest. Yanzu pointed to his eyes and declared, "These eyes of mine possess the ability to perceive nearly everything I desire to see. Once I have pinpointed their location, I simply rush forward to seize them. It is as straightforward as that. In the face of absolute speed and strength, they stand little chance of resistance. Monsters are indeed advantageous." Yu Feng sighed deeply. "Slaying a 1,000-year-old soul beast is akin to killing a mere chicken. Of course, Azu, when I speak of monsters, I am extolling your prowess." Yanzu glanced at the others, who appeared to be somewhat shaken by their own performance, remaining largely silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the Royal Combat Academy, as everyone prepared to return to their respective homes, Yanzu called out to Dugu Yin, inquiring, "Sister Yin, your grandfather is the poisoned Douluo Dugubo, correct?" Dugu Yin replied, "Yes, what of it? Would it be convenient for you to tell me where he is? I have a matter to discuss." Yinzu stated. Dugu Yin exchanged glances with Yu Tianhing and then said to Yinzu, "You wish to find him? My grandfather has a rather fierce temperament. I cannot allow you to meet him alone. Do not worry, just tell me, I will handle it appropriately," Yinzu urged, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Dugu Yin initially contemplated escorting Yinzu herself, but given the late hour, she felt that going out alone with him would appear inappropriate. Moreover, having witnessed Yinzu's formidable strength earlier, her concerns diminished, and she relayed the location where Dugu Bo currently resided. Under normal circumstances, he should be there. However, if he's not, I can take you tomorrow, Dugu Yin added. Very well, thank you, Sister Yin, Yinzu expressed, eager to proceed. Hey, what do you need to find him for? Yi Lingling asked, detaining Yinzu. Be good, don't ask. When I return, I will bring you something nice, Yinzu replied. Then, before the others, he kissed Yi Lingling deeply, a gesture he had grown quite adept at since starting a relationship. Huh, so Azu can fly? The others gaped at Yinzu as he vanished into the night sky. After reflecting on certain aspects of the Douluo continent, Yinzu conceived the idea of the most exquisite gift for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Perhaps at this moment, Ningrong might not fully grasp its value. But Ning Fingji would undoubtedly recognize its worth. Presently, Yinzu was en route to Dugu Bo's residence, intending to discuss terms with the old poison Douluo to acquire items capable of altering the fate of soul masters across the continent. Of course, even in the absence of those celestial treasures, Yinzu's unparalleled strength would ensure that Ning Fingji would not hesitate to collaborate with him. Nonetheless, Yinzu had longer-term ambitions. Without the assistance of those extraordinary items, some individuals would not be able to accompany him to the end. Chapter 27, Precious Gifts, Part 2. Who goes there? In the darkness, Dugu Bo, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and gazed towards the balcony. Do not be alarmed, uncle. Yinzu gently pushed open the balcony door and entered, stating, I am a classmate of Yin. I have a matter to discuss with you. Yinu? Dugu Bo scrutinized Yinzu's chiseled face illuminated by the moonlight, remaining vigilant. Although this youth appeared young, his ability to approach so swiftly was not to be underestimated. Uncle, though this may seem abrupt, I shall be succinct, Yinzu declared, eager to avoid wasting time. I am to meet some friends tomorrow and require gifts. I have heard you possess a medicinal garden, hence my visit to request some herbs. Dugu Bo narrowed his eyes and replied, Youngster, do you presume you are conversing with whom? Do not be so unapproachable. I have addressed you as uncle, Yinzu retorted, taking a seat. Since I have come to request your assistance, I assure you it will not be in vain. Help me this time, and should you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall return the favor. How delightful that would be. Assist me? Dugu Bo seemed offended, his tone growing displeased. Such audacity. Out of respect for Yinner, you ought to leave immediately. With that, Dugu Bo closed his eyes, dismissing him. Out of consideration for Dugu Yin, I approached you amicably to negotiate, wishing to avoid discord. Yinzu stepped forward a couple of paces, reiterating, I will say it once more. Take me to your medicinal garden and provide me with what I seek. And I shall owe you a favor. Impudent. Dugu Bo's fury ignited. With a flick of his finger, a beam of dark green soul power surged towards Yinzu's forehead. Yinzu slightly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the attack, and then with a sudden stamp of his foot, he advanced boldly. Dugu Bo, self-assured in his title as Douluo, remained seated with an air of immovability, emanating a formidable aura of soul power. Although he acknowledged that the youth before him possessed some measure of skill, he believed it was not yet necessary for him to exert himself significantly. However, Dugu Bo would soon learn the cost of his arrogance. Yinzu effortlessly breached his protective soul power, reaching for his throat with a single hand. The swiftness of his movement left Dugu Bo no time to evade. In a state of panic, Dugu Bo's body exuded a dark green soul power that enveloped his skin. How is it? Yinzu tightened his grip around Dugu Bo's neck, lifting him effortlessly as he inquired, shall you reconsider my suggestion? You remain oblivious to the imminent peril of death. Dugu Bo, observing his soul power crawling up Yinzu's body, cursed, save your breath, poison is ineffective against me. Yinzu, understanding Dugu Bo's implication, scoffed dismissively. Dugu Bo, astonished by Yinzu's apparent immunity, contemplated a counterattack, yet a chill crept up his spine. It was the foreboding presence of death. The youth before him could effortlessly snap his throat with a mere squeeze. How fragile the human body is, Yinzu mused, regarding Dugu Bo in his grasp. Even having attained the rank of a Title Douluo, his physical strength bore little difference from that of an ordinary person. This fearsome poison Douluo was nothing more than an old man easily manipulated in his hands. How ironic. Who exactly are you? Dugu Bo, realizing his inability to struggle, initiated a strategy of delay. Yinzu set down Dugu Bo and casually adjusted his collar, saying, Uncle, we have no grievances between us. So there is no need for such anger. I am merely here to conduct a transaction. Why must you distance yourself so greatly? Dugu Bo fixed his gaze upon Yinzu for a considerable time before finally exhaling softly and replying, Indeed, you have demonstrated your worth. However, I have a question. If you can clarify my doubts, I shall acquiesce to your request. Yinzu nodded and said, I am pressed for time, so it would be best for you to be succinct. Dugu Bo, with a stern expression, replied, I am Dugu Bo, known by the title of poison. I pride myself on being the most skilled in the art of poison in this realm. How can you, a mere boy, disregard the lethal potency of my green scale serpent's venom? Yinzu retorted. Do you believe I was born with it? I do not, Douluo replied, his face devoid of emotion. Yet, that is the truth, Yinzu responded, equally expressionless, indicating he was not jesting. Douluo stroked his chin in contemplation and inquired, what is it that you seek in this transaction? Yinzu remarked, there exists a considerable likelihood that you possess certain herbs. It ultimately hinges upon our respective requirements. If they do not conflict with my needs, I would appreciate your collaboration on my research. Douluo articulated his desires. Yinzu clenched his fist and declared, this ability of mine is innate. I must forewarn you, even if I exert my utmost cooperation, it is possible that you may ultimately gain nothing. With that, he turned to leave. Without indulging in further conversation, Douluo summoned his martial spirit and soared towards the sunset forest, with Yinzu following closely behind. Before long, they reached their destination. Douluo, observing the young man who had managed to keep pace with him deep into the sunset forest, grew increasingly fond of this remarkable youth. Yinzu gazed upon the bizarre and grotesque flora and spirit beast of the forest, their nocturnal movements accompanied by eerie sounds that sent shivers down his spine. Stay close, we are almost there, said Douluo, leading Yinzu to a location resembling a volcanic crater. Peering down, Yinzu beheld a lake, its waters starkly divided into red and white hues. At the lake's very bottom, two enormous dragon bones lay in repose. Yinzu closed his eyes to feel the abundant spiritual energy permeating the environment. Truly, it was a land rich in treasures. If one were to cultivate here, they would surely achieve remarkable progress in no time. Looking at the restless Yinzu, Douluo suddenly chuckled. Let me make this clear. The area below teems with venomous flora. Should you perish within, it would be your misfortune, and after your demise, I shall thoroughly examine your remains. As long as you find joy in this, it suffices. Yinzu, engrossed in recalling the descriptions of the celestial herbs from the original text, paid no heed to Douluo's jesting. Speak, what medicinal herb do you seek? Douluo inquired, arms crossed, as they descended to the eye of ice and fire. Silence, I am contemplating, Yinzu responded, scanning the surroundings filled with exotic flora that dazzled the senses. Among them lay a meticulously tended medicinal field, a testament to Douluo's handiwork. However, the items Yinzu sought were not among those cultivated plants. Let us tackle the easy ones first, he mused, quickly identifying the rare Chirone Tongtian chrysanthemum, its flamboyant appearance making it easily distinguishable amidst the myriad flowers. Having previously witnessed the martial spirit of Douluo Yueguan in the Stardo forest, he recognized it, albeit altered from its original form due to the absorption of soul rings. After carefully placing it into a prepared container, Yinzu resumed his search, while Douluo followed behind, observing him gather herbs unfamiliar to him. Though he yearned to inquire, his pride restrained him from speaking. Distinguishing between the Chihuahua tulip and the 8-petal immortal orchid is quite challenging, Yinzu remarked, gazing at two herbs that closely resembled those in his memory, but remained unidentifiable. He decided to collect them for later verification at the spirit hall by a professional. Have you found what you need? Douluo asked, observing Yinzu continuously gather herbs. Though these plants were not of his cultivation, he felt a pang of sympathy. This will suffice, Yinzu replied, initially intending to seek the sorrowful red heart, but finding himself unable to locate any semblance of it, he abandoned the quest. After securing his harvested celestial herbs, he prepared to leave. I haven't yet asked her name, Douluo interjected. Yinzu, from the heavenly class of the Royal Fight Academy, part of the same team as your granddaughter. If you require anything, feel free to find me. I will remember this kindness. I am in a hurry, so I must take my leave, Yinzu said, not waiting for a response as he swiftly made his way towards the spirit hall. How desolate this place is, he thought, racing towards Spirit City. Upon arrival, he surveyed the 3 grand halls of the spirit hall, but found no sign of Douluo Yueguan. What brings you here at such an hour? A shadow emerged from the mist, regarding Yinzu with scrutiny. Yinzu, perceiving the specter, immediately inquired, Elder Gue, where is Elder Ju? He has gone to fulfill a task. Why do you seek him? Just as Yinzu was about to respond, he suddenly noticed Bai Dong standing upon the platform in the center of the papal hall, gazing at him. Aren't you all asleep? Yinzu asked, perplexed. Gue Mei sighed and replied, if you have no pressing matters, do not intrude recklessly, it could lead to misunderstandings. No worries, I have found a more suitable confidant, Yinzu declared, dismissing Gue Mei and soaring directly towards Bai Dong. How have you been? Bai Dong, presenting her characteristic warm smile, asked as Yinzu landed before her. Have you come to a realization? Not quite, but thank you for your concern. I am doing well. What about you? Yinzu inquired, admiring Bai Dong's visage, which appeared even more enchanting beneath the moonlight. That is truly unfortunate, Bai Dong replied, shaking her head. Now tell me, what brings you to seek my counsel? Yinzu chuckled. Indeed, that is a splendid matter. Amongst all in this world, the most erudite and knowledgeable must surely be you. Dear Sister Pope, he continued, there is no need for flattery. Let us speak plainly. As Bibi Dong began to stride towards the throne, Yinzu closely followed. Upon her taking her seat, she noticed Yinzu had approached rather than remaining below to elaborate. Sister Pope, what do you think this is? Yinzu inquired, presenting a rare herb to gauge Bibi Dong's reaction. Initially, she glanced at it without much thought, but suddenly her spirits soared. This is the water immortal jade bone. Where did you procure it? Chapter 28, the birthday banquet that is of no concern to you, Yinzu replied, offering the water immortal jade bone closer to her. It is for you. This item holds no value for me, Bibi Dong remarked, yet for the younger generation. It could serve as a miraculous opportunity to alter their fates. Are you not aware of its rarity? To simply hand it over, and what of it? Yinzu smiled. If it were not of merit, I would hesitate to present it to you. Bibi Dong gazed at the herb in Yinzu's hand, stating, this herb not only fortifies one's foundation but also aids in breaking through bottlenecks, potentially saving years of arduous training. If placed in the hands of a talented youth from a noble family, it would at least ensure their ascent to the Title Douluo realm. Truly, you are the sister pope, possessing vast knowledge, Yinzu remarked. I have a few more items I wish for you to identify. With that, he laid out the remaining herbs before her. Faced with such a plethora of rare materials, even Bibi Dong felt a twinge of astonishment. She began to meticulously describe each one to Yinzu. He listened attentively, and once she concluded, he placed the water immortal jade bone into her hands. Take this. There is no need for formality. It will surely be of some use. Bibi Dong gazed at the herb in her grasp, thinking, this country lad possesses quite the knack for charming women. Very well, we have many promising youths in the spirit hall. I shall reward them with this herb at my discretion. Bibi Dong accepted the water immortal jade bone, planning to present it to Hu Laina upon her return from soul hunting. Do you have any further matters? Bibi Dong asked. Noticing Yinzu's persistent gaze upon her after securing the herb, having accepted my gift, should there not be some acknowledgement? Yinzu's eyes wandered elsewhere. Perhaps a token of reward? A smirk graced Bibi Dong's lips as she reclined against her chair, propping her head with one hand. What sort of reward do you seek? Perhaps a farewell kiss? Yinzu observed her expression as he spoke, yet she maintained a facade of mirthless laughter. The prayer ceremony is about to commence. I must change and prepare. If you have no other matters, you may take your leave. Bibi Dong disregarded Yinzu's audacious request and rose to depart. Yinzu gazed at Bibi Dong's graceful silhouette, letting out a sigh. As the dawn began to break on the horizon, he decided not to linger any longer and set off back to Tindo City. Preparing to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Qianrenxue. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yinzu took a shower, changed into fresh attire, and tidied himself up. When the attendants from the prince's residence arrived with a message, Yinzu made his way to the entrance of the Royal Do Academy, where he discovered 3 carriages awaiting his arrival. Come aboard, Xueqinghe beckoned, lifting the beaded curtain of the carriage window. Once inside, Yinzu noticed that only he and Xueqinghe occupied the carriage, prompting him to inquire. Who are the occupants of the other 2 carriages? Surely it isn't that Snow Star and Snow Avalanche again? One belongs to my royal sister, while the other is unoccupied. Filled with gifts, Xueqinghe replied, casting a glance at Yinzu with a smile. I must say, after your grooming, you present quite a charming appearance. Yinzu chuckled. Are you eager to share this exceptional genetic legacy with me? Xueqinghe's smile instantly vanished as she shifted the topic. It appears you have come unprepared with a gift. Fortunately, I am well equipped. Frankly speaking, had our relationship been confined solely to that of teacher and student, I would have felt utterly incapable of persuading Ning Fingxi. However, if you manage to win over Ning Rongrong, you will have grasped the very essence of Ning Fingxi's influence. Therefore, you must truly excel this time. Reflecting on this, one might feel pity for Ning Rongrong. Yinzu sighed with a wry smile. She is still but a child. Yet you are already plotting against her. Xueqinghe raised an eyebrow. Let us dispense with such superfluous remarks. I harbor no guilt unless you are a scoundrel. Tell me, are you? I could be, Yinzu replied. This retort elicited a prolonged silence from Qianrenxue, indicating that she was not as indifferent to guilt as she claimed, despite her so-called calculations of pros and cons and justifications. Thus, Xueqinghe continued, if you find this arrangement unsuitable, once I have subdued the Heavendo Empire, I shall personally intervene to annul your engagement and provide you with suitable compensation. What do you think? Yinzu chuckled. Has the engagement not even been finalized? And yet you are already contemplating its dissolution? For you, isn't this merely a matter of ease? Xueqinghe remarked, although reluctant to concede. It was objectively true that Yinzu was indeed a paragon among men. Meanwhile, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was abuzz with excitement. Due to its esteemed reputation and Ning Fingxi's extensive connections, numerous guests arrived uninvited, some seeking to curry favor, others hoping to forge alliances for their offspring with Ning Rongrong. Ning Fingxi, feeling a twinge of annoyance, was not alone in his sentiments. Ning Rongrong, who had always been accustomed to her whims, was even less tolerant. Where are the princes? Ning Fingxi inquired of his attendant while managing the crowd. The attendant replied, according to the latest reports, they should arrive within half an hour. Have all arrangements been made? Ning Fingxi asked again. This was the 3rd time he posed the same question. The attendant assured him, the welcoming party, seating arrangements, and accommodations have all been meticulously organized per your directives. Ning Fengji nodded, directing his gaze towards the long table at the center of the banquet, furrowing his brow. Where's Rongrong? I looked away for but a moment, and she has vanished. The attendant whispered a few words in Ning Fengji's ear, prompting a resigned sigh from him as he rose and made his way to a garden within the sect. Upon entering the garden, Ning Fengji navigated through it with ease, and the first sight that greeted him was Chun Xian, who sat on a rock formation with his eyes closed in meditation. Beneath him lay a pair of dainty crystal heels, one in front of the other. Master Jian, today is Rongrong's birthday. Ning Fengji half approached Chun Xian. Without bothering to open his eyes, Chun Xian replied with conviction. Then she should be allowed to enjoy her day, should she not? Ning Fengji bent down to pick up the tiny heels and approached the pond, where Ning Rongrong sat on a stone, raising her skirt to her thighs, with her little feet splashing in the water as she intently played with the fish. Rongrong, Ning Fengji called. Ning Rongrong ignored him. Rongrong, he said more forcefully. Oh dear. She splashed her feet in the water, stretching her hands to her ears. I heard you. I heard you. Both ears heard it. Though it is your birthday, and you are the center of attention today, why are you not at the banquet and instead frolicking here? Look at your dress. It is in shambles. Ning Fengji scolded as he lifted her up like a chick. I simply dislike those people. They are bothersome and tedious. It is utterly pointless. Ning Rongrong pouted, feeling aggrieved. Gazing into Ning Rongrong's watery eyes, Ning Fengji's heart softened. He brushed the dust from her dress and said, throughout the year, you could indulge me just this once, could you not? Among those guests, some genuinely wish to celebrate you. Don't you think it would be disheartening for them if you acted this way? Don't you agree? Ning Rongrong had no retort. Just for today, Ning Fengji insisted, locking eyes with her. Very well, she acquiesced reluctantly, following the attendant to freshen up and change into a new dress, as upon returning to the banquet, she would be incessantly invited to dance, and more often than not, she found herself unable to refuse. After Ning Rongrong departed, Chun Xian opened his eyes and asked, have Xue Qinghe and the others arrived? Ning Fengji responded, by now, they should be nearing. I must go and prepare to welcome them. Chun Xian nodded, you go ahead. Once he arrives, have him bring that young lad to see me. I shall await him here. Chapter 29, The Birthday Banquet, Part 2. Allow me to remind you of one thing, Xue Qinghe said as he alighted from the carriage, gazing at the entrance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Rest assured, I will be mindful of my conduct to leave a favorable impression on Ning Fengji, correct? Yin Zhu also disembarked, stretching lazily. It is not merely that, Xue Qinghe clarified. While conduct is secondary, after all, people are quite forgiving of the personalities of the strong this time. Ning Fengji will undoubtedly send Chun Xian to assess your strength. You must be cautious. You cannot appear too weak, yet neither can you display excessive strength. Could you be more specific? Yin Zhu inquired. If you appear too weak, you will be less competitive than those from noble families. Conversely, if you exhibit too much strength, it may instill wariness in Ning Fengji. Thus, you need only slightly provoke Chun Xian to reveal his true capabilities. This way, you can demonstrate your extraordinary talent while still allowing Ning Fengji and the others to feel a sense of security, as Xue Qinghe meticulously reiterated the details to Yin Zhu. Ning Fengji, growing increasingly impatient, was also filled with excitement, for he was already aware of Yin Zhu's true prowess. Today was the moment he would witness it firsthand. If this youth proved reliable, Ning Fengji would spare no effort in binding him to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. For the legacy of the sect was of utmost importance. With this thought, Ning Fengji glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had changed into a new outfit adorned with an exquisite crown, sitting there with an expression of despondency, occasionally biting her lips, a clear sign of her desire to vent her emotions. However, she remained oblivious to the stakes at play, if only they could coexist harmoniously. Ning Fengji mused inwardly. As the time approached, a ceremonial cannon fired, signaling the opening of the banquet hall doors. All chatter ceased, and guests instinctively lined the sides of the red carpet, their gazes fixed on the entrance. The cannon fire was reserved for royal appearances, and since Ning Fengji held the esteemed title of Prince's Teacher within the palace, all present were aware of who was to arrive. The Crown Prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe. Should Ning Rongrong's affections remain elusive, winning the favor of the Crown Prince would still be a significant achievement, prompting the young men and women present to put forth their utmost efforts. After 3 ceremonial cannon blasts, Xue Qinghe entered the banquet hall hand in hand with Xue Ku. Their striking appearances accentuated by the opulence of their royal attire and their innate grace, rendering them splendidly radiant. Yin Zhu and another man stood 3 steps away, following closely behind, a position that typically indicated their status as trusted confidants of the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji took the small hand of Ning Rongrong, walking toward Xue Qinghe, with Bon Douluo Gu Rong trailing closely behind, his gaze seemingly piercing through Xue Qinghe to fixate on Yin Zhu and an unfamiliar figure who inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. Gu Rong pondered this in his heart. Although they were all familiar faces, the public setting necessitated a brief exchange of pleasantries, predominantly led by Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku, who engaged in amusing banter to entertain Ning Rongrong, who diligently responded, feeling as though each second dragged on interminably. In truth, Qian Rinxue was indeed overly concerned. Yin Zhu observed the scene before him, realizing there was hardly a moment for him to speak or act. Once everyone was seated and the banquet resumed its usual course, the tension eased somewhat. As Xue Qinghe and Ning Fingxi conversed, Yanzu discreetly scrutinized the petite figure of Ning Rongrong. To be candid, it was difficult to fathom that this girl, standing nearly 1 meter 60 tall, was of such a tender age, despite her youthful appearance. Yanzu felt she seemed to possess an age that could easily be doubled. She resembled a newly crafted porcelain doll, Yanzu mused, forming his initial impression of Ning Rongrong. Noticing someone gazing at her from the corner of her eye, Ning Rongrong boldly returned the look, only to find the unfamiliar man standing behind Xue Qinghe, and she quickly stuck out her tongue at him. "Where's your gift?" Xue Qinghe noted Ning Rongrong's small gesture, clearing his throat before inquiring of Yanzu. This question naturally indicated that he had come prepared, piquing Ning Fingxi's interest as he anticipated what this young man had brought for his precious daughter's birthday. "If you had mentioned it a second later, I would have taken it out myself," Yanzu replied, producing a jade box from his pocket and extending it toward Ning Rongrong. "Little one, happy birthday." Ning Rongrong, glancing at the simple jade box and recalling her earlier playful gesture towards him, quickly accepted the box, expressing her gratitude with a swift thank you. Many in the banquet hall were observing the dynamics at Ning Fingxi's table, eager to seize any opportunity to showcase themselves. When they saw Yanzu, who followed the crown prince, presenting a gift to Ning Rongrong, a sense of urgency gripped their hearts. They had assumed that the two individuals accompanying the crown prince were merely trusted attendants. Not realizing that Xue Qinghe's connection with Ning Fingxi as a mentor-student pair was not enough, he also intended to draw Ning Rongrong into the fold. This extinguished whatever remaining hope they harbored, as competing with the crown prince was simply out of the question. Yanzu felt a sudden prickling sensation and caught a glimpse of the jealousy etched on the faces of those around him. Secretly pleased that the little one had garnered such attention. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Xue Qinghe queried. Noticing Yanzu had not yet revealed the item he had prepared for him, but instead produced a rather unremarkable jade box. "Indeed, I insist you open it, right now." Yanzu replied with unwavering confidence. "With both your highness and Yanzu expressing such curiosity, I too wish to see," Ning Fingxi remarked to Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, do open it." A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Rongrong's face as she half-jokingly remarked, "You didn't stuff a toad in there, did you? I should warn you. The last person who did something like that was thrown off the mountain by Grandpa Gu." "Fear not, it is quite delectable," Yanzu assured her with a smile. "If it truly is delicious, then it may prove useful," Ning Rongrong responded, pushing the lid of the jade box upward. As a narrow gap appeared, a wave of extraordinary fragrance erupted, enveloping Ning Rongrong in an instant. Ancient Rong, Ning Fingxi, Xue Qinghe, and his attendant all gasped in astonishment. The enchanting aroma continued to spread, capturing the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. "What is this?" Ning Fingxi stared intently at the contents of the jade box, his mind racing through the myriad of memories he had temporarily sealed away, but the sheer volume of recollections rendered him momentarily speechless. Ning Rongrong was utterly captivated by the item within the jade box. In her eyes, the alluring fragrance became vividly apparent. The celestial herb within sparkled with a faint golden glow, capturing her gaze completely. "Such rich spiritual energy, and this exquisite aroma," Xue Qinghe remarked, furrowing his brow. "Could it be the Douluo tulip?" "Oh." Yanzu reveled in the bewildered expressions of those around him, surprised when Qian Rinxue identified the origin of the herb. It was a testament to the martial soul hall's vast collection of knowledge and talent at her age. It was indeed rare to encounter someone who could outshine Ning Fingxi in terms of insight. Xue Qinghe glanced up, receiving a confirming nod from Yanzu. "You managed to acquire this?" he asked incredulously, gesturing in disbelief as he compared the Douluo tulip to the gifts he had prepared, which now seemed utterly trivial. For soul masters, such a celestial plant was priceless. "Thank you, I truly adore it," Ning Rongrong inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although she did not gaze directly at Yanzu when she spoke, Ning Fingxi recognized that this was likely her only genuine expression of gratitude since the banquet began. Xue Qinghe mused to himself, pondering how the young girl remained oblivious to the herb's true value, merely intrigued by its novelty. With this thought, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Fingxi, who immediately understood, leading everyone into a private chamber. Upon entering, they settled down, while Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong examined the Douluo tulip. Ning Fingxi turned to Xue Qinghe, saying, "Your Highness, you mentioned the origin of this celestial herb earlier. Now it's my turn to learn." In response, Xue Qinghe turned to Yanzu and asked, "What say you? I want to overshadow you. Please, share your insights. Perhaps you should take the lead. While the item is mine, you may possess greater understanding," Yanzu suggested. Xue Qinghe, no longer withholding, stated plainly. "This is known as the Douluo tulip, a rare celestial treasure. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, significantly benefiting one's cultivation." "I refuse." Ning Rongrong immediately reacted, clutching the jade box protectively. "I shan't consume it. I intend to keep it. No, I shall nurture it." Ning Fingxi contemplated. Yet Rongrong is still young, and her cultivation is not profound. Could consuming such a potent herb pose a risk? It may indeed be beneficial to cultivate it and harvest its essence at a later time. Xue Qinghe replied sternly, "That is not an option. When heaven bestows a gift, one must not be greedy. To receive such a celestial herb is already a rare occurrence. If one desires more, they may ultimately find themselves with nothing. As for the risk, there is no cause for concern. Such herbs primarily serve to strengthen one's foundation, and the earlier one consumes it, the greater the benefits. With that, Xue Qinghe approached Ning Rongrong, instructing, "This flower must not be consumed whole. Instead, gently inhale its pollen, allowing the essence to gradually permeate your being. I will guide you with my spirit energy to ensure the effects are evenly distributed throughout your body. You must cooperate with me. Do you understand?" Ning Rongrong sensed the seriousness in Xue Qinghe's tone and turned to Gu Rong with a look of dismay, but Gu Rong nodded in agreement as a Title Douluo. He understood the significance of this celestial herb all too well. "Must I truly consume it?" she lamented, gazing longingly at the Qilua tulip within the jade box. "It is essential," Xian Rinxue thought to herself, realizing that without tasting it, they would not grasp its immense value. She was certain that once Ning Fengji witnessed the herb's effects, he would undoubtedly wish to bind Yanzu to their family. Moreover, the essence of the Qilua tulip would diminish if not consumed in a timely manner. Realizing that pouting would be futile, Ning Rongrong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Seeing this, Xian Rinxue began guiding her on how to properly consume the Qilua tulip while infusing her with spirit energy to assist in metabolizing its potency. This was precisely why Yanzu had asked Xue Qinghe to explain. While he understood much, he was uncertain of the practical application. The process continued for quite some time. But Ning Fengji and Gu Rong remained fixated on Ning Rongrong. When Xue Qinghe finally wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled, proclaiming it was complete, both men exhaled in relief. Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Gu Rong, who understood the unspoken cue, grasping Ning Rongrong's wrist. Under Gu Rong's spirit energy stimulation, Ning Rongrong released her martial spirit. Rongrong's spirit power has surged by a full 10 levels. Gu Rong exclaimed in astonishment. Yet what captured his attention was Ning Fengji's expression, one of overwhelming joy as he fixated on the 7-treasure glazed tile spinning above Ning Rongrong's chest. "Wait." Gu Rong released Ning Rongrong's wrist, equally entranced with Xue Qinghe. She was aware that the Qilua tulip was a celestial herb, but she had not anticipated its extraordinary impact on Ning Rongrong's abilities. The 9-layered, 9-colored, 9-treasure glazed tower. "A divine martial spirit has manifested through my daughter." Ning Fengji knelt in excitement, embracing Ning Rongrong tightly. Unfortunately, at that moment, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to her father's elation. She detested cultivation and had little regard for martial spirits. The only source of her joy was the realization that the alluring fragrance from the Qilua tulip had not dissipated. Instead, it had transferred to her. She felt as if every pore in her body was expanding and contracting, exhaling and inhaling, radiating this captivating aroma. Let them revel in their excitement for a moment. Xue Qinghe stepped aside and remarked to Yanzu, "I underestimated your capabilities. Such is your directive. I have taken it to heart." Yanzu replied, satisfied with the outcome. His efforts of the previous night, seeking out both Douluo and Yuguan, had certainly borne fruit. "By the way, do you possess any more of such celestial herbs?" Xue Qinghe inquired cautiously. "Why? Do you also have a daughter you wish to marry off to me?" Yanzu asked teasingly. "If not, then so be it." Xue Qinghe rolled her eyes and remarked. In truth, Yanzu wishes to convey to Qian Rinxue that he possesses more to offer, and has indeed prepared something for her. However, Ning Fengji had already regained his composure after his earlier lapse. He rose to his feet, tidied himself, and instructed Gu Rong to take Ning Rongrong away for cultivation. Observing this, Xue Qinghe also dismissed Xue Ku, leaving only Yanzu, Xue Qinghe, and Ning Fengji in the room. "First and foremost, allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you, Yanzu, for your gift. This kindness will forever be etched in the annals of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. And thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance to Rongrong." After clearing his throat, Ning Fengji continued, "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. We surely understand each other well enough. Thus, I shall pose a direct question. Yanzu, would you be willing to become a patron of our 7-treasure glazed tile school and protect Rongrong for eternity? You are inquiring whether I am willing to marry her, am I not?" Yanzu translated Ning Fengji's words into a more straightforward query in his mind, thinking, of course, why would I decline a free wife? Ning Fengji chuckled. "I would very much like to say that your kindness merits such reciprocation. Yet I must state that it requires further consideration, for I still need to introduce you to someone, one of our current patrons, Sword Douluo and Xin. Then let us proceed swiftly," Xue Qinghe encouraged, patting Yanzu on the shoulder. She was in high spirits, for matters had progressed to this stage, solidifying their plans further. "Are you not coming along?" Yanzu inquired. "I do not wish to witness an outcome that lacks suspense. I prefer to rest for a while," Xue Qinghe replied, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. "I admire this quality of yours, Your Highness, your calm confidence," Ning Fengji remarked with a smile, leading Yanzu towards the rear garden, where Chen Xin had been waiting impatiently. Chapter 30, He is not human. Yanzu, do you have your own thoughts on this matter? Ning Fengji asked without turning back as they walked along the garden path. Upon hearing this, Yanzu inquired, "Why the sudden question?" Ning Fengji replied, "Your Highness, it is my hope that you can earn my trust as well as Rongrong's favor, allowing our alliance to flourish magnificently. In truth, this matter benefits both parties, and I harbor no objections. But you are about to say however, are you not? Yanzu responded. However, Ning Fengji paused, plucking a fruit from the overhead rack. A fruit whose name Yanzu could not recall, and gently rolling it in his hand, he continued. The sole variable lies with you. My 7 treasures glazed tile school seeks strength, yet this pursuit is not without its boundaries. Rong is my daughter. I cannot allow her to become merely a tool for maintaining relationships. Otherwise, what purpose would all our efforts serve? Yanzu also imitated Ning Fengji, plucking a fruit and directly placing it in his mouth. Chewing as he spoke, you wish to inquire whether I can truly become the guardian of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, rather than merely remaining a vassal to the crown prince, correct? Do you wish for me to choose a side? Ning Fengji raised a hand, and the martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower manifested. He remarked, gem-type martial souls resonate with the rare resources of the natural world. Those endowed with such martial souls possess an innate ability to appraise treasures, effortlessly acquiring wealth that elicits envy from others. However, the question remains, how does one safeguard this wealth? It could be said that such riches are akin to a curse. Once acquired, one must exert tremendous effort to protect it, for it was never rightfully yours. Should you choose not to take it, others will compel you to do so, driven by their desire. Is it wise to seek to win hearts through wealth? At times, it proves effective, yet those drawn together by riches may also betray one another, making the choice to entrust one's very lifeblood to another a most imprudent decision. Yanzu furrowed his brow slightly, for the taste of the fruit was indeed rather unpleasant. No wonder Ning Fengji merely toyed with it instead of consuming it. Ning Fengji continued to expound at length. Thus, aside from diligently cultivating to realize our innate talents, the most vital endeavor for us, the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect, is to find our guardians, to forge an unbreakable bond, to cultivate trust, reliance, and mutual growth. Rong seeks a person of similar essence, rather than merely a tool who obeys the commands of others. The flavor of this fruit is quite disagreeable, Yanzu remarked, swallowing it down. After all, it was a variant of a decorative walnut. Ning Fengji observed Yanzu, who did not even bother to spit out the remnants, and commented, your teeth are quite strong. You can tackle such hard nuts. Yanzu licked his tingling lips and remarked, to put it plainly, this matter indeed originated with Xue Qinghe, but that does not imply I am entirely beholden to her. I harbor my own thoughts. Your thoughts? Pray, do share, Ning Fengji smiled. To adapt and find peace within circumstances, that is my philosophy, Yanzu stated with candor. Is that all? If you wish to survive by those 4 words, you must possess sufficient strength as a foundation. Life is fraught with helplessness, is it not? Ning Fengji replied. In the past, perhaps, but not now. I will pursue whatever I desire without yielding to anyone's command. Have I made myself sufficiently clear? Yanzu reflected on the profound helplessness that had permeated his previous life. A life marked by abandonment due to lack of a guardian and the necessity of engaging in unsavory labor to survive an endless litany of struggles. Ning Fengji appeared to be satisfied with the response, a hint of contentment gracing his smile as he said, you possess a remarkable confidence in your ability to navigate through various factions with ease. I admire this self-assuredness. I appreciate individuals of character, for they do not drift along with the tide. They possess a stubbornness, a set of principles that define them. One final question. Do you hold affection for Rong? Though she is still quite young, we can contemplate the future. To inquire about feelings at such a moment seems rather absurd. We shall see how things unfold. Yanzu replied, his gaze fixed ahead at a figure poised with bated breath, an individual with white hair, a sprinkling of facial hair, yet with remarkably youthful skin, exuding vitality. Indeed, let us await the outcome. It is time to broaden my horizons, Ning Fengji remarked, approaching the corner, exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Exing. Let me witness the surprises that this esteemed and confident young man can present. As Yanzu and Ning Fengji drew near, Chen Exing's gaze was firmly fixed on Yanzu. He was undoubtedly concerned about the future of their sect and Rong. Yet his inner desire was to engage in a spar with the peculiar youth that Gu Rong had spoken of. Is this truly the youth capable of rivaling the black-eyed Golden Dragon King? At first glance, he indeed possesses a certain distinctiveness, an innate calmness and composure characteristic of the strong. Devoid of any pretense, he is remarkably self-assured. Have we clarified everything? Chen Exing inquired. Yanzu stepped forward and inquired, so, how do you intend to test me? Do not regard this as a trial, for I shall not hold back, Chen Exing replied, summoning his 7-killing sword. The radiant soul rings emanated a formidable pressure, prompting Ning Fengji to retreat to what he deemed a safe distance. Yet, Yanzu thought to himself, I must restrain myself. I cannot allow Chen Exing to be harmed. Firstly, this individual's appearance and demeanor resonate with me, and secondly, I cannot disrupt the harmony. Meanwhile, Chen Exing had amassed an overwhelming aura of oppression. In stark contrast, Yanzu remained unperturbed, standing still. He sensed Ning Fengji's peculiar gaze behind him and silently wondered, why are you looking at me? I am not summoning any soul rings. Chen Exing, known for his resolute nature, did not hesitate in the slightest due to Yanzu's indifference. With a flicker of his soul rings, the tip of the 7-killing sword emitted a beam of sword light aimed directly at Yanzu's forehead. As the beam coursed through the air, It swiftly coalesced into the form of the seven killing sword, resembling a crystalline entity. Yanzu raised his hand with a single motion, pinching the air with 2 fingers. And to everyone's astonishment, the crystal seven killing sword shattered, falling to the ground and dissolving into soul energy, dissipating into the atmosphere. Gu Rong's words were indeed true. At that moment, Ning Fingji and Chen Xian finally believed Gu Rong's claims. What an extraordinary person! While Ning Fingji marveled internally, he took a few steps back, realizing that the garden was likely beyond saving. That is sufficient, Chen Xian remarked, his brows furrowing as his gaze turned exceptionally sharp. A black soul ring ignited around him, and the soul energy emanating from his body soared alongside the seven killing sword, wreaking havoc upon the garden. The probing ends here, he concluded. Believing there was no need for further hesitation, the ability to effortlessly counter his soul skill with a single hand spoke volumes. Has Sword Uncle gone mad? Ning Fengji thought in alarm as he observed Chen Xian's actions, but he quickly came to terms with it. Chen Xian had always possessed a hint of madness in his pursuit of higher realms, his resolve as steadfast as a rock. It was best for him to keep his distance. One must not appear too weak, nor too strong. Xueqing's voice echoed in Yan Zhu's ears once more. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, contemplating how he would explain the situation later. I merely blocked a blow, and he suddenly unleashed his full power. How should I respond? In reality, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Yan Zhu reflected on this, Chen Xian was already suspended in midair, the seven killing sword having expanded dozens of times in size. He swung it 13 times in the air, each strike exuding the might to split mountains, appearing increasingly formidable with each arc. I should retreat, Yan Zhu thought to himself, wondering if this would allow him to appear slightly weaker. He was somewhat reluctant to engage. He quite liked the outfit he wore today, having purchased it while shopping with Yulingling. This garment was not made of high-tech materials, unlike some trousers. It wouldn't remain unscathed after battling extraterrestrial foes. The area covered by the 13 strikes was vast, prompting Yan Zhu to swiftly vacate the battlefield. In the aftermath, the meticulously tended garden had been transformed into a graveyard of flowers, with marble dust swirling in the air, resembling a mushroom cloud when viewed from a distance. Chen Xian hovered above, quietly observing the devastation below before exhaling a sigh. He recognized that he had struck empty air. His seven killing sword had encountered no resistance or feedback from his adversary, despite pushing the speed, lethality, and pressure of his 13 strikes to their limits. His opponent remained unscathed. He had thought he could discern the true strength of this young man through those strikes, yet the youth had merely evaded, never even activating a soul ring. A wave of humiliation and defeat washed over Chen Xian. Throughout his life, he had faced countless foes, suffering significant defeats. Yet none had shaken him as profoundly as this encounter. He realized that all his efforts had been utterly futile, no matter how powerful an attack might be. If it cannot hit, it is rendered meaningless, merely an act of folly. A gentle breeze swept through, pulling Chen Xian back to reality. He retracted the seven killing sword, allowing it to fall to the ground, and helped the somewhat disheveled Ning Fengji to his feet. Sword Uncle, perhaps that was a bit excessive, Ning Fengji remarked. Eyeing the lingering mist, Chen Xian turned his gaze to the other side, where Yan Zhu leaned against a stone pillar, awaiting the dissipating smoke. He is hardly human, Chen Xian muttered, his words tinged with ambiguity. Chapter 31. A promise. Has the commotion been a bit too loud? Gu Rong, guarding Ning Rongrong as she cultivated, sensed the disturbances from the back mountain and grew concerned for Chen Xian and Ning Fengji's safety. He understood Chen Xian's temperament. Even knowing the opposing party was a monster capable of contending with Tang Chun and Di Tian, Chen Xian would still desire a contest. Should the situation escalate beyond repair, it would be dire. Even so, Gu Rong remained seated, protecting Ning Rongrong. As many visitors were present that day, someone had to stay by her side. Having wealth is truly advantageous. Detonating a garden is akin to setting off firecrackers, Yan Zhu observed, surveying the scene before him. Is everything all right? Chen Xian inquired, glancing at Yan Zhu from a distance. Leave it to me, Ning Fengji replied, his face pale. Chen Xian cast one last concerned look at Yan Zhu before departing the scene. He would retreat into seclusion for an extended period. Not only had he gained no insight from this battle, but his composure had also been rattled, rendering the experience a net loss. What do you think? Yan Zhu asked, approaching Ning Fengji as Chen Xian's figure receded. Have a seat. There are matters I must discuss, Ning Fengji said, finding an untouched stone bench. Speak freely, at this point. There is little to hide from you, Yan Zhu replied with calm assurance. Ning Zhu, what is your perspective on the spirit hall? Ning Fengji sought to ascertain Yan Zhu's stance, believing it crucial for his own purposes. I don't think much of it, Yan Zhu replied nonchalantly. They haven't disturbed my ancestral grave, so it doesn't concern me. However, our people have witnessed you collaborating with those from the spirit hall, Ning Fengji said earnestly. Meeting Yan Zhu's gaze, I understand that with your strength, you can act freely, so I implore you. If you have any ulterior motives for visiting our 7-treasure glazed tile school, I hope you can be forthright. What others can offer you, we may also provide, and I am willing to give even more. Ah, you mean that incident in the Stardow Forest? Yan Zhu recalled, a smile breaking across his face. Ning Fengji was taken aback by Yin Zhu's candidness, which made him somewhat anxious. He feared Yin Zhu might eliminate him with a mere thought. Yet he felt he had no choice but to ask. Indeed, and it was quite a scene, Ning Fengji confirmed. Now that you mention it. I do recall seeing Douluo there, though I didn't pay much attention at the time, Yin Zhu admitted with a grin. To be honest, my reason for assisting them was quite simple. I found their young master remarkably attractive and wished to pursue her. Ning Fengji's expression grew complex as he regarded Yin Zhu. Absurdly aware that Yin Zhu was speaking the truth, there was no need for deception. You truly are something, Ning Fengji chuckled. Although it may sound somewhat undignified when said in your presence, I have no intention of lying to you, Yin Zhu stated. That's quite all right, Azu. Your honesty makes you seem more genuine. At your age, it's natural to engage in such pursuits. I don't mind, but I can't guarantee that Rong will feel the same. That will depend on your approach, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Naturally, you must ensure she is treated well. All of this is predicated on your acceptance of me. Yin Zhu noted. I have already accepted you, Ning Fengji assured him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be speaking so freely. Azu, when I became aware of your existence, I wondered if this might be a gift from heaven for our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Yet extending my hand to you is perilous. For you are so powerful and entangled with the spirit hall. However, since the prince introduced you to me, I cannot let such an opportunity slip away. Excuse me for interrupting, Yin Zhu interjected curiously. What is your view on the spirit hall? Upon hearing Yin Zhu's question, Ning Fengji pondered before responding. Initially, everyone believed the spirit hall would lead to a flourishing future for the soul master community, and their actions over the years have indeed suggested as much. But, Yin Zhu prompted, but their reach has grown increasingly extensive. Ning Feng exhibited a gaze of helplessness, akin to a frog slowly boiled in warm water. One found it impossible to refuse him, for he presented a bouquet of flowers, accompanied by grandiloquent rhetoric. Moreover, the spirit hall boasted a sanctuary of offerings, where a war blade was raised high behind him. Everyone watched, wide-eyed, as he grew stronger step by step. Both the royal family and various sects endeavored to maintain a delicate balance, yet they merely fought their own battles. In contrast, the Douluo Empire, with its more centralized power, managed the situation far more effectively. Yin Zhu responded, to speak candidly, the doctrines of the spirit hall are indeed devoid of any substantial criticism. I do not oppose this notion, Ning Fengji remarked. However, rules are one matter, while their execution is quite another. In my view, the spirit hall is not as unified as it appears. The disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between man and dog, Yin Zhu remarked. Perhaps one day we could reverse our stance and collaborate with the spirit hall. I can't imagine it could be worse than the Tindo royal family. It seems you hold quite the opinion of the Tindo royal family, Ning Fengji chuckled. I am aware of your infamous victory over Shuebeng at the Royal Fighting Academy. But believe me, Yin Zhu, the crown prince is a trustworthy companion. In every regard, he is the most exceptional young man I have encountered. Oh, shouldn't he that title belong to me? Yin Zhu laughed. Thus, I refer to him in all aspects, Ning Fengji replied. Had it not been for his presence, I would not have chosen to engage in such a profound collaboration with the Tindo Empire. The more earnest Ning Fengji appeared, the more Yin Zhu felt an urge to laugh, suppressing his amusement at the thought of how his father-in-law would react if he knew that the esteemed Tindo crown prince was, in fact, the heir of the spirit hall. Best not to mention it, lest Ning Fengji suffer a heart attack on the spot. Very well, in conclusion, Azu, grant me a promise, a man's promise. Ning Fengji intended to conclude their conversation. How should I phrase this? Yin Zhu looked skyward, contemplating before stating, regardless of what transpires. I shall exert all my efforts to protect the legacy of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, as well as Rong. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji took a deep breath and then stood, clasping his hands together as he bowed slightly to Yin Zhu. Please, no need for formalities. I should be calling you uncle by now. Yin Zhu helped Ning Fengji up. Do not be concerned. You can bear it, Ning Fengji replied earnestly. When Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian joined our sect, it was the same. That moment remains etched in our memories. Yin Zhu thought to himself, how considerate of my father-in-law. We should return. They must be quite anxious waiting for us, Ning Fengji stated, taking Yin Zhu's hand and walking toward the banquet hall in an intimate manner. Though Yin Zhu understood this was Ning Fengji's way of publicly declaring he had chosen him, holding hands with another man felt somewhat uncomfortable. Is there anything else you require of me? Yin Zhu attempted to ease the awkwardness. Let it flow naturally, Ning Fengji replied. Rong is still young. I initially had other plans for her, but it seems I should heed the crown prince's advice. I wish for Rong to enroll in the Royal Fighting Academy, and I hope you can nurture a good relationship with her. I do not want her to believe I have sold her off. I need not elaborate further on that. My daughter is neither too big nor too small. Neither too big nor too small? What does that mean? Yin Zhu asked, puzzled. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. She is not large in stature, but her temper is quite considerable. Chapter 32, The Journey of Training. When Ning Fengji appeared in the banquet hall holding Yin Zhu's hand, everyone understood that the matter had been settled. Although envy gnawed at them, they now had one less concern. Shui Qinghe observed Yin Zhu with a teasing glint in her eyes. Congratulations, dear teacher, on finding such a worthy son-in-law. Congratulations to you, young man. She suddenly faltered, unable to find the right words to describe Ning Rongrong. Ning Fingji smiled. Your Highness, I owe this to your matchmaking. Xue Qinghe replied with a laugh. Why should you be so modest? I'm not entirely selfless in this matter. Ning Fingji continued, in light of this. I plan to have Rong enroll in the Royal Fighting Academy. While Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu are sufficient in terms of teaching, as the heir to the sect, she cannot remain sheltered in a honeyed environment forever. Although I have the best intentions, she is my only daughter, and at times, I struggle to be strict with her. Initially, I intended to send her far away from the sect for her growth, but now, the Royal Fighting Academy is indeed her best option. That little imp. If she were to seek my affection, I would find it hard to refuse, Xue Qinghe chuckled. Ning Fengji replied, that is precisely what I mean. Hence I must ask your Highness and Azu for assistance with this matter. After the banquet concluded, Ning Fengji arrived at the room where Ning Rongrong was cultivating. Observing her in deep meditation, his eyes brimmed with tenderness. He then called Gu Rong aside. Gu Rong hesitated at Ning Fengji's request. Yet he understood it was for Rongrong's benefit. Among the three of them, one would surely soften during a critical moment. Rongrong, awaken. Gu Rong infused his soul power into Ning Rongrong, assisting her in completing a cycle and gently concluding her meditation. What's wrong, Grandpa Gu? Ning Rongrong blinked. Looking at Gu Rong wore an unwilling expression, and then Ning Rongrong felt a tap on her shoulder. Her vision faded to black, and she lost consciousness. The sound and vibration of the carriage rumbling over the rocky road roused Ning Rongrong from her slumber. She groggily opened her eyes to find two men seated before her, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe and Yin Zhu, the one who had gifted her the exquisite tulip. Ning Rongrong let out a soft, sleepy sound, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Her silky hair clung to her forehead. Where am I? After asking, she realized her situation. She was in a carriage with Xue Qinghe and Yin Zhu, traveling toward an unknown destination. Have a sip of water. Xue Qinghe kindly offered her a cup. Ning Rongrong accepted it, took a sip, and inquired, Your Highness, how did I end up here? Rongrong. Here is a letter from your teacher. Once you read it, you will understand, Xue Qinghe replied, handing her the letter. Ning Rongrong took it and began to read. Rongrong, by the time you read this letter, you will have likely arrived at the Royal Fighting Academy. You are clever and adept at navigating the dynamics between me, Uncle Jian, and Uncle Gu, but I must inform you that this will not serve you well. Therefore, I have decided to send you to the Royal Fighting Academy for your training. Humph. I won't be speaking to you anymore. Ning Rongrong muttered angrily at the letter before continuing to read. You might be thinking that we will secretly dispatch people to protect you. And should you call out 3 times, Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian will rush to your aid. I must tell you not to harbor such delusions. I have instructed the entire sect that without my permission, no one is to offer you any favors. Fine, if you won't, then so be it. Ning Rongrong's large eyes narrowed into slits. The Royal Fighting Academy gathers the elite heirs of the Tindo nobility and sect successors. I hope you can grow amidst their competition and discover a better version of yourself. The Crown Prince will ensure your safe arrival at the Royal Fighting Academy. But beyond that, he will not provide you any assistance. I have already made arrangements with him. Enough with the insults. I have not left you entirely unprepared. The other individual, Yin Zhu, has become a venerated member of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. His relationship with you mirrors that of mine with Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. You can trust him. He is also training at the Royal Fighting Academy and is already a member of the Royal Fighting Team. Ning Rongrong glanced at Xue Qinghe and Yin Zhu. Her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Additionally, the successor of the 9-Heart Sitang is also at the Royal Fighting Academy and likewise part of the Royal Fighting Team. Bearing the name of the 7-treasure glazed tile. Do not fall behind. As for when this training will conclude, I believe you will know when the time is right. After finishing the letter, Ning Rongrong crumpled it in her hand, clenching her fist at her waist, indignantly refusing to speak. How about it? Are you ready to embrace this new life? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Ning Rongrong was currently quite irate. Not because Ning Fengji had cast her aside from the sect, but rather due to the method he employed. In truth, she had long desired to explore the world beyond. Yet being knocked unconscious and discarded in such a manner made her feel that her father held neither trust nor respect for her. Humph. Once this young lady establishes her own dominion out there, he will seek me, and I shall not return. Ning Rongrong retorted with bravado, observing her demeanor as she spoke. Yinzu could hardly suppress his laughter, remarking that if it were truly the case, Ning Fengji would be grinning ear to ear. Your name is Yinzu, correct? Ning Rongrong pointed at him. Indeed, he replied. The letter mentioned that you are now a devotee of our 7-treasure glazed tile school, which makes you one of us. Ning Rongrong stood and patted his shoulder. From now on, you shall be my little brother, and together we will turn the Royal Combat Academy into our territory. I will protect you. No sooner had she spoken than the carriage jolted again, causing Ning Rongrong to stumble into Yinzu's embrace, who steadied her, saying, First, take care of yourself. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly, declaring, Just watch. Joining the Royal Combat Team will be a piece of cake. Xue Qinghe mused that with the assistance of the Tulip of Kira, her soul power had surged by 11 levels, and combined with her foundational soul power. At her current age, her achievements would surely astonish the 3 instructors at the Royal Combat Academy, elevating her to core training status. Even prodigious soul masters typically required to be 13 or 14 years old to attain the second ring strength, yet she was merely 8. We have arrived. It is time to disembark, Rongrong, Yinzu announced, lifting the carriage curtain. Rongrong is what you call me? Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips. This time, I will allow it, but in the future, refer to me as boss. Hey, you little rascal. Yinzu chuckled, glancing back at Xue Qinghe, who was stifling laughter. Very well, boss. Please step down. Yinzu gestured with a flourish. So, your highness, we bid you farewell, Ning Rongrong concluded, not forgetting her manners as she waved goodbye to Xue Qinghe. Upon exiting the carriage, Ning Rongrong gazed blankly at the Royal Combat Academy perched on the distant mountain peak. From afar, the lights flickered in the night. And amidst the profound silence, a cool evening breeze swept by, stirring a sudden urge to weep within her. Humph, that wretched father. She sniffled, rubbing her eyes with her palm, then shouted, why are you still dawdling? Lead the way. Wait a moment. Yinzu retrieved a cloak and draped it over Ning Rongrong's shoulders. You have just awakened, don't catch a chill. Hey, little brother, not bad at all. I must commend you, Ning Rongrong remarked, feeling a warmth envelop her, which significantly lifted her spirits. Thank you. Now, let us proceed. I will first take you to register, Yinzu replied. You kneel down, Ning Rongrong commanded, pointing to the ground. Why? Yinzu questioned, perplexed. After such a long journey, still on the mountain, are you trying to exhaust me? Hurry up, I want to ride, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in frustration. Yinzu mused to himself, this little girl, given our relationship, who rides whom is still debatable. Why bother with a child's tantrum? However, he hesitated, contemplating that indulging her might not be wise, but ultimately decided to care for her as his own. Come on, the princess shall mount. He squatted down. Ning Rongrong gleefully climbed onto Yinzu's back, exclaiming, giddy up, let us go. Are you ready? Yinzu inquired. What do you mean? Get moving, she urged, tapping him on the head. With that, Yinzu propelled himself forward, soaring like a rocket. Ning Rongrong's scream pierced the night sky as they ascended towards the heavens, only to plummet towards the Royal Combat Academy shortly thereafter. Yet, Yinzu soon faced the repercussions of his playful antics. Ning Rongrong was indeed frightened once they landed. She burst into tears, her face streaked with snot and tears, her cheeks flushed from the wind of their flight, and in her fright, she even wet herself, leaving Yinzu with a rather unfortunate situation. What do I do now? Yinzu stared helplessly at the inconsolable Ning Rongrong seated on the ground, ignoring his attempts to comfort her. He could only squat beside her. I was wrong, big brother, please stop crying. I beg you, you've soaked me. Yinzu clasped his hands in a gesture of pleading. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's wails intensified. What are you doing, Azu? Qin Ming's voice rang out. Goodness, why are you bullying a child? Yufeng approached with his hands behind his head. It's nothing. By the way, could you help me summon Lingling? Yinzu requested. All right, I'll do that. Yufeng spread his wings and soared away. Qin Ming stepped closer, and upon seeing the little girl on the ground, he was taken aback. Isn't this the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong? We saw someone flying over here and came to investigate. I didn't expect it to be you. Why did you bring her along? This is a long story, but essentially, I'm bringing her to enroll, Yinzu replied succinctly. Oh? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ming's face. Azu, you called for me? Yu Lingling appeared, having followed Yufeng. Lingling? May I accompany you back to the dormitory? I have something to discuss, Yinzu stated. Yu Lingling's face flushed crimson, and she reproachfully said, You can't. I'm staying with Sister Yinner. Then come back to my dormitory with me, Yinzu declared, scooping up the uncooperative Ning Rongrong. Only then did Yu Lingling notice Ning Rongrong's presence. As she arrived, Ning Rongrong had ceased her crying, perhaps exhausted, and made no response as she was cradled in Yinzu's arms. Qin Ming and Yufeng, having understood the situation, whistled and walked away. Why do you have her? How old is she? Yu Lingling questioned, struggling to discern Ning Rongrong's age. Oh, we can discuss that later, Yinzu said as he carried Ning Rongrong towards his dormitory, knowing that in her current disheveled state, he could not introduce her to Ming Xinji and the others. Azu, you smell rather foul, Yu Lingling remarked, pinching her nose. Don't disdain me. You'll smell just as bad, Yinzu replied with a mischievous grin. How rude. Can't you speak properly? Yu Lingling, feeling shy, noticed that Ning Rongrong had fallen asleep in Yinzu's embrace, prompting her to inquire, Who is this? Why is she under your care? And where did you go today? I visited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yinzu deflected the question. I was invited as a devotee by the sect master, and now I'm bringing the young lady to enroll. Yu Lingling halted, her expression one of astonishment. Are you saying this is the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Don't be too quick to be jealous. She is still just a child. Yinzu replied, somewhat sheepishly. What do you mean by that? Yu Lingling scrutinized Ning Rongrong, genuinely surprised to find her here. You say she is merely a child. How old is she? 8 years old? I can't tell her bone age without examining her, Yinzu replied. Yinzu remarked. The atmosphere around Yu Lingling was somewhat intricate. In truth, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and the Nine Hearts Begonia had long been engaged in a covert rivalry. Although the soul skills of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower provided comprehensive support and boasted formidable amplification, Its inherent limitation of only being able to cultivate to the 7th ring significantly curtailed its potential, as the assistance it offered consumed an immense amount of soul power. Conversely, while the 9 Hearts Begonia possessed merely a single soul skill, its efficiency in utilizing soul power was notably high, allowing one individual to assist multiple targets effortlessly. Upon reaching the Title Douluo realm, it transformed into an all-encompassing life-saving umbrella. Thus, determining which was superior proved to be a challenging task. However, the influence of the 7 treasures glazed sect far surpassed that of the 9 Hearts Begonia. Bolstered by the presence of formidable powers such as the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, and its wealth and reputation eclipsed that of the 9 Hearts Begonia. Regardless, Lingling, could you assist me in looking after her for a while? Yanzu implored Yi Lingling. What? With such a prestigious background? She actually came out without a retinue of servants? You expect me to attend to her? For reasons unbeknownst to her. Yi Lingling suddenly found herself in a rather uncommunicative mood. Yanzu pointed to himself and said, "The servant is right here. Please, do not be upset like a child. Just help her take a bath." "I refuse," Yi Lingling replied, casting a skeptical glance at Yanzu. "That scent on you, it couldn't possibly be from her, could it? My goodness, what have you done to her? It was all an accident, okay?" Yanzu struggled to explain. "Just tell me whether you will help or not. If not, I shall have to do it myself." All right, Yi Lingling reluctantly conceded. "Leave it to me. You are the best, Lingling." Yanzu, with a cheeky grin, planted a kiss on Yi Lingling's cheek. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been sleeping in his embrace, suddenly pinched him with her fingernail. Chapter 33, To Have or Not to Have upon returning to the dormitory. Yanzu quickly took a shower, and then asked Yi Lingling to accompany Ning Rongrong to the bathroom for a wash. "All right, you may go now. This is a trivial matter that I can handle myself," Ning Rongrong declared, soaking in the bathtub and declining Yi Lingling's offer for assistance. Naturally, Yi Lingling was pleased to have some leisure and exited the bathroom. "You heard that. It's not that I'm petty and unwilling to help you," she said, reclining on the sofa and addressing Yanzu. Yanzu flipped his body and embraced Yi Lingling, inhaling her faint fragrance as he said, "Let her entertain herself for a while. I have a gift for you." Yi Lingling, unfazed, replied languidly, "What is it?" Yanzu retrieved a jade box from his bosom, gently opening it before Yi Lingling. Startled out of her initial drowsiness, Yi Lingling straightened her posture and inquired, "What is this? An herb?" "It is indeed an herb, though it is more aptly referred to as an ethereal herb," Yanzu replied. "This can be consumed directly. You may partake of it here." Yi Lingling gazed at the ethereal herb emanating a soft luminescence from within the jade box and asked, "What are the effects of this ethereal herb?" Yanzu remarked, "Strengthening the foundation and nurturing the essence has the effect of promoting cultivation, and it can further assist individuals in breaking through their limitations. After consumption, an instant elevation of 5 or 6 levels in soul power is certainly achievable." "What?" Yi Lingling exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not jest with me," Yanzu inquired. "Who has deceived you? This was intentionally reserved for you. You should consume it quickly, for its preservation is fleeting. Whether it is genuine or not, you shall discover upon use." Yi Lingling gazed at the celestial herb in her hand, pondering in silence for a moment before responding. "What is your motive for treating me so kindly? Why all these questions?" Yanzu reclined on the sofa, chuckling. "Simply because I desire to. This item is exceedingly precious." Yi Lingling sensed that Yanzu was likely not lying. If this herb indeed possessed such abilities, accepting it would evoke a sense of unease within her. "I have nothing to offer in return," she asserted, closing the jade box. "It is too valuable. I cannot accept it, at least not now." "Who says you have nothing to repay me?" Yanzu rose and embraced Yi Lingling, pressing her down onto the sofa, drawing near to her lips. "You." Yi Lingling felt her body weaken, devoid of strength, her cheeks aflame, her eyes shimmering with emotion, almost unable to contain herself. "Do not be anxious, little scout." Yanzu teased, playfully brushing her nose. "You speak as though you were not a scout yourself." Yi Lingling attempted to struggle once more, only to realize the futility of her efforts. "Thus, neither of us is at a loss," Yanzu declared, leaning in to kiss her. Though it was not their first kiss, the significance of this moment was profoundly different, enriched by the ambience and surroundings, naturally paving the way for what was to follow. "Is this day finally upon us?" Yanzu silently marveled, the thought heightening his excitement. At that moment, he felt akin to a bull with fiery eyes, which unnerved Yi Lingling inexplicably. "Azu, be gentle," she trembled. "Your intensity frightens me." Unbeknownst to her, such words would only serve to incite the opposite effect. "Little brother, bring me something." Ning Rongrong's shrill voice shattered the enchanting atmosphere. "She is calling for you," Yi Lingling said, pressing her hand against Yanzu's lips. "Ignore her," Yanzu retorted, unwilling to halt, pushing her hand aside to passionately kiss her once more. "I am calling for you. Are you deaf?" Ning Rongrong's voice pierced through the air again. At this moment, Yanzu found himself compelled to act, as if an arrow had been knocked and could not be unstrung. He paid no heed to anything else, solely focused on unfastening Yi Lingling's clothing. However, Yi Lingling felt a peculiar sensation, and the influence of hormones swiftly faded, restoring her self-control. "Azu, go," she commanded, grasping Yanzu's hand that was wandering over her chest. No, Yinzu replied firmly, with unwavering conviction. Sighing, Yi Lingling cupped Yinzu's face in her hands and said, I understand your intentions. I am yours, always yours. There is no need to rush. If you cannot even maintain this level of self-control, I cannot place my trust in you. Yinzu let out a long sigh, standing up in frustration and storming into the bathroom. The sudden creaking of the door startled Ningrongrong, who had been soaking in the bathtub, already irritated from waiting. She became even more agitated after the unexpected intrusion, exclaiming, What on earth? You scared me half to death. Yinzu took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset, and inquired. So, what command do you have for me, miss? Ningrongrong replied, Bring me some clothes. Where are your clothes? Yinzu questioned. How would I know? It's not my concern, Ningrongrong retorted with indignation. So, you didn't bring any, then? Yinzu sighed, realizing she was indeed a spoiled young lady, devoid of reason. Here, this will have to do, he stated, stepping out to fetch a male uniform from the Royal Fighting Academy for Ningrongrong. What is this? Ningrongrong exclaimed, eyeing the uniform disdainfully. It's hideous. I refuse to wear it. What can be done? You didn't bring any clothes with you, Yinzu replied. Mentioning this made Ningrongrong irate. She huffed and said, Is this my fault? It was you all who arranged this. Aren't you supposed to be good at flying? Go buy me some. At this hour? Where can one buy clothes? Tomorrow, Yinzu waved his hand, preparing to exit the bathroom. I don't care. I absolutely will not wear this. Ningrongrong splashed water from the bathtub with her hands. If you refuse to wear it, you'll just have to go without. Yinzu retorted, not coddling her, as he walked out and closed the door behind him. Yi Lingling, observing Yinzu emerge from the bathroom, chuckled. What is this? You say you are going to serve at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet it appears as though you are merely assisting someone with their daughter. It is an unavoidable circumstance, Yinzu replied vaguely, thinking he couldn't possibly disclose to Yi Lingling that Ning Fingxi had already promised Ningrongrong to him. Ah. You mentioned she is to enroll, correct? What level of soul power does she possess? Yi Lingling inquired of Yinzu. Are you particularly concerned about this? Yinzu asked. Oh, just answer the question, she insisted. Yinzu pondered for a moment and remarked, perhaps just over level 20? Yi Lingling, upon hearing this, retorted, Are you confused? Or are you merely jesting with me? I possess such strength, so what of it? In the end, Ningrongrong acquiesced. Standing behind the sofa in a loose-fitting male school uniform, resembling a performer, Yi Lingling turned her head and, unable to suppress her laughter at Ningrongrong's comical appearance, teased. Little sister, remember, when you lie, your nose might grow longer. However, in the next instant, Yi Lingling's smile froze as Ningrongrong proudly unleashed her martial spirit. After absorbing the Qilua tulip, Douluo had selected her second spirit ring from the soul beast nurtured within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And she now truly possessed the strength of a two-ringed soul master. Upon witnessing this, Yinzu leaned in and whispered a couple of words into Yi Lingling's ear. Subsequently, her gaze was drawn to the jade box resting on the sofa. Yinzu chuckled and inquired, What do you think? Should we proceed or not? Yes, came the reply. Chapter 34. Please, take your time. Yinzu became aware of the covert rivalry between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Nine-Heart Begonia. Thus he informed Yi Lingling about Ningrongrong consuming the celestial herb. You may partake here. I shall provide protection, Yinzu said to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded and began to ingest the herb. Who is she to you? Ningrongrong inquired, noticing that Yi Lingling also held a celestial herb. Her gaze fixed upon Yinzu. She is mine. Refrain from shouting and go to sleep. Yinzu gestured dismissively. Where am I to sleep? Ningrongrong scanned the surroundings, spotting only a single bed in the bedroom. Sleep on the bed. If you prefer, you may rest on the sofa, Yinzu replied. That is your bed, is it not? Ningrongrong retorted with a look of disdain. I refuse. Provide me with another bed. Dear lady, you must endure for one night, Yinzu said, his hands clasped together. After such a long day, are you not weary? That is none of your concern. I shall not sleep in your bed. You may handle it as you wish, Ningrongrong declared stubbornly, plopping down onto the sofa. You may find sleeping arrangements to be quite challenging in the future. Yinzu observed her resolute demeanor, chuckling helplessly. He then turned to Yi Lingling, saying, Lingling, you may go to my room. It will be quieter. Yi Lingling nodded and carried the celestial herb into the room. As Ningrongrong watched Yi Lingling's retreating figure, she leaned closer to Yinzu and remarked, Ah, you and she are a pair, are you not? Such curiosity. Off to sleep with you. We have a meeting with the Academy's instructors tomorrow for your enrollment. It would not be wise to tire your eyes. Yinzu gently ruffled Ningrongrong's hair, noting how soft her fine strands were. Yinzu's actions once again provoked Ningrongrong's ire. She raised her hand and playfully struck Yinzu on the face, saying, Do not always treat me like a child. And furthermore, you are forbidden to touch my head. Yet, he continued to playfully tousle her hair as if he were kneading dough. Ningrongrong suddenly leaped up, intending to strike Yinzu's head, only to be effortlessly restrained by him, who held her down on the sofa as if she were a mere kitten. Let go. Ningrongrong shouted. If you do not release me, I shall summon Grandfather Bone to peel your skin and Grandfather's sword to dismantle your bones. Yinzu playfully flicked Ningrongrong's forehead with his middle finger and said, Are you already dreaming before you've even fallen asleep? Haven't you grasped your situation? No one will help you, except for me. You little fool. Ning Rongrong rubbed her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes, and upon seeing this, Yinzu's heart softened. He released her, but unexpectedly, the moment she gained her freedom, she clung to him like a sloth and bit his ear. Sighing, Yinzu allowed her antics. After venting her frustrations, Ning Rongrong rubbed her lips and remarked, "Why do you smell so bad and feel so hard, like a lump of dog poop? Have you finished messing around? If so, it's time to sleep," Yinzu suggested, hoping to lull her to rest so he could join Yi Lingling in her room. Tonight. He had no intention of letting her leave. "But I can't sleep," Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly displeased. "I want my own bed. And I slept too long this afternoon to feel tired at all. Is this your first time outside the sect?" Yinzu inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head. "No, but I used to have my father and the others with me. Now I'm here alone, and I can't sleep." Yinzu thought to himself, she doesn't feel safe. It was entirely reasonable for a child so young to be sent away from home to a strange place, experiencing such emotions. "You are not alone. I am here with you," he attempted to earn her trust. "You," Ning Rongrong scrutinized him, "are not even a hair better than Sword Grandpa." "Oh, is that so? Do you know how I became a revered elder?" Yinzu asked with a smile. "It's all thanks to that miraculous herb," she replied, her tone softening. However, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, Yinzu was not particularly special. Many had offered treasures to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and his gifts were merely more precious than others. "I defeated your Sword Grandpa to gain your father's approval," Yinzu boasted. "What a lie." Ning Rongrong playfully drew her finger across her face. "How can someone your age lie? It's embarrassing. I'll tell Sword Grandpa. Before that, you need to grow up enough to be entrusted with the sect," Yinzu replied earnestly. At this, a hint of melancholy flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. "Will I really not see them for a long time? They surely believe in your capabilities." "And so do I," Yinzu reassured her. "Of course." Ning Rongrong's spirit was instantly revived. "This is a trivial matter for me. All right, can we sleep now?" "Yes, but you can't stay here," Ning Rongrong stipulated. "I certainly won't remain here, but may I ask why?" Yinzu inquired. "What if I fall asleep? And you do something strange to me?" Ning Rongrong warned. "Strange things?" Yinzu looked at her quizzically, wondering what she might think was strange. "Never mind. Just promise me you won't be in the living room while I sleep," she insisted. "That is easily arranged." With that, Yinzu quietly opened the bedroom door. At that moment, Yi Lingling was sitting on the bed, meditating. The energy from the miraculous herb had given her skin a faint glow, making her porcelain-like complexion appear even more radiant under the dim light. "How long will I have to wait?" Yinzu settled by the window, gazing at Yi Lingling's delicate features and form, finding her increasingly appealing. He yearned to touch her, yet feared disturbing her tranquility, so he restrained his impulses. Time passed, and eventually Yi Lingling slowly opened her eyes, her complexion rosy and her eyes sparkling. "Where's Ning Rongrong?" Yi Lingling asked. "After great effort, I finally got her to sleep." Yinzu replied eagerly, embracing her. Yi Lingling's breath quickened from his embrace, and hearing the night breeze outside, she lowered her head. "It's so quiet. It's late at night, and with no one to disturb us, of course, it's quiet." Yinzu's eyes gleamed with unmasked desire. "I'm still a bit nervous," Yi Lingling whispered. Feeling nervous is normal, Yinzu fervently kissed her neck. Sensing his heated breath, Yi Lingling realized she was inescapably drawn into his embrace, and thus she surrendered. Wrapping her arms around him and softly whispering in his ear, "Then, please enjoy yourself." Chapter 35. Thank you for your hospitality in the living room. Ning Rongrong covered her ears, tossing and turning in frustration, unable to sleep. "Thank you for your hospitality," Yinzu lovingly embraced Yi Lingling from behind, caressing her body and kissing her slender shoulders. Yi Lingling trembled, speechless, and succumbed to slumber under Yinzu's magnetic touch. To be honest, from that moment on, Yinzu wished to disregard everything else. If not for Ning Rongrong, it might have been possible. The next morning, just before Ning Rongrong could pound on the door, Yinzu opened it. Yi Lingling needed rest, so he took the blows from Ning Rongrong's fists upon himself. Rubbing her sore wrist, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "I want breakfast." "No need to rush. I'll take you to meet the 3 instructors. Once you're enrolled, you can roam and play freely in the academy all day." Yinzu had already made arrangements in his mind. Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly be celebrated by her peers upon enrollment, and if all went well, Qin Ming would likely be her mentor, which would put pressure on Lingling's battle team. "Do you want me to wear this?" Ning Rongrong raised her arms, looking at the oversized sleeves. "Wait a moment." Yinzu vanished, leaping out the window without a word. Ning Rongrong craned her neck to peek inside, spotting discarded clothing and Yi Lingling lying on the bed, her shoulder exposed. What on earth did they do last night? Does absorbing the miraculous herb require such commotion? "What are you looking at?" Yinzu playfully flicked Ning Rongrong's head from behind, holding a new outfit that appeared perfectly tailored for her. "Is this it? I thought you brought something good," Ning Rongrong said, spreading her arms. "Stop being picky. I'll take you shopping later. When I come out, I want to see you dressed," he instructed, retreating into the bedroom and closing the door. Approaching the bed, he gazed at Yi Lingling, peacefully asleep with her disheveled hair. A serene sight that ignited his frustration. "Lingling, drink some water," he gently nudged her shoulder. Lingling struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing the bright sky outside, she attempted to rise but found her body too sore to move. You are not gentle at all, she complained. Look at the time, we missed class. But we should be at the training camp. No, we are going nowhere today, Zhu said, feeding her water. I will take Ning Rongrong to enroll, and after that, I have no other plans. I will return, and we will continue where we left off, undisturbed. Hearing the word continue, Lingling's body trembled. Memories of the previous night flooding her mind, and her cheeks flushed. Aren't you tired yet? This is just the beginning. Zhu, unable to contain his impatience, pressed his lips against Lingling, rendering her weak and languid upon the bed. He then gently covered her with a blanket, whispering, "Be good and wait for my return." Afterward, Zhu opened the door and beheld Ning Rongrong, who sat upright on the sofa. Just a moment ago, she had been eavesdropping at the door. Had she not felt a tinge of guilt, she would not have appeared so docile. Come along, Rongrong, I shall escort you to your enrollment. As they stepped outside, Zhu glanced skyward, inquiring, what do you prefer? Shall we fly or walk? Ning Rongrong recalled the fright she had experienced the previous night, causing her to blush as she strode forward. Noticing her embarrassment, Zhu stepped ahead to lead the way. Along their path, whispers trailed behind them, indicating that Ning Rongrong had garnered quite a reputation. Many young nobles recognized her, though she remained oblivious to their identities. Oh dear, Azu. We have been waiting with bated breath. Meng Shinji exclaimed upon seeing Zhu enter with a girl, immediately rising with a welcoming smile. Oh, has teacher Qin Ming already informed you? Zhu asked. Not at all, Meng Shinji replied, scrutinizing Ning Rongrong. When I heard that the heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School intended to study at our academy, I have been thrilled all morning. So tell me, Rongrong, how many levels have you attained? Ning Rongrong, brimming with pride, responded, guess, old man. I cannot fathom. Do not tease me. Meng Shinji chuckled. Ning Rongrong, eager to showcase her abilities, promptly unleashed her martial soul along with 2 soul rings. Meng Shinji's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, no, according to my information, Rongrong, you should be less than, hee. That is precisely the situation, Ning Rongrong interjected, reveling in Meng Shinji's reaction. Zhu, however, thought to himself that children often crave attention and praise. The celestial herb he had provided might have only fueled Ning Rongrong's impetuousness. Moreover, Meng Shinji seemed to detect something amiss, tentatively stating, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower appears different from what I recall. My father informed me that mine is the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, capable of reaching the level of Title Douluo, Ning Rongrong declared, blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved. Merely content with its impressive sound. What? Meng Shinji gasped, just as Qin Ming entered the office. Meng Shinji promptly facilitated Ning Rongrong's enrollment and instructed Qin Ming to assist her in swiftly integrating into the royal fighting team. Qin Ming was well aware that Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly join the royal fighting team, but he was taken aback by Meng Shinji's insistence on her immediate inclusion in the regular rotation, until he glimpsed the soul power level recorded in Ning Rongrong's registration. Is this for real? Qin Ming exclaimed. This is no longer genius. This is a monster. For everyone else, such a prodigy existed only in legends. Those who inherited divine martial souls possessed innate soul power of 20 levels, enabling them to achieve second-ring capabilities at a tender age. Yet, it was clear that Ning Rongrong did not fall into this category. The academy had compiled information on the younger generation of various noble families, which clearly indicated that her innate soul power was at level 9. Meng Shinji exchanged glances with Qin Ming, as if to say, thank goodness she has joined our side. The illustrious name of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School reverberated across the continent. Its comprehensive amplification abilities could exponentially elevate the prowess of the team's main players, promising to shine brightly in future Soul Master competitions. Teacher, please take Rongrong to familiarize herself with the academy's environment. She must learn to be independent. Zhu instructed Qin Ming, eager to expedite the process as Lingling awaited him in the room. Understood, Qin Ming replied, then inquired, by the way, Zhu, where's Lingling? Lingling mentioned she wished to take a day to relax and asked me to help her get a leave, Zhu explained. Oh. Qin Ming recalled that Lingling had returned to the room with Zhu the previous night and refrained from further questioning. A little respite to alleviate pressure would do her good. Lingling was rather reticent, and sometimes Qin Ming worried for her. So it was indeed wonderful that Zhu could bring her joy. Ning Rongrong grasped Zhu's arm, exclaiming, you promised to take me shopping for clothes. Zhu handed over the entire purse to Ning Rongrong, saying, by whatever you desire, I will certainly take you later. Having spoken, Zhu vanished in an instant, leaving Ning Rongrong behind, furiously stamping her feet. What a deceitful scoundrel. Chapter 36, The Scheming Maiden. This is the essence of truly living. Zhu stretched his limbs on the bed and began to play with Lingling's silky strands of hair. Aren't you curious about how much the celestial herb has enhanced my soul power? Lingling gently blew against Zhu's chest, fearing that she might inadvertently scratch him. It matters not. I shall protect you, Zhu replied, cradling her face in his hands, forever. Lingling smiled, yet her joy was tinged with a hint of guilt. The celestial herb Yinzu had provided elevated her soul power by 6 levels, a source of great delight for her, though she could not share this joy with him. As he seemed indifferent, "Who exactly are you?" Yilingling inquired, positioning herself atop Yinzu and tenderly holding his face. "You feel so unreal." Upon hearing his words, Yinzu smiled faintly, shifting his body slightly, and inquired, "What about now? Do you feel it? Is it real?" "Stop," Yilingling quickly pleaded, as she truly could not endure any more teasing. "There's no choice," Yinzu replied. "If you must place blame, then blame your beauty for inciting my excitement. That is your fault." By the time they awoke again, the sun was setting. Once Yilingling regained consciousness, she promptly dashed into the bathroom, hastily showering and dressing. Genuinely frightened of Yinzu. Are all men such terrifying creatures? Yilingling could not ascertain the answer to this question, as Yinzu was the only man in her life. And that would remain unchanged. "Aren't you supposed to take Ning Rongrong shopping for clothes?" As Yilingling finished dressing, she noticed Yinzu standing at the bathroom door and quickly shifted the topic. "Do you usually shower this quickly?" Yinzu asked, slightly disappointed, as he had intended to join her for a romantic bath. Yilingling playfully poked Yinzu's prominent nose and replied, "You must leave some activities for the future, right? Besides, you ought to consider my situation. I haven't eaten anything yet." "Did we not eat earlier?" Yinzu grinned mischievously. "I won't talk to you anymore," Yilingling declared, rushing out of the dormitory with Yinzu trailing behind. The two walked hand in hand toward the cafeteria, drawing numerous astonished glances. For Yilingling was quite a prominent figure at the Royal Combat Academy. "This girl." Yilingling suddenly heard Yinzu mutter these words and asked, "You aren't referring to me, are you?" Of course, Yinzu raised an eyebrow towards the cafeteria. Yilingling did not grasp his meaning, but she observed a throng of people gathered inside, as if witnessing some commotion, a common occurrence during conflicts. "I shall sit here. What is the matter?" Yinzu heard the distinctly recognizable voice of Ning Rongrong, brimming with arrogance yet tinged with a hint of childishness. "Of course, it's perfectly fine for Junior Rongrong to sit here. But isn't it a bit tyrannical to prohibit others from doing so? Am I truly so unbearable?" With a light chuckle, Yinzu reflected on the splendid richness of each day, amidst the avalanche of events. "I don't know you, nor do I wish to dine at the same table," Ning Rongrong retorted with a look of disdain. Yet, Yinzu found great fondness for this spot, well aware that it had always been unoccupied due to its reputation. "Isn't it a stroke of fate that Rongrong has chosen to sit here?" He quirked an eyebrow at Ning Rongrong, finding her a charmingly headstrong girl. Moreover, with the support of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school behind her, winning her heart could sway Ning Fingji to lend his full support to Xue Qinghe. Regrettably, as a prince, Xue Bong had always received whatever he desired, accustomed to being pampered, and though he wished to please Ning Rongrong, his words often fell flat. "Is that Rongrong? Aren't you going to check?" Yilingling nudged Yinzu's arm. "I've been watching all along," Yinzu replied, popping some food into his mouth and offering some to Yilingling. The Royal Academy of Fighting is not as expansive as it seems, merely a few hundred students. Xue Bong has certainly monopolized all the excitement. Recalling how Yinzu had once given Xue Bong a thorough beating, Yilingling remarked, "Speaking of which, while you are a prince's subordinate, Xue Bong is still a royal. Offending him could lead to serious repercussions. I'm quite concerned. He has already acted quite viciously." "So there is little to fear," Yinzu responded nonchalantly. Previously, when surrounded on the street, Xue Bong had aimed to eliminate him. But the intensity of that encounter could have easily overwhelmed an ordinary student. Unfortunately for Xue Bing, he had chosen the wrong opponent. By the way, Xue Bing's strongest card is undoubtedly the poison Douluo, Douluo. When Douluo was pursued to the brink of despair by the Wuhuan Temple, it was Prince Xue Xing who led troops to repel them. At that time, the Wuhuan Temple was hesitant to offend the Tindo Empire. Thus they spared Prince Xue Xing's face, otherwise, Douluo's temperament would never allow him to assist the royal family. Ning Rongrong is quite a troublesome child, Yilingling sighed, glancing at the second floor. "What? Have you taken on the role of the big sister? If she were your age, how would you perceive her?" Yinzu inquired. "It would have been better that way," Yilingling replied with a wry smile. "If she were my age, our differences wouldn't be so stark." "Is the reputation of the sect truly that significant?" Yinzu asked. Yilingling shook her head, "Not entirely, but once one bears the name of a sect, continuous improvement is essential. Her presence is beneficial. It gives me more motivation. Unfortunately, this little girl remains unaware of the fortune she possesses," Yinzu commented. "She is certainly aware." Yilingling laughed. "At least last night, she must have known, or she wouldn't have flaunted it to me." On the second floor, the verbal sparring between Ning Rongrong and Xue Bong continued, more so a one-sided tirade from Ning Rongrong as Xue Bong sought every opportunity to engage her in dinner conversation. "So what will you do?" "I need to fetch the main course," Yilingling announced, lifting a plate. "My dear, I find myself in a quandary," Yinzu mused, stroking his chin. "I wish to prevent this girl from being bullied, yet if I intervene, I fear it may embolden her further, which would not be beneficial for her growth. What do you think?" Yilingling shrugged. "I don't need to take on the responsibility for the 7 Treasures glazed tile school's daughter. It's not my concern. You must figure it out yourself." "Don't say that." Yinzu chuckled. "How could it not concern you? We will have children of our own one day. Without refinement, One cannot achieve greatness if you wish for her to grow. You must allow her to face some hardships, Yilingling said, tasting a passion fruit before adding. Besides, can't you see? Shuebong will not allow her to suffer. He is pursuing her. That cannot happen, Yinzu declared as he leaped from the first floor to the second, landing precisely beside Ning Rongrong, startling everyone, particularly Shuebong, whose spoon trembled violently in his hand, clearly haunted by Yinzu's previous actions. Goodness, your sudden appearance nearly frightened me to death, Ning Rongrong complained to Yinzu. Yinzu remained silent, simply propping himself up with one hand while quietly observing the avalanche across the table. The avalanche, paralyzed with fear, swallowed hard. The memory of being pinned under Yinzu's foot, struggling to breathe with bulging eyes, vividly replayed in his mind, and that sensation surged back, making him feel as if he could scarcely draw breath. Today, I wish to go out to eat, the avalanche thought, striving to quell his trembling body and feigning calmness as he rose, vanishing into the cafeteria with his companions. Eh? Ning Rongrong remarked, witnessing this scene with curiosity. How perplexing. He was just like that to me, and now he suddenly behaves this way. What on earth is he trying to achieve? Let us enjoy our meal, later. I'll take you shopping. Yinzu glanced at Ning Rongrong, still clad in her Huangdo school uniform. If she were to refrain from speaking, she truly appeared to be a spirited and vibrant young lady. Are you finally free? Don't you have to accompany your Yilingling? Ning Rongrong teased, a hint of acidity in her tone. What are you thinking? Of course, I'll accompany you, which is why I'm taking you along, Yinzu replied, affectionately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair, finding her defiant little gaze utterly delightful. No, you two are a pair. I might as well go alone, Ning Rongrong countered. What are you saying? I'm on your side as well, Yinzu chuckled. Besides, do you have any money? Ning Rongrong grinned mischievously. Have you forgotten? You spend all your money. Where is it? Yinzu, with a playful smile, waved a money pouch before Ning Rongrong's eyes. Startled, she exclaimed. When did you steal this? How despicable. What do you mean by stealing? This is inherently my money, Yinzu retorted as he tucked the pouch away. Pondering the curious circumstances, having been absent for just a short while, this young lady had managed to do something that left his purse significantly lighter. He would have to seek more funds from Shueqinghe. Ning Rongrong finished her last sip of soup and wiped her mouth, stating, very well. I shall reluctantly accept your invitation. Noticing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, Yinzu couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking to himself, just wait, young lady. For tonight, I shall provide you with some thrilling entertainment. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Ning Rongrong inquired, as she raised her hand to touch her cheeks. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. To subtly influence her character, Yinzu devised a rather questionable plan, which, in hindsight, was undoubtedly ill-conceived, yet it managed to yield some effect. Chapter 37, The Kidnapping Incident After Dinner. Yinzu took Ning Rongrong and Yilingling for a stroll. Ning Rongrong appeared to have regained her composure, her spirits seemingly high, which made Yinzu hesitate to execute his plan. Lingling, come here, Yinzu whispered a few words to Yilingling. Huh, are we really going to do that? Yilingling replied, her eyes wide with surprise. Isn't that risky? I know what I am doing, Yinzu assured her. Hey, what are you two up to? Hurry up. Ning Rongrong called out to the pair who were murmuring behind her. But she looks genuinely happy, Yilingling remarked. Indeed. Ning Rongrong was the kind of spirited child who would wander off if not constantly monitored. Despite Yinzu's repeated admonitions to keep her within sight, she took little heed. Believing that the safety of the imperial city, Tindo, was beyond question, Yinzu could not keep pace with Ning Rongrong. In a crowded place, he nodded subtly at Yilingling before vanishing briefly. At this moment, Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to her newfound freedom, engrossed in examining trinkets at a stall. As she selected an item and prepared to call Yinzu for payment, she noticed the stall owner's face contorted in terror. Turning around, she was met with a large hand swinging toward her. Darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Sunlight streamed through a barred window, causing Ning Rongrong's eyelids to flutter. Upon awakening, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. She attempted to rise, but discovered her hands bound behind her back, resulting in her toppling over like a helpless caterpillar. She squirmed, realizing the ropes were tightly wound. What was happening? Upon realizing her immobility, she began to scream in panic. What is the meaning of this? Do you know who I am? Release me at once. Her frantic cries echoed in the empty room, met with silence. Meanwhile, Yinzu was savoring large bites of fried chicken, washing it down with beer. After licking his fingers, he stood up to assess Ning Rongrong's condition. Noting her defiant demeanor, he kicked the iron door with force, though not enough to break it. The resounding noise failed to intimidate Ning Rongrong, who, upon realizing she was not alone, threatened, Hey, you, let me out. Do you know who I am? How dare you bind me? Indeed. The young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Yinzu replied mockingly, altering his voice. Then why haven't you released me? Ning Rongrong shouted. Do you believe that my grandfather Jian will come to dismember you? Silence. Yinzu kicked the iron door again, this time misjudging the force, causing the door to burst open. He entered, clad entirely in black, his head covered with a makeshift mask fashioned from a black sock. He looked down at Ning Rongrong, bound like a caterpillar, without uttering a word. His icy silence sent shivers down her spine. Hey, Ning Rongrong began to speak, but was interrupted. Shut up. I'm thinking. Yanzu remarked. What do you intend to do? She asked, watching the figure approach. I'm contemplating whether to sell you off as a virgin or enjoy you first before selling you, he said, squatting down and gripping her delicate chin, gazing at her beautiful face. You wouldn't dare, Ning Rongrong shouted. You think anyone would buy me? Is that so? Yanzu scoffed. Do you believe this is still Heavendo City? You have entered Star Luo territory. Trust me, despite your youth. As the well-endowed young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, many nobles would pay handsomely for such a novelty. Ning Rongrong's voice quivered. However, Yanzu continued. Pleased with her reaction, you are currently my finest catch. I'm reluctant to part with your innocence to others, even if I lose some value. You are still young enough that they wouldn't discern whether you've been touched before. He licked his lips. Don't come any closer. I'll have Grandfather Jian kill you. Tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face. Your reasoning seems quite flawed. You are utterly oblivious to your predicament, Yanzu remarked, raising his hand, poised to strike her. Yet, he hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently cause her serious harm. Instead, he loosened the ropes binding her, facilitating the removal of her clothing. In truth, there was little to behold. While Ning Rongrong had grown taller, her body had not developed much beyond that. Compared to Yu Lingling, she appeared almost boyish. What are you doing? Don't look. Ning Rongrong protested, sobbing. Don't look? Yanzu sneered. I intend to do more than merely observe. He reached for her belt, causing her to finally relent, crying out, Please, don't do this. I can pay any amount for my freedom. You genuinely believe I would trust you? Yanzu raised her chin. Do you think the world is so naive? I could gain a fortune by not releasing you. Moreover, your exquisite form could provide me with endless amusement. Rest assured, once I tire of you, I'll sell you at auction, where many influential figures will be eager to indulge you, allowing you to live a life of servitude. Ning Rongrong's mental defenses crumbled, and she cried out for help. Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, no one can save you, you pathetic fool, Yanzu laughed. And even if they come, I want to be afraid. Do you really think those 2 old men from your sect are invincible? Ning Rongrong continued to wail for her mother. Mother, save me. Yanzu sighed inwardly, reflecting on Ning Fingxi's failing as a father. Even in this dire moment, she called for her deceased mother instead of her living father. Perhaps to her, her father might as well be as useless as a corpse. Stop crying. I intend to enjoy you thoroughly. Make some other sounds to please me. And perhaps I will consider delaying your sale. He reached out toward her again, and with nowhere left to retreat, Ning Rongrong extended her neck and bit down. But all you want. There will be other things for you to bite soon, Yanzu taunted, withdrawing his hand and glancing toward the door. He thought he heard a noise outside. Rising, he departed, leaving the room eerily silent. Ning Rongrong trembled, striving to calm herself and devise an escape plan. Just as she prepared to search for a way to sever the ropes, she heard stealthy footsteps approaching. Where have you been? Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Shoo. Yanzu gestured for silence, inwardly chastising her for potentially compromising their plan. I've drawn him away. Let us make our escape now. He began to untie her bonds. You claim to be able to defeat Grandfather Jian, so why not bring that man here to be torn to pieces? She challenged. Do you genuinely believe your Grandfather Jian is invincible? Yanzu replied impatiently. That man's strength far surpasses that of your grandfather. It's a miracle I can save you at all. I don't believe it, Ning Rongrong retorted. He is capable of such a despicable act? Then stay here. Yanzu declared, rising to leave. Panic surged within Ning Rongrong. She struggled, only to stumble forward, landing awkwardly. No. Help me. She pleaded. If you had listened to me and not run about, would you be in this predicament? Yanzu coldly remarked, this world is far more perilous than you can fathom. I may save you this time, but I cannot guarantee your safety next. Thus, it is better to let it be. As he turned to depart, Ning Rongrong cried out. No, please don't leave me alone. Yanzu, you promised that I could trust you. You vowed that you would protect me. Yanzu remained indifferent. From now on, I shall heed your words and be obedient. Please do not abandon me. She lamented, fearing that he would sell her off. Ning Rongrong watched helplessly as Yanzu exited the room, tears of despair streaming down her face. Suddenly, she heard the sound of walls cracking, echoing like thunder. As the entire house began to tremble, dust cascading down as if something monumental was occurring outside. Moments later, she saw Yanzu burst in, lifting her up and punching through the wall. The blinding sunlight compelled Ning Rongrong to shut her eyes, and then she heard the rush of wind. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself soaring through the sky in Yanzu's embrace. You, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, feeling a surge of freedom. You did wonderfully. I shall reward you. Enough of that. I managed to delay him, but we must hurry, Yanzu replied with a serious expression. Ning Rongrong glanced at the ground, realizing that the house which had imprisoned her was now reduced to ruins. The devastation was a testament to her captor's formidable power. Reflecting on her previous circumstances filled her with dread, and she buried her face into Yanzu's chest. Thank you, she whispered. Did I mishear? Yanzu asked. If you hadn't come, I would have truly. Ning Rongrong glanced down at the undone buttons on her chest and began to weep again. This is all your fault for being so arrogant, Yanzu chided, seizing the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Do you really believe the world revolves around you? Regardless, true strength lies in your own power. Without a safety net, you are merely prey. But I am just a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong replied, feeling aggrieved in battles. I still rely on you all. Then you must work harder to cultivate your abilities. Earning the recognition and trust of others is crucial, Yanzu stated. Unlike you, who constantly stirs up trouble and offends people everywhere. Please stop scolding me. I have already suffered enough, Ning Rongrong pleaded. I am not scolding you. I am helping you. He clarified. I understand, she said, then looked down in astonishment. Given the architecture of these buildings, we are indeed in the territory of Xingluo. Therefore, we must leave swiftly. I shall accelerate, and please do not embarrass me again, Yanzu said as he increased his speed. Do not mention that incident again. Ning Rongrong's voice was swallowed by the wind. Time passed as they soared through the sky until Yanzu returned them to Tindo City. Upon landing, he released her from his hold, and Ning Rongrong collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, as if awakening from a nightmare. Have I perhaps gone too far? Yanzu pondered, recognizing that she was still just a child. I want to eat something. Ning Rongrong finally spoke, her tone almost pleading. Very well. I shall take you to the best place to eat, Yanzu replied. Ning Rongrong stretched out her hands, saying, I feel all tingly. Carry me. All right, Yanzu agreed, lifting her onto his back and heading toward a restaurant. I must insist that you work hard on your cultivation, he advised. I know, Ning Rongrong replied, resting her head against his back. But I have a question. How did you find me? My sense of smell is keen, and my eyesight is excellent. Even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, I would be able to locate you, Yanzu asserted. Is that true? Ning Rongrong inquired. Indeed. Inside the restaurant, as Ning Rongrong savored the delicious food, tears flowed down her cheeks at the thought of possibly losing her freedom forever. Oh no. I do not wish for her to lose her spirit, Yanzu thought as he observed her shedding tears. As it turned out, Yanzu's concerns were unwarranted. After indulging in a hearty meal, Ning Rongrong quickly regained her vitality. She glanced at the sun and declared, Oh dear, nightfall approaches. Take me to buy some clothes. Very well, Yanzu said, relieved that Ning Rongrong was not succumbing to despair. Upon exiting the restaurant, Ning Rongrong no longer rushed ahead, but instead grasped Yanzu's sleeve with one hand, her large eyes cautiously surveying their surroundings. All right. There is no need to be overly cautious, Yanzu chuckled. After all, I share some responsibility for your peril. Indeed, it is all your fault, Ning Rongrong huffed, though her grip on his sleeve tightened. Thus, I shall be more vigilant in watching over you, and you must also be obedient. Is that clear? Yanzu asked. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously and followed him towards the clothing store. Something feels amiss, she remarked, reaching out to touch Yanzu's hand. Would you like to hold hands? He inquired, noticing her gesture. Yes, it would be better to hold hands, she replied. Chapter 38. No need to wait, it's quite a task to provide for you. Yanzu thought as he returned to the academy, his arms laden with bags while Ning Rongrong remained slothfully draped across his back. What do you mean? I chose the cheaper items. Did you not notice my thoughtfulness? Ning Rongrong retorted. Nonetheless, is it necessary to purchase so much? Yanzu questioned, shaking the bags in his hands. From his observation, Ning Rongrong had acquired more clothing than even Yi Lingling possessed. Ning Rongrong did not answer his query, but instead began to scratch at his neck with her fingernail. Yanzu assumed she was merely bored and playful, so he paid it no mind. Hey, can you truly find me no matter where I am? Ning Rongrong asked. Why yes. Did I not locate you in Xingluo today? Yanzu laughed. Oh, prove it, Ning Rongrong challenged. Yanzu cleared his throat and inquired. How can one prove that? You were clad in azure today, he added. How annoying. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she playfully struck Yanzu's back. You just lost all my good impressions with a single remark. Your opinions of me are inconsequential. What matters is that you remember today's lesson, for that surpasses everything else. Yanzu replied. Oh, would you consider spending the night at my place? Ning Rongrong suggested, pinching his ear. No, Yanzu immediately declined. Having just severed ties with Yi Lingling, he was presently in an affectionate phase with her. To be frank, he felt that even dedicating time to teach Ning Rongrong was a considerable sacrifice. How could he possibly relinquish his evening as well? Ning Rongrong sighed. Just go. Why not? What for? Yanzu questioned. I'm scared, Ning Rongrong pouted. Indeed, Yanzu thought, if he were to place himself in her shoes. It was quite normal for anyone who had watched a horror film to be reluctant to venture to the restroom afterward. Then why not move in with me? The room next door is vacant, he proposed. After much deliberation, Ning Rongrong acquiesced to this arrangement. All right, take a shower, get some sleep, and everything will be fine, he assured her as he settled her in, before returning to his own room. Yi Lingling had already bathed, her lustrous black hair cascading loosely. She donned Yanzu's shirt. Her long, fair legs crossed elegantly beneath her. The oversized shirt lent her an air of nonchalance, with only a few buttons haphazardly fastened, presenting an appearance that was both languid and refreshing. Yanzu settled onto the sofa, draping an arm around her shoulder, causing his shirt to crinkle, revealing glimpses of Yi Lingling's delicate figure, which appeared particularly enchanting. Yi Lingling nestled against Yanzu's chest, exclaiming, You claim to protect me, yet with each passing day, I feel as though you might be the one to bring about my demise. Fear not. Yanzu replied with a gentle smile, patting her shoulder. I shall remember to take care of myself after driving. You often speak in riddles that elude my comprehension, Yi Lingling remarked. If the burden is too great for you, would you permit me to find a companion to share your load? Yanzu suggested. With a playful bite to his chest, Yi Lingling retorted, You insufferable man. Are you already testing my resolve? Truly, the world is full of deceit. Am I not simply considering your well-being? Yanzu proclaimed with an earnest expression. With that, he shifted his position, preparing for an exuberant tussle on the sofa with Yi Lingling. How tiresome. Yanzu muttered in frustration, leaving Yi Lingling, who had already closed her eyes beneath him, perplexed. Just then, a piercing scream from Ning Rongrong echoed from the next room. Yanzu rose leisurely, donned his attire, and approached the door of Ning Rongrong, gently knocking and saying, Do not fret, my visit is not intended for you. The door swung open abruptly, and Ning Rongrong rushed out, exclaiming, I just saw a shadow. I am aware, Yanzu replied, that was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, seeking me. You may rest assured and return to sleep. Ning Rongrong shook her head, and with no alternative, Yanzu permitted her to enter the room to sleep alongside Yi Lingling. He then soared from the balcony, arriving at the rooftop of the dormitory. The chilling night breeze rustled through Douluo's long robe, and upon noticing Yanzu's arrival, he straightforwardly stated, Let us proceed to the medicinal fields and conduct some research. Yanzu spread his hands and exclaimed, You tell me this after I've already taken off my pants? We had an agreement. Douluo replied, If that's the case, perhaps you could spare me a piece of flesh. Yanzu scratched his head and retorted, Damn it, can't you people have a normal biological clock? Yanzu accompanied Douluo to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Having arrived, it was only natural to seize some treasures, especially considering his intention to procure items for Yi Lingling's nourishment. Reflecting on Yi Lingling's delicate and slender frame, he realized that his previous actions were indeed somewhat excessive. As for assisting Douluo with his research, it merely entailed consuming various potions concocted by him. The esteemed Douluo even wielded a long needle, attempting to draw a sample of blood. However, he misjudged his aim, piercing a few times without breaking the skin. How strange, Douluo sighed, furrowing his brow, lamenting the existence of such an anomaly as you in this world. Do you envy me? Yanzu casually popped a celestial herb into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. A look of bitterness washed over Douluo's face, filled with unfulfilled desire as he lamented, You are right, there is indeed little to gain. You may leave now. Yanzu shrugged his shoulders, took a couple of steps, and suddenly recalled something. He turned back and said, Actually, if you wish to resolve the drawbacks of toxic energy, you can force the toxins within your body into the soul bone, making them readily accessible whenever needed. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a sudden enlightenment. Although the feasibility of this method had yet to be proven, it sparked a new line of thought, rekindling his hope. Youngster, you truly are full of surprises, Douluo remarked. Yanzu added, By the way, Douluo, if someone named Avalanche asks you to confront an individual from the Imperial Duel Academy, you must not go. There is a high probability it is me. Oh? Do you have a grudge against him? Douluo inquired. Yanzu chuckled, remarking that being in the same academy as such individuals made it difficult to avoid conflicts. After dealing with Douluo, Yanzu soared away from the sunset forest, hovering in the pitch-black night sky. Beneath the profound silence, he felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Ling Ling and Rongrong had likely already fallen asleep, rendering a return unnecessary. Instead, he decided to pay a visit to Qianren Shui, hoping to procure some funds in the process. Yanzu arrived at the Crown Prince's residence, and from a distance, he noticed Shui Qinghe resting with his head on the table, a pen still clutched in his hand. The documents on the desk were meticulously organized. Being a Crown Prince is no easy task. Yanzu sighed at the sight, had it not been for the excessive time consumed by political affairs. With Qianren Shui's exceptional talents, his progress would undoubtedly have been swifter. As Yanzu landed, the fierce hound beneath Qianren Shui's command immediately revealed itself. However, upon recognizing Yanzu, it swiftly concealed its presence once more. Navigating past the guards and servants, Yanzu approached the desk where Shui Qinghe was situated. It seemed she was genuinely exhausted, as she failed to notice my approach, he mused while observing the still slumbering Shui Qinghe. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Yanzu before her, she was momentarily startled, then, placing a hand on her chest, exclaimed, You nearly frightened me to death. Are you truly this fatigued? Yanzu inquired. With Uncle Ci standing guard, I naturally had no defenses, Shui Qinghe replied, straightening her posture and rubbing her eyes. What brings you here at such an hour? I noticed your tireless efforts for the sake of the world as populace, so I brought you some nourishment, Yanzu responded, placing a slender box upon Shui Qinghe's desk. Upon seeing the box, Shui Qinghe deduced its contents and expressed her surprise. Is this for me? She then opened the box, revealing indeed a rare herb. You asked me if I had any left that day, so here it is, Yanzu explained. Do you like it? Of course. There is no reason to dislike it, Shui Qinghe replied, closing the box with curiosity. Where did you acquire this? I'm quite adept at tracking such things, Yanzu said. Much like a wild boar searching for truffles? Shui Qinghe teased. Yanzu remained silent, merely gazing at Shui Qinghe. Although her appearance at that moment did not resemble Qian Renxue, her innate grace was sufficient to captivate Yanzu. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Yanzu's scrutiny, Shueqinghe spoke. Well then, please assist me in safeguarding this. I shall absorb it now, as I will not have time during the day. Yanzu nodded and leaned in closer. Shueqinghe, sensing this, asked with suspicion, why are you getting so close? With that, Shueqinghe raised a hand, and a golden barrier flashed through the room, establishing a soul power restriction. Outside, the vigilant Bloodstab noticed the young master's actions and heightened their alertness. Then, an event occurred that made Yanzu feel his journey was worthwhile. Indeed, when it came to matters of cultivation, she had to revert to her true appearance. In that moment, Qian Renxue shed the guise of Shueqinghe and transformed back into her original self. She was simply exquisite. Yanzu's gaze wandered over Qian Renxue repeatedly. Utterly captivated, Qian Renxue tilted her head back slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yanzu, and remarked, could you please move back a bit? You're making me feel rather strange. Clearing his throat, Yanzu composed himself and shifted back a little, exuding an air of righteousness. I don't want to see your dagger again. Otherwise, I shall dispose of it, Qian Renxue threatened, recalling Yanzu's true nature. Women can be unforgiving once they've had their fill, Yanzu replied, shaking his head. Humph, Qian Renxue retorted. Isn't it just that your mind is filled with nonsense every single day? I refuse to let you speak of yourself that way. Yanzu declared earnestly. How could my angel be nonsense? Qian Renxue found herself momentarily speechless and, weary of banter, settled into a cross-legged position to focus on absorbing the celestial herb. She's no longer being polite with me. This is indeed a positive development, Yanzu thought to himself. Qian Renxue absorbed the celestial herb with remarkable speed. Soon, she exhaled deeply and opened her eyes. What about you? Do you need me to do anything? She asked, succinctly cutting to the chase. Yes. I have run out of money, Yanzu replied, extending his hand toward her. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue handed him a card, saying, use this. By the way, how are things between you and Ningrongrong? Yanzu took the card and pondered. How should I describe her? She is akin to a feline of noble lineage, yet utterly disobedient, consuming your offerings while casting you a disdainful glance. Perhaps that is a tad exaggerated? Qian Renxue chuckled, remarking, I see you take pleasure in expressing this. Do I? Yanzu retorted. Qian Renxue offered no reply. Instead, she rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the flickering candlelight. Lost in thought, she reminisced about her childhood and began to feel a twinge of envy towards Ningrongrong. Yanzu comprehended the gaze of Qian Renxue and chuckled. There is no need to envy me. If you desire, I can shower you with affection as well. Go away, Qian Renxue retorted. You never speak seriously. Don't leave just yet. Allow me to gaze upon you a while longer. Yanzu looked at Qian Renxue and continued. I wish to behold you a little longer. The atmosphere grew tranquil as Yanzu genuinely observed her in silence. This sudden display of earnestness stirred a hint of shyness within Qian Renxue. Her eyes darted elsewhere, and she remarked, that should suffice. I cannot maintain this appearance indefinitely. With that, Qian Renxue reverted to her original form as Shueqinghe. Yanzu nodded, rising to his feet, and assured her, fear not, I shall be mindful. So you can return to your true self. Upon saying this, Yanzu vanished into the night sky. Return to my true self? Shueqinghe could only smile helplessly as she gazed at the pile of documents before her. She blinked and resumed writing. There was no need to wait any longer. Yanzu pondered in the night sky. Qian Renxue's plan was indeed sound. However, her powers were limited, rendering progress excruciatingly slow. Rather than wait for her to accomplish everything, it would be more prudent to give her a gentle push. The only concern that troubled Yanzu was whether his actions might wound Qian Renxue's pride. After all, she had devoted her youth and effort into this endeavor. And if he were to forcefully accelerate matters, it might leave her feeling unfulfilled. Nevertheless, he resolved to act, and with determination, he soared towards his dormitory. Chapter 39. A touch of excitement the dawn had yet to break. Yanzu crouched atop a towering spire, gazing down upon the city, in search of Prince Shueqing. It was not a difficult task. These individuals seemed eager to emblazon their royal lineage upon their foreheads. Yanzu soon located Prince Shueqing. Recalling that his principal adversary was none other than Shueqing River, the leader of the Avalanche faction. This venerable figure upheld the delicate balance of power within the Tindo Empire, commanding a formidable military force. According to Qian Renxue, should the situation become overt, a civil war within Tindo would result in countless casualties. She possessed means to poison other competing princes, yet found herself incapable of eliminating Prince Shueqing. But then again, as I do not occupy her position, I cannot fully grasp her predicaments. If the matter proves too arduous for her, then I shall take it upon myself to resolve it. Yanzu stood atop the tower, soaring towards the royal chamber of Prince Shueqing. The chamber was fortified with spiritual energy restrictions, and Yanzu's intrusion triggered the defenses. The guarding soldiers were instantly stirred into action, surveying the surroundings. However, for Yanzu, endowed with X-ray vision and extraordinary hearing, evading their patrols and arriving at the foot of Prince Shueqing's bed posed no challenge whatsoever. As Prince Shueqing jolted awake from his slumber, he beheld a tall figure standing at the entrance of the chamber. The figure extended an arm, gripping a person's head and lifting them effortlessly. before crushing it with a decisive squeeze, extinguishing their life. Before Prince Xuexing could utter a cry for help, the silhouette was suddenly before him. A large hand clasping his face and dragging him from the bed, lifting him off the ground by his feet. This is the end. This was the sole thought racing through Prince Xuexing's mind, yet death did not claim him immediately. He recognized the person before him, who was grinning widely. It's him. A flicker of recognition ignited in Prince Xuexing's mind. He recalled where he had encountered this young man. Open your eyes a little wider. And indulge in the drama, Yinzu remarked, relishing the fear radiating from Prince Xuexing. The more terror the prince exhibited, the greater Yinzu's exhilaration grew. He felt no urgency, for he held dominion over the situation, and everything transpiring around him fell within his keen perception. Truth be told, I do not relish taking lives, Yinzu declared, a look of disdain crossing his features, for sometimes, unsightly images are inevitably conjured. Yet, killing you brings me a peculiar delight. Do you know why? Yinzu drew the face of Prince Xuexing closer and remarked, there is no significance in trampling upon a throng of indifferent ants. Indeed, I speak of the soldiers patrolling outside. They are nothing more than mere instruments, devoid of any essence. However, you are different. You hold a position of great power. And with a mere whisper, you can dictate the fates of many. Tell me, how does it feel? With so much to lose, your emotions must be heightened. Am I correct? I can hear your heartbeat. It could compose a symphony of rock music. Are you familiar with rock music? Well, I confess I am not. But it is certainly filled with fervor, much like this. After uttering these words, Yinzu released his grip on Prince Xuexing. In the fleeting moment before the latter's body met the ground, Yinzu clapped his hands together, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the prince's skull, causing him to collapse and convulse upon the ground. Prince Xuexing did not cry out. His mind was a muddled mess, his reflexes dulled, rendering him incapable of controlling his own body. Alas, this world lacks the means for a live broadcast. Yinzu circled around the kneeling Prince Xuexing twice and mused, otherwise, many would have eagerly awaited this performance. But now, I have had my fill of entertainment. You may depart in peace. One last question. Do you have a wife? Would you like me to look after her? Yinzu dismantled a metal lamppost and thrust it into the mouth of Prince Xuexing, penetrating from top to bottom as if skewering a shish kebab. With the improvised skewer in hand, Yinzu soared into the sky, aiming for the city wall of Tindo. He released it with a forceful throw, and the Prince Xuexing skewer embedded itself precisely into the wall, standing there defiantly. Soon after, Yinzu heard a commotion erupting from the city tower. Tomorrow, the Tindo Empire would have significant news, but that no longer concerned him. After completing this audacious act, Yinzu returned to the Royal Combat Academy, washed his hands at a faucet, and from a distance, noticed Yu Lingling and Ning Rongrong sleeping closely together, evidently startled by his earlier antics. The morning sunlight cascaded into the room as Yu Lingling stretched languidly in bed, gazing at the still slumbering Ning Rongrong with a faint smile before rising to freshen up in the bathroom. While she was combing her hair, Yinzu entered, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other roamed playfully. Yu Lingling turned her face toward him, caressing his cheek and sharing a gentle kiss. Where did you go last night? Why did Douluo seek you out? She inquired. He wanted to discuss some cultivation matters, nothing of great significance, Yinzu replied. Just as he was about to delve deeper into their conversation, he heard Ning Rongrong stirring. By the way, I have some news to share, Yu Lingling said. Yu Feng broke through to level 30 yesterday, and we're preparing for the upcoming study tour. What study tour? Ning Rongrong interjected as she entered the room. Yu Lingling patted Ning Rongrong's head and explained. Teacher Qin Ming said that once we all reach level 30, he would take us on a journey across the continent to seek practical combat experiences. Oh, Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands and jumping up. That's wonderful. I get to go too, right? However, Yinzu noted that she hadn't yet reached level 30. He also patted her head, but she looked displeased. Yu Lingling clarified. Teacher Qin Ming believes this will benefit Rongrong as well, and to avoid disrupting his original plans, he made an exception. Yay. This is far more exciting than attending classes at the academy. Ning Rongrong expressed her enthusiasm exuberantly. Traveling across the continent? Yinzu nodded. I must admit, I have grown somewhat weary of this place. Once the trio completed their morning routines, they made their way to the Royal Combat Training Camp. On their journey, nearly everyone was discussing a singular event, the assassination of Prince Xuexing, which was said to have been horrifically brutal. Many were held accountable. And the Emperor Xueye was not only enraged but also fell from the stress. Oh, an unexpected gain? Yinzu mused to himself, contemplating that if he could provoke the Emperor Xueye into a fatal heart attack, it would serve as a double victory. The atmosphere in the Royal Combat Training Camp felt peculiar. Teacher Qin Ming, with a grave expression, gathered everyone for a briefing. You've all heard the rumors from this morning, I presume? I can confirm they are true. Prince Xuexing was assassinated last night, and Tindo City is now under lockdown, as is our academy. Well, that certainly adds an element of excitement, Yu Tianhing remarked, immediately realizing his words might be inappropriate and falling silent. Qin Ming pointed at Yu Tianheng, admonishing him, this is not a trivial matter. I suspect Tindo City will be unsettled for a considerable time. I've already submitted a request to the Education Committee this morning. We should leave here soon. Indeed, Yufeng agreed. I've heard the prince met a gruesome end. I wonder if the assassin is still lurking in Tindo City. It truly creates an atmosphere of unease. The sooner we depart, the better, Qin Ming concluded. After this meeting, gather your belongings. We'll assemble in an hour. As they exited the Royal Combat Training Camp, Yin Zhu's bracelet glimmered, indicating a call from Xue Qinghe. Following the signal, he arrived at the designated meeting spot and was greeted by Xue Qinghe, who had assumed the guise of Qian Renxue. Naturally, she had taken care to disguise her striking beauty. Otherwise, her presence would undoubtedly attract a crowd. Where did you go last night? Qian Renxue inquired bluntly. Surprised? Yin Zhu replied with a hint of pride. I've removed an obstacle from your path. To his surprise, Qian Renxue did not appear pleased. Rather, she seemed upset. Who gave you the authority to act on your own? Is there a problem? Yin Zhu waved dismissively. That person is your political rival, correct? Did I misunderstand? I've done you a favor by eliminating him. I didn't ask you to do that, Qian Renxue countered, tapping her forehead with a finger. Even if you intended to, you should have consulted me first to allow me to prepare. Prepare? Yin Zhu questioned. Has something occurred? Wouldn't it be better for such a person to meet an early demise? Besides, even without you, I would have dealt with him eventually. It makes no difference. Sigh. It's complicated, she sighed. I don't have time to explain everything now. I just wanted to confirm the situation with you. Qian Renxue glanced around cautiously. And Yin Zhu noticed she was alone. I heard you were going on a study tour? Qian Renxue changed the subject. Do you have yours everywhere? Yin Zhu replied. Enjoy yourself. I'll explain everything to you when I have the chance, she said, shaking her head. I truly appreciate your help. Well then. Yin Zhu thought as he watched Qian Renxue disappear, contemplating, not even a token of gratitude? And now she is complaining? Chapter 40. Dealing with pests. The study tour was more leisurely than anticipated. Teacher Qin Ming led the Royal Combat Team through one city after another, engaging in training at the Great Soul Arena while occasionally tackling challenging local commissions. Due to pedagogical considerations, Qin Ming sidelined Yin Zhu. Aware that his purpose at the Royal Combat Academy was not to enhance his strength, Qin Ming was indifferent to Yin Zhu's ulterior motives. Knowing that once Yin Zhu intervened during training, the significance of their efforts would be rendered moot, Yin Zhu relished his leisurely days, indulging in the delights of the city by day and retreating to a hotel with Yi Lingling to share intimate moments by night, a life of unparalleled joy. Just wear it for a moment, Yi Lingling implored with a look of feigned distress under the dim lights. No, Yin Zhu decisively rejected. Do not underestimate my self-control, dear. But what if I become pregnant? Yi Lingling fretted. As long as I desire, such a scenario will not occur, he replied, lifting her chin playfully. Even if it did, would we not be capable of raising a child? I am not prepared for that, she pouted. Neither am I, Yin Zhu said, gazing at the ceiling with his hands behind his head. Yet I find myself somewhat intrigued about what our child would be like. Indeed. Will they inherit your innate martial spirit or my nine-heart Sitang? Yi Lingling seemed to share his curiosity. By the way, I did not attend your soul battles out of sheer boredom. How did Rongrong perform? Yin Zhu inquired. Surprisingly well, Yi Lingling exclaimed. She is exceptionally suited for Yu Tianeng. With his strength combined with the enhancements of the 7 treasures glazed tile, opponents of the same rank are swiftly left behind. Oh, I had not anticipated that, Yin Zhu remarked. Yi Lingling smiled slightly. She is determined to match my prowess, hence her extra efforts. It is not a bad thing. Yin Zhu acknowledged Ning Rongrong's competitive spirit, contrasting it with his own growing lethargy. He remembered the days following their departure from the village, when he had been cautious and meticulous, only to become increasingly arrogant upon realizing the mediocrity of those around him. Do you find it dull? Yi Lingling asked, perceiving his interest in the soul battles, assuming his boredom stemmed from being sidelined by Qin Ming. How could I? Each day in this celestial existence is anything but tedious. Yin Zhu caressed her. Even if it were, we have each other. The next day, Yin Zhu received a letter from Qian Renxue, who, as promised, elaborated on the repercussions of his actions against the Snowstar Prince. She articulated that in her view, the individual of the Snowstar Prince held little significance. He was merely a representative of vested interests. The assassination of one prince would only see another rise in his place. The true objective was to fracture and dismantle the power behind such figures, a task Qian Renxue had been diligently pursuing. However, Yin Zhu's abrupt action in slaying the Snowstar Prince had provoked the interests behind him, rendering them more cautious and united. Her plans had consequently become more formidable. And with the prince's demise, the Snow Knight Emperor grew increasingly paranoid, extending his distrust even towards Qian Renxue, who had been playing the role of Xue Qinghe, significantly diminishing her authority. This distrust also extended to the Spirit Hall's branch. As the Snow Knight Emperor knew of the discord between Bishop Salas stationed in Heaven Do City and the Snowstar Prince, naturally placing him under suspicion. If the Spirit Hall was involved, they possessed the capacity to execute such actions. The once steady boiling pot of water had been ignited by Yin Zhu's actions, causing the proverbial frog to jump in alarm. Yin Zhu recognized that his deeds had backfired. He sighed and continued reading. Contrary to expressing resentment, Qian Renxue reassured him. insisting that she had never intended for him to become a harbinger of slaughter, asserting that violence did not resolve all matters. Within her words, Yanzu sensed her unease. She feared that his power might slip beyond her control, worried he might undertake actions that exceeded her grasp. Forget it, he thought, crumpling the letter and tossing it into the fireplace. In his simple moral compass, the demise of one less troublesome individual was no loss. Thus, he perceived that certain phrases in Qian Renshua's letter had incited his rebellious spirit. Although the outcome was less than ideal, he felt no remorse for his actions. The journey of his studies continued, allowing Yanzu to gradually dismiss these concerns, immersing himself in worldly pleasures, oblivious to other matters. Until one fateful day, the Royal Soul Fighting Team arrived in Nodding City. Azu, is there anything you wish to purchase? Upon disembarking, Yi Lingling eagerly inquired. I have saved quite a bit along the way. Now that you mention it, I find nothing I particularly desire, Yanzu replied, gazing into the distance. Let me treat you just this once, she insisted firmly. What are you two whispering about? Ning Rongrong's curious head popped out from under Yi Lingling's arm. Rongrong, would you like to join us for some shopping? Yi Lingling teased, pinching Ning Rongrong's cheek. No, otherwise you phone will complain again, Ning Rongrong replied. You cannot blame me. Can you? Yu Feng's keen ears had caught the conversation. Half of our carriage is filled with your clutter. Did not Teacher Qin bring a storage soul guide? Yi Lingling questioned. Ning Rongrong chuckled awkwardly. It is already full. Seeing Ning Rongrong becoming more considerate of others' needs filled Yanzu with joy. Perhaps the recent soul battles had made her aware of the challenges of earning money, leading her to be more prudent with her spending. Though this was relative to her past behavior. You have been gazing that way for a while, Yi Lingling noted, waving her hand in front of him. Lingling, have I ever told you about my hometown? Yanzu grasped her hand. That direction is where I was born. Oh, your hometown? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with interest. Take me to see it. What does that concern you? Yanzu replied, though inwardly he thought it would not be inappropriate to let the girl meet his family early on. Ning Rongrong disregarded his response. Leaping onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck, pointing toward the horizon. Hurry. Let's go. Are you ready to meet my parents? Yanzu asked Yi Lingling. Eh? Yi Lingling momentarily froze, her expression visibly anxious. Do not worry. My parents will adore you. Yanzu eagerly anticipated his father's reaction upon meeting Yi Lingling. Thinking to himself, look, my son is not just a pretty face. The girl I brought back is truly remarkable. Thus, after informing Qinming, Yanzu embraced Yi Lingling with one arm while carrying Ning Rongrong on his back, soaring directly toward his hometown. You were born in such a remote place? Ning Rongrong remarked in astonishment as they approached the area, noting the absence of even a proper road. What did you expect? Yanzu countered. Yi Lingling chimed in. I, too, am quite surprised, just like Rongrong. Is that so? Yanzu replied with a resigned smile. As the wind whistled past, he gradually spotted the familiar little village, which appeared largely unchanged, though he frowned slightly. The land lay fallow, and the houses seemed much more dilapidated than he remembered, while they had never been opulent. The difference between a well-maintained dwelling and one left to the elements was stark. Was it due to the prior relocation of some villagers? No, that could not be right. Only the children and a few adults had left, so it shouldn't be this desolate. Are those houses down there? Or are they cattle sheds? Ning Rongrong pointed at the structures below. That is my home, Yanzu replied nonchalantly. Oh. Ning Rongrong adorably puckered her lips into a small cherry shape. Upon landing, Yanzu observed his mother sifting through rice, meticulously removing the unrefined husks to ensure the cooked rice would be less abrasive. Meanwhile, his father sat nearby, diligently repairing furniture with a saw and hammer. Regardless, it was essential to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Yanzu adjusted his expression, knocked on the door, and called out. I'm back. Moments later, a clatter of pots and pans echoed from within the house, and soon after, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a young couple who beamed joyfully at the three individuals standing outside. Yanzu observed them closely. His father remained as dashing as ever, while his mother retained her beauty, though both bore a certain weariness in their gazes. Azu, his mother was the first to envelop him in a warm embrace, while his father noticed Yi Lingling, who stood beside Yanzu, and Ning Rongrong, who was adjusting her skirt. He gave Yanzu a thumbs up from behind the ladies, to which Yanzu responded with a playful wink. Upon entering the house, Yanzu explained his reasons for returning and introduced Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong to his parents. The joy in his parents' hearts was palpable as they beheld their son's first outing bringing back two such lovely young women. Yanzu was somewhat surprised by Ning Rongrong's demure demeanor. She seemed to adhere to a principle of speaking and acting minimally. Her innocent behavior might easily mislead those unfamiliar with her. The meal will take a little while. Please have a seat. The couple busily prepared to entertain their future daughter-in-law. You two sit for a moment, Yanzu instructed before heading to the kitchen to chat with his parents. Noticing his absence, his mother urged. You should go keep Lingling and Rongrong company. You need not fuss around here. Mom, I remember sending back quite a bit of money, Yanzu remarked, glancing at the humble kitchenware and preserved foods, his mood darkening as the memories he held clashed with the present reality. What? Is that so? His parents appeared momentarily bewildered. We did receive the letters, but, his father scratched his head. I understand now. Yanzu gestured for them to cease their inquiries and turned to the window. Observing the village's desolation, it seems the village has become quite barren. There appears to be far fewer people. As he spoke, he noticed a bittersweet expression on his mother's face, while his father's demeanor became more pronounced. Our lives were improving, but ever since the spirit hall withdrew, we've been subject to sporadic taxation, making survival increasingly difficult. The younger folks have left to seek better opportunities elsewhere, while those who remain have no choice but to endure. Your mother and I intended to leave as well, but we feared you might return and find no home. I understand, Yanzu nodded, embracing his parents and patting their backs reassuringly. Later, he ventured out to procure some game for dinner, contemplating the relocation of the villagers. Settling in Spirit City offers unforeseen advantages, he recalled Guishue's words. Dinner was a heartwarming affair, marred only by Ning Rongrong's evident discomfort at the modest meal. The following morning, Yanzu bid his parents a temporary farewell, assuring them he would be in Notting City for a while but would return, urging them to prepare for the move. Azu, you seem a bit downcast. Is it something I've done? Yilingling inquired during their journey back. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if it was her fault despite her efforts to behave well. No, it's unrelated to either of you. Yanzu chuckled lightly, dismissing it as merely a pest. Pest? Yilingling and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by his words. Chapter 41, Dealing with Pests, Part 2. Upon returning to Notting City, Yilingling and Ning Rongrong resumed their combat training, while Yanzu only informed Qin Ming of his absence before heading directly to Spirit City. Upon his arrival, he encountered Gui Mei once more. Though it's of little consequence, why do I keep running into you? Yanzu inquired. Because I'm the only one who cares enough to greet you, Gui Mei replied, and this is also a directive from His Holiness the Pope. What brings you here this time? I wish to bring some people to settle here, but I am uncertain about the process, Yanzu explained. Gui Mei gestured towards the gates of Spirit City, where, apart from soldiers, several missionaries stood guard. Do you see those individuals? Under the divine protection of the angels, Spirit City welcomes all. Anyone wishing to settle here need only undergo the baptism of the doctrine of light to gain entry. Is it truly that simple? Aren't you concerned about those with ulterior motives? Yanzu expressed his surprise, for he knew that the righteous sea god regularly purged those of insufficient merit or contribution among the natives, expelling anyone who could not prove their worth upon reaching a certain age, regardless of whether they were newcomers or born on Sea God Island. Gui Mei scoffed lightly. Under the divine temple, who would dare to act with malice? And what obligations must one fulfill as a citizen of Spirit City? Yanzu pressed. Gui Mei, showing a hint of impatience, replied, such matters are best directed to the relevant authorities. Yanzu shrugged upon hearing the words and swiftly flew towards the city gate. Indeed, it seemed rather disrespectful to occupy the time of a Title Douluo with such trivial inquiries. Subsequently, Yanzu learned from a missionary that the sole obligation of the citizens of Spirit Soul City was to regularly participate in prayer ceremonies. Those residing in Spirit Soul City could choose whether to engage in the city's plan system. If they opted to participate, the city's administrators would assign tasks based on their age, skills, and physical condition. Their basic needs would be uniformly catered to, and the nature of their assigned work would depend solely on their abilities and luck, leaving no room for grievances. Alternatively, if one chose not to partake, they could support themselves, as long as they adhered to the law and attended prayers regularly, with the rest being left to their discretion. A sanctuary for the elderly, indeed. After gaining a preliminary understanding, Yanzu resolved to transport the remaining villagers to the city. However, considering the effort involved, he approached the elusive Gui Mei, proposing to reward him with celestial herbs for assisting in the transportation of the villagers. Initially reluctant, Gui Mei's resistance faded when the Title Douluo Yuguan, seemingly drawn by the allure, swiftly snatched the celestial herbs, falling under their enchanting spell. Realizing their value, Gui Mei ultimately acquiesced after repeated entreaties from Yuguan. Thus began a lengthy journey for Yanzu and Gui Mei. Upon returning to his hometown, Yanzu explained the situation to his parents and urged his father to rally the other villagers. Having known each other for years, there was no distrust among them. And given their previous benefaction from the Spirit Hall, the news of relocating to Spirit Soul City was met with widespread joy. In a single night, the remaining few dozen villagers departed, transforming the once tranquil haven into a wilderness overrun by wild grasses and trees, erasing the scarcely trodden forest path from existence. Upon arriving in Spirit Soul City, Yanzu patiently accompanied everyone until their arrangements were complete before taking his leave. This resolved a significant concern for him. Upon returning to Notting City, he commenced his extermination of pests. In the Tindo Empire, various principalities flourished, with many cities not directly governed by the Tindo royal family but managed by locally appointed royalty. However, Notting City was an exception, under the direct authority of its city lord. Interestingly, Notting City was situated in an ambiguous and remote location, distanced from the Tindo imperial capital and bordering the Xingluo Empire, making the role of city lord akin to that of a local sovereign. On this particular day, Yanzu did nothing but linger near the city lord's manor, indulging in food and drink while keeping a watchful eye on all activities within. With his keen senses, The actions of those within the city lord's estate were laid bare before him. A package was delivered to Prince Lofuki of Sachuo City. Inside the city lord's manor, a rotund, benevolent-looking middle-aged man was distributing tasks. This one goes to the Spirit Hall's branch. Let them handle it themselves, he said, efficiently portioning out the duties as those below him took their assignments and proceeded with their tasks. The Spirit Hall also had a share? Yinzu chuckled wryly, reflecting that indeed, it was true that people would do anything for wealth. He intercepted the lavish gifts meant for Nodding City, pocketing a fortune drawn from the people's labor. That evening, Yinzu infiltrated the city lord's estate. Displeased with the middle-aged man's corpulence during the day, he seized a toilet plunger and stuffed it in the man's mouth, suspending him from the rafters as if playing darts. The man was caught in a compromising situation with a young girl, and upon being startled, he lost his nerve. Yinzu incapacitated the girl and, with the middle-aged man hanging above, sat at the desk, picking up pins from the holder to launch them at the protruding areas of the man's body. Look at your girth. I hardly know where to begin, Yinzu remarked while twirling a steel pin in his hand. With a sudden pop, the man somehow managed to dislodge the plunger from his face and began to cry out for help. The pin in Yinzu's hand soared past the man's face. Stop your pig-like squealing, Yinzu retorted, seizing several more pins as he rose. Your people are all lying down now. If you wish to hasten your demise, continue your cries. Who are you? I bear no grudge against you. Why do you treat me in such a manner? The man struggled as he spoke, his corpulent body undulating grotesquely in the air, a rather unpleasant sight. An official who does not advocate for the people is better off selling sweet potatoes at home, Yinzu said, aiming a pin at the man's vulnerable spot. Do you truly believe you have a chance to return home and sell sweet potatoes? Brother, please remain calm. The middle-aged man stammered, sensing a chilling draft beneath him. Whatever you desire, just tell me. I am the one who holds sway in Nodding City. I can provide you with anything you wish. No, I meant to say you are in charge now. If you so desire, you could become the lord of Nodding City, and I would be but a dog beneath your chair. Enough of this futile effort, Yinzu interjected. You are the city lord, correct? I shall ask you just once, which individuals from the Spirit Hall are aligned with you? Upon hearing this, the city lord thought to himself that this man must be seeking trouble with the Spirit Hall, which he found rather fortuitous. Dear sir, listen to me. The people from the Spirit Hall only demand money from me regularly. As long as I keep them satisfied, we all profit and maintain peace. I am utterly ignorant of their internal affairs. Yinzu nodded and remarked, Oh, so everyone has the opportunity to profit, correct? Indeed, there is no animosity here. We believe in cordiality fostering prosperity, the city lord replied with a forced smile. So, those who stand to gain are the only ones considered individuals. Is that not so? It is no wonder, then. After speaking, Yinzu flicked his wrist, and 3 pins soared forth, piercing the rotund body of the city lord, before making their way toward the sub-branch of the Spirit Hall within the city. Unlike the city lord's residence, the Spirit Hall was perpetually illuminated, with staff operating in a continuous 3-shift system. Thus, when Yinzu entered the main hall of the sub-branch, he encountered numerous individuals engaged in their duties. Who is in charge here? Yinzu approached the counter and inquired directly. The Spirit Hall's sub-branch differed from the city lord's office. As the latter was tethered to the Tindo Empire, any exposure could invite countless troubles. The Spirit Hall, however, merely served as an administrative entity within the Tindo Empire, allowing Yinzu to forego concealing his identity. May I ask who you are? The receptionist at the counter sensed the visitor's unfriendly demeanor and heightened her vigilance. Yinzu placed a handful of golden soul coins upon the counter and remarked, Feel free to inquire. Honesty breeds prosperity. The young man, clearly lacking in social graces, responded with a puzzled expression, I truly do not comprehend your meaning. Yinzu, seeing that he had no intention of collecting money, rose and gently patted the man's shoulder before proceeding inward. Anyone who attempted to impede his path was effortlessly dispatched with a single strike, allowing him to traverse the area unimpeded. In a couple of days, Bishop Salus's envoy would arrive here, and the gray-haired man paused momentarily, inquiring about the source of the commotion outside. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion echoed, and in a courtyard of the subtemple, a beam of red light cleaved through the 2 soul saints suspended in midair. Their soul rings flickered to life only to extinguish in an instant, leaving 4 charred remnants on the ground. Whoever you are, come out. Yinzu called towards an office, having cleared his ears. Bishop Myers is in trouble. A steward, witnessing the unfolding chaos through the window, trembled and collapsed onto the desk, scattering its contents in disarray. I saw it. The gray-haired man kicked him aside in a fit of rage and stormed out of the office. However, as he stepped outside, the evening breeze carried the scent of charred flesh, jolting him back to reality and filling him with regret. Why had he emerged? Would it not have been wiser to escape through the window? The 4 charred remains on the ground had once belonged to 2 soul saints, and their demise had occurred in the blink of an eye. This had been the strongest combat force of the subtemple. Yet they had made not a ripple against this individual. What was the point of him, a soul master of over 60 ranks, exposing himself? All for a moment of jealousy? Yinzu, rubbing his hands together, approached Myers. So, how do you wish to meet your end? Myers, realizing the newcomer was merely a young lad with yellow hair, retorted, Who lives and who dies is still very much in question. He sent out a distress signal from behind and began to flee. He knew neither the identity of the boy nor the reason for his presence. All he grasped was that if he did not escape, he would soon join the charred remains on the ground. One must admit, his assessment was partially accurate. The faster you run, the swifter your demise, Yinzu remarked with a subtle smile, energy radiating from his eyes. At the window, Myers's upper body had entirely vanished, leaving only his smoldering lower half to collapse slowly. Hey, you. Yinzu approached the trembling steward cowering in the corner of the office. Be still. Moving will bring you pain. It's you. The steward, upon recognizing him, seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, Yinzu. Spare my life, please. Chapter 42, Exterminating Pests, Part 3, Oh? Yinzu placed his hands on his hips and leaned in for a closer look. Are you not Siyuntao? Upon realizing that Yinzu remembered him, Siyuntao swallowed hard and replied, Indeed, it is I. Yinzu took a moment to compose himself, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. Sit down, let us converse, he instructed. Siyuntao, trembling with trepidation, stood up but lost his balance, landing on the ground. He opted to sit cross-legged. Gazing at Yinzu, do you have nothing to inquire? Yinzu asked nonchalantly. I have little to discuss with you. At that moment, Siyuntao had witnessed Yinzu's prowess and was too intimidated to speak first. Hearing Yinzu's casual remark, he stammered, Why? Why must this be done? Well, those from the spirit hall have transgressed the tenets of the light doctrine. They deserve their fate. Yinzu replied in a flat tone. By the way, were you involved? Siyuntao shuddered at the question. I do not comprehend your meaning. What have they transgressed? Embezzlement, bribery, and oppression of the innocent. Yinzu fixed his gaze on Siyuntao, demanding, Now tell me, were you complicit in their deeds? Do not attempt to deceive me. I can discern truth from falsehood. At these words, Siyuntao initially exhaled in relief. As a mere steward, he dealt with the mundane and arduous tasks, such as running errands and delivering messages. As for embezzlement or bribery, even if he desired such things, it was beyond his reach. Thus, they were indeed deserving of their punishment. Siyuntao regarded Yinzu, recalling the considerable effort he had expended on that particular special mission, which had left a profound impression on him. He was curious about how that individual, once possessing innate soul power at zero, had ascended to this point. Enough, Yinzu remarked, oblivious to Siyuntao's increasingly frantic heartbeat. He rose, stretching languidly. I shall leave you to tidy up here. Before he could relish the joy of survival, Siyuntao hurriedly asked, How am I to manage this? Simply state that these individuals were sent by higher authorities to conduct a cleanup. Exaggerate as much as you wish. They would not dare to question it. Yinzu instructed before departing from the sub-hall. Earlier, Miles had signaled before his demise, and the nearest spirit hall members would soon converge here. It was prudent to depart early to avoid complications. Not long after Yinzu's departure, several beams of light swiftly arrived at the Nodding City branch, followed by a scattering of individuals. The only clear-minded one among them, Siyuntao, naturally became the subject of interrogation. Left with no choice, he resorted to the method Yinzu had taught him, merely stating that the higher-ups had dispatched an elder to cleanse the sect of its corrupt members. Consequently, no one dared to press further. The words had been spoken, and it was up to those above to decide the outcome. Siyuntao, being merely a humble steward, truly wished to avoid entanglements with any significant troubles. The following morning, Yinzu joined the royal duelists for breakfast, where they exchanged some of the latest gossip circulating within the city. Indeed, the major case announced by the lord of the city had stirred considerable commotion. Yet it had not yet reached the imperial capital, leaving its resolution uncertain. Yinzu secretly chuckled to himself, pondering the demise of Prince Shueshing in the imperial capital and the recent death of a city lord in Nodding City. If he were the Snow Knight Emperor, he would scarcely dare to close his eyes in slumber. Meanwhile, the spirit hall seemed undisturbed, as within the span of a single night. The Nodding City branch continued its operations, likely having secured the news tightly. The situation appeared rather grave. At the dining table, Qin Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, After the upheaval in Tindo City, and now this incident in Nodding City just a few months later, if this continues, war may be imminent. Could it be the work of the Douluo people? Yu Tianhing asked, taking a bite of bread. Hard to say. Qin Ming shook his head. In fact, the likelihood points more towards the spirit hall. That seems to be a common perspective. Yinzu interjected. After all, the spirit hall is evidently more vulnerable, having infiltrated Tindo so profoundly. What are you laughing at? Yilingling noticed the corners of Yinzu's mouth curling up as he spoke. Am I? Yinzu replied, reaching out to caress Yilingling's face gently. Qin Ming continued sipping his soup but couldn't help casting another glance at Yinzu, a troubling hypothesis surfacing in his mind. If it were indeed him, it wouldn't be entirely implausible. Once a conjecture arises, it naturally demands scrutiny. The more Qin Ming pondered, the more terrifying the implications became. During both incidents, it seemed Yinzu had ample opportunity to orchestrate them, and given his brutal methods of slaughtering 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardow forest, his strength appeared sufficient to execute such grand schemes. Could it truly be him? Qin Ming shuddered at the thought, unwilling to delve deeper. For this line of reasoning was perilous. If it were indeed the case, his foremost duty would be to safeguard his students, ensuring they remained uninvolved in his machinations. Observing Yanzu and Yi Lingling openly display their affection in front of others, Qin Ming felt reassured, questioning whether he had been overthinking. After all, one must possess a motive to commit such acts. What benefit could Yanzu derive from these occurrences? Azu, shall we go watch the soul battles later? Ning Rongrong tugged at Yanzu's sleeve, inquiring. Not now. I have pressing matters to attend to, Yanzu replied. What pressing matters could you possibly have? Aren't you just idling about? Ning Rongrong scoffed disdainfully. Yanzu gazed at Qin Ming, who was rising to settle the bill, and remarked, disperse the funds. Disperse the funds? The crowd responded with expressions of bewilderment. To whom shall the funds be dispersed? Ning Rongrong inquired. To those in need, of course. Yanzu replied before leaning in to place a gentle kiss on Yi Lingling's cheek, subsequently departing alone, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, who was in the midst of payment, noticed Yanzu's solitary exit. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately suppressed his curiosity and resolved to pay him no further mind. Yanzu initially procured a soul-guiding device for storage and subsequently sought a location to transform the wealth he had intercepted the previous day into tangible assets. With a substantial amount of gold soul coins in hand, he soared towards the villages surrounding Nanning City. This day was marked by splendid sunshine. As the villagers toiled in the fields, each drenched in sweat. Then, unexpectedly, rain began to fall, albeit in localized patches. As Yanzu passed through the fields, he would take a portion of the money he had exchanged and scatter it evenly upon the ground, concerned that the golden soul coins might injure someone. He maintained a low altitude while flying, allowing the villagers working in the fields to clearly witness the source of this rain of wealth. Having toiled in the soil for much of their lives, they had never dared to dream of such riches, yet, at this moment, this deluge of opulence descended from the heavens, each coin a genuine golden soul coin. After a brief scramble, the villagers regained their composure. Realizing that the figure of the wealth-bringer had vanished from the sky, leaving only the tangible golden soul coins in their hands to assure them this was no dream. Although he had flown quite a distance, Yanzu could still hear the villagers' voices, expressions of gratitude and prayers among them, seemingly elevating him to the status of a deity. However, he soon regretted converting such wealth into golden soul coins. Had he exchanged them for silver or copper coins instead, he might have indulged even more. Days later, the upheaval in Nanning City reached the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, prompting the furious Emperor Shuya to convene a gathering. He summoned the kings of various principalities, demanding a thorough investigation into the matter while simultaneously cautioning them against harboring any disloyal thoughts. However, the question arose, where could they begin to investigate such an unfounded calamity? To publicly display their commitment, the kings had no choice but to impose stringent restrictions on the movement of people between regions, particularly banning individuals from the Xinglua Empire from entering or leaving. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall received special attention from Emperor Shuya, who revoked certain privileges and mandated that all branches of the Martial Soul Hall within the Heavenly Do territory be subjected to imperial oversight. Despite his dissatisfaction, the highest-ranking official of the Martial Soul Hall in the Heavenly Do region, the Platinum Bishop Salas, had no choice but to comply for the time being. Have the circumstances surrounding the branch in Nanning City been clarified? Salas inquired of his confidant while perusing the report on his desk. The servant replied, My lord. All verifiable information has been cross-checked, and it indeed aligns with the report submitted. Upon hearing this, Salas felt an overwhelming surge of pressure and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, So I must personally consult His Holiness the Pope to ascertain the truth of this matter? To inquire whether she truly dispatched someone to Nanning City to rectify the situation? If His Holiness were to deny it, do you realize what that would imply? Faced with Salas's fury, none of the servants dared to speak. If it were not the work of the Elder's Palace, it would mean that a branch has been quietly dismantled without our knowledge, and we cannot even grasp the tale of the culprit. Not only that, but we also trouble His Holiness with such matters, showcasing our incompetence. Salas seethed with rage, his veins bulging, yet he felt utterly helpless. After a brief moment of calm, he took a deep breath and asked, From where did this report and your investigative information originate? The servant replied, On the night of the incident, there were numerous eyewitnesses. Salas waved his hand decisively, declaring, Bring them all to me. I shall interrogate them personally. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue in the Crown Prince's residence was similarly troubled by the matter. She did not need to guess. She knew it was Yanzu behind the incident, as she had been closely monitoring his movements. The pressing question was how she should respond. She sensed that Yanzu was gradually slipping from her grasp. In truth, Qian Rinxue understood well that Yanzu's initial allegiance to her was largely due to his infatuation with her beauty, but now he had the companionship of Yi Lingling, and their daily interactions would likely diminish his regard for her. Writing this letter proved to be quite a challenge. Qian Rinxue pressed her finger against her acupoint, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Should she confront him in person? Though somewhat inconvenient, the angel martial soul was unparalleled in speed, and the journey would not consume much time. After much contemplation, Qian Rinxue organized the affairs of the Crown Prince's residence and then secretly departed from the Heavenly Do City, ultimately soaring towards Nanning City. Chapter 43, The Pursuit of Radiance. When Qian Rinxue arrived in Nanning City, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a sweet moment shared between Yinzu and Yi Lingling. Yinzu had long since the arrival of Qian Renshui. Yet he was preoccupied with escorting Yi Lingling to the clouds, unable to attend to anything else. In contrast, Qian Renshui lacked such foresight. It was only when she glimpsed the intertwined figures and faint sounds through the window that she realized her timing was ill-fated. How vexing, she muttered, soaring to a nearby rooftop to await her fate. After what seemed an eternity, Yinzu also ascended to the rooftop. Addressing the meditative Qian Renshui with a hint of surprise, "What an unexpected guest you are." Qian Renshui's tone revealed her displeasure. "You've already bestowed upon me 2 surprises. Can my presence here truly be considered a surprise?" Yinzu sat beside Qian Renshui and inquired, "So, what brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Qian Renshui sighed softly. "You have nearly annihilated the elite of our Notting City branch. Should you not provide me with an explanation? I am not privy to the intricacies of the matter, hence my visit, to grant you an opportunity to explain." "Is that so?" Yinzu replied leisurely. "The lord of Notting City oppressed the citizens, so I dealt with him. The vermin of the branch conspired with that lord, thus I eliminated them as well. That is the crux of the matter. I doubt I have overlooked anything. At least his intentions are somewhat justifiable." Qian Renshui felt a slight relief upon hearing Yinzu's succinct account, grateful that his methods were merely excessive rather than ideologically flawed. "So, how would you choose to handle such situations in the future?" Qian Renshui asked. "What do you mean by how?" Yinzu scoffed. "If they encounter me, it is their misfortune. One after another, I shall eradicate them. And if you are exposed?" Qian Renshui pressed. "Then surrounded by a great army, would you resort to mass slaughter, witnessing rivers of blood?" "There is no if in this scenario," Yinzu chuckled. "To capture a thief, one must first seize the ringleader. If I were to be besieged by this so-called great army, I would naturally deal with the one who issued the orders first. How then would there be rivers of blood? Thus, you simply kill and depart, believing the world will become better for it?" Qian Renshui sighed again. "I did not claim that, nor have I contemplated it deeply. What I know is that, in my view, they deserve death. At least this point is beyond dispute." Yinzu understood what Qian Renshui wished to convey, yet he had no intention of conceding or admitting fault. "Corrupt officials cannot be eradicated entirely," Qian Renshui asserted. "Only through a revolution from the top down can the system be transformed, thereby ushering in a new era. They cannot be eradicated because the blade is not swift enough." Yinzu remarked, scratching his nail. "Do you insist on arguing with me?" Qian Renshui said helplessly. "Do you insist on lecturing me?" Yinzu mirrored her tone. "Furthermore, do you not find your preaching rather impotent? You must understand, it is your subordinates who have erred, and I have assisted you in purging them. As the heir of the angelic god, do you not feel any shame? The doctrines you espouse and your actions are wholly disparate. I am embarrassed on your behalf." Yinzu had truly provoked Qian Renshui. He could hear her heart rate escalating and observe the vigorous rise and fall of her ample bosom. Ultimately, Qian Renshui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and remarked, "Indeed, this is a profound humiliation." Noticing the slight despondency and grievance on her face, Yinzu cleared his throat and said, "Of course, this cannot be entirely attributed to you. After all, human energy is finite. I understand that these matters are beyond your control, as they are primarily managed by Bai Bai Dong." Indeed, knowing someone else bore the blame brought Qian Renshui considerable relief. She rested her elbow on her thigh, propping her chin with one hand as she gazed at the night sky. "I cannot fathom her thoughts. As the Pope, she should be the most astute among us. The authority of the bishops is already substantial. It is unexpected for her to make such a blunder in personnel management. Perhaps this was inevitable during the initial stages of development. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat." Upon hearing this, Yinzu thought to himself, "Oh, my foolish little Shui, Bibi Dong merely seeks to obliterate the spirit hall. The employment of capable individuals and the expansion of influence are not mutually exclusive. Bibi Dong employs these miscreants solely to incite animosity towards the spirit hall. Did you traverse such a great distance merely for this matter? What else? Do you consider this a trivial issue?" Qian Renshui retorted. "It is not just the Heavendo Empire. Even the headquarters is on the verge of being stirred. Regardless of what the personnel of the Notting City branch have done, they are still part of the spirit hall. With such an incident, it is likely that 1 or 2 elders will be dispatched for investigation, which would be a needless waste of resources. Moreover, Bibi Dong may not even agree with your actions. She is certainly not as accommodating as I am." "What? Are you unable to make decisions regarding this matter?" Yinzu inquired. Qian Renshui replied, "I am executing a task of absolute confidentiality. Even the Platinum Bishop Salus is unaware of my existence. Salus is the total overseer of the spirit hall in the Heavendo Empire. If I return and he has not yet reported to the headquarters, there is still time. However, if he has reported it, I will have to confront Bibi Dong directly." "In what manner will you confront her?" Yinzu asked. Qian Renshui explained, "I can only compose a letter to inform her that your actions reflect my intentions. And then she will rebuke me sternly in her capacity as Pope, adorned with lofty rhetoric. Of course, she cannot take any substantial action against me. There is no need. I can personally go to Spirit City and clarify matters with her," Yinzu stated. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshui felt a flicker of vigilance arise within her. "What? Has your relationship with her grown to such an extent?" Yin Zhu smiled and remarked, "Naturally, she is very eager to possess me, so she would certainly not condemn me over such trivial matters. In fact, she might even commend me and seize the opportunity to draw me closer." "She is very eager to possess you?" Qian Rinxue inquired, articulating each word distinctly. "Why are you looking at me with such eyes?" Yin Zhu questioned. "To be frank, many desire to have me. Do not take your fortune for granted." Qian Rinxue fell silent, as she was disinclined to engage in banter with Yin Zhu. "Do you still refuse to acknowledge that you are here because you fear losing me?" Yin Zhu pressed further. "Do not speak. Allow me a moment of quiet." Qian Rinxue replied in a tone that was cold and indifferent, revealing no anger. At this moment, she sat atop the building, with the lights below gradually dimming and the stars twinkling above, while the night breeze wafted with a unique gentleness. Qian Rinxue momentarily emptied her mind, feeling an immense sense of relief, or perhaps, for the first time, a hint of fatigue. Yin Zhu stared blankly at Qian Rinxue and patted his shoulder, saying, "If you desire it, I can lend it to you. I have already mentioned, be quiet." Yin Zhu opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Lost in thought alongside Qian Rinxue, she gazed into the distance, while he focused on her. Time passed unmeasured until Qian Rinxue broke the stillness. Though she relished this fleeting moment of freedom, she had not entirely forgotten her responsibilities. The instant their eyes met, a realization struck her. The source of her fatigue lay in the formidable presence of the young man before her. His strength instilled in her both fear and reassurance, a sentiment she had only previously experienced in the presence of her grandfather, Tindo Douluo. "I should return," Qian Rinxue declared, rising to smooth her attire and tame her wind-tossed hair. "It is rather late. Why not rest for the night and depart in the morning?" Yin Zhu suggested. Aware that time held little significance for Qian Rinxue, while she had felt a twinge of gratitude, her perception shifted upon noticing some of Yin Zhu's peculiarities, prompting her to roll her eyes and look away. This fellow, his intentions clearly lay beyond mere hospitality. Let us excuse his youth, she mused internally. Acknowledging that perhaps it was not entirely detrimental, it merely indicated his consistency, a certain unrefined honesty. After all, it is late, and the wind is strong. One should take care not to catch a chill. Yin Zhu scrutinized her for a protracted moment, crafting a rationale for himself. Qian Rinxue laughed lightly. If a mere breeze could chill a soul master, it would be better to perish sooner. Spreading her wings, she continued, "As for the matter with Salis, I shall dispatch someone to clarify. Consider it a favor for me, to be more cautious in the future, if you would." Gradually, Qian Rinxue discerned Yin Zhu's temperament. She perceived that he was far more susceptible to gentle persuasion than to assertive reasoning. While soft words might coax him, a firm argument would only invoke his defiance, manifesting in a display of strength. Her gentle plea nearly melted Yin Zhu's resolve, yet he responded vaguely, "I will uphold the tenets of the light for your sake." In response, Qian Rinxue could only smile resignedly. Yin Zhu's implication was clear. Should he encounter those who transgressed the light's doctrine, he would act. Yet he also conveyed that he would not align himself against those principles. Just as he had previously stated, their relationship was one of collaboration, not subjugation. She could trust him, but she could not command him. As Qian Rinxue's silhouette, glowing faintly with golden light, swiftly vanished into the night sky, transforming into a distant star, Yin Zhu felt a pang of regret. In that moment, had he seized the opportunity to embrace her and steal a kiss, she likely would not have held it against him too fiercely. The atmosphere had seemed ripe, yet he had failed to grasp it. Perhaps the recent encounter with Ling Ling had sapped his courage, preventing him from acting impulsively under the influence of youthful passion. What a pity. While Qian Rinxue hurried back to Tindo City, Gu Rong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School darted across the continent, making his way toward Nanning City. The tragic demise of Prince Xuexing had significantly unsettled the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The alliance between the Tindo Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was largely due to the latter's possession of two formidable Title Douluos. This mutual dependence meant that the safety of Tindo was also a concern for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji had previously investigated the scene with Chen Xin, uncovering that Prince Xuexing had met a brutal end, and even Chen Xin, with his vast combat experience, could not identify the assailant. As the Spectre had remarked, the circle of Title Douluos was indeed quite small, and due to the uniqueness of each one's soul skills, their combat styles were markedly distinct. If the culprits were familiar faces, it would have been immediately apparent. However, the individuals behind this act were clearly not among those they recognized. Although Emperor Shui had not pressured Ning Fengji, the occurrence of two major incidents compelled him to initiate an investigation. After all, if the threat was directed at the Tindo Empire, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could not remain passive. At that moment, Gu Rong was en route to Nanning City. Prior to his departure, he had discussed certain possibilities with Chen Xin. Like Qian Rinxue, they had been closely monitoring Ning Rongrong's movements, which effectively meant keeping an eye on Yin Zhu, as the timing of the incident coincided perfectly with Yin Zhu's whereabouts. Had Fengji considered this possibility? Gu Rong pondered, recognizing that if Yin Zhu was indeed involved, it would complicate matters considerably. As he stepped through the portal, a drop of rain landed on his nose. What bad luck. Another storm is brewing, Gu Rong sighed, glancing at the torrential downpour before reluctantly stepping back into the portal. Chapter 44. Three Beauties. Two twists. The night following Qian Rinchue's departure saw Yanzu observing Gu Rong as he approached from afar. Ah, if it isn't Uncle Gu. What brings you here? By rights, you should consider me of your grandfather's generation, Gu Rong replied, peering through the window at Ning Rongrong, peacefully lost in her dreams. Oh, let us not dwell on such trifles. Yanzu waved dismissively. It's hardly fitting for you to address me as such. I came to check on Rongrong. Gu Rong stated, not directly revealing his intentions. Despite Ning Fingji's extensive discussions with Yanzu, Gu Rong and Chen Xin were not particularly well acquainted with him, and their trust was notably limited. With me looking after her, you need not worry, Yanzu assured. Surely you are aware of my capabilities. Gu Rong thought to himself. It is precisely because of that I find it concerning. The recent tragedy in Notting City had left him uneasy. Things are rather unstable in Tindo these days. Leaving Rongrong out there causes us considerable anxiety, Gu Rong stated, moving to the crux of the matter. Is that why you are here? Yanzu inquired. Gu Rong replied calmly. It is rumored that the perpetrator of this incident may very well be the same individual responsible for the cruel murder of Prince Xuexing. Just say it plainly. You wish to ask if I am the one behind it, do you not? Yanzu caught the fleeting glance Gu Rong cast his way as he posed the question. How direct, Gu Rong thought, occasionally deceived by Yanzu's outward demeanor. Such suspicion was not unfounded. You possess the strength for it, do you not? Gu Rong continued. There are only a handful of Title Douluos in the entire Tindo, and your movements align perfectly with the timeline. Uncle Gu, there is no need to be so tense. Yanzu sensed Gu Rong's apprehension, as if he feared a sudden outburst from him. Since you brought it up, grant me a clear answer. Did you commit this act? Gu Rong pressed. Yanzu remained remarkably relaxed. If I were to say yes, what would you do? Would you take me back to confess to the Snow Knight Emperor? I fear I lack the capability for such a task. Gu Rong interjected. Do not jest with me. Do you truly believe I care about the Heavenly Do Empire? Who would be concerned with such matters? Who would regard the Heavenly Do royal family? I am here merely to assess the situation, and I choose to trust you. We shall not speak further on this. However, if it was indeed your doing, at the very least, allow me to inquire about your reasoning. I do not comprehend what advantage this holds for you. Yanzu candidly acknowledged. Indeed, it was I who committed the act. As for the reasons, I have two explanations. One is grandiloquent, and the other is heartfelt. Which would you prefer to hear? Let us hear both. We have ample time, Gu Rong replied. Suppressing the turmoil within, Yanzu proclaimed, with grandiloquence, that one was a sovereign prince who regarded people as mere weeds, and the other a corrupt official who exploited the populace. Both deserved death. Driven by personal vendetta, he expressed a morbid eagerness to take their lives, for they had indeed wronged him. So, do you believe you are serving justice? Gu Rong inquired. But what if, one day, the justice you uphold is proven to be erroneous? What then? Do not adorn me with such lofty titles, Yanzu retorted, mimicking Gu Rong's earlier tone. Do you think I care about justice? Who truly cares for such notions? I slay them solely because I desire to. Uncle Gu, do you not believe they deserve death? Gu Rong remained silent. He was oblivious to the truth and had never been concerned with such chaotic figures. Our sex alliance with Tindo was a necessity, Yanzu remarked. Surveying the city of Notting, Tindo possesses heritage and military strength, while we have wealth, alongside you and Sword Uncle as our guardians, each fulfilling our own needs. Seeking warmth and unity. Thus, you should understand that your approach will complicate matters for Fengji, Gu Rong replied. Yanzu coldly remarked, difficult? Then simply do not act. If one does not act, naturally, there will be no difficulties. Wouldn't you agree? Uncle Gu, times have changed. What is the Tindo royal family in comparison? If I so desire, I could have the head of the Snow Knight Emperor displayed at the East Gate by tomorrow, and should my esteemed father-in-law wish it. Renaming the Tindo Empire to the Seven Treasure Republic would pose no issue, albeit the name may sound somewhat foolish. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong frowned and replied. Such thoughts are perilous. The Imperial Army is not to be trifled with. Even if your abilities are unparalleled, how could you withstand the onslaught of countless soldiers? Moreover, one must consider the responsibilities towards the disciples of the sect. No one would undertake such a fruitless endeavor. Well, I suppose, Yanzu conceded, initially intent on countering, but soon resigned to the reality of Douluo continent being a realm of limited martial prowess, where hidden weapons could slay gods. What more is there to say? Fortunately, it is a world of modest martial capabilities. Otherwise, I could not act as I please. My initial caution stemmed from a fear of encountering entities akin to the Dragon Balls, which could obliterate the universe over a trivial disagreement. Regardless, I did indeed take a life, but it was not personal. It was merely a matter of whim. Yanzu stated, Uncle Gu, feel free to relay my words to my father-in-law verbatim. Gu Rong sighed. This world is vast. You possess the strength to navigate it favorably. But what of Rongrong? What of the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I do not wish to criticize you, but before you act, you must contemplate these matters. Furthermore, with the Star Luo Empire lurking with predatory intent, engaging in internal strife with the Tindo Empire is, quite frankly, unwise. Yanzu was not fond of sermons and merely responded with a perfunctory remark. As long as you are happy, Gu Rong, feeling both helpless and speechless, intended to say something more, when suddenly, his deeply sunken eyes lit up, pointing towards the street. Azu, look over there. What is that? Yanzu turned his gaze in the direction Gu Rong was indicating and spotted a young girl holding the hand of a boy, wandering aimlessly through the night market. Recognizing the boy as Tang San, whom he had encountered previously in the soul hunting forest, he then noticed the girl, dressed in a school uniform strikingly similar to Tang San's. A long scorpion-tailed braid cascaded down her back to her waist. Such unmistakable features could only belong to the legendary soft-bone charm rabbit, Xiaowu. Goodness, it seems little rabbit has been caught by Gu Rong, Yanzu mused. What now? Gu Rong glanced at Yanzu. Indeed, it is a soul beast taking human form, Yanzu replied, feigning seriousness. Then, allow me to capture her and bring her back to the sect for rearing, to prepare a gift for Rong. As Gu Rong prepared to take action, Yanzu quickly intervened. Hold on. What's the rush? This is an opportunity not to be missed. She is still in her juvenile stage. And the soul ring and soul bone are within reach. Now that we have spotted her, are you worried she might escape? Yanzu stroked his chin thoughtfully. To be honest, this soul ring would be wasted on Rong. An opportunity like this should naturally be seized by a battle spirit master for maximum enhancement. Gu Rong, upon hearing this, inquired, what do you mean? That can't be right. Your soul ring should be full by now, shouldn't it? Who said I was at capacity? Yanzu chuckled. Uncle Bone, you need not intervene. This rabbit is mine. Gu Rong looked at Yanzu in disbelief, yet he understood the truth in Yanzu's words. For an auxiliary spirit master, particularly one like Rong with fixed soul skills, the focus should be on enhancing the quality and quantity of soul power. 100,000-year soul ring would offer far greater benefits to a battle spirit master than to an auxiliary spirit master like Rong. Weighing the options, it was clear that the soul ring rightfully belonged to Yanzu. However, the lingering question in Gu Rong's mind was whether Yanzu's soul rings were truly not full. Are you a twin martial soul? Gu Rong posed the question. Yanzu nodded, realizing that it was evidently simpler to convey the notion of possessing multiple martial spirits than to elaborate on the uniqueness of his own physique. Why do you hesitate to act? What are you waiting for? Gu Rong inquired. Let her be, Yanzu replied nonchalantly, noting that she was clad in the attire of Nodding Academy, thus posing no fear of her escape. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Rong suddenly remarked, are you unable to take action because you have witnessed her transform into a human? Yanzu coughed lightly and remarked, what if I transform into a human? A beast is still a beast. What is there that I cannot handle? Oh, Uncle Gu, you need not concern yourself with this. I know my own limits. Gu Rong gazed at Yanzu with a puzzled expression, momentarily mistaking him for a soul beast that had taken human form. Indeed, he felt hesitant. Observing the lively and cheerful Xiaowu frolicking on the street, Yanzu mused that such a rare creature would be a tremendous waste to slay. At the very least, it should be kept as a pet to entertain oneself. Moreover, since Xiaowu was still quite young, capturing her would only invite trouble unless he could acquire Dugubo's wondrous treasure pouch, which could indeed contain living beings. Uncle Gu, are you not heading back? Yanzu shifted the topic. Since you are here, you ought to observe how Rong has progressed. Gu Rong replied, just do not mention my presence to her. Of course, I have put much effort into softening her temperament. If you arrive, she will feel emboldened. Yanzu chuckled. Gu Rong then turned his gaze towards the distance, saying, there is another matter. The city of Nodding borders the Xingluo Empire, and with the new city lord yet to assume office, according to Ning Fengxi, I must remain vigilant here for some time. If Xingluo seizes the opportunity to infiltrate, it could lead to dire consequences. Let them infiltrate if they wish. Yanzu dismissed the concern, deeming Ning Fengxi overly anxious. However, speaking of Xingluo, he had already encountered two of the Shrek 3 beauties. Ning Rong was already betrothed to him, which was a foregone conclusion, and Xiaowu was right before his eyes. He still wondered about Zhu Shiqing, the strikingly alluring figure among them, whose whereabouts were unknown. Meanwhile, in a city along the Xingluo border, an opulent banquet was in full swing. At the dining table, a tall man with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes downed a glass of champagne and wiped his hands with a nearby towel, stating, it has been days. Yet I have yet to see my foolish brother. Instead, all I hear about is expenses, and more expenses. The subordinate, addressed by the man, smiled and replied, Your Highness, please remain calm. Despite this, you still hold a significant advantage in the competition for the throne. Is that so? The man, referred to as His Highness, appeared quite frustrated. How am I to prove that? Mubai escaped alone, and you all are doing nothing? The subordinate continued to smile, Your Highness. The Tindo side has suddenly intensified their defenses. The entire border is as impenetrable as a fortress. Those fools at Tindo, utterly perplexing, Davis remarked, loosening the top button of his coat for comfort. They claim that their prince was killed by us. After a pause, he turned to those beside him for confirmation. It was certainly not our doing, correct? The subordinate hesitated. That matter is difficult to ascertain. Then what certainties do you possess? At least let me feel a bit better. Davis inquired. There is something. It is said that Miss Zhu Qing of the Zhu family has gone missing recently. Now, that is indeed good news. Get out of my sight, you bunch of inept fools. Days passed. and Gu Rong felt a sense of relief witnessing his usually spoiled Rong work diligently in the soul arena, allowing him to return peacefully to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When Ning Fingji learned that those two significant incidents were indeed orchestrated by Yin Zhu, he almost fainted, fearing he had miscalculated and fallen into Yin Zhu's trap. Fingji, in my opinion, Azu does not harbor ill intentions, Gu Rong reassured him. According to his account, his actions against the Snow Star Prince and the City Lord of Notting were merely impulsive. If one views him as a mere child, it is somewhat excessive. Yet, if he is regarded as a figure on par with Tian Douluo or Tangchen, his conduct becomes entirely justifiable. Ning Fingji rubbed his temples. I do not particularly care about the Snow Star Prince or such. Their mannerisms render them unworthy of lamentation upon their demise. My concern lies in the potential repercussions that could disrupt our lives. The Tindo royal family has ruled this land for many years, deeply entrenched. It is not something that can be easily replaced, even if, as Yin Zhu suggests, we could eliminate those pivotal figures. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lacks the appetite to consume Tindo, ultimately serving as a mere pawn for the Spirit Hall. That is a valid point, Gu Rong nodded. Given the Spirit Hall's current influence, they could certainly rally considerable support. Yin Zhu's intentions are not particularly troublesome, as long as we can placate the Snow Knight Emperor. This matter can be laid to rest, Ning Fengji concluded, shifting the topic. How is Rong faring? Gu Rong smiled. Rong is working very hard. I see that she is not only content, but also getting along well with her friends. They are currently traveling for studies, and the team leader has allowed her to alternate performances with the girl from the Geo-Xin Hiding family. Our Rong is excelling. Ning Fengji nodded. That brings me peace of mind. Regardless of circumstances, as long as Azu treats Rong well, nothing else matters. For now, we must navigate this alliance with the Tindo royal family. As for the future, who can say? Gu Rong understood Ning Fengji's sentiment. Ever since the Spirit Hall's encroachment upon Tindo, they recognized that a rupture between the two parties was inevitable. Given the conflict between the Spirit Hall's doctrine and the interests of the imperial aristocracy, when turmoil ensued, as a sect, they would either seize opportunities or seek self-preservation. At which point a superlative powerhouse like Yin Zhu would prove invaluable. Time flew, and more than a year had passed since the Emperor's fighting team departed the academy for their studies. Throughout this year, aside from the incident in Notting City, Yin Zhu had refrained from any significant actions. However, recently, he found himself troubled by a particular matter. One evening, as usual, he lay in bed, entwined with Yulingling. Just as he prepared to loosen her nightgown, she grasped his hand and shook her head. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu could only relent. Is everything back to normal now? Yin Zhu gazed at Yulingling, who was engrossed in kissing his chest, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Over the past year, Yin Zhu had been a model driver, strictly adhering to traffic regulations and never running a red light. Of course, during normal circumstances, he would accelerate recklessly, often leading to moments where he could not bring the vehicle to a halt. Although Yulingling frequently complained, she could not rein him in and had to acquiesce to his ways. Yet, whether by the grace of fortune or some other reason, despite Yin Zhu's high-risk driving, Yulingling had consistently experienced her monthly cycle without a hint of pregnancy. Yulingling took this matter lightly, naturally believing that conceiving a child was not a trivial endeavor, especially since she was in the midst of her training and had not entertained thoughts of pregnancy at all. However, this gradually became a source of distress for Yin Zhu. Unlike Yulingling, he was acutely aware of their actions and, while he found the prospect troublesome, he had even entertained visions of what their child might look like. Yet, nothing had transpired. Yulingling remained in good health, her abdomen smooth and flat, her waist delicate and willow-like, and her period continued to visit her punctually. All of this led Yin Zhu to develop a sense of self-doubt. Could it be that he was incapable? Surely not. Perhaps the issue lay with Yulingling, he mused. Although both possibilities lingered in his mind, once such thoughts arose, they became an incessant source of torment for him. In light of this, Yin Zhu had discreetly consulted with Yu Tianheng. What does it mean to conceive easily or not? Yu Tianheng was perplexed by Yin Zhu's inquiry. Azu, do you not use protection when you and Lingling are intimate? He exclaimed in shock, beginning to admire Yin Zhu's restraint. You do? Yin Zhu retorted. Of course. Am I trying to risk my life? Yu Tianheng quipped, raising an eyebrow toward the distant Du Guyan. Yin Zhu suddenly realized that Du Guyan was entirely toxic. Without taking some measures, Yu Tianheng would have perished long ago. However, what will you do in the future? Yin Zhu inquired. What future? Yu Tianheng responded. Yu Tianheng suddenly understood. You are referring to the matter of succession. Well, I have heard that there are special methods to achieve that. So it should be fine. Sighing deeply, Yin Zhu lamented that, indeed, the sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. You cannot be serious, can you? Yu Tianheng gazed at the somewhat dejected Yin Zhu, astonished. Surely, you, such a formidable person, cannot be incapable? Cease your nonsensical chatter. Yin Zhu retorted. I have a Japanese name, Ichiya Jitsuru. Where's Japan? Yu Tianheng inquired. That is of no importance. Yin Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Then why are you fixated on this? Yu Tianheng questioned. What, is your world with Lingling not harmonious? I say, do not conflate Lingling with me. Lingling is the weakest among us, and you should exercise control. It is not that issue. Yinzu rolled his eyes and expressed his concerns. After listening, Yu Tianheng remarked, I thought it was something serious. You could simply conduct an experiment to verify it. Why worry? How so? Yinzu asked. Yu Tianheng replied, since you are uncertain whether it is your issue or Ling Ling's, then seek another partner and try a few more times. The root of the problem will become clear. Is that even feasible? Yinzu questioned upon hearing Yu Tianheng's poor suggestion. What if it is Ling Ling's issue? Wouldn't I then become an unexpected father? Yu Tianheng scoffed. You yourself said what if. It seems you are quite aware that it is indeed your issue. Yinzu felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. Oh, it is not such a big deal. Yu Tianheng placed a hand on Yinzu's shoulder. Thinking positively. This way, you will not even need to undergo a procedure, will you? Yinzu found no solace in Yu Tianheng's words. Although he had no intention of having children so soon, any man would struggle to accept such a situation. What are they whispering about? Asked Guyan. Noticing that Yu Tianheng and Yinzu were lagging behind as they strolled through the streets, Yu Lingling, equally perplexed, glanced back at Yinzu. As his confidant, she could sense that he had been preoccupied lately. However, despite her subtle inquiries, Yinzu remained reticent, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. It would be better to clarify matters sooner rather than later. After all, it wasn't a terminal illness. Yu Tianheng patted Yinzu on the shoulder, saying Azu. As someone once said, true warriors dare to confront the harshness of life. Thank you, Yinzu replied. Shaking off Yu Tianheng's arm and moving to the front of the group, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled on Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she was meticulously selecting items at a vendor's stall. Sensing Yinzu's gaze, she turned and exclaimed, What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. No. Although Rongrong was his fiancée, she was still too young, and with her temperament, there was no way they could manage raising a child. Perhaps I should discuss this with Qian Rinqiwei? A thought crossed Yinzu's mind, but that idea seemed improbable. Suddenly appearing before Qian Rinqiwei in Heaven Do City and asking her to help him conceive a child would likely provoke her to draw her angelic holy sword and strike him down on the spot. That would be exceedingly rude. Yinzu, Rongrong, it's time to board the vehicle, Qin Ming called from a distance. After so long, they were finally bidding farewell to the city of Notting. Qin Ming was set to lead the royal fighting team to Soto City, a veritable metropolis compared to Notting, where they should find better training partners. Upon entering the city, Yufeng remarked, Soto City is much more prosperous. Qin Ming elaborated. Soto City is close to the Barak Kingdom, which has a significantly larger flow of people compared to Notting. The Barak Kingdom has also developed it quite well. The opponents in the battle arena here will undoubtedly be more formidable. Are you all prepared? The group, filled with confidence, responded affirmatively. After a motivational pep talk, Qin Ming led them straight to register at the Soto Grand Spirit Arena, leaving Yinzu alone once more. Yinzu pondered, if memory serves. The Shrek Academy is located just outside Soto City on a farm. Suddenly, a flurry of papers scattered through the air as a diminutive. Scruffy young man pushed a cart emitting a peculiar odor filled with grilled sausages. Beside him trailed a short, stout fellow, the papers having flown from his hands. What an amusing duo, Yinzu thought, observing the pair. He reached for a paper drifting down and discovered it was an enrollment flyer for Shrek Academy. Just as his interest peaked and he prepared to examine it closely, the stout fellow suddenly shouted, Oh no, I've been caught. With that, he turned and bolted, colliding with Yinzu, who felt as though he had run into a wall. The smaller man, attempting to flee, met the same fate, sending their cart toppling and sausages scattering across the ground. What are you doing, you fool? Oscar exclaimed, pushing past Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, struggling to rise, replied, Forget about that little cart of yours. If they catch us, it'll be a real beating. Yinzu turned his gaze towards the two individuals behind him, only to behold a group of imposing men clad in red attire advancing menacingly in their direction. Chapter 46, A Fabricated Crime. In the blink of an eye, the gang of brutish red-clad men had encircled Ma Hongjun and Oscar. You little brat, do you dare to come back? The leader of the group tightened the bindings in his hands, addressing a visibly panicked Oscar and Ma Hongjun. What do you want, Luofuji? Ma Hongjun struggled to rise. What do I want? Luofuji snapped his fingers. You seem to have forgotten the consequences, haven't you? It appears your Shrek Academy has taken my words lightly. Oscar had shrunk into his small cart, revealing only his trembling legs. Occupying land unlawfully and refusing to pay taxes, and you dare to come here to recruit? Luofuji seized the recruitment poster from Ma Hongjun's hands, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Listen here, unless you three consume this pile of posters today, you shall not leave. Am I included? Yinzu, encircled by the gang of red-clad men, raised an eyebrow at Luofuji's mention of you three, asserting, This has nothing to do with me. I care not whether it involves you. Misfortune has befallen you by mere chance. Luofuji waved his hand. Make them eat. Truly. It is futile to reason with a fool. Yinzu couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the recklessness of this individual. At Luofuji's command, his lackeys advanced to subdue Ma Hongjun, dragging out the cowering Oscar from beneath the cart, forcing the low-quality ink-laden posters into their mouths. Meanwhile, Yinzu's assailants fared poorly. As soon as they approached him, they were met with an overwhelming gust of force that disfigured their faces. In a swift motion, Yanzu turned and executed a high side kick, causing the heads of 3 men to explode on impact, blood gushing forth like a geyser. The torrential spray of vivid crimson drenched everyone present, leaving them stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Yanzu looked at the bloodstains on his clothes with an expression of utter disdain. His hands, unsure of where to wipe, clenched in frustration as he cursed, "Damn it. You beasts have ruined my clothes. This smell is utterly revolting." Oscar, having grasped the situation, felt a wave of nausea wash over him and collapsed to the ground, retching. Ma Hongjun, terrified, found his legs turning to jelly. Although he yearned to seize the opportunity to flee, he was rooted to the spot. "Oh dear, I've miscalculated the force," Yanzu remarked, surveying his surroundings with growing concern. He realized he was situated in the heart of Soto City. Despite the arrival of Lovsky causing many pedestrians to retreat in fear, there were still plenty of onlookers sneaking glances. Such a dramatic scene was indeed unforgettable. "You!" Lovsky exclaimed, startled by Yanzu's indifferent and languid gaze. Initially struck with trepidation, he stepped back a few paces, yet as a prince of Balak. He knew Soto City was under the control of their royal family. Thus, despite his fear, upon seeing a contingent of soldiers rushing towards them, he regained his composure and pointed at Yanzu, shouting, "You little rascal! Your Shrek truly dares to rebel." With a faint smile, Yanzu remarked, "If you say so, then it must be true." However, Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Before their departure, Flander had incessantly cautioned them to return promptly after distributing the flyers, urging them to flee at the sight of Barak and his entourage. Clearly, Flander and his companions were confident in their abilities and unafraid of Barak's men, yet it was imperative to recognize that they were dealing with royalty and the Shrek Academy, being an unremarkable institution, had no justification to provoke trouble. Unfortunately, the current situation had taken a turn for the worse. As Ma Hongjun and Oscar found themselves in dire straits, they had barely entered the city when they were apprehended by Lovsky, who roamed the streets of Soto. To make matters worse, this unknown individual had mistakenly been identified as one of Shrek's own, unjustly tarnishing the Academy's reputation. "Director, help me," Oscar cried out in desperation. "Seize them," Lovsky commanded, his hands sweeping through the air, and the soldiers encircling them brandished their long spears, ready to advance. Yanzu did not anticipate that Qian Rinshue's words would come to fruition so swiftly. He had no intention of resorting to a bloodbath in Suatua City. Thus he opted for the plan he had previously mentioned, to curse the mother before cursing the child, and to capture the leader before apprehending the followers. With a swift step forward, Yanzu grasped the throat of Lofuki, causing his pupils to constrict in an instant. In a mere moment, Lofuki's life was firmly held in Yanzu's grasp. Despite Lofuki's robust physique, he was lifted effortlessly by Yanzu as if he were a mere chick, his feet dangling above the ground as he struggled in vain. Yanzu surveyed the soldiers around him, who dared not move. His mind raced. Having committed such an act in broad daylight, he realized that he could not wash his hands of it. Perhaps it would be wiser to take the initiative and accuse the Barak royal family of collusion with the Douluo, plotting rebellion. Would such a scheme be viable? He pondered, though he held little confidence in its feasibility. Yet, he could not conceive of any alternative, leaving the rest to Qian Rinshue. After all, he was her man. He merely needed to assert that he was sent by Xue Qinghe. "I come on behalf of the Crown Prince to thoroughly investigate the Barak royal family's collusion with the Douluo and their intentions of rebellion. Surrender your weapons and you shall not be harmed," he proclaimed, infusing his words with tremendous vigor, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. The soldiers, upon hearing this declaration, trembled involuntarily. Lofuki's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, an emotional shift that did not escape Yanzu's keen observation. Could it be true? Yanzu mused inwardly, realizing he had merely been blustering, yet there seemed to be genuine intrigue within the Barak royal family. Heaven, oh heaven. The internal turmoil is indeed profound. Lofuki, firmly grasped by Yanzu, found himself speechless. The soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were caught in a dilemma, neither daring to advance nor retreat. Observing their hesitation, Yanzu propelled himself forward with a single powerful push, causing the ground to fracture around him. A veritable storm of dust and debris swirling into the air, shaking the very heavens. The soldiers, having witnessed Yanzu's formidable prowess and lacking a decisive leader to issue commands, were instantly struck with terror, their spirits shattered, and they relinquished their weapons, devoid of any will to fight. As Yanzu observed the crowd parting to clear a path, he glanced at the captive, Lofuki, and let out a cold chuckle, contemplating that now that the words had been spoken, he would uncover the truth. Previously, the Lord of Nodding City had indeed presented gifts to the Barak royal family. The world is fraught with corruption, and he did not feel unjust in targeting Barak. With this thought, Yanzu ascended into the sky, lifting Barak with him, leaving behind a throng of dazed soldiers and onlookers huddled in corners, captivated by the unfolding drama. Which way to the Barak palace? Yanzu relaxed his grip as he inquired of Lofuki. "Are you truly sent by the palace?" Lofuki stammered in resistance. "Incorrect answer," Yanzu replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he delivered a resounding slap to Lofuki's face. The seemingly light blow sent Lofuki reeling, his senses spinning, nearly losing consciousness. Once Lofuki indicated the correct direction, Yanzu made a beeline for the Barak Palace. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, the Barak Palace appeared to be in a state of celebration, or perhaps it was merely the daily indulgences of the aristocracy. The palace was alive with a vibrant atmosphere of song and dance, and there, adorned with a crown, sat the king of Barak. With a thunderous crash, Yanzu landed in the center of the dance floor, Lofuki in tow. The air was immediately filled with screams, the clanking of armor from the soldiers rushing to defend their king, and the chaotic clamor of clashing weapons. "What is happening?" bellowed the king of Barak, his imposing figure resembling that of a bear as he rose from his throne. Before anyone could clarify the situation, a figure was hurled toward him. The king instinctively prepared to swat it away, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar visage of his son, Lofuki. Before he could utter a single word, the king's chest felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. By the time he regained his breath, he found himself pinned to the ground, along with his unfortunate son, trapped beneath a single foot. As the dust settled on the dance floor and the onlookers regained their composure, soldiers brandishing weapons cautiously approached. In that moment, a stranger, a young boy, had taken a seat upon the Barak throne. To the eyes of the assembly, the boy sat unceremoniously across the throne, one foot resting upon it, while the other did not touch the ground. Instead, between him and the earth lay the most esteemed king and prince of Barak, entwined like sausage and bacon in a wrap, crushed beneath his feet. Yanzu cast a sweeping glance around him, then snapped his fingers at the maid crouching beside the artificial hill. "My dear, could you fetch me a glass of champagne?" Chapter 47, The Accusation, Part 2. The maid was gripped by an overwhelming fear, nearly rendered incapable of rational thought. She sensed the terrifying intellect concealed beneath the calm demeanor of the youth before her, daring not to provoke him in the slightest. She trembled as she rose and extended the tray in her hands. However, an unfortunate incident unfolded. Her hands shook. Several glasses of champagne toppled, drenching Yanzu. "Oh dear, not even a sip of refreshment," he exclaimed, rising to his feet, stepping upon two individuals beneath him. He leaned closer to the maid, playfully toying with a strand of her hair. Noticing her entire body quivering, he chuckled. "Do not be afraid, my dear. Am I about to devour you?" With that, Yanzu embraced the maid, settling back onto his throne. One hand caressed her thigh while the other savored the supple curves of her form. "I understand," he murmured, soothing the trembling figure in his arms while addressing the wary onlookers. "You must be quite curious about who this fellow is and what he is doing here. Relax a little. That way, we can avoid soiling our garments." As Yanzu's voice faded, a torrent of immense energy surged forth from his eyes, obliterating a sudden soul sand in midair, cleaving him asunder. The charred remnants, exuding a nauseating odor, landed on the ground with a distinctly muffled thud. Yanzu cast another glance around the grand hall, and this time, they all fell silent. Sighing softly, Yanzu shook his head and lamented. Why is it that some individuals persist in ignoring counsel? Is there still anyone who wishes to stir things up? The entire banquet hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yanzu nodded and said, "Very well, we can now address the matter at hand. First and foremost, I am here at the behest of His Highness the Crown Prince to address the clandestine dealings of the Barak Kingdom with the Star Alliance. All of you present are esteemed individuals of high standing and should be aware of the two significant incidents that previously transpired in the Heavenly Empire. Indeed, these heinous acts were orchestrated by the Barak royal family. The Barak king, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, attempted to argue, but Yanzu firmly held him in place, rendering him unable to move or speak. The majority of those present harbored skepticism towards Yanzu's claims. They were, after all, allies of the Barak royal family, some even being trusted confidants. They were well aware of their lord's actions, and while they may have sought to curry favor on both sides, to assert that the Barak royal family was responsible for those two grave incidents was indeed a ludicrous proposition. What advantage could possibly be gained from such an assertion? Yet, none dared to utter a word in protest. The memory of the moment when the soul saint perished was still vivid, and the consequences faced by those who dared to stand out were well known, leaving the rest too fearful to voice their thoughts. Yanzu cleared his throat and continued. His Highness the Crown Prince has decreed that this matter is the doing of the Barak royal family. We need only to hold the principal offenders accountable. As for the others, those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will face dire consequences. I have spoken. Is there anyone who opposes? A voice trembled from the crowd. What are we to do? Yanzu clapped his hands with a smile, pointing towards the individual who had posed the question. An excellent inquiry. I shall escort these two back to Tindo for royal judgment. Before His Majesty appoints a new ruler, you must each attend to your duties. I will return here before nightfall. You will have ample time to articulate their crimes. His Highness will exercise leniency. Now, go fetch some paper and ink." With that, Yanzu did not linger. He seized the two individuals beneath his feet and soared away from the scene. Naturally, Yanzu had no intention of taking them to Tindo City. Rather, in a secluded grove on the outskirts of Sudu City, he cast the two men onto the grass. "Who exactly are you?" King Balak inquired, gazing at Yanzu. "You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you, so why bother?" Yanzu spat at them and, with a mere gesture, unleashed a scorching ray that vaporized the two men, then departed with a flourish. Upon arriving in Tindo City, Yin Zhu made his way directly to the prince's residence. At that moment, Qian Rinxue, resembling the serene snow Qinghe, regarded Yin Zhu's sudden appearance with an unsettling premonition. Let me guess, this cannot bode well, Qian Rinxue remarked. Incorrect, it is indeed good news. Yin Zhu replied as he took a seat opposite her and poured himself a cup of tea. Oh, Qian Rinxue's interest was piqued. Then I shall listen attentively. Yin Zhu chuckled and said, I have just disposed of King Balak and his son, in your name. Qian Rinxue's smile gradually froze. She took a deep breath, pressed her lips together, and then exhaled slowly, asking, then, what was the reason? Yin Zhu was acutely aware of Qian Rinxue's immense fury and promptly stated, I have accused them of clandestinely collaborating with the Star Alliance, harboring intentions of rebellion. Moreover, I have also implicated them in the previous 2 incidents. Well done indeed. Qian Rinxue commended with a smile. Please refrain from smiling so ominously, Yin Zhu replied. Based on my observations, there is indeed a plausible chance that they are in league with the Star Alliance. Plausible? Qian Rinxue retorted. You would execute them merely on such a possibility? They are not insignificant figures. They belong to the royal family of the principality. If you slay them, I shall have to contend with the Snow Knight Emperor, rather than BB Dong. Regardless, as long as it is justified, it should suffice, should it not? Is the charge of conspiring with the Star Alliance not grave enough to warrant their demise? Furthermore, we can also attribute the earlier assassination attempt on Prince Xuexing to them. Yin Zhu remarked nonchalantly. Then where's the evidence? Qian Rinxue, realizing Yin Zhu's unyielding stance, began to contemplate a solution. Yin Zhu remarked, before my arrival, I fortuitously encountered the grand banquet of King Balak, where the nobles are likely preoccupied with detailing the transgressions of the Balak royal family. I find myself at a loss with you. Qian Rinxue leaned back, resting one hand upon her face, overwhelmed by a profound weariness. While one cannot fault your actions, the methods employed are undeniably reminiscent of a true scoundrel. Yin Zhu chuckled. You have the audacity to criticize me while infiltrating a foreign country to poison the prince? Qian Rinxue straightened her posture and replied, so, in your scheme, what am I to do next? Yin Zhu replied, send someone to take over the fief of the Balak kingdom and organize the evidence of crimes I have collected, deceiving the Snow Knight Emperor. Qian Rinxue contemplated. While this reasoning is sound, it is still quite excessive for me to unilaterally handle the royal affairs of a principality. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor is already on edge. I cannot predict how he might react upon hearing this news. What else can he do? Yin Zhu retorted, the bones in the grave are but remnants. Had you not delayed, I would have dealt with him as well. Qian Rinxue countered, acting in haste will only plunge the Tindo Empire into chaos. Our spirit hall lacks the strength to stabilize it at present. We must consolidate the power of the various branches. Since you have this intention, I shall certainly do my utmost. Very well, I shall return to the Balak Palace. This evening, I will present the evidence I have gathered to you, after which, everything will be in your hands. Yin Zhu concluded, and without further delay, he departed for the Balak Palace. Chapter 48. A feast of excess. Under the overwhelming intimidation of absolute power, no one dared defy Yin Zhu's commands, be they from the Balak or the Tindo royal families. For these noble officials, it mattered not whom they served. They were merely seeking to preserve their own interests amidst the feasting and revelry. Upon Yin Zhu's arrival at the Balak Palace, those present had already prepared their respective testimonies, submitting these pledges of loyalty to him with a chilling silence. Even those who harbored thoughts of escape were disregarded by Yin Zhu. He collected everything and then flew to Tindo City to find Qian Rinxue. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had formulated her own narrative and communicated with the Spirit Hall to accelerate the construction of the branch halls while discreetly increasing troop deployments. With Yin Zhu's presence, she resolved to prepare for the imminent capture of Tindo. It seems they truly are not worth mourning, Qian Rinxue mused, gazing at the mountain of documents piled upon her desk, sighing softly. So, have we made significant progress on the path to justice? Shouldn't I be rewarded? Yin Zhu declared with pride. To prevent Yin Zhu from imposing any grand schemes upon her, Qian Rinxue decided to engage him in a thorough discussion regarding their forthcoming strategic direction. She unfolded the map of the Tindo Empire and beckoned to Yin Zhu. Come here. Yin Zhu approached and stood beside Qian Rinxue, enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance that emanated from her. Although she presently bore the guise of Xueqinghe, Yin Zhu felt a stir in his heart as he gazed upon her fair chin framed by cascading golden locks. Qian Rinxue was poised to discuss the map with him, her finger tracing its contours, when suddenly, a shiver coursed through her, raising goosebumps across her skin. She abruptly turned and retreated, exclaiming, Hey, moments ago. Yin Zhu had succumbed to temptation and gently kissed her cheek. Qian Rinxue stared at Yin Zhu with a look of astonishment, then reached up to touch her face, confirming that she remained in disguise. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, I am truly in awe of you. Taking a couple of steps back to lean against the chair, she continued, I am, after all, Xueqinghe. Yin Zhu rubbed his temple and said, It matters not. What is essential is that I am well aware of your identity. I wish to discuss serious matters with you. Could you be a bit more composed? Qian Rinxue felt a twinge of irritation. After receiving Yin Zhu's affirmative response, she returned to her seat. However, barely 2 steps into her walk, Yin Zhu inquired, I am quite curious. In such a state, do you possess that? Which one? Qian Rinxue queried. Yanzu pointed to himself and inquired, what about this? How do you usually relieve yourself? Standing or squatting? Is there nothing else you wish to say? Qian Rinxue maintained a stoic expression. Her curiosity was piqued. Yanzu was genuinely eager to know. Qian Rinxue had been sent to the Heavendo Empire as an undercover agent when she was still in her single digits. If transformation entailed a complete metamorphosis of the body, it is difficult to fathom the psychological turmoil Qian Rinxue experienced upon witnessing her own dramatic change for the first time. I have no time to indulge your frivolities. If you can listen, then listen. If not, amuse yourself, Qian Rinxue admonished Yanzu with her hands on her hips. Yanzu remarked, well, I shall eventually come to understand. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a chill run down her spine. Nevertheless, she had obligations to fulfill. She proceeded to brief Yanzu on the current state of the Tindo Empire. Yet, the latter exhibited no interest, leaving Qian Rinxue under the misguided impression that he had absorbed her words. Consequently, she felt reassured and ventured into the palace to meet the Snow Night Emperor. By the time she returned to Sotoa City, it was already late at night. The events of the day had become fodder for conversation. Those who had completed a day of soul training, including Yu Tianheng, had heard the rumors and, after inquiring about the details, largely concluded that Yanzu was the orchestrator of the incident. Qin Ming had deliberately waited until the late hours to intercept Yanzu upon his return to the inn. It was I who did it. What of it? Yanzu openly confessed to his earlier actions of dispatching the Barak royal guards. Although Qin Ming had braced himself for this revelation, he could not help but change countenance upon hearing Yanzu's admission. Azu, this is the territory of the Barak kingdom. Your actions have stirred considerable trouble. Do not make a fuss. I merely eliminated a few scoundrels. One less is one less. Rest assured, I have addressed the issue at its source. There shall be no repercussions, Yanzu retorted, disinterested in prolonging the conversation with Qin Ming. He left that statement hanging in the air and retreated to his chamber. Teacher Qin has been waiting for you for quite some time. Have you seen him? Yilingling inquired of Yanzu. Yanzu leaped onto the bed, embracing Yilingling, and inquired, have you seen it? What is the matter? Are you going to pose that question to me as well? Naturally, this is no trivial matter. Yilingling replied, how could one not be concerned about such things? Yanzu gently patted Yulingling's shoulder and reassured her, do not worry, I act under the auspices of the Crown Prince. They cannot harm me. Moreover, the kingdom of Balak is on the brink of becoming a mere memory. Intrigued by his words, Yilingling inquired further, why do you say that? What has transpired? Yanzu pondered for a moment, believing that Ling Ling had the right to know the truth. He recounted how he had, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, ruthlessly eliminated the king and his son of the Balak kingdom. Ling Ling gasped in shock, covering her mouth with one hand. She had never anticipated that while she trained with her comrades in the arena of souls, Yanzu had independently orchestrated such a monumental shift in the leadership of Balak. What prompted such a drastic course of action? Ling Ling was astonished by Yanzu's audacity. Who would dare to eliminate a king over a mere street altercation? It was unavoidable, Yanzu replied. Such individuals will relentlessly pursue their desires. If I do not eliminate them, shall I then target the soldiers who serve them? But they are royalty, Ling Ling expressed her lingering concern. Do not fret. Such trivial matters can be entrusted to Xue Qinghe. Yanzu dismissed her worries nonchalantly. It seems you do not hold the crown prince in high regard, Ling Ling observed, noting Yanzu's casual reference to Xue Qinghe. Why do you say that? He inquired. Are you not affiliated with the crown prince? Shouldn't you address him with greater respect? Ling Ling questioned. Our relationship is one of collaboration, not subordination, Yanzu stated candidly. Ling Ling, you need only to understand what I am about to say. I share Xue Qinghe's vision and capabilities regarding governance. And thus I aim to assist him in realizing his ambitions, which, of course, also benefits me. Therefore, you need not be alarmed by any actions I may undertake. Revolutions, after all, are inherently monumental. I am not concerned about that. My only worry is for you. Do you understand? Ling Ling buried her head against Yanzu's chest. I have no one but you. I understand, but you must also trust in your husband, Yanzu chuckled. I am invincible. Yet, as he spoke of invincibility, a knot of unease stirred within him. After a passionate night with Ling Ling, as he gazed upon her serene sleeping face, he contemplated the advice of Yu Tianheng. Realizing it was indeed time to clarify the root of the issues at hand for a more effective resolution. The following morning, after parting ways with Ling Ling, Yanzu returned to the palace of Balak. Beyond his intended tasks, he was curious to witness what a palace devoid of a king resembled. The answer was decay. Initially, the servants appeared restrained, but what is a palace if not a realm of wealth and temptation? From the king's closest aides downward, chaos ensued, with those in power corrupting the riches of the palace. As Yanzu wandered through the palace, those who had witnessed his methods were too terrified to act recklessly. Yet some were oblivious, resulting in a bloodbath. After dealing with a few indiscreet individuals to set an example, the palace briefly regained order. I am your king until a new appointee arrives. Yanzu's thunderous proclamation reverberated throughout the palace, showcasing the remarkable power of his soul energy. Having grasped the situation within the palace, Yanzu commanded the gathering of the maidens and concubines. The number was substantial, each one radiating beauty, their garments often sheer, showcasing their exquisite figures. Indeed, the royal lineage understood the art of indulgence. Yinzu observed the trembling figures of those present and reassured them, "Do not be afraid. I have summoned you for an experiment." However, his attempts at comfort proved futile, as fear lingered among them. Thus, Yinzu altered his approach, stating, "Let us proceed one by one." After surveying the assembly, he noticed the maid who had spilled wine on herself during the banquet and beckoned her forward. The maid, head bowed, approached and saluted, inquiring, "What is your command, my lord?" "I have a question for you," Yinzu said, lifting her chin. "What is your dream?" The maid, taken aback by his inquiry and already gripped by fear, found herself momentarily speechless. "Think carefully," Yinzu smiled. "This may be the closest you come to your dream." Perhaps fearing that a prolonged silence would provoke him, she quickly responded, "I wish to go home." "Is that all?" Yinzu raised an eyebrow, realizing her desire for freedom. "Very well, I grant you this. Not only may you return home, but you may also journey wherever your heart desires, provided you are willing to pay a price." As he spoke, his hand glided from her chin to the nape of her neck, fingers entwined in her silky hair, drawing her closer. He then whispered in her ear, "Please me just once." Upon hearing Yinzu's provocative words, the maid's initial trepidation began to dissipate. As a palace servant, her role was to cater to the desires of others. Thus, his request seemed trivial, though not entirely voluntary. She had long accepted her fate as a tame plaything. Observing her dazed expression, Yinzu did not wait for a response. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to the grand bed in the chamber. "I should have brought a couple more," Yinzu mused, gazing at the expansive bed that exceeded 4 meters in width. The maid, understanding his implication, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "My lord, allow me to serve you." Yinzu was thoroughly captivated by her enchanting voice, and with a swift motion, he laid her upon the bed, preparing to loosen her garments. However, the maid, rising gracefully, assisted Yinzu in changing attire. As he admired her exquisite curves through the fabric from head to toe, he spoke, "Once this matter is concluded, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you have any other requests, feel free to voice them." Upon reaching the bed, the maid appeared more at ease, her initial trepidation dissipating as she initiated conversation with Yinzu. "Why, at such a young age, and with so much to offer, do you choose to take pity on someone of my lowly status? Is that not unwise?" Yinzu hesitated before replying, "If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. A deal is a deal. Nay, it is merely that you, my lord, evoke a sense of unease within me," the maid responded anxiously. "There is no need for such pressure. Consider it a simple indulgence," Yinzu declared, foregoing further delay. After the encounter, he fulfilled his promise, catering to the desires of the palace maids, although some requests were beyond reason, such as their wish to accompany him as concubines. Yet, Yinzu was accustomed to living freely, and with Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong by his side, he had enough on his plate. Unless one among them could bear his child, that would be a different matter entirely. Sated after his escapades, Yinzu departed the Balik Palace. Contemplating how even the likes of Dong Zhuo and King Shou could not rival his indulgences, they were mere mortals, while he was made of iron, resolute, and unyielding. As time passed, it seemed that Xue Qinghe had subdued the Snow Knight Emperor, and the Balik Kingdom faded from the continent, becoming a province of the Tindo Empire. The new administrators were allies of Xue Qinghe, and thus the region underwent a remarkable transformation. In the days that followed, Yinzu kept track of the palace mates. Time flew swiftly, and indeed, some among them bore children, yet upon inspection, Yinzu discerned that none bore his lineage. Their appearances and abilities bore no resemblance to his own. Thus, in this new life, Yinzu encountered a profound moment of despair. Was this a consequence? Why was he devoid of the ability to procreate? It was utterly absurd. On this day, the royal battle team departed from Soto City. The opponents at the Soto Great Soul Arena were formidable, and they had spent an entire year here. Ning Rongrong also celebrated another birthday. After a collective celebration within the team, Ning Rongrong and Yu Lingling whispered together on the hotel sofa, while Yinzu immersed himself in a book. He never imagined he would find himself so engrossed in reading, particularly a medical text on preparing for conception. Noticing Ning Rongrong inching closer, Yinzu quickly tucked the book away. She truly grew more enchanting by the day, and what astonished him further was her height, which continued to increase. As he observed Ning Rongrong bending forward to gaze at him, he noted how, in just 2 short years, her youthful innocence had faded, replaced by a vibrant aura of youth. It was difficult to imagine that this very girl could have been easily frightened into submission 2 years prior. "Azu, do you remember my 8th birthday?" Ning Rongrong suddenly inquired of Yinzu. Yinzu inquired, "Of course, what is it, my little ancestor?" "Nothing much." Ning Rongrong straightened her posture, placing her hands on her hips, and asked, "Have you prepared a gift for me this year?" "Certainly," Yinzu feigned preparedness. Speaking with utmost seriousness, "The gift is that I can grant you one wish." "What? You haven't prepared anything at all," Ning Rongrong pouted in disdain. "Goodness. You truly are ungrateful," Yinzu chuckled. "Such words are only uttered by the lamp god. An excellent opportunity lies before you, and you dare claim I have not prepared?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment, yet she realized she had never truly lacked anything in her life. Thus, she found no particular desire burning within her. However, she did feel a twinge of nostalgia for Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, and unconsciously lowered her head, suddenly feeling that everything had lost its significance. She turned and sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Upon witnessing the scene, Yinzu initially presumed that Ning Rongrong's lofty expectations had led to her profound disappointment, which in turn stirred a sense of guilt within him. He rose and approached Ning Rongrong, intending to speak, only to notice the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Oh, could it truly be this grave? Yinzu pondered in astonishment as Ning Rongrong leaned into Yulingling's embrace and softly murmured, I miss home. Yulingling gently caressed Ning Rongrong's head and playfully exchanged a wink with Yinzu. Yinzu contemplated. Shall I mention to teacher Qin Ming tomorrow that I will accompany you back? However, a hint of grievance flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she replied. My father has expressly forbidden me from returning. Yinzu remarked. He also hopes that you can grow and stand on your own, as long as you change your attitude. I believe he is eager to meet you. Really? Ning Rongrong hesitated slightly. Oh, even in prison, one is allowed periodic outings and visits. What are you talking about? Yinzu chuckled. I will take care of this matter. I will bring you back in the blink of an eye. The next morning, after informing Qin Ming, Yinzu set off with Ning Rongrong towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You've grown taller. Carrying you is not as effortless as before, Yinzu said. Facing the wind, Ning Rongrong, perched on Yinzu's back, suddenly recalled the incident from 2 years ago when she was kidnapped. With a hint of reproach, she cast a glance at Yinzu and then leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Yinzu, I know about that incident. What? What incident? Yinzu only heard Ning Rongrong's muffled laughter, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 50, Infertility, Part 1. Do you see it? Yinzu turned his head to Ning Rongrong, who had her chin resting on his shoulder. Due to the rapid speed of their flight, Ning Rongrong had kept her eyes tightly shut the entire time, only now opening them to gaze in bewilderment at the scene below. The various buildings of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School appeared like a miniature model beneath her. Well, we've arrived. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, giving Yinzu a playful tap on the head. You're so fast, Yinzu. Thank you. But refrain from such flattery towards men in the future, Yinzu replied as he prepared to descend, only to be caught by Ning Rongrong gripping his collar. Wait, I want to give them a surprise, she said. You can't provide a surprise, Yinzu retorted. Your grandpa Jian is sitting atop that tower, and he has already seen us coming. Where? I can't see him. Ning Rongrong looked around but could not spot Chen Xian. Of course, you can't see him. Yinzu laughed. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, expressed her suspicion. I suspect you have the ability to see through things. I already possess that ability. Haven't I mentioned it before? Yinzu yawned. Ah? Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she responded. So, does that mean you have seen everything when we are together? Yinzu noticed the rosy blush that suddenly appeared on Ning Rongrong's fair complexion, finding it exceedingly charming. He raised his hand and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Oh, look at you, blushing. But honestly, whether you look or not, it hardly makes a difference. What do you mean? Ning Rongrong pouted. Am I not pretty? Yinzu chuckled, remarking, It looks good, yet the front and back appear quite indistinguishable. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed even more, and she reached out to tug at Yinzu's ear, exclaiming, You naughty rascal. Lingling isn't that big either, and you still get along so well with her. Besides, what need is there for such size? Do you truly have a penchant for the ample? Yinzu shook his head and said, Whether I like it or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the children must not go hungry in the future. Upon mentioning the children, Yinzu realized he was only making himself uncomfortable and suddenly felt devoid of any joyful atmosphere. Ning Rongrong noticed Yinzu's sudden silence and waved her hand in front of him, asking, What is the matter with you? Lost in thought. Come on. Let us go down. It's quite cold. Yinzu took a deep breath and contemplated whether he should take this opportunity to inquire with the knowledgeable Ning Fengji about any possible solutions to his predicament. After all, this was a fantastical realm, and it seemed improbable that even the affliction of infertility could remain unaddressed. Upon arriving at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong tidied her hair and attire, asking Yinzu, How do I look? Should I fetch another outfit to enhance my appearance? Yinzu shook the storage soul guide in his hand and replied, That would be unnecessary. After such a long absence, I naturally wish to present myself in the best light to my family. Ning Rongrong then closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the distinct scent of home. As Ning Rongrong and Yinzu strolled within the sect, Douluo Chen Xian could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to inform Ning Fengji and Gu Rong of Ning Rongrong's return. It was the day after Ning Rongrong's birthday, and the elder gentlemen had been musing over their longing for her, when Chen Xian burst into the hall with fervor. The two men initially feared an intruder, but upon seeing Chen Xian's joyful countenance, they were filled with curiosity. Rongrong has returned, Chen Xian declared succinctly. What? Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exclaimed, their eyes alight with surprise. That rascal Azu has brought Rongrong back, Chen Xian reiterated. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong promptly opened a teleportation portal to his chamber, where he retrieved several exquisite brocade boxes. He had prepared gifts for Ning Rongrong, who had celebrated 2 birthdays away from home, intending to present them secretly. However, given Ning Fengji's explicit prohibition, they had remained untouched, gathering dust. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji's initial joy was tinged with hesitation as he addressed Chen Xian. I instructed Yinzu to assist Rongrong in her growth. Yet he has returned with her now. Has he succumbed to her persistent pleas? This cannot bode well. Chen Xian glanced at Ning Fengji and remarked, Rong Rong has been away for 2 years. After finally returning, you express such concerns? Ning Fengji furrowed his brows and retorted, Jian Shu is overly indulgent with her. Had it not been for you and Gu Shu protecting her since childhood, I would not have needed to send her out on a journey. Chen Xian shook his head. Enough of this quarrel. Rong Rong will be here shortly. You are aware of her sentiments upon returning home after her birthday. Regardless, we must ensure her happiness. With a sigh of resignation, Ning Fengji gazed at the entrance, pondering, by the way, why hasn't she arrived yet? Chen Xian chuckled, Rong Rong has already returned. As Ning Fengji was lost in thought, a pair of youthful, cool hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ning Fengji felt unqualified to chastise Chen Xian and Gu Rong. In this moment, his paternal heart melted. All notions of trials and growth seemed trivial. He yearned solely to see how much Rong Rong had changed and what she had experienced over the past 2 years. In truth, Rong Rong had stealthily circled around Yanzu to stand behind Ning Fengji, eavesdropping on his words. After 2 years of trials and interactions with the imperial combatants, she had matured beyond her previously self-centered self. Hearing her father's expectations once more filled her heart with warmth, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Rong Rong. Welcome home. Ning Fengji turned and embraced her, feeling as if 1,000 words had distilled into those few simple ones. Humph. Rong Rong playfully thumped her fist against her father's chest. Did you not say I was not allowed to return? What a liar. Ning Fengji, caught between amusement and exasperation at her contradictory words, allowed her to play with his hair as he replied. I mentioned that as long as you felt ready to shoulder everything, you could return. So how do you feel now? To what extent have you grown over these 2 years? Rong Rong huffed. I haven't grown at all, not one bit. What will you do? Will you cast me out? Chen Xian interjected. What nonsense is this? Rong Rong, this is your home. You may return whenever you wish. Come, give Jian Grandpa a hug. As Rong Rong approached Chen Xian, they both recognized the significant transformation she had undergone over the past 2 years. Chen Xian placed his hands on her shoulders, admiring. Our Rong Rong has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Azu, you are fortunate. What do you mean by that? Rong Rong inquired, intrigued, clearing his throat. Ning Fengji thought it best not to mention her potential marriage to Yanzu just yet, especially since he was uncertain about their relationship over these 2 years. However, Rong Rong's curiosity was piqued, and just as she was about to press for more information, Gu Rong appeared with the carefully prepared gifts, instantly diverting Rong Rong's attention, resulting in a joyous atmosphere. Throughout that day, Rong Rong enthusiastically shared her experiences from the past 2 years with the 3 elder men until late into the night. After neglecting Yanzu for the entire day, Ning Fengji finally turned to him, mindful of the recent significant matters Yanzu had undertaken, which had left Ning Fengji somewhat apprehensive. Yet, before Ning Fengji could speak, Yanzu interjected, Father, I wish to consult you about something. Oh, what is it? Ning Fengji inquired, intrigued by Yanzu's grave demeanor. Well, Yanzu hesitated before asking, is there a way to facilitate having children more effectively? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji leaned back slightly in surprise. Azu, are you implying something? What implication? Yanzu sighed ruefully, I'm being quite explicit here. Ning Fengji coughed lightly, recalling Rong Rong's graceful figure. It was natural for a young couple spending time together to be unable to restrain themselves. Thus, he replied. Very well, I will first discuss this with Rong Rong to gauge her thoughts and choose an appropriate date for your wedding. No, 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 Yanzu exclaimed. Realizing Ning Fengji had misconstrued his words, he placed an arm around his father's shoulder and whispered, Father, that is not what I meant. I have recently discovered that I am unable to father children. What do you mean by that? Ning Fengji was taken aback, staring at Yanzu in disbelief. The gravity of such a matter was difficult to articulate repeatedly. Yanzu gazed at Ning Fengji with a forlorn expression. I would not jest about such things, Father. Through my own verification, I have come to the conclusion that I am incapable of making a woman conceive. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji glanced around cautiously, gesturing for the onlookers nearby to leave. He then led Yanzu to a quiet pavilion and asked, Tell me, is it that you cannot perform? Not at all. Yanzu straightened his posture. I am quite capable in that regard. Oh, Ning Fengji nodded slowly, contemplating, could it be a matter of bad luck? Even for normal individuals, it isn't always immediate. Yanzu shook his head and remarked, how can one be so unfortunate as to remain childless for 2 years? Is it possible that amidst dozens of people, not a single one can emerge? Ning Fengji sighed, patting Yanzu's shoulder, and said, Do not fret. Such trivial matters shall be handled by your father. Trivial? This is far from a minor issue, Yanzu replied. Ning Fengji adopted an air of confidence. Rising to his feet as he declared, there is no need for haste. Every man encounters moments of frustration. Even someone as formidable as you, Azu, is no exception. Since you have returned after such a long absence, why not extend your stay with Rong Rong for a few more days? I shall assist you in searching for a solution. Seeing Ning Fengji so confident, Yanzu truly suspected him to be a seasoned veteran, which rekindled his spirit. Azu, please follow me, Ning Fengji said, rising to leave, with Azu closely trailing behind. As they proceeded, Ning Fengji exchanged a few words with several servants before leading Yinzu to a hot spring. The two indulged in the warmth of the spring while engaging in casual conversation. During their discourse, Ning Fengji mentioned the recent actions of the Crown Prince regarding the King of Balak and his son, to which Yinzu candidly admitted his involvement. The Crown Prince's actions also took me by surprise, Ning Fengji remarked, gazing at the myriad stars above. Indeed, no one is flawless. I once found the Crown Prince truly remarkable, yet with the passage of time, his ambitions have begun to surface. If this continues, I fear that one day, the Crown Prince may resort to a palace coup. Yinzu remarked. He is the Crown Prince. The throne rightfully belongs to him, whether it is bestowed early or late. It is not as if the great emperor of that snowy night governed the heavenly Dou particularly well, is it? Ning Fengji posed a different question. Azu. To what extent do your actions reflect His Highness the Crown Prince's intentions? Yinzu remarked, if you were to say that, does she account for merely one part of the entirety? Ning Fengji, lost in contemplation, refrained from offering any judgment. After finishing their visit to the hot springs, Ning Fengji led Yinzu to an elegant garden. As Yinzu stepped into the vicinity, merely strolling through the garden and inhaling the myriad of fragrant aromas, he felt an inexplicable exhilaration, as though every ounce of his energy was being drawn outward by those enchanting scents. Do you not find it immensely refreshing? Ning Fengji turned back to gaze at Yinzu, inquiring. Yinzu gazed at Ning Fengji, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Despite his youth, the effects of the exotic fragrance seemed to rejuvenate him further. What shall we do? Yinzu inquired. Ning Fengji smiled and replied, naturally. We have important matters to attend to. He led Yinzu into a room adorned with dreamy lighting, predominantly in soft shades of purple, creating a romantic ambience. Through the layers of gauzy curtains, Yinzu discerned two young women seated on the grand bed at the far end of the chamber. Ning Fengji rummaged through a drawer and eventually produced a crystal vial, from which he carefully extracted 2 blue pills. Azu, take a look at this, he said. Yinzu stared at the pills for a moment before asking, and then? Ning Fengji explained, these are called concentration pills. They can rapidly condense the essence within one's body over a short period. Typically, men abstain for 2 weeks before daring to consume them. Do you understand what I mean? Yinzu acknowledged the information, but remained skeptical. I comprehend, but father, can I truly rely on this alone given my situation? Take it slow. We must clarify the issues step by step. You're so young, why rush? Ning Fengji placed the 2 concentration pills into Yinzu's hand, giving him a gentle pat on the backside. Off you go, little tiger. Don't keep the young ladies waiting, for that would be impolite. With that, Ning Fengji exited the room and moved into another. Yinzu consumed the concentrated essence, and indeed felt a warm surge in his lower abdomen. He hurried inside, lifted the curtain, and beheld 2 individuals upon the bed. One was petite, exuding a gentle and endearing aura, while the other possessed a tall and graceful stature. Her beauty strikingly cold. However, what intrigued Yinzu the most were the peculiar attributes that set them apart from ordinary beings. The petite girl sported a pair of rabbit ears atop her head, while the tall maiden had either fluffy dog ears or cat ears. Yinzu found it difficult to discern which. Master Yinzu, we humbly request your guidance. The 2 maidens knelt on the bed, bowing in reverence. As they prostrated themselves, Yinzu caught sight of their tails, one resembling a short, fluffy rabbit tail, undeniably adorable, and the other a gently swaying tail, presumably that of a dog, brimming with playful allure. Yinzu gazed in a state of daze, climbing onto the bed and reaching out to gently knead the pair of rabbit ears. This action seemed to provoke a delightful response, as the rabbit girl suddenly trembled violently, causing her cotton candy-like posterior to quiver in unison, undeniably adorable. Lord Yinzu, this feels quite uncomfortable. The rabbit girl raised her head, cradling her ears with her hands. Yinzu looked at her. Her face was flushed with a delicate pink hue, her eyes shimmering with a wave of emotions, almost as if she were on the brink of losing her senses. Is it forbidden to touch rabbit ears? Yinzu pondered, oblivious to the nuances, only aware of his overwhelming excitement, for she was indeed a beast girl. Yinzu reminisced that such beings indeed exist in the Douluo continent, their physical aberrations resulting from the mutation of martial souls. Unable to conceal these transformations, individuals of this kind are often regarded as outcasts and face discrimination. However, they are also sought after by certain aristocrats who find their uniqueness alluring, catering to the curiosity of many. Ning Fengji is one such individual, affluent and extravagant. He delights in collecting rare treasures from across the globe, frequently gracing auction venues worldwide. He seems particularly fond of these beast women, as noted in the original text, where it is mentioned that he was willing to spend lavishly to outbid Prince Xuexing for a pair of catgirls. Although Ning Fengji claims that such mutated beast men are prone to be 1 in a million cultivation geniuses, it appears that this statement serves merely to uphold his dignity as the leader of his sect. The weight of his esteemed reputation is indeed substantial, yet it is far preferable to the ostentatious excesses of those who indulge without restraint. After Yinzu had finished gently caressing the rabbit ears, he turned his gaze towards another girl and inquired, "May I have the pleasure of viewing your tail?" The girl, with her ethereal and porcelain complexion, flushed with a hint of shyness, Her long eyelashes fluttered delicately as she remained silent, obediently turning around and bending down to reveal her tail for Yanzu to admire. Yanzu leaned in for a closer look. Goodness, this was not merely a whimsical ornament, nor the manifestation of soul power upon summoning a martial spirit. It was, in fact, a genuine tail. Yanzu swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation to reach out and touch the tail. The young lady turned her head to gaze at Yanzu, her expression one of embarrassment. Is it permissible? Yanzu inquired, releasing his grasp on the tail. Please be gentle, my lord Yanzu, she replied. Chapter 52. Infertility, Part 3. Yanzu had once heard the phrase the higher you stand, the colder it gets. Yet, while the heights may indeed harbor an unapproachable chill, they also unveil vistas and experiences unattainable to the ordinary person. Just like now, where within Yanzu's embrace lies one, while another rests upon him. He finally comprehended why Ning Fengji held such affection for these transformed beast maidens. Their charming ears, expressive tails, and their unique reflexes and sensitivities were utterly irresistible. As morning dawned, Ning Fengji sent attendants to assist Yanzu with his ablutions. The two beast maidens, upon their departure, exchanged whispers, and Yanzu distinctly caught snippets of their conversation. Sister, what do you think? Is there a chance? It should be fine, right? If only we could. Indeed, the master has said that if it is possible, he would acknowledge us as his daughters. In the grand hall, Ning Fengji observed the refreshed Yanzu and inquired, how do you feel? I suppose it is up to fate, Yanzu replied, fully aware in his heart that the odds were likely unfavorable. The outcome would only become evident after some time. In truth, Ning Fengji was even more anxious about this matter than Yanzu himself. If Yanzu is unable to bear children, can he still wed Rong? Should he choose not to marry her, would that not constitute a betrayal of his word? Moreover, having reached this juncture, Ning Fengji might fear that Yanzu would instantly sever ties with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school should he refuse. However, if they were to wed, what would become of the lineage of the Seven Treasures glazed tile? Would it truly be feasible to marry Rong to Yanzu and then seek another to assist her in conception? Alas, perhaps he should simply have another child himself. Ning Fengji resolved that from this day forth, he would also strive diligently. Rong would marry Yanzu, and he would bear another to inherit the martial spirit of the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda. Naturally, he would not take a second wife, for the position of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's matriarch is not one that just anyone can occupy, and this consideration is also to spare Rong's feelings. Azu, it seems you have never mentioned your parents to me. Ning Fengji suddenly recalled and inquired. You never asked, so I didn't say anything. I assumed you had already looked into it, Yanzu replied. Is there something specific you wish to know about them? Certainly. Ning Fengji expressed his curiosity about the origins of such an extraordinary being. That may disappoint you. They are quite ordinary, Yanzu stated. Ordinary to the extent that they fled to the countryside for a stable life. Why not bring them to the sect? Ning Fengji suggested. Yanzu pondered. Would he then unintentionally perish in the soul-hunting operation of the spirit hall? Although his presence should have created a notable impact, the overarching strategy of Bibi Dong and her faction would remain unchanged, and she would inevitably make significant moves. Nonetheless, regardless of Bibi Dong's reckless actions, Spirit City would ultimately remain secure, as it was the stronghold of the Spirit Hall, a convergence of the continent's elite forces, and under the protection of the Angel God, offering Yanzu a profound sense of reassurance. Currently, they were in Spirit City. Yanzu remarked that he was discovered by the Spirit Hall earlier, and since Spirit City was quite hospitable, they decided to settle there. Speaking of Spirit City, reports from various informants indicated that the activities of the Spirit Hall were becoming increasingly frequent. Ning Fengji noted that previously, due to the incident involving Prince Xuexing, the Spirit Hall's expansion had essentially stagnated. However, the Crown Prince had attributed those two matters to the Balak royal family, leading to a relaxation of control from the Spirit Hall. The Crown Prince should have noticed this. I must discuss the matter with him. With that, Ning Fengji instructed someone to summon Gu Rong to accompany him on his outing. Meanwhile, Ning Rong's emotional return home was short-lived. She soon found her stay at home too tedious and was eager to venture out with the others from the royal fighting team to experience the continent. Coincidentally, Ning Fengji was also in a hurry to leave, marking the end of this homecoming journey. Yanzu took Ning Rong to join the royal fighting team. Months later, Yanzu received a letter from Ning Fengji. Indeed, those two beast women showed no reaction whatsoever. A profound humiliation. Just as Yanzu was about to tear the letter to shreds, he halted upon reading the subsequent content. Ning Fengji had formulated several hypotheses, one of which suggested that the reason Yanzu was unable to impregnate women might be due to his belonging to a different species than that of ordinary humans. The letter stated that Ning Fengji believed Yanzu to be extraordinarily unique, completely incongruous with the other inhabitants of this world. I may appear human, but I am not human. Could this be the implication? Yanzu furrowed his brow upon reaching this point, beginning to contemplate this possibility. If he truly could not reproduce with humans, then he indeed was not a member of that biological category. Wolves and dogs, despite their physical differences, are essentially the same species as they can interbreed. However, dogs and cats cannot. According to Ning Fengji's assertion, Yinzu and others were akin to dogs and cats. Although Ning Fingji merely mentioned it in passing, Yinzu developed a profound obsession with this notion. Yinzu was acutely aware of his origins and the distinctions that set him apart from the denizens of the Douluo world, thus rendering such assertions highly plausible. Should this indeed be the case, the resolution to his predicament lay solely in locating his kindred spirits or, alternatively, in transforming himself to resemble others. At a modest tavern table, Qin Ming unfurled a map to chart their forthcoming journey. "Teacher, why not continue in this direction?" Yu Tianhing inquired, gesturing towards the map. "Venturing that way leads to Wuhuan City, which is not suitable," Qin Ming replied cryptically, redirecting his finger towards another route. "I have decided to head south." "Isn't that the domain of Xing Luo?" Osro questioned. "Indeed," Qin Ming affirmed, "during the Soul Master competition, you will encounter teams from Xing Luo. Familiarizing yourselves with their combat styles and rhythms will prove beneficial." Du Guyan stirred her milk tea with a spoon, voicing, "But given the current situation, wouldn't it be troublesome to go to Xing Luo?" "Not at all," Qin Ming smiled. "I have already established contact with the instructors at the Royal Academy of Xing Luo, and they welcome our visit for exchange. All necessary arrangements are in place, so there will be no issues." It appeared they were brimming with confidence. Yu Tianhing clenched his fist, expressing determination. After all, it is the premier academy of Xing Luo. Moreover, the local customs present a unique challenge for you. Xing Luo will likely serve as the pinnacle of our study tour. Once we conclude our exchange with the Royal Xing Luo team, we shall return to Suatua City. Then make a detour back to Tindo City. At that point, after a year or two of consolidation, I will feel at ease allowing you to participate in the Soul Master competition. "Oh, we are heading to Xing Luo," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, playfully nudging Yanzu's arm. "Going to get beaten up on their turf sounds like a joy," Yanzu retorted, reclining onto Yi Lingling's lap, expressing his boredom. "Humph, quaking before the battle, utterly useless." Ning Rongrong poked Yanzu with her finger. "You've been there before," Yanzu chuckled. "Have I?" Ning Rongrong pondered, recalling her earlier ordeal of being captured by Xing Luo. Her gaze towards Yanzu becoming increasingly disdainful. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yanzu felt uneasy under her scrutiny. "And you still ask?" Ning Rongrong tugged at Yanzu's ear, pulling him off Yi Lingling's lap. "Have you forgotten what you did?" "What did I do? I saved your life, didn't I?" Yanzu protested. "Still trying to play innocent?" Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, regarding Yanzu with an accusatory glare. "How did you find out?" Yanzu whispered, his eyes darting. "Humph, such a trivial trick. Do you think you can fool me?" Ning Rongrong fell silent, as the memory was too embarrassing to recount. Initially, she had been so startled that her mind had gone blank, but upon reflection, she began to sense something amiss. After much contemplation, she unraveled Yanzu's scheme. However, by that time, she had ceased to be angry, recognizing Yanzu's intentions were well-meaning. Yet, she couldn't help but feel that his actions, taking advantage of the situation, were quite despicable. "How did you come to know?" Yanzu pressed. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. "I bit you. Your skin is uniquely tough." "Oh, I see," Yanzu realized. "So now you understand my good intentions? Don't act like it was nothing." Ning Rongrong jabbed Yanzu. "You were so cruel to me then." "I'll let it slide this time." As their conversation unfolded, Yanzu shifted his perspective, observing Ning Rongrong. Unbeknownst to him, her body had begun to develop. Her previously flat chest now subtly rising, hinting at budding femininity, while her curves became increasingly pronounced. After a hearty meal, the group engaged in casual banter. Amidst the playful exchanges, Qin Ming began to regale them with tales of Xing Luo. "Speaking of Xing Luo, one cannot overlook the legendary evil Eye Saint King," he began, enthusiastically recounting the myth of the ancient beast god, captivating everyone, save for Yanzu, who lay atop Yu Lingling's lap, lost in thought. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yanzu. "The beast god? Is it possible that achieving godhood could create a nexus between myself and the inhabitants of this world?" Chapter 53, Captivation. The Star Do Forest sprawls across the territories of the Tindo and Xing Luo empires, significantly influencing the demarcation of their borders. "There are so many trees and so much grass," Ning Rongrong remarked from the carriage window, "and an abundance of mosquitoes. Will Azu catch up?" Yu Tianhing queried Yi Lingling. "Are you still worried about him?" Ning Rongrong interjected. "He can fly from Xing Luo to Tindo in no time." "How do you know?" Yu Feng asked, sounding skeptical. "I know for certain. I've seen it. He even possesses the ability of distant sight," Ning Rongrong asserted confidently. Qin Ming listened to their back and forth with a sigh, bemused by the enigma that Yanzu had become. "Teacher, we've hit a dead end," Osro announced as he entered the carriage. "Huh? How can that be?" "The map clearly indicates this route," Qin Ming said, stepping outside to find a multitude of felled trees blocking their path, piled several meters high, with no end in sight. "Who did this?" Yu Feng flew up to survey the situation, shaking his head. "I fear the carriage cannot pass." Qin Ming folded the map. "This is likely a remnant of the recent incidents in Tindo. During that time, security was heightened, and every passage was obstructed." Ning Rongrong sighed. "If only I had brought a flying soul beast with us. What shall we do now?" Yin inquired, observing the lengthy obstruction ahead. Qin Ming looked up. "Yu Feng, how extensive is this barrier?" Yufeng scanned the area. It appears to stretch for several hundred meters. Qinming smiled. Then I shall trouble you to carry us over one by one. Ah, Yufeng, panting mid-flight, lamented, why must this happen when Azu is absent? Quit your whining. It's only a short distance. Hurry up. You're slower than a tortoise, Ning Rongrong chastised, tapping Yufeng's back. Please, don't hit me. I might fall. Carrying me has worn you out like this. What will happen to the carriage? Ning Rongrong retorted. The teacher didn't say to bring the carriage, Yufeng replied. Do you want to exhaust me to death? The teacher instructed us to run to Luo once we pass this barrier. What? I might as well die. Ning Rongrong grimaced. Once Yufeng managed to transport everyone across the barrier, Qinming indeed instructed them to continue running toward Luo. This task was manageable for Yu Tianhing and Osro, but for Ning Rongrong, it felt akin to climbing a mountain. Thankfully, she had Yu Lingling to accompany her. Otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. I cannot go on. I'm utterly spent. Ning Rongrong sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Her sweat-soaked dress clinging to her slender form. She brushed aside the hair stuck to her forehead and called out to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, come on. Just hold on a little longer. I can't take it anymore. My ankle feels like it's about to explode. Ning Rongrong shouted toward the sky. Where are you? You big bad guy? Her cries echoed along the forest path, attracting only Qinming. What's wrong? Can't you go on? Qinming approached Ning Rongrong and said, Get up. I can't get up, teacher. My foot hurts too much. With a pitiful expression, Ning Rongrong looked up at Qinming with tearful eyes. Then you might as well stay here for the night. I'll set up a tent for you and see when you can catch up with the team. After saying this, Qinming indeed took out a tent from his soul guide. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately pouted and managed to stand up. In a nearby corner, Yan Zhu watched the scene with amusement. He had left the group earlier to inquire about the location of the slaughter city from the Sword Douluo at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon returning, he found Ning Rongrong in tears, but he knew such training would not harm her. Yan Zhu understood that as soon as he appeared, Ning Rongrong would surely cling to him, so he chose to remain hidden. Yutian, did you hear that? Osro, who was running ahead, asked Yutian Hong. Yes, it sounds like the hoofbeats of horses. Yutian Hang and Osro halted their steps. Soon after, a group of individuals appeared, all clad in fitted attire, wielding strong bows and short blades, unlike the soldiers of Luo. Upon seeing others, they immediately drew their bows and took a standoff position against Yutian Hang and the others. Yutian Hang and Osro raised their hands in front of them, signaling that they posed no threat. Shortly after, Dugu Yin, Osro, and the Shijia brothers caught up. What happened? Qinming hurriedly approached, positioning himself in front of the group. Identify yourselves, shouted a man holding a whip. They did not appear to be soldiers of Luo, but rather noble retainers or assassins. This is the national border. No one wants to cause trouble here. Qinming clarified his identity. Presenting the invitation from the Royal Academy of Luo, the individuals pretended to inspect the invitation and then produced a portrait to inquire, have you seen this person? As everyone leaned in for a closer look, the image depicted a young girl who, if not for the artist's embellishments, could truly be considered a beauty based on her features. In this wilderness, where would a young girl come from? Yufeng remarked. Qinming shook his head, replying, I haven't seen her, but there are obstacles stretching for hundreds of meters behind us. Your horses may have trouble passing. That is not your concern. Let us move, said the leader, realizing that they had gleaned no valuable information and that the group was invited by the Royal Academy of Luo, allowing them to pass. At that moment, Yan Zhu stood atop a tree, lost in thought as he gazed in one direction. In his line of sight, a thrilling hunt was taking place. The cavalry unit before him was not the only one. Similar groups were stationed on other roads, while skilled soul masters searched through the densely wooded areas. They are truly relentless, Yan Zhu observed as he watched a girl fleeing through the woods, pursued by several masked female assassins who relentlessly hurled darts at her. It was not difficult to deduce the identities of those involved in this hunt. The desperate girl was naturally Zhu Zhiqing, and the hunters, her elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun. Along with the assassins, Yan Zhu originally believed that Ning Rongrong's rate of development was astonishingly exceptional. However, the presence of Zhu Zhiqing before him has completely reshaped his perception. If Yan Zhu recalls correctly, Zhu Zhiqing is the youngest among the 7 monsters, which implies that she is even younger than Ning Rongrong. Yet, her physique surpasses that of any woman he has ever encountered, evoking a sensation that he last felt in the presence of Bibi Dong. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this pursuit would culminate in Zhu Zhiqing's escape to the Heavendo Empire. However, the wheels of destiny began to turn 2 years ago. At the moment Yan Zhu ended Prince Xuexing's life, as Zhu Zhiqing adeptly evaded yet another barrage of flying darts, performing a graceful somersault to the ground. She found herself momentarily stunned. A vast expanse of fallen trees loomed before her, resembling an impenetrable wall. This fleeting hesitation was sufficient for her pursuers to close the gap. Good sister, it appears that fate has conspired against you. Come, return home with me willingly. Zhu Zhiqing's elder sister, Zhu Ziqingjian, emerged triumphantly from behind a cadre of assassins. Clad in a high-collared, form-fitting black attire, she appeared more mature and alluring, her figure accentuated by the garment's design, though at present, only Yan Zhu seemed to appreciate such beauty. Enough with the pleasantries, let us commence. Zhu Zhiqing, embodying her martial spirit, revealed her soul rings. You truly are incorrigible. Zhu Ziqingjian observed, her demeanor serene despite the intensity in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. On what grounds do you believe you can confront me? Merely because of those 2 soul rings? I shan't engage in such an unchallenging conflict. If you do not return with me willingly, I shall have no choice but to inflict some minor pain upon you. I said, enough with the chatter. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her form darting swiftly toward Zhu Ziqingjian, as the assassins surrounding her hurled darts coated with paralyzing poison toward Zhu Zhuqing. Although she was agile enough, the onslaught was overwhelming. Just as her claws reached toward Zhu Ziqingjian, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, the poison swiftly coursing through her body, rendering her immobile. Zhu Ziqingjian knelt, using her long-nailed finger to tilt Zhu Zhuqing's chin upward, smiling as she taunted. Do you truly believe you are worthy of challenging me? Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds resonated around Zhu Ziqingjian. She finally sensed something amiss. Looking around, she was alarmed to see that all her accomplices had fallen to the ground. Her instinct screamed at her not to look back, yet she turned nonetheless, only to witness a hand descending toward her with intent. Another dull thud echoed in Zhu Ziqingjian's mind, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Yanzu clapped his hands, gazing at the 2 alluring female cats sprawled on the ground. With a hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, he pondered. So, what shall I do with the 2 of you next? Chapter 54, Captivation, Part 2. What does it mean to be a natural beauty? Yanzu looked at Zhu Zhuyan, who lay unconscious on the ground. She was prostrate, yet her perfectly rounded and perky posterior resembled a small hill, evoking an irresistible urge to approach and indulge in playful torment. Yanzu initially intended to proceed as planned. Yet he observed that Zhu Zhuqing was also lying on the ground. The distinction was that she had not lost consciousness. Her captivating eyes were fixed intently upon Yanzu, brimming with vigilance. Clearing his throat softly, Yanzu rubbed his itching hands together and crouched beside Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, "Can you move?" Zhu Zhuqing made an attempt to struggle, but it yielded little effect. As Yanzu observed Zhu Zhuqing's furrowed brow and the expression of slight anguish as she struggled, a wicked thought ignited within him. How infuriating it was that she had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite her body being paralyzed, Zhu Zhuqing retained the ability to speak. Noticing the newcomer bore no apparent malice, she inquired, "Who are you?" "I shall first take you away from here," Yanzu replied, lifting Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Upon contact with her trembling form, he felt as though he were cradling a frightened kitten. "Do not be afraid." Yanzu scanned the vicinity and discovered a cave, where he temporarily placed Zhu Zhuqing. "Rest here for a moment. I shall fetch some medicine for you." Zhu Zhuqing, bewildered and at a loss, was unaware of the identity of her rescuer or his motives for saving her. Yet, with little choice left to her, she remained utterly paralyzed, her lips stiffening. She lay in the cave, motionless, resembling a lifeless doll. In truth, Yanzu possessed a detoxifying elixir, having brought along various items from Ningrongrong, including a collection of treasures amassed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, he decided to allow Zhu Zhuqing some time to recover, for it was only natural to indulge in a feast when the opportunity presented itself. Upon returning to the location of Zhu Zhuyan, Yanzu could scarcely contain the surge of desire within him as he seated himself beside her. Is this truly a woman from the Shadow Spirit Cat clan? Remarkable, he mused. With such a family as a forbidden delicacy, the White Tiger clan must indeed revel in luxury. But for now, I shall not hold back. Gazing at the still unconscious Zhu Zhuyan, he contemplated the unique allure of the situation. Quite delightful, he thought. Yanzu continuously extolled the virtues of Zhu Zhuyan. As he had anticipated, Zhu Zhuyan was no longer a maiden. Unlike the awkward beginnings he had witnessed with Zhu Zhuqing and Daimobai, the relationship between Zhu Zhuyan and Davis appeared to be quite harmonious. With a girlfriend like Zhu Zhuyan, it would indeed be strange not to indulge in her company. This thought suddenly ignited an exhilarating thrill within Yanzu, heightening his excitement and dispelling any lingering notions of tenderness. Once he had fully satiated his desires, he returned to the cave, mindful not to linger too long. After all, the poison within Zhu Zhuqing's body had yet to be neutralized, and in such a dense jungle, one could encounter not only soul beasts but also ferocious predators. It was unwise to stir recklessly at this moment. Observing Zhu Zhuqing attempting to rise, Yanzu approached her side and retrieved an antidote. He then surveyed Zhu Zhuqing's body, noting that her wounds were predominantly situated on her shoulders and legs. "Come, let me apply the medicine," he declared, proceeding to deftly unbutton her attire. No, Zhu Zhuqing managed to utter with difficulty. "How can I heal without applying the medicine?" Yanzu, oblivious to the mirth in his eyes as he spoke, failed to realize that this amusement sent a chill down Zhu Zhuqing's spine. "Let me be. I can manage myself," she insisted, seemingly spurred into action as she struggled to sit upright, but that was the extent of her effort. Yanzu raised an eyebrow, gesturing dismissively as he set the vial down. He had already indulged himself thoroughly with Zhu Zhuyan, thus he had no intention of coercing Zhu Zhuqing at this moment. Moreover, in terms of physique, the slightly older Zhu Zhuyan was undeniably more striking. Observing Yanzu's lack of intent to force himself upon her, Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and began to meditate, hastening the expulsion of the toxins from her body. Gradually, she sensed her bodily functions returning. She unfastened her clothing, turning slightly to reveal her snow-white shoulder, inhaling the scent of the vial in her hand before carefully pouring its contents onto her wound. Much like a kitten tenderly licking its own injuries, Yanzu admired the scene before him and remarked, "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing harbored many questions, but first expressed her gratitude for his assistance, then inquired, "You are from Tindo. What brings you here?" "How do you know I am from Tindo?" Yanzu responded, "I am indeed from Tindo, here to study in Xinghua." "Why save me?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her expression troubled. "You may not perish at my hands, but your actions could lead to dire consequences. You should leave Xinghua and return to Tindo." "That is of no concern. I will be fine," Yanzu replied leisurely. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a jolt of alarm and turned abruptly, only to aggravate her wound, eliciting a pained groan. Yanzu, catching a glimpse of her alluring figure through the fabric, inhaled deeply, contemplating, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Once her pain subsided, Zhu Zhuqing questioned, "Did you kill them?" "Not at all," Yanzu answered. "She is a noble of Xinghua, immensely powerful. If you provoke her and remain in Xinghua, it could cost you your life." Zhu Zhuqing cautioned, "You must return to Tindo. You are also a noble of Xinghua, are you not?" Yanzu shifted the topic. "Enough about my safety. Tell me your plans." At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke, "I too wish to go to Tindo to seek someone." "Who are you looking for?" Yanzu, already aware, feigned ignorance and inquired further. Zhu Zhuqing did not specify, merely stating, "Someone who can help me change my fate." "Then you have already found that person," Yanzu said with a proud gesture towards himself. Zhu Zhuqing glanced back momentarily before quickly turning away, her mind not inclined toward jest. She was still at the border between Xinghua and Tindo and needed to expedite her departure into Tindo territory to devise a longer-term plan. Yanzu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, understanding that she was a sensitive soul not particularly skilled in conversation. Thus, he took the initiative to propose, "How about this? Since you're heading to Tindo, allow me to escort you there." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment. She was reluctant to accept too many favors, as she felt unable to repay them at present. Yet, being alone and unable to move forward posed a significant challenge. Yanzu did not grant her a moment to ponder. He swiftly approached and lifted her into his embrace, causing Zhu Zhuqing to emit a startled gasp. "Do not be afraid, little kitten," he reassured, finding delight in her trembling form. "Put me down." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was drowned out by the howling wind as Yanzu soared over the border, entering the realm of Tindo. "You wish to grow stronger, do you not?" He spoke as they flew. "I shall take you to a place where you can contemplate your path." Nestled within Yanzu's arms, Zhu Zhuqing allowed the wind to tousle her long hair, her hands gripping his collar tightly. Upon landing, she beheld the majestic and grand entrance of a mountain gate. "The 7-treasure, glazed tile school? You are one of them?" Realization washed over her, dispelling her apprehensions. No wonder he exuded such confidence. "There's no harm in understanding it this way," Yanzu suggested. "Shall we take refuge here for the time being?" For Zhu Zhuqing, who had just fled from peril, finding a place to rest was undoubtedly the most favorable option. Initially wary of the sudden appearance of Yanzu, she found solace in the renowned reputation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, allowing her anxious heart to find temporary peace. "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing expressed, her demeanor revealing a hint of shyness. "At this moment, all I can say is this, but I will remember you." Yanzu chuckled. "You haven't even asked for my name, yet you claim you will remember me." Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she inquired, "My name is Zhu Zhuqing, and what about you?" "You can call me Azu." "Come, I shall introduce you to a few individuals," Yanzu replied, leading Zhu Zhuqing to meet Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. After assessing Zhu Zhuqing's prowess, Gu Rong informed Ning Fengji that the individual Yanzu had brought back possessed remarkable talent, hailing from the starry Nethercat clan. With proper guidance, she could certainly reach the rank of Title Douluo. Ning Fengji felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and noticed the way Yanzu regarded Zhu Zhuqing, leading him to formulate his own plans. Chapter 55, Captivation, Part 3. In the garden, Ning Fengji and Yanzu sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation, while Gu Rong stood at a distance, instructing Zhu Zhuqing in her training. "You initially mentioned your intention to investigate the city of slaughter. How did you end up bringing back a girl instead? Moreover, she is of the starry Nether Spirit Cat clan." Yanzu replied, "By chance, I encountered her and rescued her. She possesses considerable talent and is willing to toil diligently. If we can retain her, it would greatly benefit the future of our sect." Ning Fengji smiled and said, "You seem to know her quite well. Have you managed to ensnare her, you rascal?" Yanzu chuckled, "Not yet. I merely rescued her. Furthermore, I shall not remain in the sect. Whether I can keep her depends on your prowess, father." Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and replied, "I shall not force her. If she wishes to stay, that would be splendid. However, should she choose to depart, I cannot retain her. If you return to find her absent, do not blame me." "That is unlikely." Yanzu smiled. "Let it unfold naturally. I shall be leaving shortly. Rong and the others are still at the borders of Xinghua and Tindo. To be prudent, I must keep an eye on them before I venture to the city of slaughter." Upon mentioning the city of slaughter, Ning Fengji gently rotated his teacup and remarked, "That place is exceedingly enigmatic. Yanzu, are you truly intent on going?" "Rest assured, father, I shall not take unnecessary risks." The moment I sense anything amiss, I will withdraw immediately, Yinzu assured him. However, to speak candidly, I believe the peculiarities of that place are unlikely to affect me. Hearing this, Ningfengji could only acquiesce to Yinzu's decision. Before departing from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Yinzu intended to converse with Zhu Shiqing for a few more moments, about anything at all. Are you still set on going to Xingluo? Zhu Shiqing asked upon learning of Yinzu's departure. Indeed, he affirmed. With a soft sigh, Zhu Shiqing replied, you must already be aware of my identity. I am. Yinzu acknowledged. Puzzled, Zhu Shiqing inquired. Although the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is renowned, it is still in Xingluo. What compels you to take such risks? Yinzu chuckled lightly, remarking that the term risking one's life seemed somewhat exaggerated, as he currently saw no situation that could truly be deemed perilous. Reflecting on his strength, Zhu Shiqing pondered that perhaps he indeed possessed a method to cope with challenges. Thus, she adeptly redirected the conversation to herself, inquiring, have I caused you any trouble? Not at all, Yinzu thought to himself, considering that had it not been for their encounter, he would not have had the opportunity to thoroughly enjoy the company of Zhu Zhiyun. The mere thought of Zhu Zhiyun's alluring and voluptuous figure filled him with anticipation for Zhu Shiqing, who, in just a couple of years, would likely blossom into a presence rivaling that of her sister. During my absence, focus on your cultivation here. The Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo will provide you with dedicated guidance, Yinzu assured her, and do not feel pressured. When you have matured, you will be able to contribute to the development of our Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Yinzu's words dispelled the unease that lingered in Zhu Shiqing's heart. Allowing her to wholeheartedly accept the investment from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, she resolved that as long as she grew strong enough in the future, she would be able to repay their kindness. This was the calculation of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, a fair arrangement. Thus she felt no need for apprehension at present. Although she regarded this as a transaction, it was essential to understand the nuances of human relationships. After all, in the forest, Yinzu had the option to leave her to her fate. Thank you, please accept this, Zhu Shiqing said as she removed a pendant from around her neck and extended it toward Yinzu. Yinzu reached out to accept the jade pendant, which still retained the warmth of Zhu Shiqing's body, bringing a wave of comfort to his palm. What is this? Yinzu inquired. It may prove useful, or it may not, Zhu Shiqing replied. Regardless, should you venture to Xingluo, it might come in handy at a crucial moment. Zhu Shiqing did not elaborate further, perhaps believing that stating it explicitly would be futile. In her heart, she recognized that the likelihood of this object being of any significant use was exceedingly low. Presenting it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Having recently left home, she possessed little of value, aside from her own being. All right, I accept it, Yinzu declared, fastening the pendant around his neck. He then met Zhu Shiqing's glossy, dark eyes and felt a stirring within. Noticing Yinzu's unwavering gaze upon her, Zhu Shiqing suddenly felt a sense of discomfort and averted her eyes. Yinzu, upon witnessing her aloof yet bashful demeanor, felt an even deeper fondness in his heart. He said, well then, shall I take my leave? Zhu Shiqing finally turned her gaze towards him, nodded slightly, and replied, do take care. After departing from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Yinzu made his way directly to Xingluo. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing and her companions remained in a state of unconsciousness. Although Yinzu had moderated his strength, it was still somewhat excessive for these women. Coupled with the tranquil warmth of the forest, they found themselves in a deep slumber and did not awaken. In a daze, Zhu Shiqing sensed something licking her face and abruptly opened her eyes to see a creature that resembled both a rabbit and a cat dart away in fright. As she attempted to rise, a sharp pain surged through her mind. Zhu Shiqing took a deep breath, pondering where she might have sustained injuries. Soon, she realized her entire body was in agony. Her neck throbbed, her chest ached, her limbs felt as though they were about to fracture, and even her resilient posterior was afflicted with a painful swelling. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Zhu Shiqing wobbled to her feet, only to stumble again, collapsing to the ground as each step inflicted unbearable discomfort. Cursing under her breath, Zhu Shiqing was perplexed by the circumstances surrounding her condition. Yet her body's responses unequivocally indicated that she had been subjected to severe mistreatment. A distress signal was launched, and her subordinates rushed from all directions to escort her back to Xingluo. Upon returning to the underworld palace, Zhu Shiqing wished for nothing more than a hot bath and a chance to recuperate. In the bathroom, she dismissed her attending maidservants and struggled to remove her clothing, then caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her once flawless skin was now marred with bruises, particularly noticeable on her proud bosom, which bore marks resembling stamps of injury. A sudden shock gripped her heart. Had she been violated? In a moment of panic, Zhu Shiqing's eyes widened with terror as her trembling hands explored her body. For an instant, she forgot the pain, crouching down to rummage through her discarded garments. Upon discovering her black panties, she flipped them over, only to be met with unsightly stains that made her vision go dark, causing her to collapse into the bath. Emerging from the water, she pounded the surface with her fists, unleashing a scream filled with rage. You scoundrel! I shall have your head. The image of the face she had seen before losing consciousness flashed through her mind. Her eyes reddened with fury as adrenaline coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble violently. Back in her room, Zhu Shiqing sat on the bed, applying ointment with meticulous care. Just then, a maid announced from outside, Miss. Prince Davis has arrived. This news ignited a flare of annoyance within her. In a flurry, she hastily applied concealer to her neck and chest, then donned a conservative outfit before stepping out to meet him. Shortly thereafter, Davis entered her chamber, casually tossing his coat onto a rack. I heard you had an incident. Dear, you let her slip away, he remarked. Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated with frustration. Noticing her distress, Davis approached and enveloped her in a comforting embrace. As he tightened his hold, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft groan, her brow furrowed in discomfort. What troubles you? He inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Zhu Zhuqing gently pushed him away. It's nothing. I'm just in pain. Are you injured? Let me see, he insisted, reaching to unveil her injuries. Understanding his ulterior motives and fearing the revelation of her condition, Zhu Zhuqing quickly restrained his hands. Stop it. I'm truly hurt. Davis, undeterred, retorted. Then I must see for myself. What could that little girl have done to inflict such harm? It was not her doing, Zhu Zhuqing snapped, her anger flaring. Out of nowhere, something ambushed us, and by the time we regained consciousness, Zhu Qing was gone. I sustained internal injuries, but I've already taken medicine. It's not serious. Besides, I'm not in a position to entertain you right now. Davis's eyes blazed with anger upon hearing of her ordeal. Who dares to meddle in our affairs? Zhu Zhuqing speculated. I suspect it was someone from the Heaven-Do Empire. If they were from Luo, they would have known to avoid us. The fact that they dared to intervene suggests a lack of understanding of the situation. Davis inhaled deeply. Rest assured, I will deploy my men to investigate this matter thoroughly. Zhu Zhuqing sighed, leaning against Davis's chest, appearing calm while internally, she was a tumultuous storm. The thought of the assailant gnawed at her, and she yearned to exact vengeance. Yet feared for the implications of her circumstances as the future crown princess of the Luo Empire. Sensing a change in her mood, Davis retrieved a stunning long dress from his soul guide. There's a ball at the palace tonight. I need to handle some business first, but I'll return to escort you. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the alluring deep V gown with irritation, shaking her head. I wish to rest, and will not attend. Davis, resigned, left her alone in her chamber to attend to his duties. Zhu Zhuqing, she murmured, her thoughts lingering on the name. It seemed that not only had she been insulted, but Zhu Qing had also been abducted. Thus, finding Zhu Qing would undoubtedly lead her to the perpetrator. With her teeth clenched, she vowed, prepare to meet your end, beast. Chapter 56. Bounty. I never wish to tread this path again. At a relay station, Ning Rongrong collapsed onto a table, uttering her last ounce of strength in exasperation. Though her companions, including Yu Tianheng, did not voice their thoughts as bluntly, their weary expressions conveyed their silent agreement with Ning Rongrong's sentiments. Even Qin Ming paused his lectures, gazing at the meager menu with a tired expression. While traversing the border, Qin Ming believed that encountering the cavalry was merely a minor hiccup. Yet the ensuing events left them utterly drained. Throughout their journey, they were incessantly stopped for identity checks. The invitation from the Luo Royal Academy in Qin Ming's possession seemed to hold no weight, as even when presented, they were met with relentless scrutiny. The soldiers persistently prying into their affairs. Despite enduring such tribulations, they were still barred from entering the city. The urban landscape lay tantalizingly close. Yet they were compelled to remain at the relay station outside until their invitation was verified. The group had initially hoped to unwind within the city after their arduous journey, but instead found themselves cramped in a shabby relay station, staring blankly at the meager offerings of steamed buns and salted vegetables. The air occasionally wafting in with the scent of horse dung. What is the point of this? Yu Feng grumbled, attempting to spear a bun with his chopsticks, only to discover that it required considerable effort to succeed, leading him to abandon the thought of taking a bite. Sighing, Qin Ming remarked, it seems something must have transpired in Luo. We simply encountered bad luck. What a vexation. Yu Tianheng bit into his steamed bun with vigor, lamenting that it would be foolish to return after having traveled such a distance. Yet remaining here is equally tormenting, as those individuals are uncertain when they will provide a definitive answer. There is no need for concern. The results will be available by tomorrow at the latest. Qin Ming reassured the group. After all, they had endured hardships before. They might as well consider it a form of cultivation. Sighing in unison, the morale was low, and everyone returned to their quarters to rest, devoid of any inclination to engage in idle chatter. In the bathroom, Ning Rongrong dipped her hand into the water in the wooden tub, only to recoil with a shiver. Why is it still cold? She exclaimed. Yi Lingling, who was in the midst of undressing, replied, there's no other choice. Let us make do with it. If we wash up quickly, we can rest, and then truly unwind tomorrow when we enter the city. Ning Rongrong's face contorted with discomfort as she lamented, Sister Lingling, it has arrived. Oh, really? Yu Lingling responded, astonished. How did you manage to get through the day? It hadn't tea come during the day. It only just started after a brief rest. Ning Rongrong pouted. Just as she finished speaking, a figure unexpectedly dropped down from the rafters, inquiring, do you require hot water service, my lady? Ah. Ning Rongrong gasped in shock and instinctively slapped the face that was so close to her, exclaiming, you nearly scared me to death. Honestly, in her agitation, Ning Rongrong felt something escape from the inner side of her thigh, followed by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, causing her to collapse in an instant. When did you arrive? Yi Lingling asked, looking at Yin Zhu, who had landed gracefully. As Yin Zhu retrieved various treasures of Ning Rongrong from the soul guide, he remarked, I arrived quite some time ago and have been watching you all along. Ning Rongrong, feeling displeased, retorted, if you arrived long ago, why did you pretend not to hear me calling you? I nearly ran my legs off today, and my ankle still aches. Yin Zhu replied, there is nothing I can do. You must understand my heartfelt intentions. As he spoke, his eyes emitted a radiant warmth, heating the boiler, and in an instant, a pot of warm bathing water was ready. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. As she partially removed her skirt, she turned to Yin Zhu and said, all right, it's no longer your concern. Please step outside. With a hint of jest, Yin Zhu remarked, what is the matter? Why the formality? Have you never seen me in this manner before? Oh dear. Ning Rongrong, flustered, began to stamp her feet. Unable to articulate when exactly this burgeoning sense of shame had taken root within her, a stark contrast to the confusion she felt 2 or 3 years prior. Yi Lingling, with a thoughtful disposition, gently ushered Yin Zhu out of the bathroom. Although Yin Zhu had intended to enjoy a romantic bath with Yi Lingling, the presence of Ning Rongrong rendered that notion futile. As night fell, Yin Zhu and Yi Lingling quietly engaged in their clandestine activities beneath the covers, only to be interrupted by the restless tossing and turning of Ning Rongrong in the adjacent bed, accompanied by faint, indistinct moans. After a passionate encounter with Yi Lingling, Yin Zhu approached Ning Rongrong's bedside, only to find her curled up, her eyes tightly shut, and traces of wakefulness still evident on her pillow. Observing her condition, Yin Zhu gently supported Ning Rongrong's shoulder and inquired, what is the matter? Ning Rongrong opened her eyes, her gaze filled with tears as she replied, it hurts so much. At that moment, Yi Lingling, utterly exhausted and feeling a tingling sensation throughout her body, found it difficult to rise and check on her. She simply said, it must be due to excessive exertion during the day. Your body is out of balance. Rongrong, you must learn to keep track of the days. When you sense that the time is approaching, be sure to inform teacher Qin Ming. Upon witnessing the pained expression on Ning Rongrong's face, Yin Zhu was filled with a sense of compassion. He raised one hand, his eyes emitting a radiant warmth, heating his palm to a comforting temperature. He then gently slipped it beneath the covers, exploring until he reached her lower abdomen. Ning Rongrong's gaze suddenly became much clearer as she lifted the covers to investigate. It's warm, so comfortable. What have you placed inside? Upon realizing that it was Yin Zhu's hand resting on her abdomen, she shot him a glare. However, the soothing sensation proved remarkably effective in alleviating her discomfort. Fearing the pain, Ning Rongrong chose not to voice any further complaints, gradually feeling her body enveloped in a gentle warmth. Yin Zhu observed that Ning Rongrong appeared significantly more at ease, and a gentle smile graced his lips. It was at this moment that he began to perceive the smooth texture of her palm. This pampered young lady possessed skin as delicate as cream, as silky as satin. Uncertain whether it was Ning Rongrong's skin that was exceptionally smooth, Yin Zhu found his hand unconsciously lingering. Ning Rongrong, who had been on the verge of slumber, suddenly opened her eyes wide, sitting up and wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. What is the matter? Yi Lingling inquired, noticing the commotion. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, and she replied softly, it's nothing. Once Yi Lingling had drifted back to sleep, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze back to Yin Zhu with renewed intensity. Yin Zhu wiped his fingers along the edge of the bed, then raised both hands slightly, exclaiming, I surrender. Dear aunt, spare me. You only know how to bully me. Ning Rongrong replied, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Just a moment ago, I felt as though my insides were about to burst. Do you know how painful that is? All right, I apologize. It was my fault. Please sleep now. I'll help you with the ointment a little longer. Rest assured. Yin Zhu said, heating his palms once more. I want to allow it. You'll just play tricks again. Ning Rongrong replied cautiously. I swear, I absolutely want tea. Yin Zhu said earnestly, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. Ning Rongrong fell silent, lying back down and closing her eyes. When Yin Zhu reached in again, she did not react. True to his word, he did not advance further. Only when Ning Rongrong's breathing deepened did he withdraw his hand and return to Yi Lingling's bed. The following morning, Yi Lingling awoke, rubbing her eyes. Habitually, she reached beside her, only to find that Yin Zhu had once again vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Xing Luo knocked on Qin Ming's door, informing them that their identities had been verified and they could enter the city. After 2 days of exhausting travel, a sense of relief finally washed over them. Ning Rongrong seemed to forget the discomfort of her monthly cycle, joyfully exploring the city with Yi Lingling. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong spotted a gathering of people and hurried over, staring blankly at a notice posted on the city wall. Yi Lingling followed closely, inquiring, what is it? Ning Rongrong pointed at the notice, whispering, Sister Lingling, don't you think it looks familiar? Following Ning Rongrong's gesture, Yi Lingling's eyes widened. The figure depicted on the notice bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Zhu. He has gotten into trouble again. Yi Lingling sighed inwardly, as if already accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 57. The Hellish Path, 200,000 gold soul coins. The striking figure drew the attention of countless passers-by. Yet no one knew the nature of the crime committed by the man depicted on the notice, which simply stated, life or death, no distinction. With the promise of a generous reward, many mercenary soul masters began searching for the man in the notice, but to no avail. At this moment, Yanzu found himself in a corner of the continent untouched by sunlight, where the sun was obscured and winds howled ominously. As he raised his head, he wondered if it could still be called a sky. Beneath this gloom, a dilapidated small town emerged unexpectedly, with only one tavern emanating light. Its black sign swaying in the still air. This must be the entrance to the city of slaughter, Yanzu thought, taking a sharp breath. The place reminded him of the horror films from the last century, filling him with a sense of unease. The city of slaughter, if Yanzu remembered correctly, was the domain shared by the god of Shura and the god of Rakshasa. Successfully passing their trials would grant one entry into the realm of the god of slaughter, along with the qualification for divine examinations. However, whether one was ultimately chosen by the Shura or Rakshasa gods depended entirely on their whims. The Rakshasa god had already chosen Bibi Dong. If Yanzu were to inherit the Shura god's legacy, he would ascend to divinity in this world. Perhaps then, he could procreate with Bibi Dong or Qian Rinxue, who also bore divine inheritance. But this remained an unproven conjecture, merely a flicker of hope for Yanzu. Entering the tavern, he was immediately assaulted by a chill and the stench of blood. Observing the wretched souls indulging in crimson Marys, Yanzu waved a hand before his nose, displaying his disgust. Navigating the slippery floor, he approached the bar, where a provocatively dressed attendant caught his eye. But he felt no interest, simply stating, "Open the door." The attendant paused momentarily, then smiled, sliding a glass of crimson Mary towards him, saying, "The show hasn't started yet. You must drink this first." "I refuse," Yanzu replied, staring at the viscous, deep red liquid with a sense of nausea. "Refuse. And you may as well await your demise," the attendant said casually. Suddenly, an old clock hanging on the wall struck, and Yanzu noticed the lifeless figures behind him beginning to stir. "I've had enough of this wretched place," he thought, unwilling to linger another second on the blood-soaked floor. Activating his heat ray, he spun in a complete circle. In that fleeting moment, the entire tavern collapsed, leaving the world in silence. Yanzu circumvented the shattered remains of the teller, stepped onto the floor behind him, and unleashed another searing ray, revealing an unfathomable passageway before his eyes. Upon traversing this corridor, he found himself at the gates of the city of carnage. Raising his gaze, he beheld a deceptive night sky and an unattainable crimson moon. A truly extraordinary realm. Along the journey, Yanzu encountered a troop of cavalry attempting to impede his progress, yet he uttered no words, incinerating them into ashes with a mere flick of his power. In this place, authenticity and artifice coexisted. The false beings were mere constructs of the god of Shura, while the genuine inhabitants were the most vile and wicked souls of the continent. Thus, Yanzu dispatched his foes with the ease of cutting down grass, unburdened by any moral qualms. Guiding him into the outer city of the city of carnage was a masked young girl clad in a purple dress. Her message was straightforward. In this realm, power dictated freedom. Intrigued, Yanzu contemplated testing the limits of this seemingly untouchable girl, but upon touching her skin, which was chillingly cold, he shuddered and dismissed the thought. This girl was likely just another tool, perhaps a corpse long expired or merely an illusion. It was conceivable that she could dissolve into a pool of blood at any moment. After confirming that his own abilities remained unaffected, Yanzu strode purposefully toward the inner city. The outer city served as a refuge for criminals who had nowhere else to turn, suffused with a morbid atmosphere. Inhabited by blood slaves who regularly provided sustenance to the city of carnage, utterly devoid of amusement. The inner city, however, was a stark contrast, a paradise of vice. A playground for the wicked, bustling with life. Here, Yanzu witnessed acts that shattered the limits of his moral compass. Public beheadings for blood, raucous gatherings were the norm. Perhaps due to his striking appearance, envious souls sought to provoke him, and as his mood had soured since entering that dilapidated tavern. It was indeed unfortunate for these individuals to seek trouble with him at this juncture. Yanzu leaped gracefully onto the rooftop, fervently applauding while exclaiming, "Everyone, look here." His resonant voice captivated the attention of all present. Then, a crimson beam of searing energy shot forth, sweeping away all in its path. Woohoo! The exhilaration of slaughter elicited jubilant cheers from Yanzu, as beneath him echoed the anguished cries of the fallen. This once mighty cohort of criminals, having survived the battlefield, now scampered like startled mice in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, who could possibly elude the relentless light? After eradicating every living creature within his sight, Yanzu finally ceased his onslaught and descended from the rooftop, adjusting his collar with a composed demeanor. Yanzu shook his head and remarked, having dispatched so many wretches, "My merits have increased." As soon as he uttered these words, he was taken aback by a startling sight. The dismembered remains and blood he had caused seemed to be absorbed by the very city itself, vanishing in no time. It was as if the city of slaughter were a living entity, consuming the flesh and bones, and astonishingly, the structures he had destroyed began to restore themselves. With a mere shrug at the divine spectacle, Yanzu paid it little mind and proceeded directly into the arena of hellish carnage. The layout of this arena was strikingly similar to that of the ancient Roman Colosseum, with the sole distinction being its roof. The stands were filled to capacity. a throng of exuberant spectators barking wildly as if under the influence of some intoxicating substance. Within the octagonal cage below, a group of individuals fought with the ferocity of rabid dogs. Yinzu leaped onto the cage and bellowed, "Who was in charge here?" Prior to entering the inner city, he had inquired with a young girl about the entrance to the path of hell. She had informed him that, according to the rules, one must achieve 33 victories in the arena to qualify for an audience with the King of Slaughter, after which one could choose to serve him or embark on the path of hell to leave this world. To hell with the rules. Yinzu had no intention of indulging in a farcical game with a bunch of imbeciles for 33 rounds. If this place had any semblance of enjoyment, it might have been tolerable, but instead, it felt like a festering sewer inhabited by countless vermin, leaving him utterly repulsed. He felt uncomfortable even lingering for another second. As soon as Yinzu's words fell, the guards in the arena of slaughter advanced with weapons drawn, intent on subduing him. They wielded soul techniques and possessed powers no less than that of a soul sage. Without mercy, Yinzu obliterated them with a searing ray. And the unfortunate spectators who cheered for the violence were not spared from their grim fate. Yinzu resumed his rampage, the incessant clamor of these wretches gnawing at his composure. After he extinguished the last living soul in the arena, he sensed an oppressive silence enveloping the entire city of slaughter. Just as outside, the blood and flesh were entirely consumed, vanishing without a trace. Then, he heard a chilling breath behind him. Turning around, he beheld a towering figure suspended in midair, shrouded in a massive crimson cloak. His pale visage was adorned with a pair of utterly blood-red eyes, grotesque in their appearance. Under Yinzu's gaze, the figure descended slowly, seemingly unaffected by the force of gravity. The King of Slaughter, is it? Yinzu mused, recalling the name Tangshan, if memory served. Chosen by the god of Azura. He had fallen victim to the malice of the Rakshasa god during the divine trial, resulting in his grotesque transformation. Upon closer inspection, Yinzu discerned that the King of Slaughter's back rhythmically expanded and contracted, a colossal creature parasitically merging with him. Such is the fate of the Riddler. Yinzu thought with a hint of melancholy. If only this brood had conversed a few more days with Poseidon from the sea god island, he could have embraced beauty and ascended to divinity, rather than languishing here as a soulless monstrosity. "You are somewhat unruly," the King of Slaughter declared from his elevated position. His voice laced with a frenzied malice, exuding a primal ferocity despite the words he uttered. "Too lazy to waste breath on a beast," Yinzu retorted, launching himself directly at the King of Slaughter. His fist struck the king's chest with such force that it penetrated his body. The massive bat clinging to his back ceased its rhythmic contractions and fell lifelessly to the ground, transforming into a pool of sanguine liquid. With a sound of tearing flesh, Yinzu withdrew his hand, initially intending to send the King of Slaughter flying. Instead, he had punctured him entirely, leaving him feeling a wave of revulsion at the ease with which he had done so. Yinzu withdrew his hand, and the body of the King of Slaughter naturally fell to the ground. The dark crimson hue upon him began to fade. Despite the evident loss of blood, his pallor transformed gradually into a more ruddy complexion, resembling that of a living being. The King of Slaughter raised his hand towards the heavens, emitting a sound of considerable struggle. Noticing that Tangshan seemed to regain a flicker of self-awareness, Yinzu descended to the ground. However, whether it was the residual effects of separating from the parasitic bat or the severity of his chest wound, or perhaps a combination of both, Tangshan remained silent. His mouth agape for an extended moment, merely gazing blankly at Yinzu. In his eyes, Yinzu perceived a myriad of thoughts. Yet he was on the precipice of death. "Do not worry, I shall take care of your wife." Yinzu uttered a poignant remark befitting the occasion, and indeed, Tangshan became utterly motionless. He had perished, once one of the two peaks of Douluo, the most formidable of the Houghton sect. And he had met his end in such a haphazard manner, dying like a mere jest. His eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with reluctance. But such is fate. Yinzu mused as he crouched down and shook his head. He knew not the grand tapestry of Tangshan's life, nor did he have the inclination to delve into it. Yet, he had strived earnestly, and only those like him possess the right to utter that fate is capricious. To die in the pursuit of one's aspirations, albeit unfortunate, could be deemed a death of significance. After speaking, Yinzu noticed a glimmering golden object in Tangshan's hand. It was a golden Haotian hammer. As he picked it up, an unfamiliar voice resonated within his mind. Yinzu was startled and immediately discarded it, causing the sound to vanish. It appeared that Tangshan had realized he could not speak, thus sealing all that he wished to convey within the heavenly hammer. Yinzu surmised this as he picked up the hammer once more, confirming Tangshan's words. He elaborated on his life story and recounted all that transpired in the City of Carnage, yet he left behind no final wishes or expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Yinzu stowed the golden hammer away and rose to his feet. At that very instant, a void split open at the center of the hellish arena. According to Tangshan, this was the entrance to the hell path. Despite some minor interruptions, the outcome was favorable. He had achieved this without exerting much effort. From the moment Yinzu entered the City of Carnage until now, scarcely 2 hours had passed. Such efficiency was quite satisfying. Subsequently, Yinzu leaped into the abyss. Chapter 58, Divine Examination. The ferocious, immortal beasts, bloodthirsty bats, mind-bending toxic mists. In the extremely harsh environment, all the myriad dangers of the hell path appeared to Yin Zhu as mere child's play. Yin Zhu traversed the infernal path with an unperturbed heart. Upon soaring through the ethereal white veil and returning to the earthly realm, he indeed felt a frigid surge of soul power coursing through his being. However, that was the extent of it. He received no discernible hints regarding the divine trials. Nor did he sense the ability to wield the so-called domain of the god of slaughter. Was that all? Turning back, Yin Zhu noted with ire that the radiant barrier which had ushered him out of the city of carnage had vanished, igniting his fury. How audacious! Yin Zhu mused, believing his prowess far surpassed that of Tang San, who had nearly perished within those confines. Was his performance deemed unworthy? Perhaps his actions had been too hasty? With a resigned gesture, he ruffled his hair, suppressing the nauseating frustration of having squandered precious time only to acquire an inexplicable essence of soul power. Oh, and there was also a golden hammer, a small Haotian hammer, which seemed to be a token of the Haotian sect's leader. Yet, such an object held no value to Yin Zhu. Tang Chen had not mentioned its purpose in his last words, likely to prevent its misuse, choosing instead to recount his life for the wielder to decide its significance. After departing the city of carnage, Yin Zhu first returned to Heaven Do City to seek out Qian Renxue. Upon his arrival, Qian Renxue mentally prepared herself and inquired, "So, what trouble have you stirred this time? Let me sit down first. I wish to inquire about something," Yin Zhu replied. Qian Renxue, relieved that Yin Zhu had not presented her with a surprise, asked, "What is it then? Do you know the Hai Qianquan?" Yin Zhu questioned. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered at the mention. "How do you know about this? That is of no concern to you. It appears you are familiar with it?" Yin Zhu probed. "Indeed. It is a treasure of Heaven Do. My grandfather, Qian Douluo, advised me to pay close attention to it. However, despite my years as a princess, I have not acquired any information regarding it. Is there any way you could assist me in obtaining it?" Yin Zhu asked. "You truly dare to ask?" Qian Renxue replied. Somewhat exasperated. After a pause, she continued, "I am uncertain of your intentions or how you learned of this, but I cannot assist you in this endeavor. Are you not the princess?" Yin Zhu countered. "My status as a princess does not preclude my inability to acquire it," Qian Renxue responded. "I have sought it numerous times, yet it seems as if it has never existed. So, it must be the Emperor of the Snowy Night who has concealed it?" Yin Zhu mused, stroking his chin. "Even you, a princess, are being guarded against. The life of royalty is indeed intriguing. Must you always interject your sarcasm?" Qian Renxue shot him a glare, then curiously asked, "What exactly are you thinking? This Hanhai Qianquan is closely tied to Sea God Island. You cannot possibly be thinking, I wish to go to Sea God Island," Yin Zhu interjected. "But for that, I merely require a map. I do not need the Hanhai Qianquan. My desire for it serves a different purpose." Qian Renxue tapped her fingers on the table. "You are not contemplating becoming a deity, are you? Is it not evident that we share a certain telepathic connection?" Yin Zhu drew nearer to Qian Renxue. "Though it may seem foolish to ask, I still wish to know why?" Qian Renxue inquired. "Would you believe me if I said it was for the purpose of procreation?" Yin Zhu replied candidly. Witnessing Yin Zhu's unabashed demeanor, Qian Renxue's expression contorted in disbelief. "What on earth?" she exclaimed. "Must I elaborate on the details?" Yin Zhu replied, feeling somewhat cornered by the need to disclose his inability to bear offspring to a woman. "Are you serious?" Qian Renxue still struggled to accept the notion. "Oh, just tell me if you can obtain it." Yin Zhu shifted the topic. "And if I say I cannot, what then?" Qian Renxue challenged. "I would infiltrate the palace and seize it from the Emperor of the Snowy Night," Yin Zhu retorted casually. "Indeed, who could possibly stop you?" Qian Renxue's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Truly, no one could hinder me. However, should such actions cause you distress, I shall refrain," Yin Zhu assured her. Sighing, Qian Renxue remarked, "We must endure a bit longer. I am hastening our plans." "And what of you?" Yin Zhu queried. "You have yet to undergo the divine trial, correct?" "How do you know so much?" Qian Renxue asked, her brow furrowing. "I do not recall sharing any details about the divine trials with you. My knowledge extends far beyond your comprehension," Yin Zhu stated, fixing his gaze upon her. "I am aware that, without my intervention, your fate would culminate in the shattering of your divinity." "Stop." Qian Renxue raised her hand to silence him. "Such matters have only been mentioned between my grandfather and me. Have you met him?" "Not directly," Yin Zhu shook his head. "I have seen him, but never conversed." "Then how do you know these things?" Qian Renxue pressed. "Because I am not of this world. I can perceive the fates of certain individuals, including yours." Yin Zhu advanced closer to her. "However, your destiny is destined to be rewritten by my hand. Have you taken leave of your senses?" To Qian Renxue, Yin Zhu's words sounded like sheer folly. "Believe it or not, I assure you, I speak no lies," Yin Zhu replied. Observing Yin Zhu's eccentric demeanor, Qian Renxue shrugged in resignation and continued, "Very well, tell me, what fate awaits my grandfather?" "He shall perish," Yin Zhu leaned in further, adding, "He will sacrifice himself to become a bridge through which you may communicate with the divine, transferring divine power to you and aiding your ascension. However, this aligns with his long-held wish, thus he dies with purpose." "You lie." Qian Renxue sprang to her feet, her emotions surging. Strangely, the more she listened, the less she could dismiss Yin Zhu's words as mere fabrications. Her heart began to race with trepidation. Such matters remain unprovable for now. Therefore, you may choose to believe or disbelieve, Yinju remarked. Humph. Then tell me, what fate awaits Bibi Dong? Qian Rinqiue pressed on, her focus shifting to the one she cared most about. She too will meet her demise, Yinju recalled. She shall perish in her quest for vengeance. Qian Rinqiue fell silent, uncertainty clouding her thoughts regarding Tindo Douluo's fate. Yinju's foretelling of Bibidong's future, however, filled her with dread. Against whom shall she seek revenge? Against me? A hint of sorrow flickered in Qian Rinqiue's eyes. Not specifically against you. Yinju felt he had spoken too candidly. Some revelations he deemed mere procedural. Yet for the individuals involved, they could be devastating. He joked. Did you not claim disbelief? I was merely jesting. Qian Rinqiue cast a reproachful glance at him, now uncertain of the veracity of his claims. Fate is predetermined, but actions lie within our control. Do not speak of such nonsense that disturbs my peace of mind. Qian Rinqiue declared, retrieving paper and pen to attend to her duties. Yet soon, her curiosity resurfaced, prompting her to ask. The royal fighting team is set to embark on their journey to Douluo for study. Shall you not oversee them? What if something occurs? Yinzu leisurely remarked. They have already entered the city and will soon make contact with the individuals from the Starfall Royal Academy. What could possibly go wrong? Are you truly intent on seeking the vast sea and sky barrier? Qian Rinqiue inquired once more. Yinzu nodded and said, indeed. Within lies the remnants of the sea god Poseidon's divine consciousness. I seek answers from there. Qian Rinqiue, taken aback, exclaimed, you know this? I have much knowledge. Yinzu reiterated. Can you sincerely tell me why you aspire to become a deity? Qian Rinqiue inquired. Such a pursuit is fraught with difficulty and peril. What is it that you desire? Immortality? If that is the case, you could simply wish to become an angelic servant to attain longevity. Yinzu shook his head, declaring, when I emphasize that I am not deceiving you, I truly mean it. You speak so fantastically, how can I discern truth from falsehood? Qian Rinqiue complained. What if I said I have feelings for you and wish for your assistance in having children? How would you judge the veracity of that statement? Yinzu leaned closer to Qian Rinqiue. Stop this nonsense. I am working. Qian Rinqiue's heart raced, and for reasons unknown, she felt unable to meet Yinzu's gaze. What about you? Do you perceive it as true or false? Suddenly, a clatter echoed as Yinzu swept the papers and pens off the table, lifting Qian Rinqiue by her underarms and placing her atop the desk, burying his face in the crook of her neck. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Qian Rinqiue gasped, struggling desperately. Yet, maintaining her guise as Shwechenghe rendered her powerless to escape. Young master! Hearing the commotion, Sishiwei burst into the study. Qian Rinqiue turned her furious gaze upon him, shouting, who permitted you to enter? Get out. However, upon seeing Qian Rinqiue, disguised as Shwechenghe, ensnared in Yinzu's embrace, Sishiwei broke into a sweat. Under the commanding glare of Qian Rinqiue, he begrudgingly retreated, shutting the door behind him. A flash of golden light enveloped them, and Qian Rinqiue reverted to her true form, leaving Yinzu feeling as if the person in his arms had suddenly become soft and slippery. Cease this at once. Do not touch me. Qian Rinqiue struggled, pressing her palm against Yinzu's abdomen. A flicker of her soul ring unleashed a surge of soul power. Yet it bore no effect. You smell delightful, Yinzu murmured, intoxicated as he embraced Qian Rinqiue, kissing and nibbling at her. Tears welled in Qian Rinqiue's eyes as she pleaded, stop. This is unacceptable. Why is it unacceptable? Yinzu paused, gazing into her eyes. Is it not a shame to waste your youth here? With such pressure upon you, you ought to experience joy. Qian Rinqiue blushed profusely and, gritting her teeth, declared, I cannot engage in such activities before my divine examination. At this proclamation, Yinzu's actions genuinely halted. Is that so? Yinzu blinked in surprise. Seizing this moment of distraction, Qian Rinqiue kicked him away and retreated, glaring at him fiercely as she noticed her golden silk gown had been torn. Chapter 59. Relaxation. What is wrong with you? Qian Rinqiue admonished as she adjusted her attire, keeping a wary eye on Yinzu. Is it not simply because you are so beautiful? Yinzu reflected on the taste lingering on his lips. Are you blaming me for that? Qian Rinqiue retorted. I could never blame myself. Yinzu shrugged. Do you even understand the meaning of respect? Qian Rinqiue fumed. Did I ever say you could treat me this way? You did not explicitly forbid it, Yinzu replied. Besides, I was unaware that such actions were off limits before your divine examination. Enough. Is that really your focus? I truly cannot fathom how you Lingling would willingly associate with someone like you. Yinzu, feeling indignant, retorted, what you said is rather amusing. In the past instances when you took advantage of me, you did so rather willingly, did you not? Do not pretend you are oblivious to my meaning. In a fit of exasperation, Qian Rinqiue raised her hand, intending to unleash a soul skill, yet reconsidered, recognizing the futility of the action, given Yinzu's remarkable resilience. The sudden cessation of their playful banter rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. However, the only one truly uncomfortable was Qian Rinqiue. Yinzu's antics left her at a loss, prompting her to pace back and forth. Eventually, she transformed into her alter ego, Shwechenghe, opened the door, and declared, leave. I refuse. Yinzu plopped down onto the desk, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he observed Qian Rinqiue. whose normally composed and icy demeanor was now flushed with embarrassment, a sight he found genuinely entertaining. Then go ahead and kill me, Qianrenshue said, taking a seat and adopting a defiant posture akin to Yanzu's. Why so serious? Yanzu replied, I would never coerce you. Besides, if I truly wanted to, you would be powerless to resist. Qianrenshue, her eyes filled with conflict, gazed at Yanzu and confessed, I cannot discern which of your words are sincere and which are deceitful. Just when I believe I have grasped your essence, you strike me with unexpected revelations. Yanzu chuckled, do not be so possessive, otherwise, it would render life rather dull. Qianrenshue replied, whether it is dull or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that it brings me a sense of tranquility. Noticing that Yanzu no longer seemed inclined to offend her, Qianrenshue gradually quelled the turmoil within her heart and said, give me some time. If I receive any news regarding the Hanhai Qianquan shield, I shall inform you at the first opportunity. Do not think to divert the topic so easily. Yanzu rose and approached Qianrenshue, who instinctively leaned back. What is it that you desire? Qianrenshue's breath quickened. It's nothing. I merely wish to understand what we truly are to each other, Yanzu stated. His strong hands grasping Qianrenshue's arms, locking eyes with her. A partnership, as you mentioned, Qianrenshue replied, attempting to mask her unease by maintaining her gaze upon Yanzu. Do not feign ignorance. I can hear your heartbeat, Yanzu asserted. I seek a definitive answer from you. I believe my intentions have been sufficiently clear, and you can no longer keep me in suspense. I am busy and have not entertained such notions, nor am I psychologically prepared for them, Qianrenshue retorted, feeling a surge of irritation. She forcefully extricated herself from Yanzu's grasp and continued, do not press me. Grant me a little time, will you? Furthermore, even if I were to agree, what would it change? I have already stated that I cannot engage in such matters with anyone before my divine examination. Upon hearing this, Yanzu chuckled and remarked, aside from that, there are still numerous activities we can engage in. It is quite understandable. After all, you did not experience a typical adolescence. And now you are approaching your 30s. Losing some sense of romance is perfectly normal. Upon hearing his words, Qianrenshuе nearly ground her back molars in frustration. And soon thereafter, she felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Her expression grew somewhat melancholic as she let out a deep sigh, allowing herself to relax completely. Gazing at the ceiling, she pondered, do you think, at our level, the concept of love still exists? Upon hearing Qianrenshue's words, Yanzu sat beside her. Pondering for a moment before responding, I truly do not know. Have I ever mentioned my parents to you? Qianrenshuе suddenly inquired. No. But feel free to share if you wish, Yanzu replied, well aware of the matters concerning Qianxuanji and Bibi Dong. Yet he did not mind hearing it again from Qianrenshue's perspective. After a brief silence, Qianrenshue began her narrative. From the time I can recall, it was my grandfather who guided and cared for me. In my life, the presence of Bibi Dong, my mother, was not frequent. Yet it always evoked a profound sadness within me. My father passed away when I was very young, and to be honest, I felt no sorrow. As there was little emotional connection, at most, I experienced a sense of loss for what others possessed, but I did not. As the Pope, I often had to accompany her to various events. If I had not inquired, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that she was my mother, and it seemed no one intended to enlighten me. What is a mother truly like? This has been a lingering question since my childhood. Why did her gaze always seem to be filled with unwarranted disdain and disgust towards me? Despite my tireless efforts to excel, I yearned to understand her thoughts, to uncover the reasons behind her treatment of me, yet her only response was a chilling silence. Thus, I took it upon myself to investigate, and to my astonishment, I discovered the absurdity of my own existence. She, Bibi Dong, distinguished herself among millions to become the saintess of the spirit hall. My father devoted himself entirely to nurturing her exceptional talents, perceiving Bibi Dong as his possession. Yet, the love she bore was not for him, leading my father to forcibly claim her, much like your actions towards me just now. Yanzu retorted, don't talk nonsense. I never insisted that you bear my children. If I had wanted that, you would have already had a second child by now. Humph. Qianrenshuе snorted coldly and continued, look, these are my parents. Do you think there is love between them? Even if it were one-sided, do you believe my father loves Bibi Dong? It feels more like possessiveness, a kind of behavior akin to guarding one's food. Both of them are rather absurd. I don't quite wish to comment, Yanzu replied. Qianrenshue seemed to disagree with this perspective, saying, although Bibi Dong is wrong to vent her anger on me, I can somewhat understand her feelings, despite my dissatisfaction. I can't comprehend that, Yanzu said with a bitter smile. To be fair, while your father's actions are quite outrageous, he should possess considerable looks and strength. Given that he has been nurturing Bibi Dong from a young age, how could she possibly find someone like Yu Xiaojiang appealing? Yu Xiaojiang? Qianrenshue frowned, questioning. Who is Yu Xiaojiang? Yanzu chuckled and said, how do you know so clearly about the person who abducted the holy maiden of your spirit hall? Qianrenshue exclaimed in surprise. Yanzu pointed to his eyes and remarked, I have mentioned that I can see many things. Qianrenshue exhaled softly, showing no inclination to delve into the nature of that Yu Xiaojiang, but instead inquired, and you? How do you get along with Ningrongrong? Quite well. Yanzu replied candidly. That little girl has become increasingly radiant. See, you didn't like her at first, did you? Qianrenshue stated. Your relationship is merely a result of the resource allocation between Ning Fingxi and me for our subordinates. And so what? What significance does that hold? Yen Zhu was perplexed by Qian Rinxue's meaning. Of course it holds significance, Qian Rinxue asserted. Do you still not comprehend? I do not understand what love is. Perhaps my future marriage will serve the purpose of the inheritance of the angel god. Everything is merely an exchange and a reasonable arrangement. Ah. Yen Zhu observed Qian Rinxue's somewhat despondent demeanor and remarked, I do not believe that. Have you not experienced the stirrings of spring in all your years? With so many noble families in the palace, have you not encountered someone who made your heart flutter? I am Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue emphasized. Yen Zhu let out a sound of understanding, suddenly grasping Qian Rinxue's intent. Indeed, if one were to perform, it must be done in its entirety, adhering to the standards expected of a man throughout the entire process. It is no wonder that Qian Rinxue's character exhibits certain deficiencies. Yen Zhu shook his head and remarked, if it were up to me, I would arrange for you to experience 2 dramas, and then you would truly understand. He continued, you speak in a manner that is utterly incomprehensible, leaving one perplexed. Qian Rinxue felt a certain lack of motivation. I see you still have not grasped that kind of joy, which is why your descriptions are so dry and uninspired, Yen Zhu commented. Dry and uninspired? Qian Rinxue squinted, puzzled by Yen Zhu's words. Indeed, Yen Zhu replied, through my experiences with you lingling over the past year or 2, I have come to realize that a wonderful love can nourish both body and soul. If you were to truly feel it, your expressions would not be so lacking in vitality. And what would that be like? What in Sagi? Qian Rinxue inquired. Upon hearing this, Yen Zhu's eyes sparkled mischievously as he remarked, if you wish to put it that way, there is certainly no harm. It can indeed leave you quite drenched. Qian Rinxue turned her face away, closing her eyes in an act of refusal to engage further with Yen Zhu. Yen Zhu gently shook her arm and suggested, how about this? Take some time off, and I shall take you out for some leisure. I hardly have the time for such frivolities, Qian Rinxue replied, feeling weary as she rested her head on her hands and drifted into a light slumber. Suit yourself. Whenever you feel inclined to go, just let me know. Yen Zhu observed her fatigue and refrained from further bothering her, departing the study alone. Outside, the fierce turtle dove stood watch, eyeing Yen Zhu with predatory intent. Upon hearing Yen Zhu's departure, Qian Rinxue opened her eyes. A sense of exhaustion weighed upon her heart, yet she found it difficult to settle into restful sleep. After tossing and turning, she ultimately resolved to immerse herself in work and cultivation, as she had done for many years. Perhaps it was worth considering Yen Zhu's proposal to venture out for a moment of respite. Qian Rinxue pondered. It might indeed be quite delightful, yet it felt somewhat indulgent. As she paced the room with a scroll in hand, her attention was suddenly caught by the mirror hanging nearby. She gazed into its depths, seeing her true visage reflected back. Impulsively, she cursed Yen Zhu in her mind, that scoundrel, mocking my age. However, as she counted the years since her arrival in Tindo, she found herself hesitant to confront that number. With a sigh, she tossed the scroll behind her, covered her face with her hands momentarily, and resolved to find a time to clear her mind and take a stroll. Chapter 60, a good show after leaving the prince's residence. Yen Zhu first returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. From a vantage point above, he observed Chen Xian instructing Zhu Zhuqing in her cultivation. Next, I shall impart to you the essentials of combat, Chen Xian stated, standing poised with an intensity in his gaze akin to a sharpened blade. Do not flinch, he admonished, furrowing his brow. Look into my eyes and let me instill fear within you. Instill fear? How is that even possible? Zhu Zhuqing mused inwardly. To seize control of the battlefield, you must first calm your mind. Chen Xian noted the flicker of distraction in her eyes. What occupies your thoughts? Is there something that burdens you? I require you to eliminate any extraneous thoughts. If you cannot achieve this, do not waste my time. With that, he left Zhu Zhuqing standing in the grass, abandoned to her thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists and bit her lip, gently tapping her temple in contemplation. A strict yet earnest individual serves as a fine mentor. Yen Zhu descended behind her, saying, Uncle Jian embodies such a figure. Have you encountered any dilemmas? Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Zhuqing turned around, relieved to see Yen Zhu returned unscathed. You're back? Did you encounter any danger in Xingluo? Yen Zhu waved his hand and said, those matters are not worth mentioning. Let us speak of you. I, Zhu Zhuqing, hesitated, my words caught in my throat. Yen Zhu observed her expression and revealed an understanding smile, saying, I see. You were thinking of him? Zhu Zhuqing, caught off guard by Yen Zhu's insight into her feelings, hurriedly replied, no, I was just contemplating whether what I am currently doing is right. Am I right? Yen Zhu shook his head and stated, in this world, there is only one thing that is eternally correct, and that is to strive unceasingly for strength. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her palm and said, I understand. Only by becoming stronger can one possess a voice, and only through strength can one seize control over their destiny. Yet, I find it difficult to calm my mind. What does the person you seek mean to you? Yen Zhu inquired knowingly. Destiny, Zhu Zhuqing responded almost instinctively. For she had thoroughly contemplated this matter when she decided to leave Xingluo. In such circumstances, to resist The fusion technique of the white tiger in the netherworld is the sole opportunity. Possessing it grants one the qualification to fight back. The enduring strength of Xing Luo lies in the stable inheritance of martial souls from both the white tiger and netherworld families, alongside their fusion techniques. Yin Zhu shook his head and said, to think this way is truly lamentable. Zhu Qing, somewhat resistant to Yin Zhu's remarks, replied. Is it not tragic to place one's hopes in others? Yin Zhu countered, here we are at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where the resources necessary for cultivation are countless. Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle are renowned powerhouses on the continent. You possess such advantageous conditions, yet still wish to depend on others to alter your fate. You truly disappoint me. Hearing this, Zhu Qing felt a pang of bitterness and said, you wouldn't understand. I wouldn't understand? Yin Zhu chuckled lightly. If you were to grow strong enough, what need would there be for compromise? That is still a distant prospect, Zhu Qing argued. To fully control my own destiny is a matter of decades hence. Until then, I must confront certain realities. I do not believe that individual can provide assistance surpassing what the sect offers you, Yin Zhu stated, yet I know you are unlikely to heed my words. Zhu Qing's softly arched eyelashes fluttered slightly as she replied, I have my reasons. Being trapped here in anguish yields no answers. Therefore, I shall assist you in finding him. Yin Zhu said, patting Zhu Qing on the shoulder. Prepare yourself. When I return, we shall embark on our journey. Before Zhu Qing could ponder or decline, Yin Zhu had already departed the training grounds in search of Ning Fengji. Zhu, seeing you return safely puts my mind at ease, Ning Fengji remarked. Father, you worry too much. The city of slaughter is merely that, Yin Zhu replied, shaking his head. Observing the trace of regret on Yin Zhu's face when he mentioned the city of slaughter, Ning Fengji understood that he had not found what he sought. He then inquired, so, have you acquired the legendary domain of the god of slaughter? No, I returned empty-handed, Yin Zhu answered. By the way, father, I came back to ask if we possess any maps related to the Sea God Island. The Sea God Island? Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before responding. We do have some, though their authenticity has never been verified. Zhu, do you wish to journey to the Sea God Island? Yin Zhu nodded and remarked. The city of slaughter has not bestowed upon me what I seek. Perhaps the island of the sea god will. Given the opportunity, I shall undoubtedly venture there. He was well aware of the myriad tales surrounding the island of the sea god. Both the city of slaughter and the island of the sea god are fraught with peril, Ning Fengji stated. It is said that several natural barriers encircle the island of the sea god. In the past, the Spirit Hall dispatched 2 Title Douluos, leading a formidable fleet of soul masters to seek out the island, only to vanish without a trace, likely consumed by the terrifying entities of the ocean. Yin Zhu dismissed this concern entirely, understanding that Yin Zhu's resolution was unwavering. Ning Fengji sent someone to retrieve the map of the island of the sea god and presented it to Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu took the map, revealing a piece of parchment intricately affixed to a scroll, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Reluctantly, he turned it over. Examining the map from various angles, he remarked. Ning Fengji chuckled, saying, I never truly expected it to be of any use. Such items are far too numerous to recall in detail. Indeed, it is a map of considerable age. Yin Zhu managed to decipher the map, albeit with difficulty. Ning Fengji nodded, adding, the most critical aspect is that the authenticity of this map remains in question. If we cannot locate it, we shall return and deliver it further. Of course, Yin Zhu replied, carefully tucking the map away. He continued, by the way, I intend to take Zhu Qing out for a while. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression shifted, and he laughed. Zhu, do not be too hasty. You might frighten the young lady. Ahem, I have such intentions, but not at this moment. This outing is of genuine importance. Yin Zhu clarified. Of genuine importance? Very well. Do you know where he is? Yin Zhu inquired, having taken Zhu Qing's hand as they gazed down the mountain path. Certainly. Before leaving home, Zhu Qing had made some preparations. She had gathered as much information as possible about Daimubai, and at the very least, she knew he was in the vicinity of Suatua City. Come, Yin Zhu said, opening his arms to Zhu Qing. What? Zhu Qing understood Yin Zhu's intention, yet upon seeing his somewhat boastful expression, she felt a wave of shyness. Yin Zhu inquired, are you intending to walk? Time is indeed a precious commodity for soul masters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing pursed her lips and approached Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Compared to Yu Lingling and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing's physique certainly bore more weight. And the delightful sensation of her resilient form nestled against him was truly comforting. Let us proceed. I shall take you to witness a splendid performance. Yin Zhu thought merrily as he soared towards Soto City with Zhu Qing in his embrace. Shortly thereafter, as Zhu Qing gazed upon the city that unfolded before her, her mind felt somewhat dazed. She mused to herself, though this may be somewhat awkward, it undeniably saves time. So, how do you wish to proceed? Yin Zhu inquired of Zhu Qing. Let us first enter the city and conduct a search, she replied, directing her gaze elsewhere. Yin Zhu chuckled. Such a primitive method. Do you think you can find it on your own? I can indeed, Zhu Qing replied with unwavering confidence. As long as he is nearby, I will sense his presence. Oh, Yin Zhu nodded and led Zhu Qing into the city. Yin Zhu was acutely aware of the days that Daimubai spent wandering alone after leaving Xinglua. His departure from Xinghua was not motivated by a desire for strength, but rather by fear and avoidance. Freed from such a harsh environment, Daimubai found a sense of superiority at Shrek Academy, reveling in a life of indulgence and merriment. After meandering through Soto City for 2 days, Yanzu consistently heightened his perceptual acuity, searching for traces of Daimubai. In this world, an individual as distinctive as Daimubai was remarkably easy to identify. With his golden hair, heterochromatic eyes, and an air of nobility unique to royal offspring, he was unparalleled in Soto City. On the evening of the 3rd day, Daimubai finally made his appearance. After a thorough search through the crowd, Yanzu finally spotted him. In Soto City, he seemed to possess a certain degree of notoriety, as various hotels beckoned him to enter. At that moment, Daimubai was seen embracing a pair of beautiful sisters, strolling into a couple's hotel with an expression of sheer delight. Indeed, wherever he appeared in Soto City, it was evident that he was there to indulge in pleasure. Trailing behind him was a short, portly fellow, Ma Hongjun, who soon vanished into a narrow alley. It was rather inconsiderate of Daimubai not to treat his companions to a lavish meal. Nevertheless, this was what Yanzu intended to show Zhu Zhuqing. Why not search over there? Yanzu suggested to Zhu Zhuqing. Over there? Haven't we already been that way? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. Have we? Are you certain? Yanzu countered. This left Zhu Zhuqing uncertain, yet their aimless search rendered the distinction inconsequential. Yanzu brought Zhu Zhuqing to the vicinity of the hotel where Daimubai was staying. As if struck by some unseen force, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly halted, glancing around in a state of mild panic, before dashing a few steps ahead to stop at the entrance of the couple's hotel. In that fleeting moment when she turned to peer inside, she caught sight of Daimubai, his arm wrapped around someone, ascending the staircase under the guidance of a hotel attendant. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, frozen. As Daimubai reached the corner of the staircase, he seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing as he turned to look at the hotel entrance. Among the throng of people, his gaze collided with another pair of eyes. This sensation? Could it be her? On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the distinctive heterochromatic eyes of the golden-haired man, uniquely belonging to the owner of the evil-eye white tiger martial spirit. A shock coursed through her. It truly was him. Standing not far behind Zhu Zhuqing, Yanzu noticed her heart racing chaotically and chuckled, shaking his head. So, did you find something? He inquired. Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled slightly as she avoided his gaze, clenching her fists as she moved forward. I found nothing. Let us look elsewhere. Chapter 61. A Good Show, Part 2. As the saying goes, some things are better left unexamined. Since Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to confront such a scene, Yanzu naturally refrained from prying. Her quest to find her husband should come to an end here. Wait. Oh? Upon hearing that voice, Yanzu chose not to turn around, curious about Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. Zhu Zhuqing also did not look back. Instead, she quickened her pace to leave. Hold on. Daimubai strode forward, reaching out to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's wrist. Anticipating his move, Zhu Zhuqing pulled her hand away and leaped backward, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared at Daimubai. What do you want? Daimubai, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's face, paused momentarily before asking. What are you doing here? It's none of your business, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone icily devoid of emotion, and she attempted to turn away. Daimubai, wearing a perplexed expression, reached out again to grasp her shoulder as she tried to leave. In response, a purple claw-like illusion manifested on Zhu Zhuqing's slender fingers. She swiftly turned and struck, but Daimubai was caught off guard, his clothing torn by her grasp. I've made it clear, it has nothing to do with you. Do not provoke me. Her disdain for him erupted unreservedly this time. Realizing he had inadvertently triggered her ire, Daimubai said, Zhuqing, you came here to find me, didn't you? Just give me some time, please. I will say this once more. We shall go our separate ways. The earlier scene had disgusted Zhu Zhuqing so profoundly that she wished to sever any lingering ties with Daimubai. Is there even a path to take? Daimubai spread his hands. You should know we have no choices. Zhu Zhuqing coldly regarded him, her gaze suddenly drifting to the 2 women from earlier, whom he had embraced, and she smiled sarcastically. Aren't you the one with choices? Here, you thrive. Daimubai, realizing the implication of her words, fell momentarily silent, not wishing to let her leave. The 2 remained locked in a stalemate. As Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave, Daimubai blocked her path. Do you wish to make a scene? Zhu Zhuqing revealed her martial spirit in response. Daimubai stood his ground, and seeing her readiness to strike, he suddenly laughed. Let us not make a fuss, shall we? It must have been a difficult journey to get here. I will not let you go. You are mine. Hearing those words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she reached out to claw at Daimubai's throat. Daimubai thought to himself that his little fiancé was throwing a tantrum. Well, he would indulge her for a while. As onlookers gathered, the number of spectators increased. However, Daimubai's soul power far surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's, and despite multiple exchanges, he teased her with his defenses, leaving her attacks futile. Even when she struck him, there was little effect. In the next round, Zhu Zhuqing's claws grazed Daimubai's throat, but he tilted his head away, then seized her wrist with one hand, twisting it behind her back. Little one, do you think I cannot subdue you? Dai Bai looked at Zhu Qing before him, savoring her fragrant scent. Feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bone snapping echoed in his mind, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. Are you all right? Yin Zhu pulled Zhu Qing aside, asking. Zhu Qing shook her head and then looked toward Dai Bai. At that moment, Dai Bai's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at his limp arm, letting out a cry akin to that of a wounded animal. When did that happen? Dai Bai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look at the man beside Zhu Qing. It was him. Dai Bai realized with dread, having been entirely unaware that this man had broken his arm. Let us go. Yin Zhu ignored the anguished expression of Dai Bai and spoke to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded slightly. Though she felt Yin Zhu had gone a bit too far, she had no choice. She knew that without his intervention, she would indeed be entangled by Dai Bai. Stop. Dai Bai, clutching his arm, glared at Zhu Qing. Qing, what do you mean by this? Zhu Qing paid him no mind, continuing to leave with Yin Zhu. Dai Bai's voice rang out again. You should know what your actions entail. This is treason. Do you want me to silence him? Yin Zhu asked, noticing Zhu Qing's increasingly troubled expression. No need. Let us leave quickly. Zhu Qing's mind was in turmoil. All she wished was to return to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, cast aside all distractions, and immerse herself in her training. As the two departed from Soto City, Yin Zhu opened his arms to Zhu Qing. Come, let us return home. Suddenly, Zhu Qing's already somber expression turned strained, and Yin Zhu felt a subtle shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Teacher Zhao, it's him. Ma Hongjun pointed at Yin Zhu. Do you really dare to take action? Yin Zhu silently chuckled, having thought these two were merely there to fetch Dai Bai, yet they were now confronting him. After resolving matters in the alley, Ma Hongjun had come to the street, witnessing the commotion between Dai Bai and Zhu Qing. He squeezed through the crowd just in time to see Yin Zhu break Dai Bai's arm. Earlier, when he and Oscar had entered the city to recruit students, he had already experienced Yin Zhu's prowess. He was a ruthless individual. Feeling a surge of fear, Ma Hongjun hurried back to Shrek to summon Zhao Wujing for assistance. You say these two little brats injured Mubai? Zhao Wujing approached Yin Zhu and Zhu Qing, stroking his chin. Ma Hongjun jumped forward, pointing at Yin Zhu. Teacher Zhao. It was him. He broke Dai Laoda's arm. Zhao Wujing scrutinized Yin Zhu, thinking to himself, by the looks of it, he must be a powerful attack-type soul master. To have bested Mubai is truly astonishing. He might be a little monster. If we could recruit him into the academy, Flinder would surely be overjoyed. However, before that, they needed to quell their arrogance. With this in mind, Zhao Wujing said, So, you two are the ones who harmed our academy student? Yin Zhu observed that Zhu Qing was already breathing heavily, as if burdened by an immense weight. Understanding that it was due to Zhao Wujing's soul technique, he coldly remarked, I have no interest in you. If you wish to perish, then continue. Zhao Wujing, upon hearing this, rubbed his palms together and cheerfully replied, Typically, when children fight, adults should not intervene. However, your actions have been rather excessive, and you claim to have no interest in me? Yet, I find you all quite intriguing. With a sharp crack resounding in his mind, Zhao Wujing suddenly felt a buzzing in his head as he was sent flying into the air. Yin Zhu clapped his hands and turned to the dazed Ma Hongjun, who was utterly shocked. Although he had witnessed Yin Zhu's merciless demeanor before, his opponents were merely city guards. How could Zhao Wujing, a soul sage, be so easily cast aside by this youth? On the other side, Zhao Wujing lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, completely unconscious, drool pooling from his crooked mouth. Can you move? Yin Zhu asked the equally stunned Zhu Qing. Yes, she nodded, glancing at the distant Zhao Wujing, realizing the terrifying strength he must possess given her previous struggle. Yin Zhu, almost forgetting, approached Ma Hongjun and delivered a slap that sent him sprawling next to Zhao Wujing, leaving the two rotund figures sprawled on the grass. He then lifted Zhu Qing and flew directly towards the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Chapter 62, The Ocean. How did you accomplish that? Zhu Qing could no longer contain her curiosity on the way back to the sect. What do you mean? Yin Zhu inquired. You are not very old, are you? She said. How did you become so powerful? Ah. Yin Zhu responded, gazing into the distance, it is merely luck. Zhu Qing dismissed his answer as a trivial evasion, muttering. One cannot gain such strength solely through luck. That's difficult to say, Yin Zhu replied. Some indulge in vices and live to be 99, while others tread cautiously and meet an early demise. Luck is something you cannot reason with anyone about. Seeing that Yin Zhu was unwilling to elaborate on the nature of his strength, Zhu Qing ceased her inquiries and began contemplating her own future. Without Dai Bai, she could not return to confront Zhu Zhuyun and Davis in the traditional manner. Moreover, Dai Bai was correct, as a woman of the ghostly spirit cat clan. Refusing to marry the prince of the White Tiger clan would be seen as treason. It appeared that she had no choice, Zhu Qing thought. Resigning herself to the fact that her only path lay in relentless cultivation within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Although her experiences felt authentic, she couldn't shake the feeling of being orchestrated, especially when she observed Yin Zhu's calm demeanor throughout, as if he had foreseen all that would unfold. Meanwhile, some time after Yin Zhu departed, Zhao Wujing finally regained consciousness outside Sotoa City. As dusk fell, he rose to find Ma Hongjun lying nearby, attempting to rouse him. He was struck by a wave of pain that nearly caused him to faint, only to realize that the lower half of his face had completely detached from the upper. Suppressing the agony, Zhao Wuji adjusted his face and attempted to speak, only to find his words coming out awkwardly. He glanced at Ma Hongjun, whose round face was also disfigured, and lamented, "What on earth was that kid?" Zhao Wuji kicked Ma Hongjun, awakening him. And together they made their way into Suatoa City for treatment. They encountered Dai Mubai at the clinic, who, having just completed surgery, was drenched in sweat and appeared pale, his arm encased in thick plaster. "What happened to you?" Zhao Wuji asked, noticing Dai Mubai's severe condition. Dai Mubai, taken aback by Zhao Wuji's peculiar accent, asked, "Teacher Zhao, what happened to you?" "Just a little mishap," Zhao Wuji replied, feeling embarrassed and reluctant to elaborate. Dai Mubai then turned to Ma Hongjun, barely recognizing him without his usual appearance. After receiving treatment at the clinic, the three returned to Shrek Academy. Flander, curious about their absence, waited at the entrance and was shocked to see their injuries. "Did you three go toe-to-toe with the Titan Giant 8? He inquired. Dai Mubai, unwilling to discuss his breakup with his fiancée, remained silent, while Ma Hongjun was unable to speak due to his injuries, and Zhao Wuji, feeling humiliated, especially with his awkward speech, also chose to remain quiet. Noticing their despondent demeanor, Flander refrained from probing further. Once back in their quarters, he sought Zhao Wuji for a private conversation to uncover the events that had transpired. "You mean a mere child took you all down like this?" Flander remarked, incredulous. Zhao Wuji sighed. "At least he appears youthful." "That's quite strange," Flander mused. "Could it be that he possesses some secret to maintaining youth? We've roamed the continent for years and never encountered such a figure. Did you discern his martial soul?" Zhao Wuji shook his head. "He didn't use his martial soul." "Didn't he use it?" Flander exclaimed. "To inflict such damage without employing a martial soul, he must be a Title Douluo level powerhouse. There's no point in dwelling on it now." Zhao Wuji grumbled. "I heard from Hongjun that he could easily defeat Mubai. I had hoped to intimidate him and bring him to our academy. But he struck ruthlessly without a second thought. Now he has vanished. Discussing it further is futile." Flander, feeling a twinge of fear, conceded. "You were fortunate he didn't go for the kill. By the way, you ought to reimburse me for today's medical expenses," Zhao Wuji insisted. Flander scoffed. "You were simply bested and brought disgrace upon the academy, and you still dare to ask me for money?" Zhao Wuji retorted. "I sustained these injuries for the sake of recruitment. As the principal, you should show some compassion." Flander patted Zhao Wuji on the shoulder. "The academy is currently facing financial difficulties. We should support one another through these tough times, not constantly discuss money." Zhao Wuji swatted Flander's hand away and reclined in a rocking chair, closing his eyes to rest. "Recruitment season is approaching. I'll see about earning some extra funds then," Flander said, rubbing his hands together. Zhao Wuji, eyes still closed, replied, "There aren't any promising candidates worth pursuing. Extorting a few registration fees seems pointless." Flander interjected, "You might be surprised. I recently received a letter from Xiao Gang, claiming he has 2 promising candidates to send our way." "Xiao Gang? Which Xiao Gang?" Zhao Wuji inquired. "Ah, the master I adventured with back in the day." "You Xiao Gang," Flander replied. "Oh," Zhao Wuji said, realization dawning. "I've only heard of him, but never met him. What caliber of talent are we talking about?" Flander beamed with pride. "That's not for you to worry about. I can't say much more, but when it comes to spotting talent, Xiao Gang excels." More than a month has passed, and at this moment, Yanzu was aimlessly soaring over the vast ocean. Before embarking on his journey, he had first visited the Starry Empire to ensure the safety of Yilingling and her companions before setting off for the Sea God Island. However, now Yanzu felt somewhat overconfident. Originally, Ning Fingji had promised to provide him with a fine vessel, a skilled captain, and several experienced sailors. But the self-assured Yanzu had flatly declined, opting instead to fly into the sea equipped only with a map. Yet, he had underestimated the vastness of the ocean. Even though his vision could reach several kilometers, it proved utterly insufficient over the boundless sea, which was an entirely different concept from the continent. On land, each step revealed a new vista, allowing for easy navigation, but the ocean, with its infinite expanse of water, offered little in the way of reference points. Although islands existed, they too were difficult to use as navigational aids, especially considering the Earth's spherical nature. Would he truly become lost? Yanzu was infuriated. The map provided by Ning Fengji had indeed been useful at first, but after enduring several fierce storms, the landscape before him no longer matched the map. The storms over the ocean were not merely a matter of wind and rain, nevertheless. Yanzu had been granted a glimpse of the breathtaking spectacle of towering waves and lightning, which thrilled his heart, although he knew these forces could not harm him. The novelty of witnessing such phenomena for the first time exhilarated him. After an indeterminate period of flight, Yanzu finally discovered a place to land. Upon touching down, he placed his hands on his hips and gazed at the enormous pile of fish bones beneath a coconut tree, sighing heavily. He had inadvertently returned to a spot where he had once feasted on nearly a dozen 2-meter-long tuna, the bones now bleached and sun-dried. What to do now? Yanzu scratched his face in frustration, cursing the ocean in exasperation. He began to contemplate soaring beyond the atmosphere to find a suitable place to descend. Just as he resolved to do so, He heard the sound of wind rustling against the ship's sails. Yinzu exhaled deeply and began to soar towards the source of the sound, momentarily disregarding everything else. He was eager to encounter living souls, to engage in conversation and gather information. He had grown weary of the unpredictable tempestuous weather and the endless expanse of the sea. Soon, Yinzu spotted the vessel. But its condition was far from optimistic. Enormous tentacles were emerging from the ocean, coiling around the ship and shaking it violently. The crew aboard screamed for help, while those capable of doing so unleashed their soul techniques against the encroaching tentacles, yet to little avail. Today's menu features char-grilled octopus, Yinzu mused, somewhat unsettled by the sight of such a colossal creature. Cease your futile lamentations, your savior has arrived, he proclaimed, hovering above the ship. Some noticed his arrival, while others were too consumed by the dire situation to react, but in this life and death moment, no one acknowledged his words. Ah. It seems one must first offer a sweet before the bitter, Yinzu chuckled, shaking his head. His eyes radiated a crimson beam as he deftly severed the tentacles, then dove into the depths of the sea. When he erupted from the water, a massive octopus was drawn from the depths alongside him. What a terrifying sight it was. Its size completely overshadowed the ship, and from below, all that could be seen was the monstrous octopus flailing in the sky, completely obscuring Yinzu. Heavens! We are utterly doomed. The crew cried, their spirits shattered at the sight. Look! Someone shouted, and the crew instinctively gazed upwards to witness the once thrashing octopus suddenly stilled, languishing in midair. Then, it plummeted back into the ocean, creating colossal waves that nearly capsized the ship. I told you, your savior has arrived. Yinzu gradually descended towards the vessel, arms outstretched in preparation for their reverent adoration. Chapter 63, The Sea, Part 2. The flesh of the great octopus was tough and flavorless, akin to chewing on a tire. Yinzu spat it out after a single taste, visually appealing yet lacking in substance. A figure, seemingly the captain, approached with a bowl of soup, presenting it to Yinzu with utmost reverence. My lord, this is freshly prepared. Please partake. Yinzu cast a glance around him. In the aftermath of the calamity, everyone was occupied with the daunting task of tidying up the ravaged vessels, yet they occasionally stole glances at him. These gazes reflected admiration, envy, but predominantly a palpable sense of fear. Are you the captain? Yinzu inquired, savoring a sip of broth that possessed a rugged yet delectable flavor. Indeed. I am the captain of the ship. I am immensely grateful for your timely rescue, my lord, the captain replied, keenly observing the expressions around him. Having narrowly escaped death, he harbored great hope towards this youth before him, who could effortlessly vanquish sea monsters. Such prowess could prove advantageous if he could cultivate a connection with him. Navigating these waters would surely become as effortless as a fish in water. Oh, Yinzu nodded, directing his gaze towards the hold, which was filled with provisions, spices, and tobacco. Upon listening closely to the conversations, it seemed that this was merely a humble cargo vessel. Where is your ship headed? Yinzu asked. In response to your inquiry, my lord, this vessel is bound for 7-Star Island, the captain answered. 7-Star Island? The name resonated with Yinzu, striking a chord of familiarity, yet he could not recall the specifics. Noticing the change in Yinzu's demeanor, the captain felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, many items aboard could be deemed contraband, and 7-Star Island, a notorious haven for pirates, was not a destination for the faint of heart. Yes, I am specifically tasked with delivering supplies to 7-Star Island, the captain clarified. Is that place far from the mainland? Yinzu inquired further. Indeed, it is quite distant. And perilous as well, the captain replied, recalling the earlier turmoil and wiping the sweat from his brow. It truly is a matter of risking one's life for profit. Yinzu mused inwardly, then asked, do you happen to know of Sea God Island? Sea God Island? Who does not know of it? The captain's interest piqued at this mention, and he continued, legend has it that Sea God Island is not far from 7-Star Island. Upon hearing this, Yinzu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, such a matter exists? The captain replied, indeed, however, venturing beyond 7-Star Island brings unpredictable weather and swarms of sea beasts. Thus, no one has verified this rumor. Yinzu nodded thoughtfully, already formulating a plan. Very well, I shall accompany you to 7-Star Island. What is the cost of passage? Please, enlighten me. The captain, filled with joy at Yinzu's words, quickly responded, my lord, this is not the time to discuss fare. For I have yet to repay you for saving my life. It is an honor to have you aboard my vessel. I only wish to know your esteemed name, so that I may recount your glorious deeds upon the seas in the future. Ah, Yinzu, he introduced himself. Oh, esteemed Yinzu. This way, please. I will escort you to your quarters, the captain offered. There's no need, Yinzu replied. The cabin feels stuffy. I prefer the bow of the ship. Attend to your duties, and do not mind me. With that, Yinzu began to stroll leisurely about the ship. The captain, recognizing the extraordinary abilities of this remarkable individual, refrained from further comment, understanding that encountering any difficulties would necessitate Yinzu's involvement. He resolved to serve him well and avoid any offense. The ship sailed at a leisurely pace. Having learned from previous experiences, Yinzu chose not to rush, treating the journey as a delightful excursion, relishing the ocean breeze and basking in the sunlight. He took on the role of an angler, occasionally resolving minor troubles as they arose, and basked in the admiration of the crew, who readily catered to his whims. Life aboard the vessel proved quite enjoyable, save for one lamentable detail. There was not a single woman on board, not even a girl. Could someone summon a 10,000-year-old sea spirit transformed into a lowly? Yinzu mused to himself. Time passed unmarked until Yinzu spotted a vast archipelago. Upon inquiring with the captain, he learned that this was their intended destination, 7-Star Island. Without delay, he directed the ship towards it, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the largest island within the cluster. Yinzu retrieved the map and, upon inspection, discovered that the information was entirely inaccurate. He casually discarded the map, intending to gather intelligence on the island. During his arrival, Yinzu had noticed several slightly armed vessels docked near the coastline, suggesting that the popularity of 7-Star Island was quite robust. Indeed, after walking only a short distance, he encountered 2 patrolling soldiers, wielding steel knives and dressed in tattered clothing. "Stop right there. Where do you think you're coming from?" one of the ruffians demanded. "Oh my, look at his attire. It must be worth a fortune." The other ruffian approached, scrutinizing Yinzu. It became evident to Yinzu that 7-Star Island was a den of pirates. Given the demeanor of the 2 men, it was only a matter of moments before they would attempt to accost him. This was a perplexing aspect for Yinzu, logically. His current attire should have indicated that he was no ordinary individual, and his sudden appearance here should have prompted them to inquire further about his identity before taking action. Was there truly such a lack of intelligence in the world? Even among beasts, one would typically test the waters before engaging in conflict. The answer was affirmative. These men had long been entrenched in their lawless ways upon these seas, firmly believing in the adage that a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant. If they could not overpower an individual, they would simply swarm him. "You are fortunate, for I have inquiries to make of you," Yinzu declared, stepping forward and leaning slightly towards them. "Dare utter a single word of insolence, and I shall crush you both. First, is this 7-Star Island? Second, in which direction lies Sea God Island?" "Yes, this is indeed 7-Star Island," the foremost ruffian hastily replied. "And the second question?" Yinzu pressed. That I do not know," the ruffian exclaimed in terror. "You must ask our leader, he surely knows." Upon hearing the words, Yinzu relaxed his stance and surveyed the island. His gaze fell upon a congregation of pirates, prompting him to soar towards them. He could fly without the aid of his martial soul. One of the henchmen, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment, "Hurry, quickly, inform others, it is a Title Douluo." Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not match the speed of flight. By the time the 2 were still racing along the shoreline, Yinzu had already arrived at the pirates' gathering, where it appeared they were engaged in a lavish feast. Yinzu scanned the surroundings once more, attempting to identify their leader, only to discover that the most esteemed seat in the arrangement was conspicuously vacant. "HM?" His gaze shifted toward the wooden chambers, where one room was adorned with exquisite decor. Within it lay a bathtub, occupied by a woman with sun-kissed skin. She reclined there, eyes closed in tranquil reverie, her elongated legs draped over the edge of the tub, toes polished with a shade of purple. Her ample bosom floated gently on the surface of the water, swaying softly. After a moment, the woman opened her eyes and rose, revealing her figure in its entirety to Yinzu. If one were to compare, she bore a striking resemblance to Qian Rinqiue, both possessing a statuesque allure. However, unlike Qian Rinqiue, her voluptuous curves were strikingly pronounced, as though Zhu Zhiyun's form had been bestowed upon Qian Rinqiue's physique. Is there truly such a harmonious blend of delicate grace and voluptuousness? Yinzu felt a slight discomfort at the tip of his nose, accompanied by a faint prickling sensation on his forehead. Counting the days spent aboard the ship alongside his previous time at sea, he realized it had been nearly a month since he had last encountered a woman. Whoosh! Yinzu, like an arrow released from a bow, flew through the window into the room, the commotion startling the woman who was applying lip gloss in front of the mirror. Instantly, she unveiled her martial soul, a purple sea viper. Yinzu scrutinized the woman before him at close range. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with a casually cropped mane of purple hair that exuded a sense of cleanliness and sharpness. Her high nose and eyes reminiscent of purple gemstones lent her an air of striking confidence, though her lip gloss was slightly askew from her earlier fright. Upon recognizing the intruder's appearance, the woman's expression brightened momentarily, as if lost in thought. It had been a while since she encountered someone of such caliber. She mused inwardly. Though it might be a tad presumptuous, allow me to clarify that I bear no ill will. Yinzu approached the bathtub, washing his hands in the cool water infused with the fragrance of flowers and herbs. The woman, filled with curiosity towards the stranger, lifted her middle finger to even out her lip gloss and said, "Perhaps you should introduce yourself, young man." Yinzu, merely an unremarkable individual, he replied. "Is that so?" The woman chuckled lightly. "Your demeanor hardly suggests that of an ordinary man." Throughout their exchange, she maintained her martial spirit, for her instincts warned her that this individual was extraordinarily formidable, despite the absence of any visible soul power. "Well, you haven't heard of me, have you?" After finishing his ablutions, Yinzu seized a fruit from the table and began to eat. "Now, what about you? I assume you are the leader of those rough men outside, or perhaps the lady of the stronghold, draped simply in a purple robe." The woman revealed her exquisite form beneath, causing Yinzu to suppress the urge to pounce upon her, chewing vigorously instead. The woman sensed a hint of threat in the way he savored the fruit, yet she had little to conceal. She had always been a person without retreat. Thus, she replied straightforwardly, "Yes, I am their leader. You may call me Purple Pearl." True to her name, Yinzu found himself captivated by the allure of this woman's rounded pearls. Suddenly, a vague recollection flickered in his mind, and he thought, wait a moment, Purple Pearl? 7-Star Island? Is she not the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall who, many years ago, journeyed to see God Island alongside the Spirit Hall fleet? At that time, she and Xuanji sought to elevate Bai Dong without compromising her dignity, hence she was incorporated into the fleet to explore Sea God Island. Unexpectedly, fate led him to encounter her here. Nodding in understanding, Yinzu realized why such an extraordinary beauty could be found in this place. She was a carefully selected gem from the Spirit Hall, a paragon of both talent and beauty. Speaking of which, this holy maiden must be the child bride of the current angel heir, was it not? What does that signify? An angelic selection? Noticing Yinzu's unwavering gaze, Purple Pearl immediately grasped his intentions. With a playful smile, she extended a leg from her robe, teasingly regarding Yinzu. "Pretty boy, what exactly brings you here?" "Be that as it may, I am certainly not a child," Yinzu responded, rising to his feet and slowly approaching her. "I do have some matters to discuss with you, but let us set those aside for now and indulge in some pleasures, shall we?" Just as Yinzu's hand was about to grasp Purple Pearl's chin, he saw her alluring smile blur, and a soul ring rapidly ascended around her. Fifth soul technique, Viper's Charm. Yinzu beheld a swirling mist of purple emanating from the alluring lips of Jinju, gradually enveloping him. Jinju was quite pleased with Yinzu's appearance. After years spent among the rugged men of the sea, she found him nothing short of a celestial being. However, she despised being coerced. She relished the thrill of taking the initiative. If amusement were to be sought, it ought to be her atop Yinzu. Thus, she cautiously prepared for confrontation, employing her charm skill as he approached, an ability that, as her fifth soul skill, possessed formidable power. "Woman, to enchant me comes at a cost," Yinzu whispered in her ear before forcefully subduing her, pushing her against the vanity. Chapter 64, The Sea, Part 3, How Dare You? Jinju exclaimed. Feeling the unyielding strength of Yinzu's physique, she was taken aback. Her fifth soul skill was a singular control technique, potent in its own right. Yet it seemed Yinzu was impervious to its effects. Before she could ponder further, she found herself lifted and placed atop the vanity. One of her legs hoisted with ease, soon followed by a tumultuous onslaught. Jinju attempted to resist, but the sheer power of Yinzu was overwhelming, far beyond her capacity to contend. In the confined space, they were nearly pressed together, with no room to wield their soul skills. This pirate captain, who had battled the sea's tempests for years, was now rendered a mere plaything. "Do not speak." Yinzu panted heavily, sealing her lips with his, cutting off her breath. In that moment, Jinju felt as though the very oxygen within her was being siphoned away, leaving her suddenly weak, her body temperature soaring as if intoxicated. The bathrobe she wore, secured by a single belt, facilitated his intentions with a gentle tug. She was stripped bare, leaving Yinzu to contend with the ensuing complications. He pressed against her to prevent escape, freeing his hands to shed his own garments, during which Jinju struggled for breath, uttering, "No, wait. What do you mean, no?" Yinzu's trousers fell to the ground. Even if a bloodbath were to ensue, there would be no turning back now. Jinju's face betrayed a flicker of fear as she thought to herself that she ought not have called him a pretty boy. He was indeed anything but. "You were the one who enchanted me first," Yinzu remarked, satisfied with the mix of fear and defiance on Jinju's face. "Prepare to accept your fate." After all, Jinju appeared to be in her late 20s, her demeanor during their earlier conversation somewhat frivolous, and after years of living among pirates. Desire was a natural inclination. Not everyone could embody the stoicism of Qian Rushua. Surprised, he lifted his gaze to find tears glistening in Jinju's eyes, showcasing an expression of sorrowful defiance. "You truly are," Yinzu murmured in disbelief, then chuckled softly. "Fear not, I shall be gentle." Jinju seemed to reconcile herself to her unavoidable predicament, or perhaps she simply did not wish to let slip the rare opportunity of being with someone she found appealing. She cast a glance toward the bed, signaling Yinzu to join her there. Yinzu found the vanity too small for practical purposes. He gently set the exquisite Purple Pearl onto the bed. The present-day Yinzu was no longer the inexperienced young man he once was. After spending considerable time with Yilingling, he had explored every conceivable position to its fullest potential, gazing down at the enchanting Purple Pearl, whose eyes were clouded with allure. He reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall attend to your every need with utmost devotion." In many respects, Purple Pearl was formidable. Perhaps it was due to years of repression, coupled with her innate prowess as a soul emperor, that she could engage in prolonged encounters with Yinzu. At times, she even took the initiative to change positions. Having grown accustomed to Yilingling's delicate shyness, Yinzu found Purple Pearl's assertiveness to be a delightful novelty. He mused that when Zhu Zhuyun and Davis shared intimate moments, they likely exhibited similar behavior, though he regretted that Zhu Zhuyun had not been fully aware during their encounters. "Thank you for your hospitality," Yinzu said, satisfied as he playfully patted Purple Pearl's resilient form. However, in response, he felt her playful bite on his shoulder. Where do you come from, and where are you headed? Purple Pearl inquired, her nails tracing patterns across Yinzu's chest. Naturally, I hail from the continent, Yinzu replied, his hands caressing the delicate pearl. Impossible. The journey from the continent to here is fraught with difficulty. How could one person manage it? Purple Pearl exclaimed. Yinzu chuckled and said, Are you trying to probe my depths? No need for such indirect approaches. Given our current circumstances, feel free to ask whatever you desire, and I shall reveal all. I am not one to deny my commitments after having made them. Zijinzhu, upon hearing this, propped herself up with her hands and gazed intently at Yinzu, asking, Well then, what is your soul power level? In your terms, it can be understood as level 100, Yinzu replied. How dull, Zijinzhu remarked, as she lowered her hands and reclined against Yinzu once more. Yinzu declared, What I speak is indeed true. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. In response, Zijinzhu inquired, What brings you here? I am aware of your strength. Surely there must be a reason for your presence. I am in pursuit of the opportunity to attain divinity, Yinzu replied candidly. Upon uttering these words, he sensed a brief stiffness in Zijinzhu's supple form as goosebumps spread across her smooth skin. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a tone laced with curiosity, asked, Are you searching for the island of the sea god? Indeed, Yinzu affirmed, shifting his position to sit upright. You must possess some knowledge about it, correct? A flicker of evasion glimmered in Zijinzhu's eyes as she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Yinzu's back. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she whispered tantalizingly into his ear, Why concern yourself with the island of the sea god? Instead, let us remain here, unrestrained and carefree, living joyfully for a lifetime. Would that not be far more delightful? Yinzu gently brushed aside the strands of purple pearls, inquiring, Is this your heartfelt truth? However, life is fleeting, and I have compelling reasons to depart. What if I told you that you would perish? Replied the purple pearl. Then I would be even more eager to witness such a fate. Yinzu's words were sincere. He truly longed for a challenge that could threaten his existence, as it would provide him with renewed motivation. Yet, after bloodily ravaging the city of slaughter, he understood that such a challenge would not materialize. Subsequently, Yinzu shifted the conversation to the purple pearl, asking, What about you? Have you resolved to spend your life on this island? Why not? The purple pearl responded with nonchalance. Here, I am free and unrestrained, commanding attention at will. One could argue that even immortals could not surpass this. Yinzu understood that her nonchalance was merely a facade. Otherwise, she would not have preserved her purity until this day. As the saintess of the spirit hall, she was inevitably surrounded by prodigious talents of the caliber of Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Moreover, she had encountered men like Qian Xuanji, whose talents and charm, although not as widely recognized as those of the esteemed Dong, were undeniably unparalleled. Thus, she could never reconcile herself to the idea of accepting the men within the pirate crew. She might indeed cherish these islands and the pirates. Yet such sentiments were merely born of time. Ultimately, she could not forsake her past, for it represented an immutable and authentic existence. I can take you away from here, Yinzu said, cradling the face of Zijinzhu in her hands. You claim to know of my strength, but you have no true comprehension of its depths. I assure you, anything you desire, simply voice it. Zijinzhu paused for a few seconds, then gently shook her head, distancing herself from Yinzu to lie on the opposite side of the bed. I am weary, she stated. Yinzu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was neither weary nor in need of slumber, yet he yearned for the days when a bed lay beneath him and a beauty graced his side. Thus, he resolved to cast aside all thoughts and savor the moment. As dawn broke, sunlight gradually crept across the floor and onto the bed, rousing Yinzu from his reverie. The position of this bed could use some adjustment, he remarked, gazing at Zijinzhu, who donned a captain's hat and fastened a curved dagger to her side. Clad in fresh attire, she appeared strikingly gallant. Zijinzhu unsheathed her curved dagger, pointing it at Yinzu as she declared, The sea punishes the indolent. With that, she sheathed her dagger and exited the dwelling. Instantly, Yinzu was met with the jubilant cheers of pirates preparing to set sail, their destination unknown even to themselves. Could there be merchant ships for them to plunder in such a place? The answer was a resounding no. The few vessels that passed by were those they had commissioned, for the dangers of this locale rendered it perilous to venture here otherwise. Their foray into the sea was for combat, battling the tempest and the sea spirits. They reveled in such skirmishes, finding the thrill of life to be vivid and authentic. Yet, he pondered, there would come a day when she might not return. A day when she might meet her fate in the belly of a fish. As he observed Zijinzhu standing at the bow of the ship, he mused, And I shall become a god, granting them eternal life alongside me. Chapter 65, The Feast. The sea breeze rustled the sails, while Zijinzhu stood atop the mast, peering into the distance through a telescope. The weather was splendid, a perfect day for setting out to sea. She leapt down from the mast and approached the bow, resting her arms on the railing, lost in thought. What's troubling the captain today? She seems rather dispirited, one of her crew remarked. Hey, you haven't heard? Our captain had a breakthrough last night, so she is feeling a bit different. Another chimed in. What? Is that true? Which brother was fortunate enough to be involved? The first shrugged. I'm not sure. Last night, Lao Gui went to deliver medicine to the captain and returned with a flushed face. When we tried to ask him, He wouldn't say a word. We had to eavesdrop, and guess what? What? The captain's voice was absolutely raucous. It drove the brothers wild with desire. Good heavens. You've got me excited too. Alas, it's too hard to find a woman in this place. Isn't that the truth? The real question is, who was that vigorous young man? We all enjoyed the show from behind the window. The noise was something else, truly worthy of the captain. She even managed to set sail today. My word, stop. I can't take it anymore. I wish I could have a moment with the captain. Dreaming during the day. Are we? Wait, the captain is coming. Zizhenju looked down at her two subordinates on the small boat. How was the catch? According to the captain, this trip broke even. If we don't encounter any lucrative sea spirits, it will have to suffice. The subordinate pointed toward a deserted island. I noticed some commotion over there a moment ago. Should we investigate? Zizhenju gauged the distance to the island, recalling Yanzu's words. She was unwilling to spend her remaining days in complacency, but she had no choice. She was already cursed by the sea. If she attempted to stray too far from Seven Stars Island, tempests and uncontrollable sea spirits would come for her, one after another, until they overwhelmed her, much like the Soul Master fleet that had been obliterated years ago. Let us return, Zizhenju said, her heart heavy with thoughts. Upon returning to Seven Stars Island, she discovered Yanzu reclining in her bathtub, bare as the day he was born. As Yanzu beheld Zizhenju's return, he tilted his head slightly and remarked upon the exquisite, curved dagger at her waist. Zizhenju unsheathed the blade, gliding it across the surface of the bathwater, and said, "This is the sword of a former pirate chief. In truth, it lacks aesthetic appeal. I once possessed a more beautiful one, but alas, it was lost to the depths of the sea. When did this occur? Was it during your visit to Sea God Island?" Yanzu inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Zizhenju's hand stilled, and after a moment of silence, she replied, "You are indeed associated with the spirit hall." "No, I am not," Yanzu countered, observing the shadow that clouded Zizhenju's face. "You are fully aware of my identity. What is your true purpose in coming here?" The dagger in Zizhenju's hand edged closer to Yanzu's chest, pressing gently against him, yet it could not penetrate. She had discovered the previous night that no matter how fiercely she clawed with her nails, Yanzu's form bore not a single mark. Yanzu lightly nodded and remarked, "I am aware of your identity, the former Sanus of the Spirit Hall, who once represented the Spirit Hall alongside the Soul Master fleet to visit Sea God Island. Only to meet with utter calamity, yet you fortuitously survived. Many are familiar with the first half of this tale, while the latter remains entwined with you. However, I surmise that the denouement of this narrative is likely that the Saintess found herself stranded on a desolate isle, ultimately consorting with a band of pirates for the remainder of her days. Yet, fate is not entirely devoid of benevolence. I have arrived, and you are presented with a new option." With a scoff, Zizhenju retorted, laughing, and pointed her blade towards Yanzuyu. "Do you believe you can alter anyone's destiny? Perhaps you truly possess formidable strength, capable of easily manipulating one of my rank as a Soul Emperor. But this is the ocean. Do you think you can contravene the will of the sea god? Do you believe you can shatter the curse that binds me?" "Cursed?" Yanzu inquired, perplexed. Zizhenju chose to evade the subject, instead gesturing towards the window, saying, "I can reveal to you that is the direction of Sea God Island. What do you intend to do?" "Oh." Yanzu rose, embracing Zizhenju from behind, whispering into her ear, "It seems the ocean has dulled your edges, has it not? This is unsurprising. I know that calamity must have left you with profound psychological scars." At his words, Zizhenju stiffened, rendered speechless. "I shall return shortly," Yanzu stated before soaring towards the direction indicated by Zizhenju. Above the tumultuous sea, Yanzu maximized his perceptive abilities, allowing him to discern every detail of the ocean floor. As he pressed onward, the once serene weather transformed into a tumult of obscured sunlight and howling winds. And upon glancing back at the path he had traversed, he found it shrouded in a thick fog, while the seabed emerged littered with the remnants of numerous shipwrecks. Yanzu contemplated, realizing that he had entered the first barrier of the Sea God Island, a place where the vast majority of vessels could easily lose their way. As he advanced, the seabed began to stir with life. Various marine spirit beasts appeared as if summoned, clustering in numbers far greater than those he had encountered on the merchant ship, and their sizes and ferocity were markedly amplified. In the depths of the ocean, amidst colossal creatures and under a dim sky, Yanzu felt an unsettling fear creep over him. Although he possessed the strength to effortlessly vanquish these beasts, the oppressive atmosphere was truly spine-chilling, akin to slowly sinking into the abyss only to suddenly behold the shadow of a gigantic creature looming ahead. With a deep breath, Yanzu pressed on. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, he sensed that the challenge had intensified once more. The previously omnipresent marine spirit beasts had vanished without a trace, only to be replaced by an innumerable swarm of massive sharks, their tails thrashing as they approached. Was this the fabled demon soul great white shark? Yanzu mused, observing the golden patterns adorning the sharks' bodies. Beneath the waters of this domain, he spotted the remnants of a colossal warship, surrounded by an array of treasure chests. It seemed he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove, and with a faint smile, he plunged into the depths, reaching the chests and prying them open. Indeed, they radiated a dazzling brilliance, for within lay not mere gold and jewels, but rare and unique treasures imbued with extraordinary properties, knowledge he had gleaned during his time at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Such an endeavor suggested that he was indeed amidst the remnants of the warship that once carried the Purple Pearl, which had met its demise at the jaws of the demon-soul great white shark. Yet, one must wonder, what was the Spirit Hall's intention in bringing such treasures to Sea God Island? Could it be that Tindo Douluos still harbored designs on Poseidon? Nevertheless, it was clear that the Spirit Hall fleet approached the island with goodwill. Otherwise, sending only 2 Title Douluos along would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death. It seemed they had not anticipated that the barriers of Sea God Island would indiscriminately separate foes from friends. Yinzu glanced around, his gaze ultimately settling upon a curved blade. He picked it up, marveling at how, after so many years submerged in the depths of the sea, the weapon remained as pristine as ever. It must surely be a treasure belonging to the Purple Pearl. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been encircled by the malevolent soul-devouring great white shark. Damn it! Yinzu cursed internally at the horrifying scene before him. Overwhelmed by the oppressive weight within, he could no longer endure the turmoil. As he gazed upon the surrounding soul-devouring great white sharks, fury ignited within him, unleashing a torrent of power. On the blue-black surface of the sea, a red beam of light erupted, emanating from Yinzu as the focal point. Sweeping in a continuous 360-degree arc, blood swiftly stained the waters crimson as the carcasses of the soul-devouring great white sharks began to surface, their spilled soul energy coalescing into rings. Had there been a passerby, they would have beheld a magnificent spectacle, the ocean resembling a vast cauldron, bubbling with a red broth, simmering the flesh of the soul-devouring great white sharks, while an uncountable array of purple and black soul rings hung in the air like descending donuts. Yet, no one was there to witness it. The soul-devouring great white sharks displayed no signs of fear. Instead, the blood seemed to awaken their primal instincts, as they launched themselves at Yinzu with reckless abandon. Without hesitation, Yinzu reciprocated with his searing rays, slicing them into pieces. Ultimately, it was Yinzu's inability to withstand the stench of blood that compelled him to ascend from the depths of the sea. Emerging, drenched in crimson, he was met with a sight that left him astounded. Goodness, how many soul rings are there? Yinzu marveled. At that moment, the surface of the ocean was no longer visible, completely obscured by the floating soul rings, some spanning millennia, others even longer. Yinzu moved through the ocean of soul rings like a gluttonous serpent, absorbing everyone along his path. The continuous accumulation of pleasure almost lifted him to the heavens. He felt that every cell in his body was brimming with pure energy, akin to a nuclear bomb. After consuming all the soul rings, Yinzu came across more than 10 shining soul bones amidst the sea of corpses and blood. While these treasures were of little consequence to him, they were invaluable to the soul masters of this world. He carefully stored them away, knowing he would have several wives to support in the future. Having completed this task, Yinzu returned to 7-Star Island, where he found a place to wash off the bloodstains and changed his attire. He then approached Zijinju. In the midst of her astonished gaze, Yinzu placed her dagger into her hand and embraced her in a deep kiss, whispering, "My dear, wait for my return." With that, he set off once more towards Sea God Island. As he shrank into a mere speck in the distance, Zijinju felt her previously dormant heart surge with renewed fervor. Drawing her dagger, she gazed at her reflection in the blade, her mind in turmoil. Had she truly annihilated the entire clan of the demon soul great white shark? As Yinzu traversed that same expanse of sea again, a profound calm enveloped the world around him. Curiously, the remains of the demon soul great white sharks had vanished entirely. Continuing onward, he soon realized what had transpired. Yet another soul beast obstructed his path, this time the malevolent demon orca. It appeared that the remnants of the demon soul great white sharks had been devoured by this subsequent predator. Yinzu gazed at the malevolent orca, which bore a striking resemblance to the monstrous soul-devouring great white shark, and chuckled, "Come on, I will not show you any mercy. If you dare to challenge me, I shall not hesitate to strike you down." This time, Yinzu had learned to be prudent. He hovered gracefully in midair, ensuring his garments remained unsoiled. With the precision akin to that of a whack-a-mole game, he unleashed scorching rays of energy towards the sinister orcas, each shot landing with impeccable accuracy. Unlike the ferocious soul-devouring great white shark, these malevolent orcas seemed less inclined to embrace their demise. Upon sensing the peril, they began a hasty retreat. Yet, how could Yinzu allow such an opportunity to slip away? He relentlessly pursued them, not resting until the last trace of the malevolent orcas had vanished from his sight. Once again, it was a grand feast of soul rings. After Yinzu absorbed the soul ring and organized the soul bones, he continued his journey. What awaits him next? Perhaps the deep-sea demon whale king? Yinzu did not encounter any more terrifying sea monsters that could shatter one's sanity. After traversing the harsh environment, he felt as though the world had been rejuvenated, with everything before him contrasting starkly with the hellish realm he had left behind. The island of the sea god was now within sight. Chapter 66. The island of the sea god. Though the island of the sea god appeared to be near, it was, in reality, quite distant. Along the way, Yinzu frequently observed individuals scattered across the small islands, some in groups of 3 or 5, while others remained solitary. At this moment, on the sandy beach of a small island, an elderly man was engaged in fishing, his hands firmly gripping the fishing line as he struggled against his catch. Whether it was the tenacity of the prey or the old man's waning strength that led to his predicament was uncertain. He stumbled and fell into the water, swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater. Yet, he clung tenaciously to the line, driven by hunger that both tormented and motivated him. Suddenly, a stone flew in from an unknown direction, plunging straight into the water. The old man felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and to his surprise, he successfully reeled in a large fish, albeit with its head pierced through. At that moment, he realized that a young man had quietly appeared behind him, startling him, for he had believed himself to be the sole occupant of this small island. Yanzu glanced around, observing the island's rudimentary living conditions, a sunshade crafted from palm leaves, a simple mat, and a well-worn iron pot perched atop a fire. "Elder, why are you the only one here on this island?" Yanzu inquired, noticing the old man lost in thought. The elder's gaze seemed somewhat vacant, as though unaccustomed to such address. He recalled arriving on this island as a spirited youth, only to find that time had transformed him into a frail old man, struggling to pull fish ashore. Yet, he had been so long without human company that no one had reminded him of the passage of time. "Indeed, it is just me. Would you care for some fish?" The elder offered, somewhat flustered, as he held up a catch for Yanzu. "Sure, I would love a piece," Yanzu replied, accepting the elder's invitation. The two made their way to the fire, where the elder split open 2 coconuts, handing one to Yanzu before preparing the fish for roasting. Yanzu, not wishing to withhold, retrieved some seasonings from his soul-guiding device and sprinkled them generously over the fish. The elder's sunken eyes shone with envy at Yanzu's actions. "Elder, why do you remain here alone?" Yanzu asked as he seasoned the fish. "I have been here for quite some time," the elder replied, stroking his sparse beard. "This is where I must stay." "Why is that?" Yanzu queried, puzzled. He had encountered many along his journey, both young and old, each guarding their own small islands. A flicker of guilt crossed the elder's face as he confessed, "I am a sinner, one who has not gained the favor of the sea god. Such as I cannot remain on the sea god's island." "I do not comprehend your meaning," Yanzu said, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Young man, are you an outsider?" The elder asked, his eyes widening in surprise. "It is rare to see someone like you." Of course, Yanzu thought to himself, how many can breach those barriers? "Tell me about yourself," Yanzu encouraged, steering the conversation. The elder nodded and explained, "We, the people of the sea goddess island, must undertake a trial at a certain age, and based on our performance, we are assigned duties and resources. Those with ill intentions cannot pass the sea god's assessment. Those who fail to earn his approval are deemed unworthy and expelled from the island." "So, you were cast out?" Yanzu's lips twitched slightly. "This is our journey of atonement," the elder said, gazing skyward. "As long as we grow more devout each day, the sea god shall surely forgive us." Hearing this, Yanzu felt as if he had been force-fed something distasteful. Words swirled in his mind, yet he could only utter, "Fool." "The fish is ready," the elder said, reaching to cut the meat. Turning to hand it to Yanzu, he found that the latter had vanished without a trace. After so many years of solitude, finally having someone to converse with, only for that person to suddenly disappear, was this a solace or a punishment? The elder ate his fish, a sense of melancholy settling within him. Yanzu continued his journey towards Sea God Island, casting his gaze upon the islands along the way. The youngest among them appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. Some fortunate souls were accompanied by friends, or found themselves close enough to offer mutual support, while others, like the unfortunate elder he had just encountered, seemed condemned to a life of solitary confinement, with no respite from their grim fate. Surrounding Sea God Island was a thin veil of light. Upon Yanzu's touch, several beams of light shot forth, hovering before him. "Stop," the leader bellowed. "Who dares trespass upon Sea God Island?" "I am your father," Yanzu retorted, his mood less than amiable. "Hurry and take me to the Sea Goddess shrine. Not only do you intrude upon Sea God Island, but your words are also so coarse. Let us teach you a lesson," the man declared, revealing his martial spirit, ready to engage Yanzu in combat. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted through the air, the source of which was indiscernible. As the music ceased, a somewhat juvenile voice chimed in. "Oh dear, why must you be so restless? This is not good at all." Upon hearing this voice, the group that had sought to obstruct Yanzu immediately sheathed their martial spirits and bowed respectfully towards the beach. Yanzu gazed towards the beach and beheld a solitary figure seated atop a rocky outcrop. Clad in a flowing gown of deep azure and violet, the woman stared skyward, leisurely toying with her legs, her delicate feet playfully splashing the water. "Go about your business," she instructed. "He has entrusted me with him." The men, intimidated, dared not utter a word. They respectfully bowed and swiftly departed. Subsequently, with the grace of a cloud, the woman lightly touched the water's surface, gliding effortlessly to Yanzu's side. "Dear handsome," she inquired, "do enlighten your sister. Who are you? Whence do you hail? And what brings you here?" Yanzu scrutinized the woman before him, who held a short flute with a plump sea conch attached to one end. Her attire was somewhat ostentatious, and her headpiece was rather unconventional, adorned with peculiar patterns that seemed to be innate. Her eyes sparkled like gemstones, bright and profound. Any ordinary person who gazed into them for too long would find themselves entranced, losing their sense of self. "I am Yanzu, hailing from the mainland, here to undergo the sea god's trial," he stated succinctly. "Oh, Yet another self-important young hero, the woman replied, crossing her arms and tucking the flute under her armpit. A teasing smirk graced her lips as she regarded Yanzu. However, you do seem promising. I quite like you, so I wouldn't want you to die in vain. Are you certain you wish to accept the Sea Lord's trial? Die in vain? What do you mean? Yanzu inquired. The woman continued. Seeing how you can stand suspended in the air without a martial soul, your strength must be considerable. Yet, the stronger one is, the more formidable the trials to enter Sea God Island become, often at the cost of one's life. I shall ask you once more, are you prepared? Absolutely, Yanzu affirmed. The woman nodded. Very well, follow me to undergo the trial. On their way to the Sea God Pillar, Yanzu learned that this woman was the Sea Witch Douluo, a devotee of the Sea God, specializing in spiritual power and exceptionally skilled at playing the flute. Little horse, I brought someone to see you. The Sea Witch called out to the Seahorse Douluo, who sat beneath the Sea God Pillar, across a shimmering pool of water. The Seahorse Douluo, in the midst of his meditation, momentarily broke his focus, sighing with resignation as he opened his eyes to behold the figure standing behind the Sea Witch. Are you here for the trial? The Seahorse Douluo's voice resonated with authority. Then come forth. The Sea Witch turned to Yanzu and winked. Now, let us head to the opposite shore, but be cautious. No sooner had the Sea Witch spoken than a gust of wind surged, and in the blink of an eye, Yanzu found himself standing on the opposite bank. And now, Yanzu, feeling his heart race and beads of sweat form on his forehead, queried the Seahorse Douluo. Before the Seahorse Douluo could recover from his astonishment, the Sea Witch suddenly recalled a conversation from some time ago with the Starfish Douluo. Strange. The numbers of the abyssal great white shark in the outer sea have inexplicably dwindled to near extinction. Observing Yanzu's extraordinary performance now, a conjecture arose within the Sea Witch. Could it be him? Chapter 67, Sea God Island, Part 2. I'm asking you a question. What happens next? Yanzu pressed. Noticing the Seahorse Douluo was lost in thought. You must endure for a quarter of an hour in the Sea of Tranquility, the Seahorse Douluo declared. Skeptical that anyone could ignore the effects of the Sea of Tranquility, he was eager to witness Yanzu's capabilities. Are you trying to provoke me? Yanzu questioned. Confusion evident in his gaze. He had never heard of such a requirement for a trial participant. All of this is at the behest of the Sea Lord. The Seahorse Douluo feigned mystery, his dissatisfaction brewing as he noted Yanzu's apparent lack of deference. Yanzu returned to the center of the sea. Standing effortlessly with his hands behind his back, gazing at the Seahorse Douluo opposite him, contemplating whether this was satisfactory. The Seahorse Douluo observed Yanzu, noticing that he exhibited no signs of panic, as if he were untouched by the surrounding environment of the sea. This was unexpected. Even a Title Douluo would be affected by such an atmosphere. The sea could unearth the deepest fears within an individual. Everyone harbors vulnerabilities and flaws. How could he remain so composed? Setting aside these thoughts, the Seahorse Douluo acknowledged the remarkable speed of the young man. He sighed, accepting the extraordinary nature of the youth before him. With a gesture, he beckoned Yanzu, proclaiming, in the name of Lord Sea God, I grant you the qualification to reference the core. Upon finishing his words, the Seahorse Douluo pressed his palms together and closed his eyes in prayer. A blue magical array swiftly formed beneath him, while a beam of blue light surged from the Seahorse holy column behind him, ascending towards the heavens. Subsequently, the Seahorse Douluo pointed at Yanzu, and a stream of blue light descended, enveloping him entirely. A resonant hum echoed as the Seahorse Douluo abruptly opened his eyes, astonishment etched upon his face as he turned to gaze at the Seahorse holy column. Nearby, the Sea Witch Douluo gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Just moments ago, the Seahorse holy column had surged to its peak in an instant, transforming into a crimson hue. The Sea Witch Douluo, unable to ponder further, hastened back to her own Sea God column. Recognizing this as a manifestation of unparalleled talent in the examinee, Yanzu could very well be the long-awaited 9-star Holy Son. Yet, the anticipated resonance among the 7 Sea God columns did not occur, and the Seahorse Douluo's expression shifted from astonishment to confusion. Yanzu's forehead did not bear the expected hexagram emblem of the divine examination, nor the markings of the trident of the Sea God. Although the crimson patterns of the Seahorse sacred pillar affirmed his formidable strength, he had not received the essence of the Sea God's divine trial. This was perplexing. Thought the Seahorse Douluo, how could this be so? Yanzu gazed upon the quivering Seahorse sacred pillar and remarked, this contraption seems on the verge of explosion. Please wait here. Sensing an unease, Seahorse Douluo, after giving Yanzu a brief notice, soared toward the highest point of the island, the Sea God Temple. Salutations to the Grand Offerer, Seahorse Douluo proclaimed as he entered the temple. Within the palace crafted from amethyst, a dignified white-haired woman clad in a resplendent crimson gown, wielding a scepter, stood gracefully before the throne. Her eyes shimmered with a faint golden light, and before her, a luminous screen projected the image of Yanzu standing before the Seahorse sacred pillar. I am already aware of your intentions. The voice of Poseidon resonated with authority yet retained a gentle warmth. Grand Offerer, this young man possesses considerable strength, however. I am perplexed as to why the Sea God has yet to administer the examination. Seahorse Douluo expressed his concerns. Poseidon replied slowly. The Sea God has his reasons for such delay. It is evident that this youth is indeed powerful. Yet he may not be suitable for the service of the sea god. His intentions may be questionable, or he could harbor malevolent designs. The truth remains uncertain. Seahorse Douluo nodded, acknowledging, this young man exhibits impatience and a certain degree of hostility. It seems he is indeed as you have described, grand offerer. Very well. I shall accompany you to offer another prayer for his divine examination. Should it prove futile, it would serve to dissuade him from further pursuits. With a wave of her hand, Poseidon dispelled the luminous screen before transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the seahorse sacred pillar. Yanzu gazed at the heavens, and when Poseidon appeared before him, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. At that moment, he comprehended why Tindo Douluo remained infatuated with Poseidon, and why Tang Chun had ventured through fire and water for her sake. Poseidon was the sole woman he had encountered who could rival the beauty of Bibi Dong. She possessed an exceptionally statuesque figure, akin to that of Qian Renshua, enveloped in a flowing gown of vibrant red. Her lustrous, cascading hair fell gracefully down to her calves. Her delicate visage appeared to be no more than 30 years of age. Her beauty emanated from a courtly grace, an elegance, and a warm gentility. In comparison, Bibi Dong's form was even more statuesque, her silvery hair imparting a unique allure, and she radiated an aura of sacred inviolability, standing in stark contrast to the dangerously captivating beauty of Bibi Dong. When juxtaposed with Qian Renshua, Poseidon's countenance surpassed all. When compared to Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyun, or even Zhejian Pearl, Poseidon's beauty was grander, more ethereal, devoid of any mundane essence. Poseidon, noticing Yanzu's unwavering gaze, endeavored to assess his prowess, yet received no discernible feedback. Courageous challenger, we welcome your arrival. With that, Poseidon descended gracefully to the ground, followed closely by the seahorse Douluo. Yanzu nodded slightly, remaining silent as he admired the exquisite beauty of Poseidon. A woman who maintained the allure of youth while exuding a mature and graceful demeanor truly captivated his heart. I am Poseidon, the high priest of the sea. Henceforth, I shall preside over your divine examination, she proclaimed. Upon finishing her words, the staff in her hand radiated a resplendent blue-golden light. The 7 pillars of the sea god on the island resonated in harmony, emitting 7 beams of blue-golden light that soared towards the heavens before descending upon Yanzu. After a considerable moment, Poseidon slowly closed her eyes and gently shook her head. High priest, this seahorse Douluo seems somewhat perplexed, she remarked. Raising her hand to halt his inquiries, she approached Yanzu and said, young man, you may depart. What do you mean? As Poseidon drew closer, Yanzu felt his heart race, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. I cannot discern the reason. The sea god has not accepted you, and thus, you are fated to be estranged from the sea god island. Poseidon articulated the cause. I see, Yanzu nodded. As the high priest of the sea, could you inquire of the sea god as to why this is so? Poseidon replied. Even I must adhere to the will of the sea god, without the prerogative to question him. Indeed, such a deity is truly beyond reach. Yanzu scoffed lightly. The seahorse Douluo detected a hint of disdain in Yanzu's laughter, furrowing his brow in response. Poseidon, however, remained unfazed, though Yanzu sensed her aura intensifying. You may linger on the island as a guest for a short while, yet after that, I must kindly request your departure. This place has its own customs, she stated. Throughout, her tone remained remarkably calm, yet internally, she harbored a sense of bewilderment, feeling inexplicably drawn to Yanzu, as if encountering an old acquaintance. Very well. Yanzu replied, settling into a cross-legged position, one elbow resting on his thigh as he supported his chin with his hand. However, I do not appreciate making an unnecessary trip. It has cost me considerable effort to arrive here. Poseidon, I have some matters for which I seek your counsel. You, an outsider, such a lack of courtesy. The seahorse Douluo exclaimed in indignation upon hearing Yanzu address Poseidon so directly. Poseidon raised her delicate hand to quell the anger of the seahorse Douluo, then turned her gaze to Yanzu, inquiring, please, go ahead. Yanzu inquired, are you familiar with the spirit hall? Poseidon responded, the divine abode of the angel god, I am indeed aware. Yanzu continued, in the spirit hall, anyone who is willing to worship the angel god, regardless of their origin, can receive the divine protection of the angel god. They will be nurtured and supported. Even if the location and environment are not particularly favorable, they can rely on the talents they gather to enhance the landscape, transforming it into a more habitable place. Posiasai offered a brief response, her mind clouded with uncertainty regarding Yanzu's intent in sharing these words. Yanzu turned his palm, resting on his knee, skyward, and remarked, yet, what has the sea god island accomplished? Even if one is born upon this sacred land, even if one has parents and siblings here, even if one has spent a lengthy duration within these shores, if one cannot pass the sea goddess trial, there exists no qualification to remain, does there? Poseidon remained silent, yet the seahorse Douluo could not contain himself and interjected. What do you mean, young man? Why the haste? Yanzu chuckled softly and replied, why do you feign ignorance to my words? I am inquiring of you, what are your thoughts on the practices of Sea God Island? Especially in comparison to those of the Spirit Hall? It is not your place to question Lord Sea God or instruct us in our duties. The seahorse Douluo retorted. Yinzu cast a disdainful glance, his focus solely on Poseidon. He remarked, the sea god is present, yet she remains silent. It is not your place to bark like a dog. What significance do you hold that warrants your words? I certainly did not intend to pretend I had not heard that. Behind Yinzu, a voice, rich with magnetism and maturity, resonated. Moments later, a towering figure adorned with dragon-like horns hovered above him. Accompanying this imposing figure were other devotees of the sea god. Then to respond, Yinzu said without turning around. If your people on Sea God Island are so fortunate, why do you refrain from answering me, only to humiliate me instead? Is it out of fear? Or do you also perceive your sea god as nothing more than a pile of refuse? Impudent, the robust man bellowed. His spirit rings flaring to life as he launched a powerful punch toward Yinzu from a distance. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky as two massive golden dragon heads descended upon Yinzu. He merely scoffed, remaining seated, and raised a single hand. Though he lacked any soul skills, he had learned to harness this energy under the guidance of Qian Rinxue. At that moment, the two dragon heads collided with an unseen force, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Throughout the chaos, Yinzu remained seated, unaffected by the shockwave. How is this possible? The sea dragon Douluo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was about to retaliate but suddenly felt a buzzing sensation in his mind, causing him to groan softly and cease his actions. The trident mark on Poseidon's forehead flickered as she used a mental push to stabilize the emotions of the other sea god devotees. She addressed Yinzu, saying, You may retain your doubts, but this is Sea God Island. The sea god requires no validation from anyone. His existence is sufficient. His commands are absolute. If you find the spirit hall appealing, then depart from here and cease troubling others. Ah, so you are merely evading the issue. It seems you are well aware. Yinzu rose, dusting off his clothes. Do you know? On my way here, I encountered many exiled individuals. They must be born of Sea God Island, for they could not originate from anywhere else. I even conversed with an old man among them, who surprisingly believed that his lifetime spent in such a place was due to his inherent original sin. The seahorse Douluo retorted, What do you understand? The sea god blesses Sea God Island with favorable weather. Even there, they need not worry about water or food. As long as they are willing to move, they can live comfortably. Wow, how impressive. Yinzu clapped his hands. Why not trade places with them, you foolish imbecile? It seems you are not the one imprisoned there, enjoying such bliss, right? I wish you generations of sons to be exiled. Why indulge in such nonsense here? Even Poseidon, as a high priestess, spoke with a hint of chill in her tone. I have stated that this is Sea God Island, which has its own rules. You insult the sea god here. And as his high priestess, I cannot turn a blind eye. Once she finished speaking, the oppressive sensation that the devotees felt from Poseidon dissipated, and she turned back toward the sea god temple. Her intentions were clear. This individual before her was an invader who had blasphemed the sea god. There was no need for her to elaborate on what must be done. Very well, I can no longer endure this. The seahorse Douluo rotated his wrist and declared, Boy, I will make you understand the grave error of insulting the sea god here. Yinzu scoffed, addressing him as Lord Sea God with such reverence. Is he your father? Your devotion is rather excessive. Have all your family members perished? The sea witch Douluo shook her head and sighed. Alas, such a fine appearance. Yet such foul words come from that little mouth. Yinzu turned his neck slightly and surveyed the eager sea gods surrounding him, each brimming with anticipation. He stretched his limbs and remarked, Very well, I shall benevolently entertain you for a while, but do not blame me if my strikes are too forceful. In truth, a junior like Yinzu was unworthy of provoking such esteemed figures as the sea god worshippers, especially since they were revered on Sea God Island. However, after witnessing Yinzu effortlessly dispel the sea dragon Douluo's spirit technique and hearing him mention the spirit hall, the sea god worshippers realized that the visitor was not to be trifled with. They abandoned their pretenses and joined the fray. The sea dragon Douluo and the seahorse Douluo unleashed their spirit techniques in succession, while the spear Douluo revealed his martial spirit true form, brandishing a spear that shot toward Yinzu from the sky. Observing this from the sea god temple, Poseidon gently tapped her scepter, causing the golden barrier enveloping Sea God Island to constrict, containing the battlefield and ensuring that the island's surroundings remained intact amidst their fierce combat. The combined assault of the two sea god worshippers was formidable, yet Yinzu remained unfazed, fixating on the approaching spear Douluo with a faint smile. Boom. The two spirit techniques collided, striking Yinzu directly, yet he neither flinched nor retreated, his gaze unwavering on the spear Douluo. Amidst the swirling dust, the spear in the spear Douluo's grasp glimmered with golden light as it aimed for Yinzu's face. Renowned for his overwhelming offensive prowess, the spear Douluo was known for his relentless attacks and formidable breakthrough capability. On Sea God Island, he was second only to the sea dragon Douluo, with most of his techniques focused on single-target strikes. In a direct confrontation, only the sea god Douluo Poseidon could withstand his onslaught. Prepare to perish, the spear Douluo thought as his spear closed in on Yinzu through the haze. However, all he saw was a look of playful mockery on Yinzu's face. Suddenly, he felt a taut string within him snap, an immense agony surging through him as if every cell in his body were on the verge of bursting. This was the consequence of damage to his martial spirit true form. The spear Douluo watched in horror as Yanzu effortlessly cleaved his once mighty martial spirit true form into 3 segments with his palms pressed together, followed by a brutal strike to his throat. In a state of near paralysis due to the damage inflicted on his martial spirit, the spear Douluo was utterly incapable of resistance as Yanzu seized him by the neck, spinning him around before crashing him to the ground. Blood spewed forth from his mouth, and he was subsequently pinned beneath Yanzu's foot. The sea god worshippers, fully engrossed in the battle, were jolted by the anguished cries of the spear Douluo echoing through the dust. As Title Douluos, their resilience surpassed that of ordinary beings, leaving them bewildered by what could have caused such torment to one of their own. The seahorse Douluo exhaled sharply, stirring a gust of wind that cleared the haze. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes widened in disbelief. Yanzu stood unscathed, with the bloodied and convulsing spear Douluo beneath his foot, while beside him, the shattered remnants of the latter's martial spirit true form dissipated into the air. One down, Yanzu said nonchalantly. These 3 words fell upon the onlookers like a heavy hammer, enveloping them in a shroud of profound fear. They were formidable, and it was precisely because of their strength that they understood the implications of the unfolding events. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for a Title Douluo to kill or capture another of equal rank unless both were resolutely intent on annihilating one another. After all, those who had reached the level of a Title Douluo typically possessed hidden techniques for self-preservation. Yet here stood this youth, having captured the second most powerful sea god worshipper, the spear Douluo, in the blink of an eye. It seemed he had seized the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow at the moment the martial spirit true form was shattered. The sea dragon Douluo furrowed his brow, pondering how such overwhelming offensive capability could lead to such a complete defeat. Sighing lightly, the sea witch Douluo retreated swiftly into the air, her crimson lips forming a melody that resonated throughout the realm, causing the tides to rise in response to her enchanting song. Yanzu was unaware that the haunting melody emanating from the sea witch Douluo was a manifestation of her soul skill. Unlike the previous enchanting notes, this tune induced a sense of nausea, prompting him to furrow his brow in discomfort. The onlookers remained oblivious to the extent of the sea witch Douluo's mental assault on Yanzu, as he stood motionless, displaying no outward reaction. Yet, therein lay the paradox. Despite his stillness, he exuded an aura of formidable threat, utterly devoid of any vulnerabilities. Following the swift defeat of the sea spear Douluo, the remaining sea god worshippers adopted a more cautious approach in their assaults. The sea witch Douluo, capitalizing on her strengths, withdrew from the fray to unleash her mental soul skills against Yanzu. Observing her initiative, the sea deception Douluo understood it was time for him to act. Without hesitation, he unleashed his innate domain, the mist domain. As a master of illusions, the sea deception Douluo's talent was exceedingly domineering. This mist domain could unearth the most harrowing experiences from an enemy's psyche and deliver a crushing blow, while the illusions within the domain could manifest as tangible realities, crafting an entirely new world. Should one become lost or sustain irreparable injuries within this illusion, death would inevitably follow in the real world. After establishing his domain, the sea deception Douluo relentlessly activated his 8th soul skill, Dance of 10,000 Serpents. Countless purple illusory serpents erupted from his being, driven by agonizing memories, as they lunged towards Yanzu. Concurrently, the other control-type soul master, the sea star Douluo, was not idle. He employed his soul skill in an attempt to immobilize Yanzu's movements. For Yanzu, this was the first battle in this realm that piqued his interest. The sea witch's dissonant melody indeed unsettled him, inducing a wave of nausea, while the sea deception Douluo's soul skill captivated him further, as it seemed to dredge up memories from his past life. However, this was to be expected, for ever since his rebirth, he had known naught but an existence filled with insatiable desires and unbridled enjoyment, rendering the painful memories of his previous life trivial. The most arduous moments he had endured in his former existence were but distant echoes, as he had overcome them alone, leaving him unperturbed by the recollections that haunted others. What is this? As the illusory serpents tore at Yanzu, the sea deception Douluo began to grasp the magnitude of the revelations unfolding before him. He was the sole individual granted such intimate insight into Yanzu's secrets, witnessing the extraordinary sights of another world. Who are you? He exclaimed incredulously at Yanzu. The other sea god worshippers paid little heed to the sea deception Douluo's bewilderment. After all, it was not uncommon for a mental control-type soul master to behave unusually in combat. As the trio of control-type soul masters enacted their blockade against Yanzu, the sea dragon Douluo and the sea horse Douluo simultaneously unleashed their offensive soul skills. The final control-type master, the sea ghost Douluo, remained observant, preparing his 9th soul skill for a decisive strike. Drink! Roared the sea dragon Douluo, charging towards Yanzu with reckless abandon, flanked by the sea horse Douluo in a tactical pincer movement. 5th soul skill, Raging Sea's Thunderous Fist. The sea horse Douluo locked onto Yanzu, channeling his soul power to form a colossal fist that hurtled towards him. Meanwhile, the sea dragon Douluo opted for a direct confrontation, relying on his formidable physical prowess, his preferred method of attack. In the skies above, the sea ghost Douluo's ninth soul skill, the celestial abyssal star, was primed for execution. As he manipulated the pure energy orb with his hands, he awaited the moment to claim Yin Zhu's life post-attack from the sea dragon Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, however, the sea dragon Douluo was destined to vanish without a trace. Such commendable courage, Yin Zhu remarked, facing the sea dragon Douluo, who resembled a rampaging gorilla. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Come! The sea dragon Douluo bellowed once more, as their fists collided in a cataclysmic clash. Yin Zhu's entire soul power erupted, shattering the attack from the sea horse Douluo behind him. His fist collided with the sea dragon Douluo's, and while the onlookers anticipated a cataclysmic response from such a clash, it did not occur. The sea dragon Douluo's formidable strike was effortlessly pierced by Yin Zhu's seemingly unremarkable punch, leading to a grotesque deformation of his well-developed arm. His bone had fractured. Yet, despite his physical injury, it was preferable to the damage inflicted upon the sea spear Douluo's martial soul. The sea dragon Douluo, gritting his teeth against the pain, unleashed another punch, which Yin Zhu countered with a strike to the joint of his other arm. Now, both of the sea dragon Douluo's arms hung helplessly in a horrifying manner. Yin Zhu delivered a kick, sending the sea dragon Douluo crashing backward into the hillside, leaving him unresponsive. Quite resilient, Yin Zhu mused internally. He had controlled his strength well, though he felt somewhat frustrated by the customs of Sea God Island. He contemplated stirring up trouble to gauge the reaction of the so-called sea god. However, he had no intention of taking anyone's life. Firstly, there was no enmity, and secondly, should he truly slay one of them, it would surely incite an unending vendetta from Poseidon, which was not his desire. The moment he laid eyes on Poseidon, he was determined to woo this ancient maiden to his bed. He was not targeting anyone in particular on Sea God Island. His provocation was merely a display of dominance towards the sea god, akin to his actions in the City of Slaughter. He gazed skyward, reflecting, if memory serves me correctly, this fellow delights in interjecting. Upon witnessing the sea dragon Douluo's defeat, the sea ghost Douluo immediately summoned his ninth soul skill. Yin Zhu nonchalantly released a heat ray to nullify that soul skill, then swiftly appeared before the sea ghost Douluo. Startled, the latter was met with a punch that sent him to join the sea dragon Douluo in defeat. In an instant, two of the sea god's offerings had fallen. A psychological blow far more terrifying than mere physical harm. All of you, retreat, commanded Poseidon's voice, as the luminous barrier enveloping the battlefield gradually dissipated. The voice emanated from the vast sea, and Yin Zhu turned to see Poseidon hovering at a considerable distance above the ocean, seemingly awaiting his approach. You are fortunate, Yin Zhu remarked to the remaining sea god offerings, before soaring towards Poseidon. She, too, moved leisurely towards the horizon, intentionally guiding Yin Zhu away from Sea God Island. Ultimately, they faced each other upon the dark, oppressive sea, a formless expanse devoid of any foothold, the water below swirling ominously like a bowl of jelly, threatening to swallow anyone who fell within its depths. So, how do you wish to conclude this? Yin Zhu inquired, observing Poseidon, who radiated brilliance even amidst such a stifling environment. As a devotee of the sea god, it is my duty to uphold his honor and safeguard Sea God Island. Poseidon stated in a tone devoid of emotion, akin to a machine. Such a pity. I had expected you to possess a more intriguing soul, Yin Zhu replied, astonished. Is it possible that someone at your pinnacle lacks personal judgment and thought? Or do you, in fact, know the truth yet choose to turn a blind eye? Poseidon coldly continued, the area of Sea God Island is limited, as is its capacity for inhabitants. Other islands must inevitably be explored. Ha, 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 Yin Zhu chuckled dryly. Sea God Island can accommodate your lavish sea god palace, yet it cannot harbor a few faithful followers? How conveniently you disguise it as exploration. Such is the law of nature. Poseidon asserted. Survival of the fittest is a universal principle. Then what use is there in believing in such a sea god? Yin Zhu scoffed. A true deity should guide humanity towards a better path. The law of survival of the fittest belongs to beasts, not to humankind. Let us cease this pointless quarrel, Poseidon declared, emanating a radiant blue-gold light. Her martial soul, the sea god, loomed above the ocean, overseeing Yin Zhu from a position of superiority. In the name of the sea god, you shall be buried here. Yin Zhu opened his arms and even closed his eyes, saying, then let us give it a try. What could possibly be amiss? Poseidon scrutinized the young man before him, pondering why he emanated an aura so familiar to him. With no choice but to release the arrow already drawn, 8 black and 1 red soul rings emerged around sea god Douluo Poseidon, radiating a dazzling divine light. As his martial soul seemed to merge seamlessly with all that surrounded him, Yin Zhu sensed Poseidon's seriousness. She removed herself from the Sea God Island, not only to prevent its destruction but also to leverage the geographical advantage to enhance her own strength. Even the likes of Qian Dao Lu Tang Chun would not have elicited such caution from Poseidon. The boundless power of the ocean surged within Poseidon, and the image of her martial spirit, the sea god, became increasingly vivid. As the sharp glimmer of her trident mark flashed, she sprang into action. With a graceful lift of one hand, a massive whirlpool formed beneath Yinzu's feet, swiftly rising from the sea and ensnaring her entirely. The water at the center of the whirlpool was as sharp as a meat grinder, capable of shredding an ordinary soul master into fragments. Following this, Poseidon's elevated palm elegantly turned, pressing downward, as the whirlpool sought to engulf Yinzu and entomb her within the depths of the ocean. Yinzu unleashed the soul power within him, transforming the swirling vortex into a cascade of glistening water droplets that fell back into the sea. After absorbing countless soul rings from the formidable magic soul great white shark and the malevolent demon tiger whale, Yinzu's reservoir of soul power rivaled that of Poseidon before him. Though he lacked extravagant soul skills, his sheer strength was formidable, and the raw intensity of his soul power yielded remarkable results even when simply released. Observing this, Poseidon clenched one hand, causing the myriad water droplets to freeze midair. With a flick of his fingers, the droplets transformed into a torrential barrage, hurtling towards Yinzu with precision. An involuntary itch compelled Yinzu to scratch his skin. Witnessing his reaction, Poseidon furrowed her brow, intrigued by the resilience of this young man. How could he endure such an onslaught? Was he truly human? It was known that any technique she unleashed could effortlessly shatter solid rock, yet this individual remained completely unscathed. It appeared that conventional methods would not suffice against him. Taking a deep breath, Poseidon summoned 9 soul rings that simultaneously rose and intertwined, radiating a brilliant blue-gold luminescence. The emblem of her pointed trident also flared with light, enveloping her entirely. With a deft hand gesture, the surface of the sea erupted into a tumultuous boil, colossal waves surging forth. The emergence of these waves obscured the already dim sky, amplifying the overwhelming presence of her sea god martial spirit. However, this spectacle was fleeting. The massive waves began to compress, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic trident that hovered above Poseidon. Third technique of the sea god, irrevocable departure, Poseidon declared, her gaze sharpening as she pointed towards Yinzu. The trident blazed with divine light, launching towards him with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Yinzu's gaze pierced through the trident, revealing the weary eyes of Poseidon behind it. The luster of her long hair seemed to dim considerably with the execution of this strike, indicating that this was indeed her most formidable attack. It appeared she intended to conclude her existence with this move. Thus, the battle came to an end. Yinzu, undeterred and unyielding, charged headlong towards the trident. The soul power shield he unleashed was effortlessly shattered by the trident, engulfing him entirely in the ensuing impact. Poseidon gazed at the explosion of energy before her, acutely aware that the strike had indeed landed. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the chaos, Yinzu having pierced through the trident's assault, arriving directly before Poseidon. With his soul power shield obliterated, his garments lay in tatters, leaving him utterly exposed before her. Poseidon was momentarily flustered, raising her hand to summon her soul power. But her delicate wrist was swiftly grasped by Yinzu, pulling her into his embrace. Was this all there was? Yinzu gazed at Poseidon in his arms, gently caressing her infant-like, delicate visage. Poseidon had never experienced such treatment. Since her ascension through divine trials, she had isolated herself in the sea god temple for cultivation. Now, being held tightly by the bare Yinzu, she was overtaken by a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. In her flustered state, her soul ring flashed, and she transformed into a swirling mass of seawater. Yinzu felt an emptiness in his embrace as Poseidon suddenly appeared in another location. What a convenient soul skill. However, today he would not allow her to escape. After uttering this, Yinzu pursued her relentlessly. As Poseidon retreated while unleashing her soul skills in an attempt to hinder him, she understood deep down that even the divine technique of the sea god, which she had exerted all her strength to cast, had failed to harm him in the slightest, let alone her ordinary soul skills. On the vast ocean, she fled while he chased, her wings seemingly clipped. When Yinzu caught up with her once more and drew her into his arms, Poseidon was suddenly struck by a revelation. She recalled the source of the familiar sensation emanating from him. Why did he evoke the essence of tension within her? Upon witnessing Posey's sudden moment of distraction in his embrace, Yinzu paused and inquired, "What troubles you? Have you surrendered so soon? What is your relationship with Tangchen?" Posey responded, "Since your overwhelming strike earlier, all external possessions of yours were obliterated, including the golden Haotian hammer you acquired from Tangchen. Although this hammer possesses a metallic essence, it is, in truth, a crystallization of soul power. When it was destroyed, it transformed into a warm current that fused within you." The familiarity and thrill Posey sensed upon their initial encounter stemmed from this very golden Haotian hammer. "No relation," Yinzu replied, oblivious to Posey's inner thoughts. "More importantly, have you contemplated how to conclude this?" This question indeed left Posey momentarily speechless. Since becoming the Grand Priestess of the Sea God, she had never entertained the notion of her own defeat, especially not upon the vast ocean. The improbable had now transpired, plunging Posey into a realm of self-doubt. Closing her eyes, Posey stated, "I am outmatched, bringing shame upon the sea god. Today, death is the only resolution." Observing Posey's resolute and unwavering demeanor, Yinzu chuckled. "Ah? Are you resigning from your duties? If you perish, what shall become of Sea God Island?" Posey replied, "My defeat today is solely my fault. I am unworthy of this esteemed position. Given your prowess, you would not be overly concerned with the minutiae of Sea God Island. Yinzu nodded and remarked, indeed. You speak the truth. There is little that captivates me on this small island, save for you. With that, Yinzu seized the fleeting moment of Poseidon's closed eyes and abruptly pressed his lips against hers. Poseidon, taken aback by such an unexpected advance, found herself astonished that this individual displayed neither the demeanor nor the self-awareness befitting a true powerhouse. In this world, the so-called elite warriors, once stripped of their soul techniques, reveal their true limitations. Yinzu embraced the fragrant form of Poseidon, in a secluded place devoid of any foothold, yet free from the intrusion of others. Perhaps this shall suffice? A whimsical thought crossed Yinzu's mind. What is this called? The void trembles? With a soft pop, Yinzu and Poseidon parted their lips. Poseidon felt a surge of lightheadedness, her mind clouded with confusion. In a moment of indignation, she raised a hand to strike Yinzu, only to have it firmly grasped by him. As you have stated, Yinzu remarked, holding her cheeks delicately, it is only death that awaits. The high priest of the sea is no more. You are no longer the high priestess. Do you comprehend? Without granting Poseidon a moment to respond or reflect, he kissed her once more. Amidst the tumultuous sky, filled with thunder and lightning, the two became inextricably entwined. Poseidon's thoughts were in disarray, her lips only murmuring a single word. From this moment forth, do something for yourself. Do not concern yourself with that so-called sea god. Yinzu's hand slipped from Poseidon's shoulder, gradually peeling away her flowing gown. Boom. Another clap of thunder resonated, heralding the arrival of a torrential downpour. As fierce winds gathered ominous clouds, the sea appeared to rage in fury. Amidst the swirling tempest, a resplendent red gown danced through the air, ultimately descending upon the ocean's surface. Chapter 70. Poseidon, Part 2. Relax. A little pain is to be expected. In the midst of the storm, Yinzu and Poseidon resembled a pair lost in a world of their own, surrendering to their desires in the desolate expanse. Yinzu resembled a gluttonous hound, cradling the pristine and untainted Poseidon as his prey. The flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder echoed like divine admonitions, seemingly intent on instilling terror in Yinzu to the point of impotence. Yet, they could only intimidate the beleaguered Poseidon. Yinzu has opened the gateway to a new world for Poseidon, guiding her gently to experience the joys of humanity, repeatedly ascending to the clouds together. In turn, Poseidon has unlocked new knowledge for Yinzu, revealing to him that some experiences need not be confined to a mere bed. They can be embraced across the vast expanse of heaven and earth. In the dim, featureless waters where day and night blur, Poseidon transitions from fierce resistance to an inevitable acquiescence, the duration of which remains an enigma. Though it may be impolite, I find myself compelled to inquire, how old are you, truly? 100? 200? At this moment, Yinzu and Poseidon float upon the sea, treating the ocean as an endless watery mattress. While Yinzu does not find this entirely comfortable, he cannot simply abandon Poseidon. After everything concludes, Poseidon appears to have lost something vital. Upon the cessation of Yinzu's control, she plummets from midair into the sea, gazing skyward, allowing her body to drift upon the surface, carried by the tides. She could wish for her own demise or voice any desire, Yinzu muses, yet her passive demeanor, indifferent to everything, raises concern. Poseidon disregards Yinzu, for nothing matters anymore. She yearns only for tranquility to cool her body and spirit. After more than a century of simplicity, everything she has repressed erupts today, and amidst the surges of joy, she nearly loses her sense of self. Who am I? What am I doing? In a haze, Poseidon begins to question her own existence. Yet such inquiries, easily nudged toward philosophical contemplation, seldom yield definitive answers. 115. Poseidon suddenly responds to Yinzu's question. This answer emerges from her memories, flipping through the pages of thought. Otherwise, she would have long forgotten her age. For it holds little significance. A century of solitude, emptiness, and loneliness. Yinzu shakes his head, kissing Poseidon's form, murmuring, you have endured much. With a flicker of intention, Poseidon seeks to gather a layer of seawater to envelop her body, momentarily solidifying her soul's energy to craft a garment for modesty. Yet, the sea weakly coalesces around her, dissipating with her feeble exhalation. Is that sensation real? Poseidon shudders as the icy water pervades her being. As Yinzu gradually claims her, she feels something within her evaporating, piece by piece, ultimately vanishing. Initially, she believed this to be a mere illusion born of disorientation, yet it seems otherwise now. A century of cultivation, obliterated in an instant. Has she been cast aside by the sea god? It appears he has taken a fragment of her power. Poseidon finds herself struggling to accept this reality. Yinzu perceived the tumultuous rhythm of Poseidon's heartbeat and discerned the panic reflected in her eyes. He presumed that upon regaining her composure, she harbored intentions of revenge against him. Nevertheless, he thought it best to allow her to vent her frustrations. After all, he had indulged himself. And it was only fair that she too should find some relief, lest she become a deranged figure akin to Bibi Dong. She extended a hand, summoning the staff that belonged to the great deity of the sea, yet received no response. In that moment, she came to the grim realization that she had been forsaken. Her failure had brought shame upon the sea god. Perhaps it was her inability to maintain her true self at the final juncture, yielding slightly to the pleasure of the flesh, that precipitated such a fate. Regardless, one thing was certain: Poseidon had lost everything. But she still possessed her own soul power. She had merely relinquished the portion of strength bestowed upon her by the sea god. Her innate soul power level was not insignificant, yet what significance did it hold? Years of seclusion within the sea god's temple had rendered her existence incomplete. Yanzu observed that Poseidon had summoned her martial soul and soul rings. Yet the transformation was striking. Firstly, her appearance had changed. Her martial soul was no longer the sea god, but rather a feminine guise. The configuration of her soul rings had also altered dramatically, shifting from 8 black and 1 red to 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Upon witnessing this, Yanzu contemplated that he had never before encountered a soul that had devolved, only those that had evolved. Was this truly her original form? What implications did this hold? Poseidon rose, gazing at the vast expanse of the world before her, and then set off. Where are you going? Yanzu called out to her, inquiring if she intended to return to her sea god palace to continue her duties as the high priestess of the sea. The high priestess of the sea is no more, Poseidon replied coolly. With that, she soared into the sky, her destination shrouded in mystery. Though certainly not toward Sea God Island. She was entirely unclothed, save for her silvery hair cascading down her back, her lithe form tantalizingly concealed. Yanzu mused that she could hardly present herself before the citizens of Sea God Island in such a state. Yanzu did not allow her to escape his gaze, continuously scanning the vast ocean in search of something. Eventually, Poseidon came to a halt on a small island, extending a hand to unleash a surge of soul power that created a gaping hole, through which she entered. What are you doing? Exiling yourself? Yanzu inquired. Observing Poseidon's actions, she remained silent, floating in midair, eyes closed in meditation, as was her custom. Yet, she knew she could never return to the serene devotion she once knew. A sense of restlessness enveloped her. Suddenly, a warm glow illuminated her surroundings, bathing her in a comforting light. She opened her eyes to find Yanzu tending to a crackling campfire. He was smoothing a red gown he had salvaged from the ocean, his palms scorching as they pressed against the fabric, steam rising with a sizzling sound. Alas, everything Yanzu possessed had been thoroughly destroyed by Poseidon's abilities. Otherwise, he could have offered her wrongdoings clothing. Little did he know the effort it took to retrieve this gown from the depths of the sea. Nevertheless, it was the personal garment of the sea goddess high priestess, and remarkably, despite being soaked in salt water and subjected to intense heat, this pomegranate-hued gown retained its pristine appearance. Yanzu gazed at Poseidon. Within the dimly lit cavern, the flickering firelight danced upon her exquisite form, rendering her skin with a lustrous sheen, visibly smooth and radiant. Yanzu longed once more. The brave warrior's short sword gleamed unabashedly, radiating an air of formidable prowess. Put it on, he urged. Sensing the despondency enveloping Poseidon, he extended the garment toward her. Yet, Poseidon remained unresponsive. Consequently, Yanzu set the dress aside and stepped out of the cave. Gazing at the overcast sky, he pondered, what is this? A life on a deserted island with the goddess Poseidon? Yanzu snapped a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with one hand, effortlessly transforming it into a spear before casting it into the depths of the sea. Shortly thereafter, a plump fish surfaced, and Yanzu proceeded to pluck 2 coconuts and break several broadleaves. He then skillfully fashioned a small piece of wood into the shape of a knife, deftly slicing the freshly caught fish into thin fillets. Would you care to indulge? Yanzu inquired, glancing at Poseidon, who had just emerged from the cave. At that moment, she had donned her comfortable, dry gown, her bare feet sinking into the soft sand, while her hair, free of the crown's adornments, cascaded naturally around her. Poseidon regarded the invitation to dine with a sigh. What normal person would dine in the presence of a naked man? She mused. Especially one who had so recently overstepped boundaries. However, Poseidon was no ordinary being, having lived for over a century and after sharing moments of joy with Yanzu. There was little in this world that she had not encountered. She gracefully seated herself upon the beach, delicately lifting a slice of fish to her lips. If by chance someone were to wander by, they would behold a scene on a dimly lit island, where a goddess-like figure clad in a flowing gown and a man sculpted like a mythological deity sat in quiet harmony, savoring their meal. Yet, no one could witness this spectacle, for the waters surrounding the island of the sea god were treacherous, fraught with peril that deterred human approach. Even those who had long battled the sea god's curse could only gaze from afar. Chapter 71. The Return. Have you lost something? After a hearty meal, Yanzu asked Poseidon, sensing a notable shift in her aura. She had indeed lost much, as she stared into the flickering flames of the bonfire, remaining silent. Did it matter to her? She could not say for certain. What more do you desire? Poseidon inquired of Yanzu. Yanzu reached out and stirred the ashes of the campfire, remarking, it matters not. I come to Poseidon Island solely for the divine position. You are unworthy. Poseidon replied indifferently. Your assertion holds no weight, Yanzu countered. Whether it be the sea god or the god of Azura, both have made similar choices. Perhaps the issue indeed lies within me. I shall seek the answer. I am about to depart. What are your intentions? I shall remain here, Posiasai stated. Have you ever contemplated exploring the world beyond? Yinzu inquired. It appears you have not. Although you are no match for me. Should you wish to vent your frustrations or exact revenge, now is the time. Once I leave, the opportunity will elude you. Revenge, venting, Posiasai repeated these words pensively. What can I do? Kill you? If you believe you can, then by all means, attempt it, Yinzu replied. I genuinely believe you should strive to live for yourself. As I have previously stated, I do not deem that sea god worthy of your sacrifices. You have lost some power, have you not? Did he truly abandon you? The selection of offerings is determined by the sea god. It has always been so, and there is nothing to lament, Posiasai retorted. You are remarkably accommodating. Yinzu shook his head. Fortunately, I am not like the sea god. I shall continue my training until I am capable of vanquishing you. Posiasai gazed at Yinzu. Very well, Yinzu clapped his hands. A life with a clear objective, commendable, indeed. Moreover, this goal is sufficient to keep you striving for eternity. Best of luck. Ensure you become a young person who never gives up. Ignoring Yinzu's jest, Posiasai approached the cave's entrance, casting a glance back at him, as if to etch his visage into her memory before she departed. Let her be. She may require time to discover herself, Yinzu mused. Perceiving the original Posiasai as a mere product of the sea god's indoctrination, Yinzu did not pursue her. With Poseidon's prowess, few could challenge her in this world, especially within the confines of Sea God Island. There was little to worry about, and it was time for him to return. After nearly 2 months away, he found himself missing Yi Lingling and the others quite dearly. However, before that, he needed to make a trip back to Seven Star Island. The tumultuous waves crashed against the sheer cliffs as Zhizhenju sat upon a jutting rock, gazing towards the direction of Sea God Island. She understood that he would likely never return, yet she visited every day, not solely for him, but primarily because the wind here kept her senses sharp. Suddenly, she felt a forceful shove from behind, sending her plummeting into the abyss. A surge of exhilaration washed over her. During her descent, she was caught by someone. Was it thrilling? Yinzu asked, looking at Zhizhenju in his arms. Zhizhenju cupped his face with both hands, her expression one of disbelief as she exclaimed. This cannot be. You are deceiving me, aren't you? You didn't truly enter Sea God Island. You merely wandered around outside. Nothing is impossible. Yinzu replied as he held Zhizhenju while seated on the beach. I did visit Sea God Island, but I did not acquire what I sought, so I returned. How can I believe your words? She questioned, though her face was alight with joy. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, regardless, you returned alive. Yinzu gazed at the glimmering eyes of Zhizhenju and chuckled. What is this? Have you discovered the joys of womanhood? And thus, have you been constrained during this time? He continued, enough of the trivialities. Now that you have returned, I intend to savor every moment. Noticing Yinzu's unclad state, Zhizhenju promptly pushed him to the ground. This isn't so bad, Yinzu mused, realizing that Zhizhenju indeed resonated with him in some way. Who could have imagined that the once sacred saintess of the spirit hall would transform into such an uninhibited and audacious woman? He pondered if, after spending a few years by the sea with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, they too would evolve in such a manner. Is that not acceptable? After a prolonged silence, Yinzu remarked while observing the quivering Zhizhenju sprawled across him with a playful smirk. Zhizhenju playfully struck him, saying, suit yourself. Yinzu rose and pressed the purple pearl beneath him, continuing to inquire, so, what are your plans? Do you wish to return to the mainland with me? Are you leaving? The fingers of the purple pearl sank deeply into the sand as she gasped for breath. Of course, Yinzu replied. Isn't my presence sufficient? The purple pearl placed her hands on Yinzu's back, intertwining her legs around his waist. What are you thinking? Clearly, it is not enough. Yinzu chuckled. You don't harbor the delusion that I belong solely to you, do you? Upon hearing this, the purple pearl clung to Yinzu, fiercely biting him without uttering another word. After the battle concluded, the two lay on the beach, counting stars. I cannot leave this place, the purple pearl suddenly remarked. You are aware of my background. After the fleet was annihilated, I managed to survive by sheer luck. Even more fortunate was that among these pirates, none were stronger than I. I have contemplated returning to the mainland, to report back to the Martial Soul Hall, but to no avail. Is this what you refer to as the sea god's curse? Yinzu inquired. The purple pearl sighed. I have attempted many times, and after suffering significant losses, I realized that nothing is mere coincidence. An invisible hand has been manipulating me, confining me here, and whenever I attempt to leave, a frenzied sea spirit beast always appears. None of this poses a problem. Yinzu reassured her. Just tell me if you wish to depart. With a single word from you, you can go wherever you desire. Have you truly been to Sea God Island? The purple pearl still found it hard to believe. Yinzu smiled and said, My dear, if you do not believe me, then my words hold no significance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhizhenju bitterly chuckled. What does it matter if I return? The spirit hall cannot leave the position of the saintess vacant. In what capacity shall I return? I would report the situation and then adhere to their assignments. Undertaking a role I may not even enjoy? To be frank, after spending so many years on the Seven Stars Island, I have grown accustomed to a certain idleness. I fear I may never regain that former sense of purpose. It is not imperative that I return to the spirit hall. Yanzu replied, the world is vast. Oh. By the way, Qian Sunji has been dead for quite some time. You may not be aware of this, he added. Oh, Zizhanju responded nonchalantly. It is well that he has passed. You see, had I not ventured out to sea, I would have long been his. Yet, I have completely forgotten what he looks like. So, shall we agree on this? Come with me, Yanzu inquired. Zizhanju turned to the side, tracing circles on Yanzu's chest with her finger, teasingly saying, you know, accompanying me may lead to trouble. Are you certain? Then let us depart at once. Yanzu declared, rising to his feet. What is the rush? Zizhanju questioned. Yanzu inquired, what, are you bidding farewell to your subordinates? Zizhanju fell into silence for a moment, envisioning the scene of their parting. Over the years, despite the tangible distance between them, they had indeed shown her considerable care. As she pondered, she felt a pang of emotion, her eyes misting with unshed tears. Ultimately, Zizhanju resolved to avoid such an emotional spectacle, understanding that her departure would only benefit them, liberating them from the burden of being perpetually ensnared in the life she was leaving behind. Let us depart, she declared, dressing and rising. Turning to Yanzu, she added, you must take responsibility for me, scoundrel. As you command, Yanzu replied with a smile, enveloping her in his embrace as they soared towards the continent. It was only after Yanzu effortlessly dispatched the obstructive sea soul beast that Zizhanju fully believed he had indeed visited the island of the sea god. What is the matter with your eyes? She asked. They are a natural gift, he responded. Upon returning to the continent, Zizhanju felt like a rustic entering the city. Everything was novel, and she reveled in the lively atmosphere she had long missed. So, is it better to come back? Yanzu asked, watching her delight. What do you mean? Are you implying that I should reward you well tonight? Zizhanju replied. Isn't that simply a routine matter? Yanzu chuckled. They continued their leisurely exploration until Zizhanju was thoroughly satisfied, at which point Yanzu whisked her away once more. Where are we headed? She inquired, aware that with Yanzu's prowess, he surely had connections among the powerful of the continent. To the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Chapter 72, The Return, Part 2, Wow. I arrived to witness such an extraordinary scene. In the divine realm, the Azura god visited the divine abode of Poseidon, discovering that the latter was engrossed in the affairs of the mortal realm. Before Poseidon, a luminous screen displayed the high priest Poseidon being embraced by a young man, who was ensnared by Poseidon's legs as they hovered in the air, indulging wildly amidst tempestuous winds and thunderous storms. Poseidon's countenance darkened, and without a word, he waved his hand, causing the screen to vanish. TSK, why the rush to extinguish the lights? The Azura god seemed displeased with Poseidon's selfishness, having found great amusement in witnessing the sea god's high priest being overwhelmed by a mere lad. You seem quite untroubled, Poseidon remarked, pouring himself a glass of an unknown liquid, only for the Azura god to snatch it away from a distance, sniffing it before returning it to the table. Do not wear such a glum expression. I did not come to witness your misfortune, although it is indeed quite humorous, the Azura god said with a broad smile. Likewise, Poseidon replied, refilling his glass and taking a few sips. Indeed, the Azura god continued, that lad caused quite a stir at my place as well, but I was indifferent to it. Let's not poke at sore spots. On a serious note, what is your opinion of this young man? Poseidon remained silent. He is an anomaly, the Azura god stated. He poses an unstable factor, one that could potentially disrupt the established order. The order shall be safeguarded, and anomalies will be eradicated, Poseidon replied calmly, as if orchestrating a grand strategy. Well said, the Azura god chuckled inwardly, recognizing Poseidon's unyielding nature. So what shall you do? Poseidon fell silent again, much to the Azura god's annoyance, as he detested those who used silence to project an air of profundity. I shall await your good news, the Azura god declared, feeling bored, and subsequently returned to his own divine abode. Poseidon then commenced his plans, first needing to cultivate another high priest. This time choosing not a woman. He would begin to carefully select a suitable candidate. I never expected you to be from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Zizhanju remarked, linking her arm with Yanzu's. What do you mean by that? Yanzu asked. It means nothing, Zizhanju replied. I merely speculated about your origins. Since you claimed not to belong to the Martial Soul Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect fell within the realm of my considerations. That is all. Yanzu let out a sound of acknowledgement and said, I shall go to meet the sect master. You should accompany me. By the way, the name Zizhanju, call me Ozzy instead. Zizhanju shrugged and replied, all right. Yanzu nodded in agreement. The name Zizhanju possessed a certain charm when associated with a pirate's identity, yet it appeared rather out of place when set against the backdrop of the mainland. The return of Yanzu has undoubtedly eased Ningfengxi's worries. His absence lasted nearly 2 to 3 months, during which he ventured to the distant locale of Sea God Island. How could one not be anxious in such circumstances? Yanzu introduced Zizhanju to Ningfengxi, deliberately omitting any mention of her past as a saint of the spirit hall, merely stating that they had met at sea. Ningfengxi smiled helplessly at this, pleased that the sect could gain new talent. Yet he wondered how Yanzu would navigate his relationship with Rong. That would depend on his own abilities. What would be the outcome of this situation? Observing Yanzu's demeanor, Ning Fengji had an inkling but felt the need for confirmation. Luck does not seem to be on my side, Yanzu sighed. Shaking his head. There is no reason for this, is there? You would agree? Do not rush. There is plenty of time ahead, Ning Fengji reassured him. There are more than just these two divine realms in the world. I fear the issue may not lie with their choices, Yanzu remarked. What if the problem is with me? In Yanzu's perspective, with his formidable strength, he ought to attract the attention of at least one deity. Especially considering the gods in Douluo did not possess much prestige or depth. However, if he were deemed unworthy to be their successor, that would present an entirely different dilemma. Any new insights? Ning Fengji inquired, noticing Yanzu's silence. None. I will first visit Luo to see Rong and the others, Yanzu replied. Speaking of Rong, Ning Fengji said earnestly, there are certain matters you must handle on your own. If she causes a stir, do not claim that I did not assist you. I am powerless in that regard. Thank you for the reminder, father. I am aware of my limits, Yanzu responded. Then departed the hall with Zijinju. What did you just call him? Zijinju asked, astonished. Did you not hear? Yanzu replied. But you are a battle soul master, are you not? Speaking of which, I have yet to see your battle soul, Zijinju remarked. Yanzu shook his head and said, I am not his biological son. Oh, so you are his adopted son? Zizenzu revealed a look of sudden realization. Yanzu denied, no, I am the son-in-law. Suddenly, Zijinju halted her steps, swiftly drawing the curved blade from her waist and placing it against Yanzu's neck, demanding, what do you think you are doing? Yanzu turned around and exclaimed, oh, you greedy woman. How dare you attempt to possess me for yourself? Zijinju felt a tightness in her chest, momentarily at a loss for words to curse Yanzu. As if her piratical tendencies had vanished along with her departure from the sea. Yanzu reached out to embrace Zijinju's waist and asked, why do you look so troubled? Were our moments together not joyful? This is an entirely different matter, Zijinju replied with righteous indignation. How could you conceal from me the fact that you have a wife? There is no such thing, Yanzu retorted with equal fervor. How could I possibly have only one wife? You are being utterly fanciful. What did you say? Zijinju's expression darkened, resembling one who had just tasted bitter melon. Yanzu counted on his fingers and said, Rong, the young master of our clan, is my betrothed. Of course, she is still quite young. And such matters are best discussed at a later time. Following the order, Ling is the eldest, but you may refer to her as your younger sister, as you are her senior and should take care of her. As for Poseidon, she is currently sulking with me, but in due time, all will be well. The first two purple pearls merely rolled their eyes and moved on. However, upon hearing the third name, she could no longer contain herself and questioned, Poseidon? Are you referring to the same Poseidon that I am thinking of? Yanzu chuckled. Are there truly two Poseidons in this world? That would be splendid. The more of such exquisite beings, the better. Suddenly, Zijinju's beautiful visage contorted slightly as she confirmed. So, the Poseidon you speak of is indeed the legendary sea god's grand offering? Yanzu nodded affirmatively, stating, thus, our journey to Sea God Island has not been entirely fruitless. Zijinju, irked by his words, brandished her blade fiercely toward Yanzu's neck. The razor-sharp sword, capable of slicing through steel, barely grazed him, leaving not a single hair disturbed. Yanzu took the treasured blade, deftly sliding his fingers along the edge, swiftly honing the rolled tip to perfection. He returned the weapon to Zijinju, signaling her to proceed, while gently admonishing, if you have any grievances, express them now, as the elder sister. Do not mistreat Ling and Rong. Go to hell, Zijinju exclaimed, striking the blade against Yanzu's face before storming off in a huff. Yanzu shrugged, allowing her to go, and glanced around, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was engrossed in her cultivation. He thus abandoned the thought of disturbing her and swiftly leaped forward, lifting Zijinju and soaring towards Luo. What are you doing? Put me down, Zijinju protested, struggling against his hold. What are you thinking? It would be dreadfully lonely without you on this journey, Yanzu retorted, though in truth, reaching Luo would not take much time. Who said I wanted to accompany you? Zijinju replied defiantly. Enough, Yanzu said, giving Zijinju a playful slap on her backside, the sudden sting prompting her to settle down a bit. I understand that our feelings can blossom swiftly yet fade just as quickly. If you truly wish to leave, I shall not insist on your company. But I shall not forget the joyful moments we shared along the way. The first time in your bed, the second on the sandy beach, and the third in the sea, Zijinju interjected suddenly, a hint of a smile dancing on her lips. Yanzu also chuckled and continued, the fourth time. In the dimly lit cabin, Zijinju interjected, that is not the fourth time. Prior to encountering the ship, we had many more instances. There were also those moments in the inn along the western coastal shores, Yanzu remarked. Zijinju added, and on the park benches, bustling with people. Yanzu remarked, speaking of which, do you still have that dress? No, Zijinju replied, I left it at the hotel. Hey. That was the very first dress I bought for you. Yanzu expressed his discontent. Do you truly believe that dress concealed anything effectively? Zijinju countered. Do you really think those passers-by are unaware of what I'm doing while sitting on your lap? Not at all, Yinzu chuckled. Aren't we merely putting on a show for them? Zhizhenju let out a soft snort and chose to remain silent. Thus, I believe I have discovered the secret to sustaining our relationship, Yinzu confidently declared. Less talk, Zhizhenju interjected. More action, she added. Yinzu abruptly ceased his flight, supporting the curvaceous form of Zhizhenju with both hands, positioning her directly before him, in order to maintain her balance. Zhizhenju had no choice but to encircle Yinzu's neck with her arms, while her legs entwined around his waist. Speaking of indulgence, Yinzu teased. Do you wish to experience Yunjin? Chapter 73, The Journey Home, Part 3, Yinzu and Zhizhenju journeyed through the skies, eventually arriving at the Douluo Empire. Upon reaching the inn within the city, they retrieved a letter left by Yi Ling, which conveyed that all was well and that they had already proceeded to the imperial capital of Douluo. With this knowledge, they continued their exploration of Douluo, heading towards a rendezvous with the group at the imperial palace. It seemed to Yinzu that Douluo lacked the orderly governance characteristic of the Heaven-Do Empire. Reflecting on their travels, Zhizhenju remarked that aside from a clear hierarchy, there appeared to be little constraint in other matters within the Douluo Empire. Is that what a Darwinian state is like? Yinzu mused, lifting a generous piece of steak with his chopsticks and tearing into it. Intrigued by the novel term that occasionally slipped from Yinzu's lips, Zhizhenju inquired further. It refers to a government that, aside from exploiting its citizens for profit, does little else, essentially neglecting its responsibilities and adopting a hands-off approach towards its populace, Yinzu explained, albeit with a simplistic understanding. Like wild beasts? Zhizhenju responded. Yinzu replied, indeed, much like a beast. Zhizhenju chuckled. Oh my, it seems you take great offense, don't you? Yinzu wiped his mouth and said, of course, I believe in the angelic gods. Upon hearing this, Zhizhenju remarked, I knew it. You could not possibly be unrelated to the spirit hall. How many secrets are you still concealing from me? Concealing from you? Is that so? Yinzu responded innocently, if you don't inquire. How can it be considered as me hiding anything from you? What is your actual relationship with the spirit hall? Zhizhenju pressed on. It's difficult to articulate. Yinzu replied, but if I must say, there may be 2 or 3 of your future sisters there. Huh, you certainly have your ways. Zhizhenju shook her head. Throughout their journey, she had come to terms with her thoughts and found little desire to engage in conflict with Yinzu over such matters. Life is too short. One should seek joy as it comes. It must be said that her prolonged life as a pirate had indeed altered her perspective significantly. There is one matter that has always troubled me, yet I have held my tongue seeing your lack of response, Zhizhenju stated. What is it? This time, it was Yinzu's turn to be curious. You see, Zhizhenju pointed to a wall in the street plastered with notices. That bounty notice hanging there, does it pertain to you? Should be, Yinzu replied without a change in expression as he rinsed his mouth. Well, Zhizhenju pursed her lips. That is a bounty issued by the Douluo royal family. You seem remarkably composed. What else could I do? Am I to don night clothes and crawl through a dog hole in broad daylight? Yinzu said nonchalantly. In truth, to preserve their good spirits during the journey. He had deliberately evaded any confrontation. I am merely curious about what you did to warrant such a high bounty, Zhizhenju remarked. Our journey has been exceedingly tranquil. Barring any unforeseen events, trouble should soon follow. You best be prepared for it. Hiki, Yinzu smiled, looking at Zhizhenju. If I am unable to handle it and perish here, what will you do? Then I shall take my leave. Zhizhenju swiftly gestured to delineate her boundaries. Sigh. Women, Yinzu shook his head and said, but if chaos does ensue, just take care of yourself. Do not concern yourself with me. Zhizhenju laughed. I never intended to look after you anyway. After half a day's travel, Zhizhenju's words came to fruition. Some bounty hunters recognized Yinzu and lay in ambush to take his life. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly dispatched by Yinzu, who strung them up like candied hawthorns on a large tree. Witnessing the bloody scene before her, Zhizhenju felt a chill run down her spine. Yet more questions arose. These were all experts above the Soul Emperor level, and it appeared that you handled them with greater ease than one would a chicken. However, the most puzzling part was that she had yet to see him use his martial soul. Didn't you experience my martial soul already? Yinzu flashed a mischievous smile at Zhizhenju. Zhizhenju wore a peculiar smile as her hand reached towards Yinzu's groin. No way. Is your martial soul this? Partly, Yinzu chuckled. In fact, it encompasses my entire being. What say you? Would you care to try it here? Zhizhenju looked at him with disdain, pointing at the 6 or 7 individuals strung up like candied hawthorns. Absolutely not. Who has the mood for that in such a scene? Upon arriving at the Douluo imperial capital, Zhizhenju expressed her desire to explore on her own, allowing Yinzu to seek out Yi Ling and her companions alone. Yinzu was aware of Zhizhenju's discomfort, so he refrained from saying much. Coincidentally, that day marked the occasion for the Royal Combat Team and the Xing Luo Royal Team to engage in a friendly match. Although Qin Ming had already instructed everyone not to win against the Xing Luo Royal Team, in truth, they had little chance of success. The members of the Xing Luo Royal Team were generally older, and with Zhu Zhuyun and Davis's martial soul fusion technique, Yu Tianheng was unable to withstand the onslaught. It was merely to showcase the grace of the hosts that they were not defeated too miserably. "Oh, you actually decided to return? Where on earth have you been all this time?" Ning Rong exclaimed in frustration upon seeing Yanzu. However, Yanzu had no intention of appeasing her at that moment. He merely patted her head before making his way directly to Yi Lingling. Embracing Yi Lingling's delicate form, Yanzu buried his head against her modest bosom, inhaling deeply and, with his eyes closed, said, "This is the scent I've missed so dearly, my love." Humph. Ning Rong, noticing the situation, wisely retreated back to her bed. Having spent considerable time with everyone, she gradually understood the nuances between men and women, and as an unwelcome third wheel, she did her best to remain inconspicuous. "Do not try to deceive me with falsehoods." Yi Lingling feigned anger. "You've been away for over 3 months. I dare say you've been having quite the time out there, without a thought for me." While there was some truth to her words, Yanzu playfully pinned Yi Lingling to the bed, gently tracing her nose with his finger. "Indeed, I have experienced joy. But I have also thought of you. However, let us not dwell on that for now." Once their activity ceased, Ning Rong peeked her head out from under the covers and remarked to Yanzu, "Azu, you have no idea. We embarrassed ourselves today." "How so?" Yanzu queried, propping his head up with one hand while gently massaging Yi Lingling's shoulders with the other. Ning Rong sat up, clutching her blanket, and explained. "That Davis and Zhu Yun from the Xing Luo royal team summoned a fearsome giant cat. Yu Tianheng couldn't withstand a single strike and was defeated in one blow. Such is the nature of martial soul fusion techniques," Yanzu replied. "In your world? They are quite extraordinary." "What do you mean by in your world?" Ning Rong asked with curiosity. "Nothing in particular. When are we returning?" Yanzu inquired. Ning Rong replied. "Qin Ming was taken by the Xing Luo Royal Academy for discussions. We must wait for him to return before we can set off. By the way, Azu, what have you been up to all this time?" At this, Yi Lingling, who had been resting on Yanzu's chest, stirred slightly. Their brief separation had ignited a spark, and now, with the fervor subsiding, it was time to ask the questions that needed to be asked. Yanzu recounted the most intriguing and exhilarating aspects of his experiences in the City of Carnage and on Sea God Island to the two women, who were utterly captivated by the reality of his tales. As Ning Rong fell into slumber, Yi Lingling curled up in her blanket, playfully pinching Yanzu's flesh with her nails while softly interrogating him. "Come now, confess honestly, having been out for so long, how many girls have you entangled with?" Her tone reflected a playful skepticism. "You don't even ask if there are any, but rather how many? Your lack of trust wounds me deeply." Yanzu turned his head away slightly. With a light laugh, Yi Lingling's hand slid downward, and she playfully grasped his most sensitive area, teasingly asserting, "Oh, my trust in you is boundless. Do you think I am oblivious? You could possibly remain untouched for over 3 months? If that were the case, I would have to regard you with newfound respect." Upon hearing this, Yanzu grinned playfully and said, "Isn't it said that we are a match made in heaven? Your understanding of me moves me deeply. So how many?" Yi Lingling's smile gradually took on a different flavor. Yanzu extended 2 fingers. Yi Lingling shook her head in disbelief. She suspected Yanzu would engage in infidelity, yet the notion that he had only dallied with 2 girls was somewhat unexpected. She had anticipated a far more conservative estimate, perhaps 10 or more. "Is it true?" Yi Lingling questioned once more. "Indeed. When have I ever deceived you?" Yanzu replied, drawing Yi Lingling into his embrace, kissing her as he spoke. "To provoke you further, should you meet, do ensure to get along well. Do not put me in a difficult position, or else." "Or else what?" Yi Lingling retorted, evidently perturbed. Yanzu threatened with an air of menace. "Otherwise, I shall show no favoritism. None of you will be able to rise from your beds or walk freely. You have brought this upon yourselves." Yi Lingling, fueled by indignation, exerted force with the intention of teaching Yanzu a lesson, only to find him reveling in the moment. Who claims that such matters are a man's Achilles heel? Yi Lingling pondered in bewilderment. In the early hours of the morning, as Yi Lingling succumbed to slumber and drifted into dreams, Yanzu quietly rose and ventured into the streets. He turned left and right, weaving through alleys, and then coughed twice, proclaiming, "Now that we are here, why pretend? Come forth." Chapter 74. Just next door in the dimly lit alley, Yanzu's words lingered in the stillness of the night. Before long, several figures clad in black combat attire emerged from the shadows, encircling Yanzu. "I have a vague recollection of you all," Yanzu remarked, assessing their attire while recalling the time he toyed with Zhu Yun in the forest. "Tell me, how has your master instructed you?" The assassins of the underworld exchanged glances, swiftly arranging themselves and summoning their martial spirits. "Indeed, it seems that valor accompanies ample reward." Yanzu chuckled, shaking his head, and then vanished from sight. The sound of bodies colliding echoed in rapid succession, each impact resulting in an assassin crumpling to the ground. In a matter of mere seconds, 8 or 9 assassins lay defeated, sprawled across the earth. Yanzu crouched down and removed the clothing of a fallen assassin, retrieving what appeared to be an identification token from his possession. After changing into the assassin's attire, Yanzu began his search for the presence of the underworld mansion within the city, quickly pinpointing its location. It was a grand estate, second only to the imperial palace. Approaching the entrance, Yanzu presented the token he had acquired, gaining unobstructed access to the premises. Had it not been for his ability to see through obstacles, he would likely have wandered aimlessly within the underworld mansion all night. Before entering, Yanzu had already discerned the whereabouts of Zhu Zhiyun, who was currently in her chamber discussing matters with Davis. Zhiyun, you summoned me at such a late hour? Davis chuckled, embracing Zhu Zhiyun with an affectionate grip. Zhu Zhiyun let out a soft huff, saying, listen to me first. My informant just returned with news of that man. I called you here to borrow someone. That man. Are you referring to the one who ambushed you in the woods and abducted Zhu Qing? Davis dismissed the concern, his attention solely focused on Zhu Zhiyun's figure, which he playfully squeezed. Whoever you need to borrow, just say the word. Zhu Zhiyun intended to request the assistance of Davis's 2 elite guards, both of whom had reached the soul combatant realm. She felt her own assassins were inadequate to confront Yanzu and sought to enlist Davis's formidable allies for backup. Having finally obtained information on that lecher, Zhu Zhiyun was determined to capture him without fail, subject him to unspeakable tortures, and ultimately execute him herself, thus alleviating the resentment that had long burdened her heart. Just as Davis was about to indulge in further intimacy with Zhu Zhiyun, a knock echoed at the door. Wait a moment. Zhu Zhiyun pressed down on Davis's eager hands, stating, I'll be right back. Davis, already incensed, struggled to contain his frustration, releasing Zhu Zhiyun reluctantly. Zhu Zhiyun stepped into the outer room and, upon finding one of her subordinates, inquired urgently, what news? That brat hasn't escaped, has he? No, he is fast asleep, came the reply. Zhu Zhiyun clasped her fists in satisfaction, declaring, excellent. I will send 2 soul combatant level experts to assist you. Ensure that brat is brought back. I want him to be utterly dismembered. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from her subordinate, sending a jolt of instinctual alarm through Zhu Zhiyun. Who do you intend to dismember? Yanzu removed his hat and veil, raising his gaze to meet Zhu Zhiyun's. Just moments ago, she had been entangled with Davis, her attire slightly disheveled and her cheeks flushed, exuding an undeniable allure. You. Upon recognizing the face that had haunted her dreams, Zhu Zhiyun stumbled back in shock, about to call for help. In an instant, Yanzu lunged forward, gripping her waist with one hand and covering her mouth with the other, sneering. Do you dare to plot against me with that handful of weaklings? With her mouth restrained, Zhu Zhiyun's enchanting visage flushed crimson, revealing the peak of her fear and fury. Yanzu, after finishing his words, cast his gaze downward and spoke. Zhu Zhiyun, the future princess consort of the Xinglua Empire. You surely wouldn't want Davis to discover what has transpired with you, would you? TSK. If he were to find out, he would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate me, yet he would also be reminded that his woman had been with another man. Tell me, isn't such a princess consort rather intriguing? Zhu Zhiyun's eyes nearly brimmed with tears as she struggled to voice a response, but to no avail. Be honest. Do you wish to call for him to help you? Feel free to try, Yanzu remarked. At that moment, only a wall separated Zhu Zhiyun from Yanzu and Davis, who lay on Zhu Zhiyun's bed with his eyes closed, awaiting her return, while Zhu Zhiyun found herself tightly confined in the adjacent room by Yanzu. Upon grasping a certain realization, Zhu Zhiyun suddenly fell silent. Yes, precisely, be truthful. Sensing her calmness, Yanzu released his grip on her mouth and said, you wouldn't want your fiancé Davis to learn of this incident, would you? Moreover, if you cause a commotion, your family members will likely rush here. At that point, I wouldn't mind recounting the events of that day in 9 installments, sharing a segment each day, and I am certain the audience would be plentiful. Zhu Zhiyun trembled in anger, her gaze fixed intently on Yanzu. Her spiritual power extended from her fingertips, forming long claws aimed at him, yet Yanzu merely toyed with her clothing nonchalantly. Ah, Yanzu could not help but exclaim. What a maddening and nostalgic sensation. Since our last encounter in the forest, I have often reminisced about it. Today, with you presenting yourself to me, I shall not be courteous. Zhu Zhiyun, suppressing her anger at Yanzu's provocation, lunged for his throat, only to find her efforts futile. His skin resembled a highly elastic metal, impervious to her sharp claws, which left no trace. Meanwhile, Yanzu grew increasingly impatient. Suddenly, an unexpected thrill nearly caused Zhu Zhiyun to cry out. She quickly covered her mouth, acutely aware of Davis's presence in the next room. She could hardly fathom how the typically arrogant Davis would react upon witnessing this scene, having enjoyed a life of ease. She was determined not to become the subject of her family's ridicule. However, she found herself utterly powerless against him. How delightful. Yanzu mused as he lifted his head from Zhu Zhiyun's embrace, meeting her defiant gaze, her eyes filled with resentment and indignation. My dear, your expression is simply marvelous. Who could possibly resist? In their previous encounter in the forest, Zhu Zhiyun had been unconscious, and had it not been for her captivating figure, the experience would have lacked intrigue. This time, however, she was fully aware, and with her fiancé Davis so near, the thrill and novelty were at their peak. Ah, indeed. A sensitive feline, Yanzu remarked, lifting Zhu Zhiyun's chin, eliciting a mixture of shame and fury from her. No, please, absolutely not. Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed in terror, refusing vehemently. What could possibly be wrong with it? Yanzu chuckled. You are hardly an innocent young girl. Why pretend? This is impossible, Zhu Jian protested, struggling to retreat. Desperate to escape, yet she could not free herself from Yin Zhu's grasp. If this continues, Davis will surely come over. His words struck Zhu Zhuyan like a thunderclap, forcing her to regain her composure. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder resonated, and heavy rain began to pour outside, drowning out the sounds of the night. In a short span, the flood surged uncontrollably. In Chapter 75, the green-haired turtle, Davis lay in bed, eyes closed in repose, listening to the rain outside, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he eventually felt a chill brush past him, he awoke, reaching out beside him only to find Zhu Zhiyun's absence. How odd. Where has Zhiyun gone for so long? He pondered, and with that thought, he rose to open the door and inquire with the maid waiting outside about Zhu Zhiyun's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Zhu Zhiyan lay on the floor in an indescribable state, drooling uncontrollably, her eyes slightly rolled back, utterly unconscious. This is our secret, Yin Zhu declared. For your sake, I shall keep this secret, in exchange for your unwavering availability in the future. At that moment, Zhu Zhiyan possessed no strength to protest Yin Zhu's domineering terms. She merely lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling. Upon encountering Davis, who was about to enter, Yin Zhu discreetly reminded Zhu Zhiyun and then chose to exit through the window, wishing to avoid being caught by Davis, as that would diminish the thrill of the moment. The pilfered delight proved exceptionally savory. Despite his exhaustion, Zhu Zhiyun felt a jolt of alertness upon hearing Davis's imminent arrival, promptly rising to don her attire. Zhiyun, are you inside? Davis inquired, knocking at the door. Just a moment, Zhu Zhiyun said, hastily applying some perfume before opening the door. Oh, Davis yawned. The rain is pouring heavily. I inadvertently dozed off. Me too, Zhu Zhiyun replied, slightly flustered. Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Davis questioned, blinking inquisitively. Zhu Zhiyun quickly shook her head. No, I just pressed against the pillow while sleeping. Seeing that Zhu Zhiyun was not feverish, Davis chuckled, since we have both rested, why not resume what we had left unfinished? Zhu Zhiyun staggered slightly, her heart racing, nearly losing her balance as she replied, no, not today. It's rather inconvenient for me. Oh, Davis said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Then let us return to our rooms. Zhu Zhiyun nodded. You go ahead. I'll take a quick shower and join you shortly. After bidding farewell to Davis, Zhu Zhiyun finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, she had applied the perfume in time. Otherwise, Davis might have detected the lingering scent left by Yin Zhu, which would have been troublesome. This evening, she would have to employ alternative means to attend to Davis, lest he uncover her secret. On her bed, as she flexed her wrists, Zhu Zhiyun pondered. Regardless of the circumstances, she had confirmed the connection between that lecher and the Royal Combat Team. A slight deployment of personnel to trail and investigate would surely reveal his affiliations. This time, she had been careless. Next time, she must be thoroughly prepared to eliminate that scoundrel once and for all. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Zhu Zhiyun, Yin Zhu scoured the city in search of Zhi Zhenju's whereabouts, yet despite his thorough search, he found no trace of her. Could she have left in a huff? Yin Zhu mused. Surely not. She should have been in fine spirits by now. Although Zhi Zhenju possessed the strength of a sole emperor, her sudden disappearance left Yin Zhu unsettled. Thus, he conducted a meticulous search beyond the city limits, ultimately discovering Zhi Zhenju in a cave. What is the matter? Have you run out of money, or have you become fond of living in a cave? Yin Zhu inquired, brushing aside the weeds before him. Enough with the sarcasm. Zhi Zhenju replied weakly, leaning against a stone. Yin Zhu observed that she appeared somewhat fatigued and weak, and inquired with concern, what is the matter? Has something happened? Zhi Zhenju, feeling a tinge of pride at his question, replied, oh, it is nothing of great significance, merely that I am unable to venture into the city. Unable to venture? Yin Zhu questioned, perplexed by her statement. Humph. Zhi Zhenju chuckled. There is no help for it. Such natural beauty attracts unwanted attention. If I hadn't managed to escape swiftly, you would now be in quite a predicament. Ah? Yin Zhu exclaimed, striking the rock wall with his fist. Who is it? Pleased with Yin Zhu's intense reaction, Zhi Zhenju placed a hand on his shoulder and with a touch of allure, remarked, if I were truly forced against my will, how would you treat me? Yin Zhu asked urgently. Quickly tell me who laid hands on you. Answer me first. Zhi Zhenju let out a slight huff and replied, what else could be done? It isn't your fault. Yin Zhu embraced Zhi Zhenju, gently kissing her forehead. I apologize for putting you in such peril. Oh. It's nothing of great consequence, Zhi Zhenju smiled. Those few were utterly ineffectual. They never anticipated that I possessed over 60 levels. Despite their numbers, I managed to slip away. And what of you? You must have had quite the day, surrounded by the scents of other women. Yin Zhu remarked, in a few days, I may return to the heavenly battle. Once I have dealt with the trifles, I shall take you all on a tour across the continent. What do you think? All of us? Zhi Zhenju inquired while counting on her fingers. I am quite curious to know how many you refer to when you say all of us. Well, that's hard to say. It could very well increase at any moment, Yin Zhu replied, giving Zhi Zhenju a playful pat on her ample backside. Do not fret. I assure you that everything will be balanced, and you shall not miss out on anything. Zhi Zhenju laughed and retorted, you shameless scoundrel. As if I were particularly interested. Amidst their jesting, Yanzu remained undeterred by the previous matter and pressed further. Now, tell me, which fool dared to harass you? Seeing Yanzu's persistence, Zizhenju replied, I do not know who they were. They appeared to be the captain of the city patrol. I was merely dining at the inn when they sat at the adjacent table and began to comment on me. And then, well, it was just that. Were you at a disadvantage? Yanzu asked. Do I seem like someone who easily falls victim to such things? Zizhenju shot back. Isn't it you who has always been the source of my troubles? Enough with your nonsense. Can you honestly claim you didn't enjoy it? Yanzu stood up, glancing around, and added, This is not a place for idleness. Come, I shall take you into the city. It is unnecessary to provoke them, Zizhenju cautioned. After all, this is the capital of Luo. Making a scene could be troublesome. Even if you are unafraid, engaging in violence could lead to unnecessary loss of life. Indeed, as the former saintess, you still possess a compassionate heart, Yanzu observed, gazing at Zizhenju. But make no mistake, those ruffians are doomed, mark my words. Really? You are quite incensed, aren't you? Why the double standards? Is it permissible for you to flirt with others? Zizhenju teased. Indeed. That is precisely how I am. It is too late for you to have regrets now, Yanzu declared, his confidence unabated. Zizhenju shook her head, asserting, I never regret my actions. That evening, Yanzu escorted Zizhenju back to the city, where they rested for the night. The following day, they returned to the very inn where Zizhenju had dined before, anticipating the chance to encounter those who had harassed her. What do you plan to do with them? Zizhenju asked. With a mischievous grin, Yanzu remarked, It would be best if you refrained from asking, otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it. Chapter 76, Retribution, Part 1. The two of them, seated at a table laden with dishes, waited until dusk. They have arrived. Upon hearing the familiar clamor from downstairs, Zizenzu turned to Yanzu and spoke. Yanzu approached the railing, pointing at the group of individuals ascending the stairs below, inquiring, Is it them? Upon noticing someone gesturing towards them, one of the individuals in the group shouted, Hey, kid, are you seeking trouble? Yanzu paid no heed, merely turning to gaze at Zizhenju. She rose to confirm, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is her again. Capture her. Upon recognizing Zizhenju, the crowd surged upstairs without a second thought. Yanzu chose to disregard the commotion, lifting Zizhenju and soaring towards the city's outskirts. What are you doing? Zizhenju inquired, observing Yanzu's actions. I will take you out first, and then return for you, he replied. After delivering Zizhenju to the outskirts, he turned back, intent on identifying that group of rascals. The patrons in the tavern remained oblivious to the unfolding events. When they saw Yanzu return, effortlessly flying without revealing his martial spirit, they were taken aback, prompting them to summon reinforcements to encircle him. In an instant, a formidable battalion of soldiers surrounded the tavern, sealing it off completely. What a fuss! Yanzu remarked, rubbing his wrist before swiftly advancing. He grabbed the collars of two individuals, lifting them with the ease of a hawk seizing its prey, and soared towards the city's edge. The soldiers who rushed to intercept him stood in stunned silence, bewildered by how a mere boy could whisk away their superior in the blink of an eye, leaving them at a loss as to how to proceed. Yanzu seized the four individuals and cast them into the cave where Zizhenju had previously resided, without allowing them to utter a word. He unleashed a fierce beating upon them, leaving their faces bruised and battered before commencing his inquiries. Engaging in reasoned discourse with such individuals is futile. They are akin to feral dogs that bite indiscriminately. A swift application of force soon renders them compliant. Initially, the four men sensed Yanzu's formidable nature, and after enduring such excruciating punishment, they dared not entertain thoughts of resistance, pleading for mercy instead, prioritizing the preservation of their lives above all else. Alas, women, even if they require a bit of money, do not need much. They have likely grown accustomed to bullying men, never anticipating they would encounter someone as formidable as Yanzu. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yanzu declared, There is little to discuss with you. Let us engage in a game. Only one of you shall survive. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, instinctively distancing themselves from one another. As for the rules of the game, Yanzu's gaze fell upon the blades at their waists, and he proclaimed, The one who can sever the other's vital organs first shall be the victor. One of the men, upon hearing this, displayed a visage of sheer terror. However, before he could voice his apprehension, one among them launched a surprise attack. Once the first blow was struck, chaos ensued, and the small cave became a tumultuous arena, filled with the clash of weapons and the dazzling sparks of combat. Yanzu sat quietly to one side, observing the spectacle before him. When at last the hopeful individual presented the final egg to Yanzu, he uttered, Consume them. The man trembled as he cradled the cluster of eggs, seemingly incredulous at what he had just heard. Devour them, and you shall preserve your life. Partake, for they are highly nourishing, Yanzu declared, his gaze imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Once the man, suppressing his revulsion, swallowed the contents of his hands, he cast another beseeching look towards Yanzu. Yanzu rose to his feet with a faint smile, and without uttering a word, he obliterated his foe's head with a searing ray, then departed the cave without a backward glance. A few minutes later, Yanzu, accompanied by the Purple Pearl, was the first to return to the Heaven Do Empire. How wonderful it is to fly, Purple Pearl remarked, observing the soldiers pouring out of the Star Luo Imperial City like ants. Yanzu also lowered his head in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it truly possible for such a multitude of soldiers to be accommodated within this city? Is this what militarism entails?" Zi Zhenju replied, "The military prowess of the Xing Luo army far surpasses that of the Tiando, and they never engage in grandiose endeavors. Were it not for the Soul Hall's intervention to maintain balance, this continent would be dominated by a single empire." Yanzu nodded and remarked, "Indeed. But it will be soon. There shall exist only a singular power on this continent." "What does that imply?" asked Zi Zhenju. "Do you still take an interest in the affairs of the realm? Listen to how you speak. Do you consider your husband a mere pawn?" Zi Zhenju chuckled. "Oh, do you truly believe you are constantly shaping the dynamics of this world?" Yanzu confidently remarked, "Look at that Xingtian, fierce as a wolf and a tiger. Yet, to turn it upside down and bring about a transformation, in my view, is merely a trivial matter." With a playful roll of her eyes, Zi Zhenju responded with a charming smile, "Just wait and see." Yanzu continued, "I will inevitably bring an end to the rule of the Xingtian royal family." Hearing this, Zi Zhenju laughed, "Are you inciting a revolution? Then the women of Xingtian shall suffer dearly." "What of it? Will you be among those to suffer?" Yanzu inquired. "Humph. Am I not being coerced by you?" Zi Zhenju retorted, playfully pinching Yanzu's nose. "Were it not for your handsome visage, I would rather die than submit to you." Yanzu nodded and said, "Indeed, you should be prepared to interact harmoniously with your sisters, correct? We shall discuss this further when the time comes." The conversation was abruptly halted by the presence of the Purple Pearl. Yanzu returned the Purple Pearl to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, advising her to diligently cultivate her skills, promising to bestow upon her a grand gift upon his return. Subsequently, he prepared to venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire to assist the Purple Pearl and Zhu Zhuqing in procuring herbs that could enhance their cultivation. It was imperative to nurture his own people in advance. Despite the gods in the Douluo world lacking significant prestige, they possessed the power of immortality, and none could be neglected. Shortly after departing from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Yanzu was intercepted by Ci Shui. "What is the matter?" Yanzu inquired, observing the sudden appearance of Ci Shui. Ci Shui responded with indifference, "The young master is awaiting you in a grove outside the western city gate." "Awaiting me?" Yanzu expressed his astonishment, wondering what occasion warranted such a gesture, as she seemed generous enough to grant him a reprieve today. "Do not keep the young master waiting," Ci Shui remarked before turning to depart. Yanzu mused that consuming the herb a day later was of little consequence. However, the rare invitation from Qianren Xue was indeed an opportunity not to be overlooked. Thus, he turned towards the west city gate and soon spotted Qianren Xue leisurely strolling amidst the trees. Such a remarkable occurrence. Yanzu descended beside her, intending to embrace her from behind, only to have Qianren Xue effortlessly evade his advance. During his journey, Yanzu had surveyed the surroundings, noting that Qi Shui had not accompanied him this time. Qianren Xue spoke in a commanding tone, "I have painstakingly carved out a day for myself. Do not disrupt this splendid holiday." Yanzu smiled and said, "Of course, I am delighted to see you willing to take a moment to relax. So I shall do my utmost to restrain myself." Qianren Xue shrugged and replied, "Then where shall we go to have some fun?" Yanzu scrutinized Qianren Xue and inquired, "Are you truly venturing out in this attire?" At that moment, Qianren Xue was not adorned in the resplendent golden gown she had previously donned when revealing her true self. Instead, she was clad in a simple yet robust outfit, her upper body draped in a hooded cloak, seemingly ready to don it at any moment. "Is there a problem?" Qianren Xue queried, playfully adjusting her hood. "This will help avert numerous troubles. I trust you comprehend that." Indeed, Yanzu mused, in a world governed by might, it is often said that an innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. Reflecting on his experiences, he realized that most of his minor troubles had, regrettably, been associated with women. "Before my arrival, I assume you had some thoughts in mind?" Yanzu asked. Qianren Xue replied, "Are you implying a leisurely outing?" "Yes. I wish to take a stroll through Xing Luo." Yanzu remarked, "I have just returned from that remote corner. What compels you to venture there?" "I merely wish to observe the various aspects of the environment in Xing Luo," was the response. "It is settled then. Follow me." With that, Qianren Xue spread her wings and soared into the sky. Yanzu sighed and shook his head, saying, "Well, here we are. What was meant to be a leisurely escape now leads us to Xing Luo. It seems that avoiding trouble will be quite the challenge." Chapter 77, Punishment, Part 2. "I must forewarn you, once we arrive at Xing Luo, your plans for relaxation may very well be thwarted," Yanzu remarked as he flew alongside Qianren Xue. "I am aware," Qianren Xue replied, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. "I am already relishing this moment of respite." From a side glance, Yanzu observed Qianren Xue, her golden hair billowing in the wind, accentuating the cool detachment of her features. To truly relax, one must entirely empty the mind, relinquishing all thoughts to fully embrace the surrounding essence. Otherwise, it is rather exhausting. "As you appear to be." Yanzu shook his head. Qianren Xue chuckled softly and replied, "Exhausted? Do you truly understand what fatigue means?" For me, retracting my wings is the most exhausting act. Can you fathom that a person endowed with an angelic martial spirit has so little time to soar freely? Though capable of soaring through the heavens, I must suppress my nature to fulfill my mission, a constraint that weighs heavily upon me. And what is your mission that leads you to Xingluo? Yanzu inquired. Qian Rinxue responded. Our spirit hall's influence in Xingluo lags behind our establishment in Tindo by several folds. The royal family of Xingluo wields immense power, and those in authority are as volatile as firecrackers. One spark and they explode. Thus, our endeavors in Xingluo are fraught with difficulty. When it comes to picking ripe fruit, one must first select the softest. Tindo is already within my grasp, and I wish to ascertain the nature of my forthcoming adversaries. Does Xingluo also require your presence? Yanzu asked. Qian Rinxue retorted. What alternative is there? This is my mission. Who else could undertake it? Would you have Bibi Dongo? She is the Pope, and all matters within the sect are her responsibility. Entrusting others could lead to missteps, particularly someone like you. What about me? How am I involved in this? Yanzu questioned, perplexed. Qian Rinxue pointed at him, stating, individuals like you, who disregard counsel and act recklessly, have no principles and pursue only personal gratification. Such a person would undoubtedly cause chaos if given free rein. What is wrong with being like me? If you wish to achieve your mission, someone like me is indispensable. Isn't it? Indeed, Qian Rinxue nodded. You have inadvertently aided me greatly. Though I find it somewhat impersonal to say, I must nonetheless express my gratitude. Yanzu chuckled and remarked, you speak so sweetly. Perhaps you could reward me? Qian Rinxue sighed. See, you have such a knack for ruining the atmosphere. We could be soaring freely together, engaging in delightful conversation, enjoying such beautiful moments. Yet you insist on harboring ulterior motives. What ulterior motives? Yanzu countered. To put it grandly, I'm striving for the continuation of human civilization, to put it more modestly. It brings joy to the body and soul, alleviates stress, and promotes blood circulation. It is indeed a wonderful affair. Your mindset requires correction. Once you experience it, you will surely become dependent on me. I've long been desensitized. Qian Rinxue coldly huffed. Yanzu replied, you ought not to be, given that you've never engaged in such activities, right? True, I haven't, Qian Rinxue admitted, but one need not have tasted pork to see a pig run, correct? Life in the palace may appear glamorous, yet it is intrinsically decayed. For the sake of carnal desires, countless sordid incidents have arisen. Unless you've dwelt within the palace, you wouldn't comprehend. Continuing down this path will lead to trouble, Yanzu warned. You should be grateful you're a woman, were it a man. The implications would be far more severe. Just think, to claim one is desensitized without having partaken is what we would term impotence. Qian Rinxue made a gesture to halt the conversation, stating, enough of this. I have declared that I shall not engage in such matters before the divine examination. And after the divine examination? Yanzu inquired, his eyes glinting. Are you suggesting that it would then be permissible? Not that it would be your prerogative. With that, Qian Rinxue suddenly accelerated, flying ahead. Nonsense, who else could take my place? Yanzu heard Qian Rinxue's laughter and quickly followed suit. The two swift flyers soon arrived at the capital of Xingluo. The royal combat team is still stationed here, correct? Qian Rinxue donned her hood, leaving only her slightly pointed chin exposed. As she prepared, she noticed Yanzu rummaging through something, ultimately producing a somewhat ill-fitting cloak to wear, also donning a hood. What are you doing? Qian Rinxue asked, observing Yanzu's awkwardness in the ill-fitting garment. Are you certain you wish to enter this city? Yanzu signaled. I've stirred up a bit of trouble here. If I don't conceal myself, we'll be besieged the moment we land. I could care less. But you might attract disaster to Xingluo. Truly, you are remarkable. Qian Rinxue crossed her arms, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Let me guess. You reprimanded some royal or high official from Xingluo. It's not that severe, Yanzu replied. I merely eliminated a few city guards. Naturally, he could not disclose the matter of sleeping with their future princess consort. Qian Rinxue sighed in exasperation. Not that severe? You speak so lightly of it. To be frank, your ability to evade capture is commendable. Otherwise, the tales that could arise from this incident would be numerous. They could accuse you of being a spy from Tindo and demand retribution, or even use it as a pretext for war. There is plenty of room for exploitation. So, shall we proceed in? Yanzu asked. Of course, since we've come this far, Qian Rinxue replied, taking a couple of steps before she could not help but inquire. How did you come by such a cloak? It looks rather effeminate, and you appear somewhat awkward in it. Yanzu remarked, why would I purchase such an item? It belongs to Rong. Such familiarity in your tone. Qian Rinxue commented. In these past 2 years, she must have blossomed into a graceful beauty. Young girls often grow significantly in just a year or two. Yanzu laughed and remarked, while the beauty of a graceful figure is indeed true, she has yet to come of age. As the two entered the city, the enchanting sights of the Douluo imperial capital initially filled Qian Rinxue with delight. But soon her expression grew troubled, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Unable to suppress himself, Yanzu reached out and gently tapped her forehead, saying, it is said that if one frowns for too long, they may never return to serenity. Qian Rinxue sighed, reflecting on the stark differences between empires. Although both were ruled by absolute authority in the Heaven-Do Empire, the hierarchy was clear. The emperor was the emperor, the subjects were subjects, and the common folk were common. As long as one did not provoke trouble or attract the ire of the nobility, life as an ordinary citizen could still be bearable. In stark contrast, in Douluo, the rigid social stratification was suffocating. The demeanor and behavior of the common people visibly marked them as inferior, while those in power regarded ordinary folk as mere shadows of humanity. As Qian Rinxue and Yin Zhu entered an inn to dine, they witnessed a most shocking incident. A man, as if with casual disregard, snatched a platter brimming with food from a nearby table and, in a swift motion, slammed it into the face of a patron. The entire act appeared devoid of reason or provocation, as if he derived amusement from such cruelty. The humiliated diner said nothing, simply lowering his head and departing in shame. What do you think? The scenery here is quite splendid, I assenti it. Yin Zhu whispered to Qian Rinxue. If you were alone, how would you respond to such an incident? Qian Rinxue inquired. Yin Zhu responded, Me? What do you mean? It depends on the role I am playing. Qian Rinxue replied. The one who bullies others. Yin Zhu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Am I truly such a pitiable figure in your heart? This act, which harms both others and oneself, is nothing short of despicable. The onlooker, Qian Rinxue, then remarked. Yin Zhu remarked, Well, let us simply observe the spectacle. What if that individual has indeed absconded with another spouse? In the absence of clarity, it suffices to be a mere spectator. And what if you were the one being wronged? Qian Rinxue interjected. Haha, Yin Zhu chuckled. In such a scenario, I would endeavor to force his head into his own posterior. Ah? Qian Rinxue replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Is that even feasible? Do not underestimate the flexibility of the human body, Yin Zhu responded, though he himself harbored doubts about the practicality of his claim. Shall we give it a try? Qian Rinxue suggested softly, immediately regretting her words upon their utterance. Really? Is this for real? Yin Zhu laughed in surprise. Is this truly something the heir of the angelic lineage would propose? All right, forget I ever said that, Qian Rinxue said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yin Zhu twirled his fingers and remarked, That simply won't do. It's rare for you to speak up, and how could the kind-hearted and generous me refuse your request? Hey, wait. Qian Rinxue attempted to call out to Yin Zhu, but it was too late. Deep down, she realized that he had intended to do just that. Whether he spoke or remained silent was of little consequence. At that moment, the man who had unjustly insulted the diners suddenly felt a shadow loom behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a golden-haired youth smiling at him, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 78, Retribution, Part 3. The unfortunate individual caught by Yin Zhu was not the only one facing misfortune. In the Xingluo Empire, the children of nobility were generally well acquainted with one another to maintain amicable relations. Thus, when Yin Zhu made his entrance and took action, the onlookers understood that this was an outsider seeking trouble. Yin Zhu firmly grasped the back of the offender's head, forcefully attempting to drive him downwards, an endeavor that, as anticipated, ended in failure. Such an action, contrary to the natural anatomy of the human body, was doomed from the outset. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Qian Rinxue observed Yin Zhu's antics, finding them both absurd and ludicrous, unable to suppress her laughter. Before long, a companion of the nobleman, who had been seized by Yin Zhu, hastened over, heralding the arrival of yet another unfortunate soul. Yin Zhu noticed another arrival, and a fleeting thought raced through his mind, causing him to chuckle uncontrollably. He swiftly delivered a kick that sent the newcomer reeling, then aimed the head of the man he held at the posterior of the recent arrival. With a thunderous impact, the sound of fabric tearing echoed, followed by a wailing scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. One man's head became grotesquely lodged within another's rear, blood oozing from the connection, one howling in agony while the other flailed desperately. The struggle intensified, as such an entrapment is far easier to enter than to escape. The onlookers seemed to forget the gravity of the situation, erupting into laughter. The scene was so graphic that Qian Rinxue could barely endure it after a couple of glances. She exchanged a knowing look with Yin Zhu, and the two hastily departed the scene. By the time the city guards arrived, all that remained was a pair of conjoined individuals, one unconscious from the pain. Once they flew out of the city, Qian Rinxue and Yin Zhu shared a glance and burst into laughter, only calming down after a considerable while. How can you be so outrageous? It's astonishing what you can conceive, Qian Rinxue remarked, biting her lip to suppress another wave of laughter. Are you really going to pretend you didn't want to see that? Yin Zhu retorted. Qian Rinxue playfully nudged him. Stop talking nonsense. When did I express a desire to witness such a thing? Then perhaps you should refrain from laughing. Yin Zhu replied, attempting to pinch her cheek, only to be evaded by her swift turn. Now the Xingluo emperor won't be able to enter, Qian Rinxue commented. It matters not. Being with you, any destination feels the same, Yin Zhu replied. Shaking her head, Qian Rinxue stated, Oh, your tongue. Whether sweet words or vile, you articulate them with such ease. Yin Zhu remarked, Damn it, is it a crime to speak the truth? Qian Rinxue merely smiled in response, saying, You have observed the current state of Douluo. Our responsibilities at the Spirit Hall are indeed formidable. Let us not even speak of Douluo. Have we not yet resolved matters with Heaven-Do? Yin Zhu inquired further, and what of the Hanhai Qian Kuan shield? Have you made any progress? Qian Rinxue chose to address the simpler matter first, replying, the Hanhai Qiankuan shield remains elusive. As for the situation in Heaven Do, the issue is no longer mine. The Grand Hall is lacking in sufficient effort. Once the Snow Knight Emperor is dispatched, will the various principalities apply pressure? Will there be insurrections in the provinces? How shall order be maintained and public sentiment be pacified? All of these require manpower and resources. Most critically, after your previous significant undertakings, the Snow Knight Emperor has tightened his grip on the imperial forces. In the past, I could summon the Heaven Do Knights at will, but now, even the personal guard has been considerably diminished. Yanzu remarked, so, are you implying that Bai Dong is not sufficiently formidable? Qian Rinxue fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then with a look of understanding, she replied, she has her own plans. There is little I can do to change her mind. She does not share your sentiments, and I believe, following your strategy, the matter with Tindo may prove challenging. Yanzu shook his head, stating, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Qian Rinxue quickly interjected, you should refrain from doing so, please. I implore you to be more cautious. I believe that if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect were to lend their support, it could simplify matters considerably, Yanzu suggested. Oh, have you gained such confidence? Qian Rinxue inquired. Can you be certain of Ning Fengji's reaction upon discovering my true identity? Yanzu remarked. That depends on who speaks, and furthermore, how do you intend to position the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School afterward? The relationship between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Tindo royal family is merely one of mutual exploitation, lacking in any substantial solidity. That is of little concern. Qian Rinxue replied. The situation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School differs notably from that of the royal family and the nobility. It is simply a matter of wealth and influence. Moreover, Chen Xian and Gu Rong are not malevolent figures. I believe I have discerned Ning Fengji's intentions. He merely wishes to preserve the continuity of the legacy. What he desires, I shall provide. Upon my return, I will lay everything bare before him. What do you think? Yanzu inquired. Why do you ask me that? Qian Rinxue answered. The success of this endeavor hinges entirely on whether he trusts you, does it not? I believe he will trust me, Yanzu replied, even if he struggles with some misplaced sentiment. He is an astute individual who will grasp the situation and make the right choice. Oh, Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow. It seems you have quite the rapport with your father-in-law. To be candid, he has treated me fairly well, Yanzu stated. Upon my return, I shall be straightforward with him, urging him to provide financial and human resources to assist you. That should suffice, wouldn't you agree? Qian Rinxue pondered. The treasury of the Tindo Empire is managed by Ning Fengji. If he extends his full support, then success will naturally follow. However, trust me. Yanzu placed his hands on Qian Rinxue's shoulders and gave a gentle pat. Even if he were to falter in his judgment, I will ensure he regains clarity. Should any issues arise, I will back you up. Is that agreeable? I have faith in your capabilities and also in my own judgment, Qian Rinxue responded. Yet, the concern remains that our premature scheming might ultimately lead to misfortune, resembling the adage, more haste, less speed. Can you not entertain a more optimistic thought? Yanzu said. Embracing Qian Rinxue, why not consider how you might reward me upon the successful completion of this grand endeavor? Qian Rinxue leaned slightly back in Yanzu's embrace. Casting a disdainful glance at him, how many times must I reiterate this for you to comprehend? I am aware that I cannot break my purity before the divine test. Yanzu, growing impatient, replied, I fail to understand why it should matter. The attainment of divinity has nothing to do with that barrier. It's quite perplexing. Just know it. Qian Rinxue said, placing her hands against Yanzu's chest. Now, please release me. Do not be so hasty, Yanzu replied, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Rinxue. There are many ways to reward. Feeling the heat of Yanzu's gaze, Qian Rinxue found herself blushing slightly, lowering her head to look aside. Very well. When the time comes, I shall allow you a touch or two. Will that suffice? Yanzu gazed at the blushing expression of Qian Rinxue, and an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him. He remarked, do not utter such words to test my self-control, my dear. Perhaps it would be wiser to discuss this once you have succumbed to my whims and are left utterly dazed. He found himself at a loss when it came to her. Qian Rinxue extricated herself from Yanzu's embrace, tidying her garments and hair. After a moment of silence, as if she had come to a resolution, she declared, should you truly succeed in orchestrating this monumental endeavor and seize the heavenly dough, I might consider returning to the central hall to offer prayers for divine examination. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Yanzu blinked and then took a deep breath, smiling as he replied, if that's the case, if I fail this time, I will sever my own head and present it to you. Chapter 79. The cosmic dome of the vast sea. As Yanzu and Qian Rinxue wandered aimlessly through the stars, the Snow Knight Emperor secretly summoned Xue Beng to the palace. Ever since the assassination of Prince Xue Xing, the Snow Knight Emperor had grown increasingly paranoid, losing trust in everyone around him. His restless nights and anxious days left his body frail and battered, to the extent that Qian Rinxue felt the poison she had prepared in advance would no longer be necessary. On this particular day, Xue Beng received a secret summons from the Snow Knight Emperor, his heart racing with trepidation, since he had taken on the guise of a debauched youth. The emperor had ignored him, and as time passed, his act had become all too genuine. Raising his head, he found the Snow Knight Emperor gazing at him. Shwebing shivered. The emperor's voice was hoarse, yet it could not mask his palpable impatience. Upon raising his head, Shwebing was taken aback by the sight before him. Was this truly the Snow Knight Emperor, a man of great power? He beheld a frail old man, with dark circles under his eyes and deeply sunken cheeks. Yet the blood vessels in his eyes were starkly visible. The figure before him resembled the ghoulish descriptions found in books, save for the lack of fangs. Yet this was his father, the emperor of the Tindo Empire. Looking at the somewhat diminished Shwebang, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed. This was indeed his son. Yet how had he become so ineffectual? He could barely speak to his own father without trembling, lacking any semblance of imperial authority. How could he bear great responsibilities? Your son greets you, father. Shwebang steadied himself and said, Shwebing, do you know why I summoned you? The Snow Knight Emperor fixed his gaze upon him. Shwebing shook his head, replying, I do not know, but should your majesty have any commands, I will not disappoint you. You squander your days in idleness, mingling only with those frivolous companions of yours, far inferior to your elder brother, the Snow Knight Emperor chided, suddenly coughing violently, pointing a finger at Shwebang. Seeing this, Shwebang hurriedly approached to hold the emperor's hand and pat his back. However, upon drawing closer, the emperor's condition appeared even more unsettling. Father, you ought to take better care of your health, Shwebang remarked, his hand finding the emperor's spine, feeling a deep sense of alarm. A person who eats and sleeps well, even if slightly unwell, can endure, yet if one loses their appetite and cannot find rest, it is likely that they are gravely ill. Enough, I am not dead yet, the Snow Knight Emperor retorted, withdrawing his hand with disdain. Shwebang's concern sounded particularly grating to his ears, as if it were an admission of his failing health. But why did it irritate him so? Because he was acutely aware that if things continued this way, he would soon collapse. Shwebang stepped back, standing at attention to receive the emperor's admonishments. The Snow Knight Emperor straightened himself and leaned back against his chair, saying, The heavens are unpredictable, Shwebang. Some matters, even you should be able to sense. What do you mean by even you? Shwebang pondered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I understand that someone is undermining the empire from the shadows, Shwebang stated. But do you know who the enemy is? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired. It was Shwechinga. He longed to say this, but dared not. For he had no evidence and was uncertain why the emperor posed such a question. Noticing Shwebang's silence, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed, saying, The unseen and unclear adversary is the most perilous. I summoned you not for any other reason but to hope that, as a royal descendant, you might focus your thoughts and contribute to the empire. Upon hearing this, Shwebang promptly replied, I shall heed your commands, father. The Snow Knight Emperor turned to pick up a dark wooden box and instructed, Kneel. Shwebang complied, and the Snow Knight Emperor opened the box, immediately filling the room with brilliant light. Shwebang reached out, touching the blue and golden radiance, a gentle warmth enveloping him, making him feel as if he were lying on a waterbed, so comfortable that he wished to drift off to sleep. Thud. Shwebang collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor to shake his head and close the box. After a while, Shwebang hurriedly rose from the floor, realizing the Snow Knight Emperor was still holding the box, staring at him. Father, I still do not comprehend what has transpired. This is the consequence of your daily indulgences and laziness, the Snow Knight Emperor lectured, still thinking you could explore the opportunities within. It seems I overestimated you. Shwebang felt deeply ashamed and said, I shall strive to improve in the future. Sighing, the Snow Knight Emperor continued, Do you know what this is? Shwebang shook his head. This is the Tindo Empire's greatest treasure, known as the cosmic dome of the vast sea. It is said to harbor a trace of the sea god's fortune, yet for many years, no member of the Tindo royal family has been able to uncover its secrets. The Snow Knight Emperor opened the box slightly again, his eyes filled with regret. Does my elder brother know of it? Shwebang tentatively asked. The Snow Knight Emperor shook his head, saying, The empire's governance will one day fall to your elder brother, but I have other matters for you. Your Majesty, I shall listen attentively to your teachings. The Snow Knight Emperor raised the wooden box, stating, From your royal uncle to the Lord of Notting City, and then to the Balak royal family. All of this indicates that the adversaries we face in the Tindo Empire are incredibly formidable and ruthless. My son, the fate of the Tindo royal family likely rests upon your generation. However, neither you nor your brother have made significant advancements in your cultivation. Thus you must continue to recruit talents for the benefit of our royal family. After pausing, the Snow Knight Emperor approached Shwebang and continued, However, to attract talents, one must possess certain incentives. Seeing the Snow Knight Emperor extending the box towards him, Shwebang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, Father, what is this? If it cannot be utilized for the royal family, then the so-called fortune is merely empty words, the Snow Knight Emperor replied. The military and governance are held by the king, while the sea goddess token is safeguarded by the prince. This has always been the case. Yet your uncle fell victim to treachery, and now you must assume this role. What does this mean? Is father entrusting the cosmic dome of the vast sea to me? Bing's eyes widened, feeling both honored and apprehensive, thinking, if he accepted this item, would he not also fall victim to Ching's poison? Recollecting the gruesome fate of Prince Shui Bing hesitated to reach out. The Empire's survival now hinges on your elder brother alone, which is not ideal. The Snow Knight Emperor remarked, his emotions difficult to decipher. Father, I do not understand, Bing replied. The Snow Knight Emperor explained, with your brother's capabilities. If he can live a peaceful life, he could ensure the safety of our Tindo royal family for 3 generations. Yet if he were to meet with misfortune, Bing, you must also bear responsibility. From this day forth, you must temper your temperament and diligently cultivate to explore the opportunities within the cosmic dome of the vast sea. If it proves fruitless, in a few years, there will be another high-level soul master competition across the continent, at which point various factions will compete for talent. The cosmic dome of the vast sea could also serve as your leverage in attracting allies. Bing blurted out, but father, such an important item. Why give it to me? What about my elder brother? Do you still not comprehend? The Emperor of the Snowy Night appeared somewhat irked by impatience, exclaiming, I have already stated that I cannot place the fate of the Empire solely upon your elder brother. You are a prince as well. Stand tall. Furthermore, this responsibility was originally entrusted to the princes, and there is no one else but you. Upon hearing the Emperor's rebuke, Avalanche held his breath, refraining from uttering a sound. Moreover, as the Emperor continued, his eyes dimmed significantly, and his tone suggested a hint of doubt. I, your son, possess limited talents and truly cannot shoulder such a monumental task. Avalanche hesitated, justifying internally that his reluctance was not due to a lack of willingness to serve the Empire, but rather a fear of being poisoned by Snow Chingha. The Emperor of the Snowy Night let out a cold laugh, saying, Avalanche, do you truly believe that your father is blind? I see through the petty tricks of you and those behind you with complete clarity. Do not betray your uncle's trust in you. Do you not wish to vie for this position? I offer you an opportunity, a bargaining chip. If you possess the courage and ambition, seize it. With that, the Emperor raised the wooden box, gazing intently at Avalanche. Though Avalanche was initially taken aback by the Emperor's words, he soon recalled that his father might also harbor concerns regarding Snow Chingha, which could explain the desire to provide him with an opportunity to gain strength. Moreover, the vast Si Qian Kuan shield was indeed a remarkable asset. Possessing it would enable him to recruit more powerful allies, as long as he remained prudent and cautious, for it was unlikely that Snow Chingha truly held omnipotent sway. With this realization, Avalanche resolved to approach the Emperor, receiving the wooden box with both hands. As dusk fell, Yanzu and Qianren Shui walked along a forest path, situated on the boundary between Tindo and Xinglua. That direction led to the city of Wuhuan. Qianren Shui raised a finger, stating, let us conclude this matter swiftly. Wearing this mask day after day has begun to weary me. Yanzu chuckled, remarking that after enjoying a day of freedom, he naturally felt that living behind a mask was rather exhausting. Qianren Shui also smiled gently and replied, what surprises me, however, is that you actually behaved quite properly throughout the day. Yanzu smirked and said, hey, I've been holding back with great difficulty. Do you really want to play with fire? Qianren Shui teased in response, that must have been quite a struggle for you. Yanzu retracted his smile and said earnestly, regardless of the circumstances, such a day is quite rare for you, is it not? Thus, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you and bring you a little joy. I pride myself on being fair. Qianren Shui, with her hands clasped behind her back, retreated and replied to Yanzu, since you were so considerate, perhaps next time, given the opportunity, I might be inclined to indulge you as well. I see you are truly eager to play with fire, Yanzu remarked, shaking his head as he pursued Qianren Shui, who seemed to anticipate his move and took flight. The two engaged in a spirited chase back to Tindo. For Yanzu, capturing Qianren Shui was a simple task, yet the playful pursuit was a rare delight. Hence, he chose not to hasten the conclusion of their game. Only when they landed did he embrace Qianren Shui, inhaling deeply the fragrance that enveloped her. Naturally, Qianren Shui urged him to release her with a meaningful glance. See you tomorrow. I await your good news, she said before returning to her designated role. Yanzu hurriedly returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, his mind lingering on Qianren Shui's words. I may also cooperate with you. On the way back, Yanzu made a brief stop at the Eye of Ice and Fire, but he did not encounter Douluo there. He merely collected the celestial herb and departed. Upon returning to the sect, he spotted Zhizhenju engaged in a match against Zhu Zhuqing, while Chen Xian leisurely sipped tea not far away. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Zhizhenju was merely acting as a sparring partner for Zhu Zhuqing, which relieved Yanzu, prompting him to seek out Ning Fengji for conversation. However, after surveying the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Yanzu discovered that Ning Fengji was currently unavailable. This was not Yanzu's first experience with reality shows. He had previously observed his parents in the adjacent room, and later witnessed the revelries of noble youths at the Royal Combat Academy dormitory. At this moment, Ning Fengji was indulging in the company of 2 cat maids in the elegant courtyard where he had once brought Yanzu. Ning Fengji, who typically presented himself with poise and decorum while leaning on his staff, maintained his composure even in private. Faced with the playful teasing of the 2 cat maids, he remained remarkably unflustered, allowing them to nibble and caress him while he simply closed his eyes, gently stroking their cat ears. Once Ning Fengji concluded his indulgence and proceeded to the hot spring for a bath, Yanzu followed closely behind. Hearing the movement behind him, Ning Fengji inquired without turning around, "Azu, have you returned already? How did father know it was me?" Yanzu responded as he shed his clothes and plunged into the hot spring. Ning Fengji replied, "No one else comes here, even if someone did. They would announce their presence before entering, so it could only be you." Yanzu opened his arms, resting them on the edge of the pool. Closing his eyes as he took a deep breath, relishing the refreshing sensation of his pores dilating. "Is there something on your mind?" Ning Fengji inquired. "Yes," Yanzu replied, opening his eyes to meet Ning Fengji's gaze. "Father, what I am about to say may cause you some unease. Do not be alarmed." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji inhaled sharply, dipped his hand into a bucket of cold water, and splashed some on his face before responding, "Do go on. Perhaps I should take my time with this. Otherwise, it might be rather overwhelming." Yanzu pondered aloud, then shifted the subject. "What are your thoughts on Xueqinghe?" Ning Fengji replied, "The crown prince possesses a gentle temperament, is diligent in governance, cares for the people, and exhibits meticulous thought. He is a rare talent for statecraft." "Then, what do you think would become of the Tindo royal family without Xueqinghe?" Yanzu pressed. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. "Without the crown prince. Once his majesty passes after a century, the Tindo empire would surely fragment. So, the very existence of the Tindo empire hinges upon Xueqinghe alone?" Yanzu mused. "Indeed. Particularly after all the events you have orchestrated, the stability of the Tindo empire has grown increasingly precarious," Ning Fengji remarked with a bemused shake of his head. "Thus, it is not Xueqinghe's importance that matters, but rather the individual's capacity to maintain stability, correct?" Yanzu queried. At this, Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly, and he blinked before asking, "Azu, what do you mean by that? Speak plainly." "This is merely a precautionary warning," Yanzu said, wiping the water from his face and continuing earnestly, "Xueqinghe is not the person you presume him to be. I understand. You were introduced to me by the crown prince, so you must know things I do not," Ning Fengji replied. "At this juncture, are you finally willing to divulge this information? My intuition tells me the crown prince is not as benevolent as he appears, but as you mentioned, those aspects are secondary. What truly matters is whether he is willing and able to sustain stability. What if he is affiliated with the spirit hall?" Yanzu suddenly proposed. Ning Fengji stared intently at Yanzu, then after a pause, shook his head. "That would be illogical. He has no reason to abandon his role as a sovereign to become a vassal of the spirit hall. Perhaps he is not a vassal at all," Yanzu suggested with a smirk. "Enough with the riddles," Ning Fengji sighed. "Just tell me everything at once. I comprehend your intent, and I am prepared. In fact, I have awaited this day for quite some time." "Very well," Yanzu leaned forward, revealing. "The true identity of Xueqinghe is that of a descendant of the angel clan, the young master of the spirit hall." Ning Fengji's brow furrowed instantly, and he instinctively tilted his head, seemingly struggling to grasp the implications. After several moments of contemplation, he hesitantly asked, "What does this mean?" "The heir of the angel clan should be Qian Xuanji, who was grievously injured by Tang Hao the Haotian sect many years ago, and is presumed dead." "Actually, Qian Xuanji, well, that is not particularly relevant. Let us focus on Xueqinghe," Yanzu explained patiently, noting Ning Fengji's stabilizing demeanor. "The genuine Xueqinghe was replaced long ago by the young master of the spirit hall, who possesses the ability to alter her appearance. Having lived in concealment within Tindo all these years, biding her time to usurp the throne." Ning Fengji listened intently, no matter how absurd Yanzu's claims seemed. He chose to regard them as truth. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he had to be prepared for the worst. "And what of this?" Ning Fengji inquired. "Why are you sharing this with me now?" "Because the time has come," Yanzu replied, leaning against the pool's edge once more. "The fate of the Tindo Empire has run its course. The Emperor of Snowy Night is on the verge of demise. And now Xueqinghe merely requires a bit of assistance to seize Tindo." "He needs my help?" Ning Fengji shook his head. "Azu, I am indifferent to his intentions, and I care not what becomes of the Tindo Empire. My only query is, what is your stance?" "Father, there is one thing you need not doubt," Yanzu stated earnestly. "I have always maintained my own position. I do not side with him. But you are urging me to take a side, are you not?" Ning Fengji countered. "You would not share this with me if your intent was to assist the Tindo royal family. Indeed, for to me, the Tindo royal family is but a pile of refuse," Yanzu declared with blunt precision. "Moreover, I recognize Xueqinghe's capabilities and her vision for the nation's future. Father, aligning with her ensures a position of invincibility. Why toil daily in fruitless calculations with the Tindo royal family?" Ning Fengji replied coolly, "Azu, you should know what I desire. If you wish to persuade someone to follow your line of thinking, you must strike at their vulnerabilities." "I understand, father. You too hold no regard for the Tindo royal family, correct? As long as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School endures, everything else is inconsequential. I come to you bearing assurances from Xueqinghe." "What kind of assurances?" "Assurances that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will remain independent, of course, with certain conditions that you may discuss in detail with Xueqinghe." "Then why, pray tell, would you choose to serve him?" Ning Fengji lamented. "This is my sole concern." "Would you like to hear the truth?" Yanzu could not help but smile. Father, as long as you inquire, I shall speak the truth. Then speak, Ningfengji urged. Yanzu rubbed his hands and said, the heir of the spirit hall is a female. Ningfengji was taken aback upon hearing this, staring at Yanzu for a prolonged moment. It was not until Yanzu shrugged that he managed a wry smile and remarked, is that all? A memory resurfaced in Ningfengji's mind. He recalled how Yanzu had conveyed the same message on Ning Rongrong's birthday. It seemed that, indeed, Yanzu had remained unchanged all along. Yanzu nodded and remarked, on one hand, I have affection for her. On the other, I harbor disdain for the royal family. There exists a phrase that speaks of the interplay of gains and losses. In light of this comparison, which side do you think I would choose? Ningfengji, after a thoughtful nod, replied, based on my preconceived notions of the angelic clan, her beauty must be extraordinary. Yet, her ability to sacrifice herself in deceiving the world for the Tindo Empire raises a question. How can you be certain she would not deceive you as well, Azu? Such matters are inconsequential. Yanzu waved his hand dismissively. True feelings are a matter of fortune. If I possess them, I am fortunate. If not, it brings me no misfortune. Ultimately, one cannot escape their fate, he mused inwardly. Seems like you have made up your mind about her, Ningfengji observed. His mood evidently brighter as he leaned against the edge of the pool, smiling. Yanzu remarked, naturally, at this point, there is no turning back. Very well. Tomorrow you and I shall meet her, and we can engage in a thorough discussion regarding our collaboration. After a brief pause, Ningfengji inquired, by the way. She is masquerading as Shueqinghe, but what is her true name? Qianren came the reply. Chapter 81. The Confrontation, Part 2. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall are decidedly clear, to unify the world and establish a comprehensive faith in the angelic God. Consequently, their governing principles are equally unambiguous, ruling according to the doctrines of light, with all opposing forces destined for eradication. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stands as an exception. Unlike the nobility, bureaucrats, and royalty, its glory stems not from power, but rather from sheer wealth. Perhaps fearing the backlash of their own riches, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School instituted a decree forbidding the use of their exceptional appraisal abilities unless absolutely necessary, a rather flexible guideline that renders it almost moot. After enjoying a refreshing soak in the hot springs, Yanzu seized the opportunity while Zhizhenju was bathing to join her in the tub, immediately engaging in playful antics. I have certainly perspired a great deal today, Zhizhenju remarked, cradling Yanzu's head in her hands. I see. Were you assisting Zhu Qing in her cultivation? Yanzu inquired, acknowledging the necessity of seeking help from others. With her eyes closed, Zhizhenju acquiesced to Yanzu's playful actions, stating, since I am under the guidance of the sword Douluo, I must adhere to his arrangements. He would never deign to intervene. It must be left to me. Upon realizing something, Zhizhenju opened her eyes and gazed at Yanzu, who was busy attending to her. You sound quite affectionate. I wondered why such a spirited girl received so much attention. At first, I thought she was Ningfengji's daughter. Now it appears it is your doing? Of course. It is a good deed, Yanzu replied with a smile. Helping a lost little kitten find its direction is indeed a virtue. Ah? Zhizhenju exclaimed. So does that mean after you finish here, you will visit her? Not necessary, Yanzu responded. We are not that close. Zhizhenju scoffed. What kind of game are you playing? Luring a young lady from the Star Luo Empire here to slowly nurture a bond? No, Yanzu denied. I simply lack the time. I have been exceedingly busy lately. It was evident that Zhizhenju was enjoying herself, and soon she fell silent. Once they transitioned from the tub to the bed, Yanzu produced the celestial herb he had procured from the ice and fire yin yang and placed it between Zhizhenju's ample bosom. The sensation tickled her, and as she grasped it, her previously languid expression transformed into one of alertness. Sitting up, she exclaimed, what is this? This is splendid. Reclining on the bed with his hands behind his head, Yanzu observed Zhizhenju's reaction with satisfaction. Indeed, this is a rare treasure, Zhizhenju acknowledged, feeling the energy emanating from the herb and ruminating over her knowledge. Uncertain if it was a lack of experience or the prolonged life of a pirate that had dulled her understanding, she found herself at a loss for words. What does this mean? Zhizhenju teased, using the herb to playfully stroke Yanzu's chin. Are you trying to curry favor with me? How pedestrian. Yanzu chuckled, pinching her nose. This is a significant boon for your cultivation. You are older than Rong Rong, Ling Ling, and Shiqing, and you have spent such valuable time on Seven Star Island. I must find a way to assist you. Zhizhenju, upon hearing this, straddled Yanzu and challenged. Must you always bring this up? Do you find me distasteful? Not at all. Yanzu exclaimed, feeling dizzy from her movements, and he reached out to steady her. I adore you just as you are. Stop. Zhizhenju sensed Yanzu's renewed enthusiasm and quickly restrained him. Seriously, how is this to be used? You consume it. Of course. How else? Yanzu replied. This is one of the few ways I can assist you. I had many soul bones stored previously, but they were all lost to that wave of Saisei's divine technique. Speaking of which, why are you so fixated on Sea God Island? Zhizhenju queried. It is not merely an obsession with Sea God Island. Rather, I seek the opportunity to ascend to godhood, Yanzu elucidated. Not just for myself, but I hope for you. No, for all of you, to attain divinity. That seems excessive, Zi Jinju mused, toying with the celestial herb in her hand. Life is fleeting. Focusing all energy on a nebulous goal of arduous cultivation seems rather dull. Yanzu nodded and remarked, while that may be the case, attaining divinity grants one eternal life, which can be seen as enduring hardship before savoring sweetness. However, with everlasting existence, many aspects of life might lose their allure, wouldn't they? Zi Jinju, with a stoic expression, shook her head gently. That is a matter for after achieving immortality. At least for now, we can still relish these pleasures. With a contented smile, Zi Jinju shrugged, her already captivating figure becoming even more alluring. She leaned closer and said, in light of your heartfelt intentions, I shall take good care of you. Hiki. Upon hearing this, Yanzu obediently reclined, folding his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to relish the moment. Eternal life, he mused inwardly. Yet, truth be told, why does he always feel as though he is destined never to perish? Yanzu tightened all the muscles in his body, a continuous surge of power invigorating him, while simultaneously evoking a hint of perplexity. He pondered, if he were to meet his demise, what form would it take? He rarely felt fatigue, though hunger would occasionally strike. His energy conversion efficiency was astoundingly high, easily satiating his appetite. Could such a physique truly age with the passage of time? Yanzu found it difficult to envision such a scenario. Especially after learning to cultivate soul power from Qian Rinxue, he could distinctly sense that the functions of this body were still improving, and there seemed to be no upper limit. While the body remained tireless, the mind could weary. Thus, Yanzu resolved not to dwell on matters that eluded definitive answers. Tomorrow morning, I shall be going out, he informed Zi Jinju in advance. Where to? To negotiate. With whom? To be precise, to observe the negotiations between Ning Fingxi and Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue? The young master of the Spirit Hall. What connection do you have with the Spirit Hall? Did I not mention? The Spirit Hall may have 2 or 3 of your sisters. So, Qian Rinxue is one of them? Indeed. Her surname is Qian? She is the young master of the Spirit Hall. How many times must I reiterate this? Never mind, let her surname be whatever it is. Do you still harbor resentment towards the Spirit Hall? Indifferent now, it has faded, Zi Jinju said as she rose to don a delicate nightgown, retrieving a celestial herb from a box. If one must speak of hatred, let it be aimed at that former self, powerless to seize destiny. The following day, after Yanzu presented another celestial herb to Zhu Zhuqing, he accompanied Ning Fingxi to meet Qian Rinxue. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback by Yanzu's sudden gift, had yet to grasp the situation when he vanished from her sight, affording her no opportunity for refusal or evasion. However, at this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing was resolute. Since deciding to part ways with Dai Mubai, she had embraced a do-or-die mentality, seizing any chance to grow stronger. And she would find ways to repay any debts owed in the future. Ning Fingxi shared a similar mindset of desperation. Today marked a pivotal moment for the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He brought no one with him, choosing to accompany Yanzu alone to meet Shuqinghe. Trusting Yanzu, yet being inherently sensitive, he could not prevent his mind from spiraling into anxious thoughts. What if this was a trap? What if Yanzu was deceiving himself? What if events did not unfold as anticipated? Nevertheless, he understood that such musings were futile. He had no choice. Much like the day Shuqinghe brought Yanzu to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday, regardless of belief, Yanzu's strength was evident, capable of toppling the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with a mere gesture. In comparison to the legendary power of Tindo Douluo, who remained sequestered within the worship hall, Yanzu, a being unrestrained and roaming the continent, was far more terrifying, for one might inadvertently stumble upon such a bombshell while merely strolling down the street. Even a person of high status like Prince Shueshing would never anticipate meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of a country bumpkin, dying in such a tragic and undignified manner. Father, do you harbor concerns? Nothing escapes your notice, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Yanzu pointed to his ear and said, there's nothing I can do. I can hear the fluctuations in your heart rate. Ning Fengji replied, in such times, to expect me to be entirely unperturbed would be too harsh. Rest assured, Yanzu reassured him, just as you trust me, I trust her. You will reach a consensus. Even if, hypothetically, negotiations fail, I will ensure that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School suffers no harm. I understand, Ning Fengji said, feeling much relieved by Yanzu's assurance. At least he is on our side. Chapter 82, The Showdown, Part 3, Young Master, Ning Fengji has arrived. Shuqinghe paused in his writing, stretching his neck and shoulders. Who did he bring? No one else, just that lad with him. A languid smile graced Qian Rinxue's face, her mood seemingly brightened. Before long, someone came to announce the arrival, and naturally, Qian Rinxue met guests in the guise of Shuqinghe. In the garden, Shuqinghe set up a chessboard, waiting for Ning Fengji's arrival, without any attendants in sight. Upon entering the garden, Ning Fengji stood at a distance, observing Shuqinghe's dignified silhouette. It was astonishing that the prince of the Tindo Empire, whom he had watched grow since childhood, was actually the young master of the Spirit Hall in disguise. And a woman at that, a revelation that remained hard to believe. What is the matter? Yanzu asked as he noticed Ning Fengji suddenly halt. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. I used to think the prince was gentle and amiable. Reflecting on it now, it all makes sense. With that, he walked towards the center of the garden. Stopping at the table, nodding in acknowledgement to Xue Qinghe, who was setting up the chess pieces. The teacher has arrived. Please take a seat. Xue Qinghe welcomed him with a smile, though it seemed somewhat unusual to Ning Fengji. You have wronged me greatly, Ning Fengji said with a wry smile as he took a seat. Your Excellency, why have you grown so distant with me? Xue Qinghe replied. You have taught me personally for many years, acting as both mentor and friend. There is no need for such formality. I've been kept in the dark all these years. Ning Fengji chuckled. I simply don't know how to address you appropriately. You may call me as you wish, Xue Qinghe said, eager to move on from such trivialities. Has Azu clarified the matter with you? There are definitely still uncertainties, which is why I am here, Ning Fengji responded. Your Excellency has risked yourself and labored for so many years. Do you have any arrangements for my 7 treasures glazed tile school? Originally, I intended to eliminate you entirely. Xue Qinghe spoke candidly. However, over the years, I have come to understand that your 7 treasures glazed tile school and the royal aristocracy are not aligned. You are merely a businessman. Your school has long since accumulated wealth, and for you, enhancing prestige and maintaining legacy through various means is paramount. Objectively speaking, you may be considered a good person, and good people should not perish. I am honored, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Xue Qinghe tapped the chessboard with her fingers, saying, over the years, aside from establishing branch halls in Tindo to expand the influence of the angel god, many high-ranking individuals have come under my control. The main hall has also dispatched numerous experts to infiltrate various locations in Tindo, waiting for my command to overturn the empire in a single night. Is everything ready? Ning Fengji inquired. Xue Qinghe shook her head, gathering the chess pieces on the board, and said, however, with the current layout, it is more likely that Tindo will descend into chaos after our actions, turning into a living hell, which is certainly not my intention. What do you need from me? As Qianren Xue stated, Ning Fengji was a businessman, and for a businessman, understanding the opponent's needs in advance was crucial. Xue Qinghe did not hold back. Knowing she had ample leverage, I require a substantial amount of funds to procure supplies. These materials will be used by the various branch halls to aid and comfort the populace once the action begins. On some level, the needs of the people are the most fundamental. With food and clothing, naturally, no one will cause a disturbance, and they will sincerely thank the angel god's benevolence. The treasury of Tindo is at your disposal, and the 7 treasures glazed tile school will also lend its full support. Ning Fengji readily agreed to this request. Even if it meant the 7 treasures glazed tile school would exhaust its resources overnight, it mattered little to him. For him, regaining wealth after a loss was a trivial matter. Qianren Xue thought to herself, indeed, he is a person of great experience. His approach to gains and losses is remarkably magnanimous. This second matter, I hope you can assist me with manpower. Ning Fengji's fingers traced the large gemstone atop his scepter, his expression revealing hesitation. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe did not keep him in suspense, stating, to be frank, with my current deployments, I am not yet sufficiently assured of controlling all areas. I must suppress potential uprisings while maintaining order in the cities, which requires a significant number of people. Providing funds can be done discreetly, but if my disciples are involved, how will the world perceive the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Ning Fengji directly articulated his hesitation. The alliance between the Tindo Empire and the 7 treasures glazed tile school was well known at the moment of the empire's downfall. How could the 7 treasures glazed tile school be seen as an ally of the spirit hall? Such actions could be construed as ingratitude, taking advantage of others' misfortunes, and betrayal, leading to numerous disparaging remarks. Many cared little for the truth or the distinction between good and evil. They merely sought gossip for conversation. Moreover, the most crucial point was, if Ning Fengji were to proceed as suggested, he would forever be entwined with the spirit hall. As the spirit hall advanced towards unification, it would be impossible for the 7 treasures glazed tile school to maintain its distance and integrity. This reluctant situation was precisely what Qianren Xue wished to see. She desired the 7 treasures glazed tile school to be left with no choice but to embrace the angel god. Having contemplated for a while, Ning Fengji realized there was no turning back. Your disciples need not engage in combat, Xue Qinghe assured him. It is entirely possible no uprising will occur. Your disciples can simply help maintain order in the cities and assist in resettling the populace. At that time, the world will know that it was the people of the 7 treasures glazed tile school who provided them with security and support. What further concerns could you have? Ning Fengji slowly exhaled and nodded. You have considered this thoroughly. I truly have no grounds to refuse. However, I do have some questions. First, regarding the arrangements for my 7 treasures glazed tile school, I hope you can provide some more specific assurances. Second, I wish to know your plans following this. A reasonable request, Xue Qinghe replied. The 7 treasures glazed tile school need not change. Simply continue to play the role of a wealthy merchant family. If you're willing, we can continue to work together for the enduring peace of the continent. After all, managing state affairs is arduous work. If you can share the burden with me, I would be immensely grateful, provided you are willing. Xue Qinghe observed Ning Fengji's expression, continuing, as for the second matter, the subsequent plan, after temporarily stabilizing Tindo, There will be a period of intensive indoctrination. Those who are stubborn and seek to instigate disputes must be thoroughly eliminated. Once Tindo is completely stabilized, I need to return to Spirit City for a brief recuperation and adjustment, and then it will be on to Xingluo. Xingluo is a tough nut to crack, Ning Fengji remarked. Tindo was never a soft target from the outset. Xueqinghe turned to Yanzu as he spoke. Moreover, we have even more formidable allies. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, shared a knowing smile and patted Yanzu's shoulder, addressing Xueqinghe. In that case, I have nothing further to add. I assure you, I shall stand by your side and provide the support you requested today. For our collaboration to be fruitful, you will need to draft a proposal for me. I will. Master, I am delighted that we can still work together as we once did, Xueqinghe replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall return and await your instructions. Ning Fengji and Yanzu prepared to leave, and as Xueqinghe rose to see them off, a thought struck him. By the way, Master, there is something I have been curious about. Do you possess the Han Haiqian Koan Zhao? Ning Fengji was taken aback. Although the Emperor Shui had entrusted him with the treasury of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, he had only heard of the Han Haiqian Koan Zhao, but had never seen it. In fact, he had assumed such a national treasure had been secretly passed on to the Crown Prince, Xueqinghe. This was indeed perplexing. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's response, the three of them pondered the same question. Where could the Han Haiqian Koan Zhao possibly be? Chapter 83. Progress. This has gone far more smoothly than I anticipated. Yanzu remarked on their way back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji's heart was a tumult of emotions, although the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. The lack of options made him uneasy. His willingness to compromise so easily stemmed solely from his trust in Yanzu. As for Qianrenxue, he dared not place his faith in someone so ruthless as to expend years of youth for a singular purpose. Let us hope for a positive turn of events, Ning Fengji said quietly. Yanzu discerned the melancholy in Ning Fengji's demeanor and thus sought to reassure him, saying, Fear not, my father. I shall ensure that all unfolds as we desire. Indeed, Yanzu was a godlike being, capable of manifesting his will at will, which led Ning Fengji to comfort himself with the thought that he had little to worry about. On another note, he mused, I never expected that even Xueqinghe, the Crown Prince, was unaware of the location of the Han Haiqian Koan shield. I shall inquire about that, Yanzu replied nonchalantly. It matters not. We shall leave it to fate. I have no particular desire to entangle myself with the sea god. If it is absent, so be it. Ning Fengji countered, Yet, there are not many divine abodes visible on this continent. While you suggested that ascending to divinity might resolve your predicament, given the current circumstances, do you not find yourself at a loss once more? Yanzu waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right. I have already reconciled with myself over this issue. Whatever will be, will be. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. At least it saves me the trouble of contraception. Although the lack of ability left Yanzu feeling somewhat hollow inside, the sheer exhilaration of charging forward and unleashing his power without any reservations was undeniably satisfying. No one enjoys digging for gold while wearing gloves. You, however, must strive harder, Yanzu chuckled. Hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly grasped the underlying meaning and responded somewhat awkwardly. Azu, for the sake of the inheritance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I must prepare for the worst. Rongrong is promised to you. And regardless of your current situation, even if you were to have a child, I seriously doubt he could awaken the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial spirit. I understand this does not provoke any strong feelings in me. Yanzu gestured for Ning Fengji to remain at ease. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, they encountered Zhu Zhuqing, who was energetically bounding up and down the mountain as part of her unique training regimen. Ning Fengji nodded appreciatively, remarking, She works hard. I never expected such a delicate girl to possess such immense energy. If I weren't privy to certain internal matters, I might have thought she carried some deep-seated grudge. My judgment of character is seldom mistaken, Yanzu replied with a smile, having already seen the answer key. Naturally, Ning Fengji had a favorable view of Yanzu's tendency to bring someone home, but whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or Z, they were all women. It seemed unlikely for Yanzu to bring a man home, and at this rate, the new generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect might well form a battalion of formidable women. As Zhu Zhuqing passed by, she merely nodded at Ning Fengji before swiftly continuing on her way. A few beads of sweat trickled down her form, landing on Yanzu's face, prompting him to extend his tongue to taste them, a blend of slight saltiness and floral fragrance. Once Ning Fengji departed, Yanzu quickened his pace to catch up with Zhu Zhuqing. She remained focused ahead, continuing her rapid strides, carefully selecting each landing point, and managed to say, I am in training. I can see that, Yanzu replied, keeping pace. Therefore, do not disturb me, Zhu Zhuqing stated. Unsure if Yanzu genuinely did not understand or was simply ignoring the context. Yet, Yanzu had no intention of pondering the clear meaning behind her words. His thoughts were consumed by a desire to savor every inch of this sweat-drenched feline. Following Zhu Zhuqing to her destination, they found Chen Xin waiting there. Your progress is too slow, he remarked sharply, his tone as cold as ice. I will continue, Zhu Zhuqing replied, bending over and gasping for breath. Her sweat-soaked hair clinging to her forehead, with droplets tracing elegant lines down her stunning face. What are you doing here? Chen Xian inquired, directing his gaze at Yanzu. I came to speak with her. Yanzu indicated Zhu Zhuqing. Humph. Chen Xian scoffed before walking away. He acknowledged Yanzu's strength, but was displeased with his actions. It wasn't merely a matter of men having multiple wives, but rather that Chen Xian and Gu Rong had also promised their granddaughter to Yanzu. Thus, when they observed Yanzu bringing women back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the two old men naturally found themselves aligned with Ning Rongrong's perspective. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian questioned whether he was being overly harsh on Zhu Zhuqing, yet no matter how stringent he was, she always exerted herself to fulfill his training demands. Proving far more diligent than the other, Zizhenju. You must be exhausted, Yanzu observed, watching Zhu Zhuqing, whose heaving chest mirrored his own labored breathing. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing said, brushing aside Yanzu's hand as he attempted to wipe her sweat. Don't be so touchy, people might talk. What gossip could there be? Yanzu laughed. A match of talent and beauty is bound to incite envy. Zhu Zhuqing's face, already flushed from exertion, turned an even deeper shade of crimson at his words. What do you want? She asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Have you consumed the celestial herb? Yanzu inquired. But from her reaction, it seemed she had not, as she certainly would not be in this state otherwise. The celestial herb? Is that really what it is? Not yet. Zhu Zhuqing replied. Firstly, I haven't had the time, and secondly, you never explained how to take it. Just eat it raw, Yanzu instructed. Go ahead and eat it now. Now. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the sweat from her forehead, questioning him. Yanzu affirmed with certainty, indeed, it's now or never. I must witness you consume it to feel at ease. What treasure warrants such concern? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, returning to her chamber to retrieve the celestial herb that Yanzu had gifted her. In truth, he had scarcely departed when Chen Xian arrived, leaving her no time to even open the box. Ah, you simply left it here? Yanzu chuckled wryly. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the herb within the box, momentarily entranced. It seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated her gaze. Gradually, she felt her consciousness merging with the herb, and in an instant of enlightenment, she awoke to a profound sense of ease and comfort. Intrigued, she inquired, where did you acquire this? That is of no concern to you. Your sole responsibility is to consume it, Yanzu replied. Having tasted the sweetness of the moment, Zhu Zhuqing shed her reservations and began to delicately partake of the celestial herb. Naturally reticent and having received guidance from Yanzu, she refrained from expressing her gratitude, instead silently vowing to repay this kindness in the future. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the remarkable enhancement that this palm-sized herb bestowed upon her. With each swallow, she could feel a gentle energy radiating from her abdomen, surging towards her crown and limbs, as if the once unyielding bottleneck within her had been softened, allowing that energy to break through tenderly time and again. Yanzu remained by Zhu Zhuqing's side, savoring the exquisite scenery before him. Truly a sight to behold that could make one forget all else. Were it anyone else, Yanzu would have at least embraced and kissed her, perhaps even touched her gently. However, an instinct whispered to him that Zhu Zhuqing was different. Her delicate appearance belied a profound strength, especially since she had recently endured the disdain of Daimubai. If he were to succumb to his primal urges, he feared that any affection she harbored would be irreparably damaged. Thus, he resolved to exert himself more diligently with Zizhenju upon returning home. How do you feel? He inquired, noticing Zhu Zhuqing exhale with a look of pure contentment. Upon meeting his gaze, she saw the unspoken words of praise etched across his face, prompting a smile to break forth from her lips, a rare sight indeed. It is truly uncommon to see you smile, Yanzu remarked, genuinely. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had been immersed in relentless training, and Yanzu worried that such pressure might one day take its toll on her. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing's smile faltered momentarily, yet the corners of her eyes still sparkled with joy. I hardly know what to say, she stammered, grappling with her emotions. I am torn between tears and laughter. I can hardly believe that my soul power has soared by 6 levels. I should be elated, yet despite my relentless efforts, meditating in place of sleep, straining my muscles to the breaking point during the day, I find myself overshadowed by this mere blade of grass. This is the first occasion on which Yanzu has encountered the typically reticent Zhu Zhuqing expressing herself so prolifically. Her current demeanor is peculiar, as she appears caught between laughter and tears. Yanzu is aware of her sensitivity, yet he did not anticipate the intricacy of her emotions. In contrast, others in her situation would simply revel in the upgrade, but she finds herself in a state of bewildering contradiction, caught in a tumult of conflicting feelings. Is this a case of overindulgence? Yanzu had initially anticipated expressing sentiments like "how will you thank me?" to deepen their relationship, but unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing became engrossed in her own thoughts. Unsure of what to say, she remained silent. Yanzu, seizing the moment, gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's cheek and leaned in closer. Disregarding any feelings of annoyance or aversion, he was solely focused on savoring the allure of the little cat's sensual lips and tongue. Chapter 84. The Fall of a Nation, Part 1. No, stop, please, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in a flustered attempt to retreat. Yet Yanzu's other arm had already encircled her shoulder. The imposing young man exuded a potent aura of masculinity that enveloped her, instilling a sense of danger intertwined with a hint of fascination. Yanzu continuously drew in, gradually siphoning the oxygen from the little cat's body. Zhu Zhuqing felt her mind becoming somewhat oxygen-deprived, causing her temperature to spike abruptly, accompanied by a hint of intoxication. Yet, she endeavored to maintain her lucidity. Her innate sensitivity and reflexes to external stimuli far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, being alone in a foreign land, an overwhelming sense of insecurity perpetually lingered in her heart. At this moment, being subjected to Yanzu's forceful advances left Zhu Zhuqing feeling humiliated. Meanwhile, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's resistance waning, Yanzu freed one hand, eager to ascend the long-desired peak. "Don't!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, exerting all her strength to turn her head away, shouting. Yanzu noticed the tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Those pitifully beautiful eyes stirred within him a desire, yet simultaneously evoked a sense of tenderness. "I have plenty of women," Yanzu mused. Thus he refrained from further transgressions against Zhu Zhuqing. However, he did not release her, choosing instead to hold her close. Sensing that if he let go, she might flee immediately, potentially evading him forever, or even abandoning the 7-treasure glazed tile school entirely. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling Yanzu's silent gaze upon her, was engulfed by a blend of shyness and anger. With a huff, she protested, "Let go, it hurts." Yanzu remarked, "What if I let you go and run away? Am I not permitted to leave?" Zhu Zhuqing, her emotions somewhat heightened, questioned, "Do you intend to control me?" Yanzu shook his head, cradled Zhu Zhuqing's face close to him, and declared emphatically, "I want to love you." Taken aback by his frankness, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words. She had never encountered someone as unabashed as Yanzu. As if the notions of restraint and subtlety were entirely foreign to his existence. "Then you should respect me," she managed to reply after a moment's contemplation. "What can be controlled is not genuine." Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor had softened considerably, Yanzu seized the moment. "You wonder why I assist you so fervently. Is there any other reason that could bring you peace of mind aside from affection? I simply like you. I wish to protect you, help you, and possess you." Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart become tumultuous, overwhelmed by Yanzu's formidable presence, and implored, "Please, don't do this." "All right." He acquiesced, suddenly releasing his hold, raising his hands, and stepping back. "I recognize my behavior is inappropriate, and for that, I apologize." Abruptly freed, Zhu Zhuqing nearly faltered, feeling an unfamiliar disorientation. It was this sudden release that quelled her impulsive desire to flee the scene. Turning away, she poured herself a glass of water to rinse her mouth. "Having just consumed the elixir, perhaps you should meditate for a while. It might be beneficial," Yanzu suggested before departing. Given Zhu Zhuqing's nature, remaining any longer would only lead to awkwardness, and Yanzu could no longer restrain himself. He felt an urgent need to seek out Zizhenju and create a delightful chaos in her embrace. "Are you this fervent in broad daylight?" was the last remark Zizhenju could utter that day. Meanwhile, after Yanzu's departure, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to meditate but found it impossible to calm her restless spirit. Realizing she had not bathed since her training earlier, she prepared a bath and submerged herself in the tub, seeking to soothe her agitated heart. In the subsequent hours, Zhu Zhuqing acted as though nothing had transpired, continuing her training with the same quiet demeanor. "Good morning," she greeted, as if everything remained unchanged. Yanzu addressed Zhu Zhuqing, who was dressed in her training attire and ready to leave. With a customary nod, she hurried away. At least she did not look at him with disdain, like one would regard refuse. Yanzu shrugged and made his way to Ning Fengji's study, where it was rumored that a letter from Xue Qinghe had arrived. Also present were Gu Rong and Chen Xian. It was unexpected to witness a day where cooperation with the Spirit Hall was on the agenda. Chen Xian remarked with an impassive expression. The unpredictability of worldly affairs, Ning Fengji replied with equal calmness, before handing the letter to Yanzu. "Goodness! This is the largest sum I've ever encountered," Yanzu exclaimed, astonished at the bill presented by Xue Qinghe, yet it was evident that Ning Fengji's focus lay elsewhere. "The plan is set for 7 days hence," Ning Fengji continued. "During this period, apart from providing her with ongoing funding, we must also deploy the disciples of our sect to various cities. This will leave our sect rather depleted," Chen Xian noted. Ning Fengji sighed. "Brother Jian, even without this course of action, we had no intentions of engaging in conflict. Whether we are depleted or not, it matters little." Indeed, it mattered not. Ning Fengji had come to the clear realization that the Tindo Empire was beyond salvation, with even the Crown Prince affiliated with the Spirit Hall. What was left to fight for? Thus, collaboration with the Spirit Hall, with each party benefiting from the arrangement, had become the most favorable outcome. However, Chen Xian harbored reservations regarding this alliance. "Our disciples must focus on evading the flames of war, while simultaneously shielding the common folk from its repercussions. This is not an insurmountable task and, in some respects, offers considerable advantages," Ning Fengji outlined. "Brother Jian, I entrust you with the specific arrangements of personnel. Uncle Gu, from this day forth, I will need you to keep a vigilant watch over the situation in Chengdu City. Plans may change unexpectedly, and there could be complications with the Crown Prince." "And what of me?" Yanzu inquired, noting that Ning Fengji had designated tasks for the others. "Azu, when the time comes, you will wait with me within the sect," Ning Fengji replied. "I understand. I will remember the date." Yanzu affirmed. Ning Fingxi nodded lightly. Before that, please go to Xingluo and bring Rongrong back. Do not let the news slip. For such significant events, she must be by my side. This is also why I have retained you within the sect. Both Rongrong and I require your protection. Once their conversation concluded, Yanzu prepared to head to Xingluo to retrieve Ning Rongrong. Before leaving, he informed Xi Zhenju and sought out Zhu Zhuqing, stating, I am going out. Do you have any instructions for me? Be safe, Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. Yanzu contemplated the esteemed position of Zhu Zhuqing within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Surmising that she would likely be summoned for the impending operation, he advised her earnestly, do take care of your safety, prioritize yourself above all. This elicited a puzzled response from Zhu Zhuqing, who inquired, but I am not departing. What do you mean by that? In a few days? There will be significant movements that may necessitate your involvement, Yanzu replied succinctly. Are you suggesting there will be a role for me? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Perhaps, it might be, Yanzu responded uncertainly, as the decision rested with Chen Xian. However, given Chen Xian's temperament, he might choose not to engage her, deeming her feelings unworthy of consideration. Are you truly looking forward to it? Yanzu observed the subtle sparkle in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. I too wish to witness my recent growth, she declared. Hasn't Azi been your sparring partner all along? Yanzu asked. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. For she knew that Zhu Zhenju was relentless and had only instilled a sense of defeat in her, given the vast disparity in their capabilities. Surely Zhu Zhenju isn't taking out her jealousy on you, is she? Yanzu posited, though he dismissed the notion. Recognizing Zhu Zhenju's former status as the saintess of the spirit hall, rendering her above such pettiness. I shall return promptly, Yanzu assured. I never inquired. Zhu Zhuqing retorted before resuming her training. After departing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Yanzu returned to Xingluo in search of the royal fighting team. For reasons unknown, the Xingluo Royal Academy was exceptionally hospitable, going to great lengths to keep the royal fighting team within the capital. Qin Ming assumed that the academy had taken a liking to their students, intending to ensnare them with sweet enticements to pledge their allegiance to the Xingluo Empire. Though he was wary of incurring such a grave offense, the overwhelming hospitality led the team to linger longer than anticipated. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously exuded an air of aloofness, suddenly became approachable, particularly forming a close bond with Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling, with her reserved nature, felt somewhat uncomfortable with Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected overtures, while Ning Rongrong, who thrived in lively company, enjoyed her interactions with Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, you are so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Which fortunate fellow has won your heart? Zhu Zhuqing inquired at a banquet one day, seizing the opportune moment. She remained undeterred in her quest to uncover Yanzu's true identity. She could not abide the thought of being treated like a mere plaything, callously disregarded. That scoundrel. So brutish, as if I were nothing more than meat. Memories of that tempestuous night filled Zhu Zhuqing with a simmering rage. Sister, what are you saying? Ning Rongrong lightly punched Zhu Zhuqing. I'm still young. Such nonsense. Yet, her informant had clearly indicated that the man had frequented both Ning Rongrong's and Yi Lingling's quarters. Could it be that they too were victims? This thought only intensified Zhu Zhuqing's fury, with her inquiries yielding no results. And the Xingluo Royal Academy having no further reason to retain the royal fighting team, coupled with Qin Ming's persistent insistence. The team ultimately embarked on their journey back to Tindo. Little did they know, their academic excursion abroad would herald the downfall of the Tindo Empire. Chapter 85, The Fall of a Nation, Part 2. What did you say? In a tavern in a certain city of Xingluo, Ning Rongrong leaped from her seat upon hearing that Yanzu had come to escort her home, her excitement palpable as she leaned over the table to gaze at him. Indeed, I have come to take you home for a few days, Yanzu confirmed. Why the suddenness? Ning Rongrong questioned, perplexed. Recalling how Ning Fingxi had unceremoniously cast her out. What need is there for so many reasons? A father wishes to see his daughter. Is it so wrong to bring her back for a brief visit? Yanzu replied. Humph. Ning Rongrong could hardly conceal her delight, turning her face away. I'm not going back. It's so much fun on this journey. You can't just say go back and expect me to comply. I want him to wallow in remorse for his earlier actions, hehehe. Regardless, my task today is to take you home, Yanzu asserted. Gently pinching the nape of Ning Rongrong's neck, will you come or not? Ning Rongrong huffed softly, crossing her arms defiantly, I want tea. Seeing this, Qin Ming chuckled, Rongrong. Everyone has worked hard on this journey. There is no other business at hand, and we cannot linger too long in Xingluo. We must return to Tindo at full speed. Once we arrive, the journey will surely require some rest, so you should accompany Yanzu back for a while, recuperate, and then rejoin us in Suatua City. Yanzu then turned to Yi Lingling. Lingling, you shall accompany us as well, want to you? Yanzu smiled at the understanding Qin Ming and said, naturally. Once we arrive at Suatu City, we shall send a message to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and we will meet again. Are we going to? Asked Yi Lingling. Of course, Yanzu flicked her forehead lightly. I miss you dearly, even though they had established their relationship for quite some time. Hearing such sweet words from Yanzu in front of everyone still made Yi Lingling blush. Then it's settled. I will come to fetch you shortly, he said, leaning down to plant a kiss on her, stirring envy among the onlookers. I haven't agreed to return yet. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as Yin Zhu lifted her off the bench and set her down outside the tavern. Come on, young lady, he said, turning his back to her. Humph. You just know how to bully me. You're becoming increasingly unruly. Ning Rongrong pouted, playfully hitting his back. Why can't you carry me like Grandfather Jian does with his martial soul? Why must I always lie on your back? What? Are you dissatisfied with me? Yin Zhu turned back with a grin. Of course, Ning Rongrong pinched his ear. You always take advantage of me, constantly groping my legs. Next time you want to take me, give me a heads up, and I want to wear a skirt. Understood. I promise, Yin Zhu replied, his hand sliding up to lift her skirt, relishing the soft, delicate feel of her thigh. Before she could protest, he soared into the sky, and she had no choice but to squint her eyes and clutch his neck tightly. Once they stabilized in flight, Ning Rongrong asked, Hey, what's this about my father wanting me to return? Didn't I say? He misses you, Yin Zhu said, his hand caressing her thigh once more. Look at you. Cultivating outside for so long, your skin isn't as tender as it used to be. Wouldn't it be good to rest at home for a few days? Ning Rongrong playfully punched him and continued, Don't try to deceive me. I know my father's temper well. Besides, I just visited for my birthday. Is he not afraid of spoiling me? Well, Yin Zhu pondered for a moment, deciding there was no harm in revealing a bit of information. Tindo might be planning something significant soon, and your father fears for your safety while you are out, so he asked me to bring you back. Huh. Ning Rongrong tilted her head back in disbelief. What did you just say? What do you call him? I meant your father, Yin Zhu chuckled, admitting that he occasionally let it slip. Oh, Ning Rongrong didn't dwell on it, asking, what major event is happening? Will there be some excitement to witness? It's about Prince Xue Qinghe and Xue Beng contending for the throne. Tensions may escalate in the coming days, Yin Zhu explained. Who? Ning Rongrong was even more puzzled. Xue Beng? What qualifications does he have to contest the throne with the prince? He is still a prince, and he has many supporters behind him, Yin Zhu replied, not wanting to delve deeper into the topic. I know nothing about these matters, so don't ask. Ning Rongrong, understanding his hint, obediently ceased her inquiries. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong sensed something was amiss, as neither her bone grandfather nor sword grandfather came to greet her immediately. Ning Fengji merely exchanged a few words with her before retreating to his study to handle affairs. Why does it feel like there are fewer people at home? She wondered as she wandered around the school. Just then, she stumbled upon Zhu Zhuqing, who was practicing with Zizhenju. Excited to see someone her age, Ning Rongrong approached to greet her, causing Zhu Zhuqing to momentarily lose focus and falter. Upon noticing the arrival of a young girl who was not only beautiful but also well-dressed, resembling Ning Fengji, Zizhenju realized it was the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Well, I must get along with her, Zizhenju sighed, thinking this was one of Yin Zhu's mischiefs. Couldn't he find someone closer to his own age? She mused, feeling like she was babysitting next to the youthful Ning Rongrong. Are you training? Ning Rongrong approached Zhu Zhuqing. You're no match for her. Let me help. But Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zizhenju. Come on, Zizhenju encouraged. As a support-type soul master, you should get accustomed to fighting alongside a support. Or else you might struggle when you have assistance. Hee, are you newcomers? I've never seen you before, Ning Rongrong inquired. I suppose so. Zhu Zhuqing guessed Ning Rongrong's identity. I'm Rongrong, what about you? Zhu Zhuqing. A Z. Oh. Ning Rongrong scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's face, her gaze lingering on her ample bosom, and suddenly exclaimed, Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuyan? You must be Sister Zhu Yun's younger sister, right? Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and turned away. What on earth are you doing here? Ning Rongrong momentarily forgot about training, curious about how the noble lady from Luo ended up at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Consider it a break. Zizhenju joined Zhu Zhuqing, clearly intrigued by the details of the matter, even though she suspected it had something to do with Yin Zhu. Zhu Zhuqing, resigned, began recounting how she was pursued and subsequently rescued by Yin Zhu, leading her to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, omitting any sensitive details. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing speak of the ruthless competition in Luo, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt that her father's south decision to place her in Xue Qinghe's carriage wasn't so extreme after all. Once the girls started chatting, they couldn't stop, and with Zhu Zhuqing's company, Ning Rongrong no longer felt bored. She even assisted in their sparring, finding it exhilarating and enjoyable. From a distance, Yin Zhu watched the three of them interact harmoniously, feeling satisfied. He needed to go fetch Yilingling next, pondering how best to handle the situation. In Yin Zhu's eyes, Yilingling was not as mature as Zizhenju. She still retained a youthful disposition. If he were to lay bare his thoughts, he feared it might hurt her feelings. Well, it's just a bit of pain. It's no big deal. I can endure it, Yin Zhu thought as he set off towards the Luo Empire. For Yilingling, visiting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was a special experience. She never expected to become close friends with its young mistress. Considering the historical rivalry between their respective legacies, there is no need to be formal. This is your home. Yin Zhu embraced Yilingling and, upon learning that she had also arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong eagerly introduced her to her new friends. As the four women met, Zi Zhenju cast a disdainful glance at Yin Zhu, while Zhu Zhuqing frowned at the evident intimacy between Yin Zhu and Yi Lingling. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar to Yi Lingling as well, yet Ning Rongrong remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully engaging everyone in play. After all, this was her home. And as the host, she was determined to ensure that Yi Lingling and the others felt joyful. Unexpectedly, Yin Zhu found himself relieved by Rongrong's usefulness. He silently wiped his brow, contemplating that Zi Zhenju posed no threat, having already endured her sharp tongue. He thought that if he conversed with Lingling properly tonight, it would be significantly easier to rectify misunderstandings in the privacy of their shared space. However, he felt apprehensive about addressing Zhuqing. Alas, life was indeed quite hectic. Chapter 86, The Fall of a Nation, Part 3. What Yin Zhu did not anticipate was Yi Lingling's willingness to broach this subject. On their first night back at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it was only natural for Yin Zhu to share the night with Yi Lingling. After emerging from an exhilarating battle, Yi Lingling lay atop Yin Zhu's broad chest and gently inquired, "What should we do, HM?" Upon hearing the hint of worry and underlying reproach in her voice, Yin Zhu felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. "What should we do?" Yi Lingling tilted her head, gazing up at him with an accusatory tone. "My grandfather is a notorious flirt. How am I supposed to handle this?" Not allowing Yin Zhu a moment to respond, she continued, "Aren't you going to tell me? Which matter are you referring to?" Yin Zhu asked. Yi Lingling sighed. "At first, I thought it was only Rongrong who remembered. She was so young then, and now she has grown so much. Do you truly believe I am oblivious? You dote on her excessively. Can you honestly claim that you harbor no ulterior motives?" Yin Zhu embraced Yi Lingling tightly, chuckling. "My dear wife, your judgment of character is truly remarkable. If it were merely this, it would suffice, but Rongrong appears utterly oblivious, unaware of the malice brewing within you." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression shifted as she remarked, "But what of Zhuqing and Zi? How do you interpret their involvement?" Yin Zhu, unaware that Yi Lingling was merely speculating to gauge his response, inadvertently revealed more than intended. "Ah, never doubt a woman's intuition," Yi Lingling asserted, playfully poking Yin Zhu's chest. "Indeed, my dear wife possesses a discerning eye." Yin Zhu tightened his embrace around her. "With so many adults to attend to, how many do you truly serve?" Yi Lingling gasped slightly from his firm hold. "Forgive me," Yin Zhu murmured, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "What else can I do?" Yi Lingling sighed internally, saying, "Have you considered how this might hurt me?" Yet you proceeded nonetheless. "Because I desire it, I acted thus," Yin Zhu replied. "Lingling, my feelings for you remain unchanged despite these circumstances. I acknowledge the audacity of my words, yet I shall speak and act as I please. Have I ever shared my aspirations with you? World peace? A harem? What if I claimed I would leave you?" Yi Lingling fell silent for a moment before retorting. "There's no such if." Yin Zhu's tone shifted from gentle to resolute. "I shall not allow such a scenario. If you wish to leave me, I shall hold you tighter. Never letting go. I want you, and I will not permit your departure. Do you understand?" Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson as she